You were clearly the unparalleled martial genius of the dynasty, but you chose to end your life in front of your parents by cutting your bones. All this happened because your father promised that if you could bring the imperial luck out of the forbidden zone of life, he would pass on the position of the crown prince to you. So you ventured alone into the forbidden zone for 100 years, and in the end, at the cost of exhausting your cultivation and destroying your foundation, you successfully secured the overwhelming imperial luck for the dynasty. However, when you returned to the court full of joy, you found that your family had already turned against you. Your parents were disappointed, your royal sisters were disgusted, and the favored royal brother took credit for your achievements, becoming the highly acclaimed crown prince of the dynasty. Meanwhile, you were reduced to a burden they despised, ultimately being framed and dying with resentment by the hands of the royal brother. Unexpectedly, as you opened your eyes once again, you found yourself reborn. In this lifetime, all you wanted was to sever the vile royal bloodline and make them watch obediently as you destroyed the entire dynasty. At this moment, you are being framed by the younger prince, kneeling alone outside the main hall for punishment. Brother, please stop. How can you fall into the demonic path? Disperse your cultivation quickly, turn back from this path, and I will save you. Upon hearing this, you sneered, your eyes revealing a deep murderous intent. So it's my dear little brother, helping me, the royal brother, to disperse some power. Ha! As the words fell, a huge thunderous dragon roared out from the clouds, carrying a destructive force as it lunged straight towards Muyuma. As the thunder dragon was about to touch him, a furious shout erupted, and the thunder dragon instantly shattered under the power of the emperor. Rebel, have you caused enough trouble? Today's events are all because of your own wrongdoing. You can't blame others. Before you could finish speaking, a wave of holy power pressed down towards you. Before you could react, your body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the ground. After all, the power of a demigod is an absolute existence in the era of the decline. Even if you were to restore your peak cultivation from your previous life, you would still be unable to cross the two great realms to resist the demigod. You forcefully supported your tottering body, gritting your teeth as you struggled to get up from the ground. At this moment, Queen Luo Qianxue walked lightly, holding a medicine emitting a fragrant scent in her hand, and said with concern, Xiao Gu, stop being stubborn and get your injuries treated first. However, in your ears, these concerns sounded nothing but insincere and mocking. You suddenly shouted loudly. Your 5 fingers turned into claws and pounced towards Luo Qianxue. You hypocritical beasts, have you ever truly cared about me? Today, you will all die. Xiao Gu actually wants to kill me. I am your mother. Luo Qianxue's pupils shrank slightly, standing still in shock. Her once most gentle son actually had murderous intent towards her. Thinking of this, her eyes were filled with sorrow. Xiao Gu, you have fallen too deep into darkness. Your mother will save you. As the words fell, a wave of holy power turned your attack into nothingness, firmly imprisoning you. Seeing this, Mu Yuma at the side smirked slightly, revealing a cold smile. Muge, you are seeking your own destruction, but it serves you right. After all, no one wishes for your survival. Die, die, I will remember this day. At the same time, in the grand hall, Princess Mu Yuya frowned slightly, a hint of greed flashing in her eyes. Mu Ji's cultivation was already destroyed long ago, and now he has returned forcefully. He must have obtained incredible opportunities in the forbidden zone of life, perhaps an imperial treasure left behind by the emperor. Beside her, the 5th princess smiled faintly. No rush, we'll claim everything after father captures him. All of his belongs to us. The scene shifted. Outside the palace, Luo Qianxue looked at you with a pained expression. Xiao Gu, the path to the throne is but a delusion. Your obsession runs too deep. We are doing this to temper your character. At her words, your gaze turned fierce, stabbing mercilessly towards Mu Qianquan. What a sacrifice for my sake. Who was it that encouraged me to venture deep into the forbidden zone in the first place? Who promised me the position of crown prince upon a successful return? Over the centuries within the forbidden zone, facing countless killings and dangers, I have teetered on the brink of life and death several times. When I return, even if my cultivation is completely ruined, as a meritorious subject, isn't it reasonable to use ordinary spiritual medicine for healing? But what about you all? You didn't even give me a single pill. Not only did no one care, but they also degraded me to a servant, allowing others to insult me. Before the words had even finished, Mu Qianquan's face darkened abruptly. It was your own choice to enter the forbidden area back then, so you have no regrets. And as for the position of the crown prince, stop daydreaming about it. This position belongs only to Yuma. He is destined to inherit the throne with his extraordinary talents and appearance. Upon hearing this, your face gradually calmed down, and you looked up to the sky, swearing, "Wait for me. If I can survive today, I will surely seek vengeance on the feathered dynasty in the future, slaughtering them all. If I break this oath, let heaven and earth destroy me." In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled, as if echoing a vow. The two women in the palace exchanged a glance, a cold smile playing on their lips. The struggle for the throne was already decided. The world would belong to us. However, outside the palace, Nukun's expression darkened. "Muge, immediately abandon your cultivation. Destroy your foundation. I may spare your life. Otherwise, I will personally kill you." Luo Qianxue looked at you with tears in her eyes. "Xiaoge, as long as you are willing to turn back, Mother will no longer temper your character. Can we start over?" However, you looked indifferent, a faint cold smile on your lips. Belated affection is cheaper than grass. So-called family affection is just a joke. Today, I will seek justice. Originally, you wanted to see if you still held a place as their own son in their hearts, but now it seems like nothing but a facade and a calculated manipulation. With this in mind, you raised your head and gazed at the sky, making a light gesture with your hand. "The Supreme Emperor's divine sword. Appear. Let me cut down all the ghosts and demons in the world." As the words fell, a sword light streaked across the sky like a shooting star, enveloping the imperial city in a terrifying imperial might, ready to crumble at any moment. Seizing this opportunity, you broke free from Luo Qianxue's grasp, pointing the sword at the crowd with a single hand. Seeing this scene, Mu Yumo's eyes lit up with greed as he stared fixedly at the imperial sword. "This is actually an emperor's weapon. Even the feathered dynasty only has one. No, it should belong to me. I am its rightful owner." Thinking of this, he quickly stepped forward respectfully and said, "Brother Emperor, Father and the others are all waiting for your return. Please quickly take back the imperial soldiers." At this, the god of ruling the world's expression softened. "Xiaoge, if you change your mind and pledge loyalty to the feathered dynasty again, I will grant you the position of the Grand Prince, and even the position of the Crown Prince can be under your control." Upon hearing this, you couldn't help but find it amusing. "Since you all favor the sinner so much, then I shall not grant your wishes." Before the words had even settled, the Taihuang sword in your hand suddenly burst with a dazzling light. A streak of sword energy slashed through the void, aiming straight at Mu Yumo. Facing the imposing power approaching him, Mu Yumo felt his mind and spirit shatter. Despite possessing the sacred body of heavy pupils, at this moment, he felt a sense of powerlessness and despair like never before. In the nick of time, he forcibly operated the heavy pupil, bursting out the strange power, trying to resist the sword light. But in front of the Emperor's power, this weak resistance was like a firefly fighting with the white moon. How could it be resisted? So what if it's a holy body? Under the Emperor's might, it was just as small as a mole cricket. "I am unwilling. I am a born saint. How could I die here?" Shen Yuma's eyes were furiously gushing with blood and tears, and his heavy pupils were instantly blinded. "Rebel son! How dare you!" Chen Xianquan's face suddenly changed as he violently sprayed out a mouthful of essence blood in an attempt to forcefully catalyze the feathered divine diagram. However, the Taihuang sword light has arrived. With the will to cut down everything. The void inch by inch broken. Sword light merciless. Only a ray of sword light. Eternal and indestructible. Straight cut Shen Yuma. Like your baby boy so much? Then meet me in hell. Shen Yuma was like an ant under the sword light. And before he could get close, he was cut off at the waist. His blood gushed like a spring. His body ruptured. And he turned into flying ash. "Save me!" he hissed miserably, in endless fear, as if heading towards the abyss. Countless people could only watch as Chen Yumo was approached by the sword light, cut off at the waist, and his body crumbled and shattered inch by inch, turning into ashes. However, in a flash of lightning, the feathered divine diagram finally revived, and a strand of imperial might swept out across the sky, penetrating the heavens. The sword light of the Taihuang sword was blocked, failing to completely annihilate Chen Yuma's physical body. All of this was instantaneous, and time seemed to stand still. To Empyreans, time was no longer something untouchable. He could interfere with space and time. Time is like a countercurrent. Chen Yuma's body is slowly pieced together, grinding out the imperial power of the Tai Huang sword. Touching the imperial power. Will there be no price? The heavy pupil is wasted at this moment. But it is just an ungrown saint's posture strike. Even if it grows. Facing the emperor's residual. What can be done? You are. Seeing this, Luo Qianyu burst into tears. His hands trembling as he held onto Chen Yuma's broken body, continuously pulling out divine medicines from his arms to feed him. His voice in tears. Fanner. He's your own brother. How can you be so cruel? Why did you become like this? Chen Fan laughed coldly, his icy voice echoing. Pro-brothers? Ridiculous to the extreme. The so-called affection that you and the others have for me is nothing but false love. Favoring the waist and allowing him to ride on my head. Since this is the case, let me personally send him to the Yellow Springs. His eyes swept into the distance, and his tone was as cold as frost. Unfortunately, after all, he was not able to chop up all of them. If my cultivation was stronger, I would have cut off your sons here. I blame my lack of cultivation for giving him the chance to live. Chen Fan at this moment, holding the Tai Huang sword in his hand, was already struggling to support himself. His body full of cultivation dissipating like ice and snow. Shaking. Rebellious son. I will destroy you today. Chen Qiankuan's rage was monstrous. His eyes filled with hatred and killing intent. His voice echoing like thunder. Magnificent holy might spread, covering the entire imperial city, as powerful as a mountain, pressing the surrounding heaven and earth to tremble. He made a natural-born saint waste his cultivation, and all of his ambitious endeavors were destroyed. The civil and military officials in the temple are all terrified, just pulled back from the brink of death, with fear in their eyes. Fong narrowly escaped death. If not for the revival of the feathered divine diagram, he would have been annihilated by the sword light. At this moment, they were no longer able to look on coldly, and they all spoke out in condemnation. Kill him quickly. Your Majesty. The great prince is no longer able to control the imperial artifact, and the Yuhua dynasty will be destroyed by his hands. Please do it quickly. Your Majesty. If you are any later, the entire imperial city will be reduced to ashes. Chen Qiankuan hanging high in the sky. In the hands of the Fei Hua divine maplight. The dome of the sky above. The emperor's power surging. With half-saint cultivation and Fei Hua emperor bloodline. Barely call the divine map part of the power. But this silk power. Touch the person will die. The divine diagram is revived. Cut down all the rebels. Luo Qianyu suddenly awakened. Flew to Chen Qiankuan in front of him. Hands trembling to stop in front of him. Tears slipped down. Pleading. He is our son. You cannot kill him. Chen Qiankuan's eyes grew colder and colder. Resembling a blade, Umo was nearly killed by him. Xian Yu. Are you going to side with the rebellious son? Luo Qianyu's heart ached immensely. And she was in a dilemma. Her eyes wandered between Chen Fan and Chen Yuma. Full of struggles. The heart of the hand and the back of the hand are all flesh. How should I choose? She murmured and whispered. Her voice weak and desolate. Chen Qiankuan's expression became colder and colder. His tone of voice was stern. Qian Yu. Get out of the way. I will keep him alive. But his cultivation will be abolished. And the imperial soldier will be taken back. He needs to apologize to you or hand over the Luo family's immortality pill. And kneel in the imperial city for 300 years. Luo Qianyu's body froze in place. Her eyes struggled. And finally slowly took a step back. Her eyes full of apologies and helplessness. Fanner. You're too capricious. This time it will be the first time to aggrieve you. Nyang will make it up to you. Chen Fan watched this scene. And inwardly a miserable cold smile appeared. They were all for his own good. Favoring Chen Yuma. If Chen Fan's death could prevent Chen Yuma from getting hurt, he believed Luo Qianyu would choose to let Chen Fan die. Ha! Compensation? You really want to compensate me? Ridiculous. Chen Fan's eyes suddenly shone with a cold light as he gripped the Tai Huang sword tightly. His voice low and cold. Imperial soldier recovery? You guys think that you are the only ones who have Imperial soldiers? In this battle, both life and death will be divided. And cause and effect will be cleared. The Tai Huang sword in his hand violently erupted with 10,000 feet of swordlight, accompanied by monstrous imperial might that shot up into the sky. Chapter 6 I can shield you from the oath of heaven. The immeasurable emperor's might was like wild waves, instantly sweeping through the entire heaven and earth. The Tai Huang sword in Chen Fan's hand was completely revived, and the power of the emperor swelled like a tidal wave, as if the great emperor of the ancient world was personally present. And the killing aura spread out in a form that was visible to the naked eye. Sword she rushed to the sky, running through the 9 heavens. The sky and earth changed color, as if the sky dome was split at this moment. The destructive power was like a dike flood. Unstoppable. Buzz. The Tai Huang sword lowly chirped, its body glowing with divine light. And its sword chi was endless, as if each strand of sword chi contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, the Tai Huang sword was like an emperor who overrode the heavens, with all the paths at his feet, and his emperor's might was boundless, shaking the 8 wastelands. The many great powers of the eastern domain looked up, their expressions grave, their gazes piercing through the endless distance and casting straight into the sky where the sword aura was strewn across. Imperial soldier revival? In the age of the last Dharma, there is even an emperor soldier appearing in the world. Who is urging this kind of power? Is this that old monster who couldn't stay up long enough to pull someone along for the ride? Billions of miles away, the old ancestors in the depths of the various holy lands and imperial dynasties awoke. Their divine thoughts like a tide, their eyes traveling through time and space, all landing on the Tai Huang sword. In unison, they cast their gazes on the Tai Huang sword that was above the 9 heavens. This is a sign of the revival of an emperor soldier. Who is the one who activated the emperor soldier? That power? This direction. Could it be the feathering imperial dynasty's feathering divine diagram? No. This killing power is not the feathering divine diagram. There must be someone with an emperor soldier who wants to exert pressure on the feathering emperor dynasty. Ha ha. It's actually a never-before-seen extreme imperial armament. This killing power can be called the first in the world. Even the true dragon sword of the true dragon imperial dynasty is no better. TSK. The #1 killing weapon in the world. Which family is so crazy that it dares to lay hands on the feathering emperor dynasty? Isn't it afraid that the old undead in the depths of the feathering emperor dynasty will appear and bring the feathering divine diagram to retaliate against their Dao lineage? What madness! The end of the end times. What a show! Above the dome of the sky, thunder continued to roar as if trembling under the pressure of the emperor's sword. As heaven and earth were reshaped, and water and fire were intertwined, as if an extinction catastrophe was imminent. At the same time, the feathered divine diagram sensed the threat of the Tai Huang sword and suddenly blossomed with light, its imperial might sweeping through the heavens and earth like a sea. However, he was unable to completely revive and could only barely resist the might of the Tai Huang sword. The Tao of the 2 imperial artifacts intertwined, and everything in the heavens and earth was in jeopardy. At this moment, deep within the feathered emperor dynasty, an ancient and majestic saint's aura erupted, and the vastness of chi and blood rushed up to the sky, shaking the heavens and earth. The aged old man slowly rose into the air. And despite being wrapped in twilight, the terrifying holy might was enough to suppress the four directions. Who carries an emperor's soldier and dares to commit an offense against my feathered emperor dynasty? The voice was like thunder, carrying endless killing intent, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Apparently, this was the dying old ancestor sealing himself in the divine source as the underlying existence of the imperial dynasty. The 18 ancestors have come out. Chen Xianquan's heart was beating wildly. His face suddenly changed. And his heart was uneasy. He knew that he had caused a monstrous disaster, forcing the imperial dynasty great sage to break out. This was one of the underpinnings of the feathered emperor dynasty. The 18th ancestor's gaze was like a sword as he swept over the suppressed feathered divine diagram with a cold expression. Hand over the divine diagram to me. You can't withstand the might of an emperor's weapon. After speaking, the 18th ancestor's hands fiercely gripped the feathered divine diagram. And his body's chi and blood surged around him, instantly turning pale, with his life force rapidly draining away, and his twilight aura thickening. Quickly go wake up the second ancestor. Only with his quasi-emperor cultivation can he withstand this revived emperor soldier. When Chen Xianquan heard this, his anger attacked his heart and he roared in a stern voice. Adverse son. Do you really want to destroy my Fei Hua imperial dynasty? Do you really want my imperial dynasty to fall? Chen Fan laughed coldly. The emperor's might released by the Tai Huang sword was already a step ahead, suppressing the feathered divine diagram that had not yet been fully revived. Knowing regret now? Too late. He's the royal son of my imperial dynasty? Chen 18th ancestor froze. Having lived for so many years, it was the first time he had seen his own imperial son killing with imperial soldiers. And he was aggressive, with a look of immortality. The 18th ancestor's eyes were a mixture of anger and incredulity. Chen Xianquan, you actually forced your son to come with an emperor's soldier. How can you be an emperor? How can you be a father? Chen Xianquan, you're really good. You are truly the biggest joke in the hundreds of thousands of years of Emperor Burial Star. He exerted his last strength to infuse his holy power into the feathered divine diagram, and his twilight aura filled the air and his vitality was lost. After today, Ancestor Chen 18 had completely fallen, and sealing it into the divine source would not help. The years will still erode its vitality. His vitality, at this point, was completely exhausted. At this moment, 18th Ancestor Chen was almost infuriated. He had sealed himself for so many years as a means of resisting foreign enemies. And now that he had been victimized by his own family, he was furious. If it wasn't for his profound cultivation, he would have been furious. Chen Xianquan's face was gloomy. Remorse swept across his eyes. His eyes were slightly closed, and his heart was violently shaken. Am I really wrong? The heart asked itself. But the faint regret was coldly suppressed. He raised his head, his gaze like frost, and coldly said, I am not wrong. I was merely trying to hone him. He gripped the token entwined with faint imperial power and spat out a few words in a cold and unfeeling manner. Jade is not cut. It cannot be used. Please, second ancestor, extinguish the robberies for my imperial dynasty. Luo Qianyu violently rushed to Chen Xianquan, tears coming out of her eyes, tightly grasping his wrist. No! Qianquan, stop! Fanner is our son. You can't kill him. Chen Xianquan violently shook off Luo Qianyu. His eyes filled with coldness and determination. He is beyond redemption. He wants to kill you and destroy my Fei Hua imperial dynasty. If we don't get rid of him, both you and the imperial dynasty will die. But Luo Qianyu fell silent and looked at Chen Fan powerlessly. Just seeing that, Chen Fan's eyes that looked down on all living beings were emotionless. Leave him alive. Or else my Luo family ancestor will definitely seek justice. This matter cannot be hidden. I'm sorry, Fanny. You're too much of a fool to kill even your own brother. At the same time, Chen Xiling and Chen Ruyu were already shocked by the monstrous emperor's might. But after the shock, the greed in their eyes became more and more intense. Chen Xiling laughed softly, revealing a bit of naivety and delicacy, raising her head to look at Chen Fan in the sky, and said with a smiling face, "Brother Fan, you love Linger the most. Will you give me the emperor's soldier? As in my childhood, my imperial brother favored Linger the most." The tone was soft and the words contained love. As if the intimate brother-sister love of the past was still the same. Like the way she looked when she was pampered. At that time, Chen Fan always doted on her and almost never refused any of her requests. Hearing this, Chen Ruyu glanced faintly at Chen Xiling. A trace of sarcasm swept across her eyes. Turning to the Tai Huang sword in Chen Fan's hand, a twinkle in her eyes. Linger will be pampered. Chen Ruyu laughed softly. Although the tone was gentle, the words penetrated a few points of coldness. However, the emperor brother is no longer the emperor brother of the past, holding the emperor's soldiers. How would he care about this? Chen Xiling beamed. Imperial brother will. He always does. Chen Ruyu smiled faintly and did not retort. Years of experience informed them that this was indeed the case. Chen Fan looked down on all of this without a single ripple in his eyes. Not even bothering to bestow contempt. Chen Xinkuan's gaze was firm. And the token in his hand instantly shattered. And with it, a radiant god originated from the depths of the imperial dynasty and rose up to the sky, transforming into a river of stars, with a glittering light that made it impossible to look directly at it. In the middle of the star river, the ink-haired young man slowly stepped out, his body entwined with faint imperial light, as if he were a deity descending to the world. Spiritual energy from heaven and earth surged in like a tidal wave, condensing into a grand energy vortex that was astonishing. He slightly opened his eyes, and in an instant, the infinite void seemed to be torn apart, and extraterrestrial stars fell, and a meteor shower streaked by, like countless stars falling. The great dream does not know the year, the time of today and yesterday. I never thought that there would be a day of emergence. The sound of a clear and ghostly voice echoed between heaven and earth, striking fear into the hearts of countless cultivators. The Emperor! Although he was only a quasi-empire, once he was tainted with the name of an empire, he would be the absolute overlord of this heaven and earth. Welcome, second ancestor. The sound of respectful greetings rang out from the sky, and the crowd knelt in unison with unparalleled respect. Even the 18 ancestors were forced to salute at this moment. Although he had reached the limit of saints, he still had not become an emperor. Second ancestor Chen faintly scanned the beings, the causes and consequences all clear in his mind. Chen Fan, come down. The heavenly Tao oath. I can shield it for you. From today onwards, you are the prince of the imperial dynasty, the emperor who will dominate hundreds of millions of living beings in the future. Every word that was spat out left an endless trail of Tao, causing one's heart to tremble. Chapter 7, Returning Flesh to Mother. Severing Enmity. Chen Fan stood still in the air, his face expressionless as he looked down on this paragon emperor. The throne? He lowered his head and laughed softly, his laughter full of indifference and sarcasm. At this moment, you and the others even want to use the so-called throne to buy me off? I, Chen Fan, have come today to collect a debt, never to return to your control. Second ancestor Chen's complexion was cold, a hint of displeasure flashing through his gaze. Do you really want to be so determined? I can shield you from the heavenly Tao oath. exempt you from the calamity, and return you to supreme glory. Yet you would rather be an enemy of the imperial dynasty? As an enemy? Chen Fan tilted his head slightly. His cold light was like a blade. No. I am not an enemy to you. I want to destroy you. Before the words fell, the Tai Huang sword erupted with monstrous sword light. Sword chi streaked across the sky, tearing through the void and sweeping in all directions. The feathered empire dynasty shall be destroyed today. Chen Fan's voice was like thunder, shaking the 9 heavens, with thunder rolling above the sky and sword light shooting out in all directions. As if heaven and earth couldn't carry this violent force. Chen Erzu gazed deeply at Chen Fan. Disappointment and regret swept through his eyes, and finally shook his head inside. It's just. You are indeed pitiful. However, the Fei Hua imperial dynasty can never be destroyed because of heirs one man's nonsense. Feathered divine diagram. Out. He drank low like thunder, his voice penetrating the 9 heavens and shaking the world. Before the words fell, the feathered divine diagram emerged in the void, radiant with light and imperial might like the sea. Completely awakening. The spirit of the imperial soldier was like a deity that had been sleeping for 1,000 years. Slowly awakening. Seemingly deeply ashamed and unwilling to suppress Chen Fan, who was originally a descendant of the imperial dynasty's bloodline. The imperial diagram was brilliant. The mighty pressure was vast. And heaven and earth endured endless heavy pressure. The mountains and rivers trembled. And the void trembled. Chen Fan's expression was indifferent. And he was not moved at all. He lightly tapped the Tai Huang sword in his hand. And the sword roared like the heavenly river roaring, shaking the sky. And the low humming sound was like the roar of an ancient beast, resounding through the 9 heavens. The Tai Huang sword didn't hesitate. And sword chi surged out like a tide across the sky to meet the imperial might of the feathered divine diagram. The heaven and earth suddenly changed. And the 2 imperial soldiers fiercely collided in the void. The sun and moon were lightless. The stars fell. And the void was torn apart like paper. The sword light intertwined with the river of stars. Space and time twisted and cracked under this terrifying power. And it was as if the entire imperial city was in a flood of extinction, ready to be swallowed up by this power at any moment. The 2 imperial weapons were fighting with all their might, not giving way to each other. Although the Tai Huang sword was fierce, the feathered divine diagram had the support of Quasi-Emperor Chen Erzu. And they were evenly matched, making it difficult to tell the difference. However, the other party had a quasi-emperor to provide them with imperial power support. And it was difficult for the Tai Huang sword to cut down all the demons and monsters for Chen Fan anymore. The non-battle was not due to the fact that the Tai Huang sword was weaker than the Fei Hua Shen Tu. Chen Fan glanced faintly at the 2 imperial weapons in the fierce battle, his gaze like water. He did not care about the end of the battle. Knowing that the Yu Hua imperial dynasty was deep and that the Tai Huang sword alone was not enough to overthrow it. His purpose today was not to directly destroy the feathered empire dynasty, but to make the dynasty pay a sufficient price. Today, a great saint and a quasi-imperator were fighting against each other. And the cost was enough to break the feathered emperor dynasty's bones. He withdrew his gaze and looked toward the fluctuations of imperial might that filled the void. Since the first purpose had been accomplished, only one last thing remained. He's going to give up this dirty bloodline. Luo Qianyu. Chen Fan's voice was flat, as if he was calling a stranger. When Luo Qianyu heard this familiar voice, she looked flustered and eagerly said, "Fanner, stop. Both the 2nd ancestor and the 18th ancestor can forgive you. And the imperial dynasty will not pursue the matter. As long as you put down the imperial soldier, there is still room for maneuver in all matters." There was a prayer in her voice, and her eyes were full of powerlessness. Chen Fan did not reply, only slightly stretching his back. His tone bland as if describing a trivial matter. You gave me flesh and blood and raised me to adulthood. But never had any pity for me. His gaze suddenly cold as frost. Slowly falling on Luo Qianyu. In that case? This dirty bloodline. Today also or? Luo Qianyu's face suddenly turned white. Her heart panicked. And it seemed like a huge disaster was coming in the underworld. Chen Fan slowly raised his hand. The spirit sword was now in his palm. His gaze was like frost. And he blandly said, "This dirty bloodline has long disgusted me." Fanner. Stop. Luo Qianyu's voice tore at her heart. Fear and grief showing through. However, Chen Fan's gaze was as cold as ice and frost. And he did not waver. This sword returns your life grace. The spirit sword's cold light flashed. And his left arm was instantly cut by the sword light. Blood and flesh were strewn about. The white bones were exposed. And blood gushed out like a waterfall. Luo Qianyu such as a lightning strike. Paralyzed on the ground. Eyes hollow. Weak choking, no. Fanner. Do not be so. Mother knows the error. You want to what? Mother are willing to give. Please stop Stop She frantically pounced on Chen Fan. Wanting to stop this. Bang! Luo Qianyu was bounced off by the invisible force and fell heavily. In a sorry state. The Emperor's soldiers' faint pressure flowed around Chen Fan. Cold and merciless. Looking at Luo Qianyu's wretched figure. Chen Fan's eyes were without fluctuation. Since she chose to let him die in the cold outside the temple. The love between mother and son has been broken. And there is only hatred in this world. You gave me life, but buried me with your own hands. Today I will return this dirty bloodline to you. And from now on the favor will be severed. Luo Qianyu fell to his knees. Tears fell like rain. Voice full of grief and remorse, Fan child. Mother wrong? Mother really wrong. No longer so. I will compensate you. Everything can start over. Her heart was twisted like a knife. The son who was once innocent and called mother as he snuggled up to her side was now using a sword to cut his flesh and pay back his birthright. The pain seemed to tear her soul apart. Chen Fan's voice was as cold as ice. Devoid of emotion. You gave me life, but deprived me of my dignity. Today, I sever this bloodline love. The sword light flashed. And Chen Fan's right arm also dissipated. And blood flowed like a stream. Spilling onto the ground like a cruel scroll. Chen Fan's face suddenly turned white. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. But there was no trace of regret. Calculate again. These years I get what? Spirit sun warm jade. Out of the world when you give. Then you will take back. Because I Chen Umo need. I wore it for 3 years. These 3 years. I return your 3 swords. The spirit's sword swung down again. Cutting away the flesh on Chen Fan's body. And blood gushed out like a spring. He sat still on the ground. His face pale and drenched in cold sweat. His body shaking. But he had no regrets. Don't say any more. Please stop. Mother is willing to give anything for you. Luo Qianyu's voice was filled with despair. Her petite body trembled and she looked sad. Her hands covered her face and she didn't dare to look directly at this. Her heart was like a knife. Each sentence was like a heavy hammer hitting her soul. Suffocating. Chen Fan's tone was flat. Like a cold blade dissecting the past. Also, my palace was also built by you. And later demolished because of my brother's words. Those so-called good sisters and younger sisters also agreed. So in the end, I will return another 10 swords to you. Fanner. Stop it. I truly repent. You will die. Fanner. Please. Mother is willing to make it up to you. Anything you ask for. Luo Qianyu's voice penetrated endless despair. Heart like a knife. The son she once loved. But now she has cut off his mother by cutting off his flesh. Chen Fan glanced at her coldly. No need. From now on, there will be no more mother-son love between you and me. I don't care about your charity. As the sword light flashed, Chen Fan's body was almost cut to a bloody pulp. Only his head survived. But he was not dead, and was able to maintain his consciousness due to the imperial power protection. This scene shook the entire Fei Hua imperial city. The cultivators all had shocked faces. And even those strong warriors who had been through hundreds of battles were incredulous. Cutting off the flesh to return to the mother. Is there such a thing in the world? A grand prince of the imperial dynasty. To be forced to such a point. What has happened here? It's really ridiculous. What kind of sinful fate is this? Perhaps the grand prince desires to seek relief. Imperial dynasty's prince even fell to this. Really sad. Although it is said that the royal family is heartless. But how could it come to this point? I'm afraid that the matter of cutting the flesh and returning it to his mother will spread throughout the emperor's burial star. Chen Fan. I swear in the name of the Chen family. If you wish to return, I will seek justice for you. 18 Ancestor Chen's voice was heavy, full of guilt and remorse. And as he looked at this imperial son who had almost been pushed to the brink of extinction, his heart welled up with endless emotions. Although he was not as cold as when he first saw the royal family, the scene in front of him had surpassed everyone's imagination. Chapter 8, Returning Bones to Father. Chen Fan's expression did not move. Luo Qianyu's painful pleas dissipated like the wind in his ears. Gaze sullen. Lips cold smile. Tone cold, the remaining last inch of flesh and blood. How to repay? Luo Qianyu's heart cracked like burning. Tears quietly slipped. Hands clenched. Voice trembled. No. We're children. Stop. Mother knows the error. Real no longer biased. Please. No longer self-suffering. This sword, to repay you for a year of indifference, is your own hand to kill me. As soon as the sword light fell, Chen Fan's head was stripped of all its flesh and blood, revealing the white bones. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the earth red. The air was filled with sadness, and heaven and earth were silent. Luo Qianyu stared at the white bones, like the whole world collapsed. His hand trembled and wanted to touch it, but it stopped in midair. His son would never be able to return. The heart is like a knife. The pain surges. The air has fallen. The karma is broken. Cut off your flesh and return it to your mother. Karma has been cleared. Heaven and earth are proof that there is no tie. Fanner. I'm wrong. No more favoritism. Come back. Come back. She broke off and sobbed, paralyzed on the floor, tears sliding silently down her face. Luo Qianyu knelt on the ground, her eyes devoid of energy, gazing at Chen Fan's white bones, tears turning into drops of blood and sliding down her cheeks. In the distance, Chen Xiling lightly shook her head with a complex expression and faintly sighed. It's a pity. My imperial brother. The gaze contained regret and indifference, flashing contempt and teasing. Why don't you hand over the emperor's sword to me and go to the Yellow Springs again? Her words were casual. Chen Fan's life and death had nothing to do with her. And the only thing that caught her eye was the imperial soldier. Next to him, Chen Ruyu smiled faintly, her expression calm, revealing coldness. The emperor's soldier is not destined to be with me after all. His eyes wandered over the white bones and turned to the hanging Tai Huang sword. Greed flashed in his eyes. But there was no hope for Chen Fan's fall. Imperial soldier. Finally can't fall into my hands. At that moment, the faintest breath revived outside the temple. Ha 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 ha! Epileptic laughter shook like thunder. Laughter echoed. And in the great hall, Chen Yuma recovered a trace of divine sense under the nourishment of the divine medicine. Although his eyes were cloudy, his expression showed madness and mockery. His soul twisted in pain and anger. You die, while I remain. Ha ha. Chen Fan. So what if you have the Emperor's soldier? It's just a corpse after all. Chen Yuma's voice was hoarse and full of resentment. His empty eye sockets looked through the white bones, showing his twisted pleasure. You seek my death. But Nayad finally lives me. The laughter was even more maniacal and full of pleasure. You die. I live. And my eyes can be restored. The Luo family's immortality medicine for me will surely cure it. Ha ha. His dry cracked lips trembled slightly as he sneered. Even if you have an imperial weapon. So what? With the power of heaven and earth in your hands, you will ultimately choose the path of death. And I will ultimately be the victor. Suddenly, Chen Fan's white bones moved slightly. The spirit still exists. Not all fell. However, like a candle in the wind, the physical body is destroyed and will eventually fall. Vanner. Vanner. My Fanner. Luo Qianyu awoke with a jolt. Hope rekindled in her eyes. She rose up sharply, her tone agitated with grief and joy. Follow me back to the Luo family. The Luo family has an immortality pill that will be able to save you. However, Chen Fan's white bone gazed at it coldly. Indifferent as before. With no emotion in his eyes, cutting off the flesh to return to the mother. The karma has been cleared. From now on, I will be me. You will be you. And when we meet in the future, we will not rest in peace. Luo Qianyu heartbroken. Kneeling on the ground. Tears like broken beads. Fan child. Do not be so. Mother only hope you return. Chen Fan ignored it. His white bones turned slightly. Looking coldly at Chen Qiankuan. His eyes containing monstrous hatred. Chen Qiankuan. It's your turn at this moment. Chen Qiankuan's eyes were cold as he picked up Luo Qianyu and said lightly. Very well. The crown prince position goes to you. You finally succeeded. Chen Fan smiled contemptuously as his yuanshan fluctuated and responded coldly. The position of prince? Do I really care? Luo Qianyu seemed to have realized that he was spitting blood. Since when? Chen Fan is no longer dependent. Running around all the dangers. Only for cultivation. Originally. She smacked Chen Fan, constrained to explore Ur. Casually wishing, may Fanner ascend to the position of prince. Mother's proudest moment. When he remembered Xiao Fan, he nodded seriously. Since then, he is no longer dependent. Sneaked into the demon beast garden. And took the cultivation resources alone. Ironically, expecting him to ascend to the throne, he did not provide resources, but instead handed over all of them to Chen Yuma. She is really not a competent mother. I killed my son. With my own hands. Luo Qianyu heart sighed in despair. Chen Fan glanced coldly and turned to Chen Qiankuan. His voice icy cold. It's time to pick out the bones and return them to the father. Your blood and bones have made me sick. Chen Qiankuan's face was gloomy and his voice was like ice. Pick the bones and return them to the father? Good. If you want to pick, then pick. But remember, feel the pain of every inch of the bone. No. Vanner. Do not. Luo Qianyu nearly crazy. See the child cut flesh and blood. Now want to pick bones back to the father. Completely broken. Mother and son love broken. She refused to allow this and vowed to have a son. Snap. The crisp sound shook the sky and earth. Luo Qianyu was furious. The holy power of a palm ruthlessly hit Chen Qiankuan face and jerked him out. Chen Qiankuan! You dare to do this to my son! He is my son! Like UMO. The flesh of his heart. Chapter 9, here. The feud is over. As witnessed by heaven and earth. Chen Qiankuan's mouth corners seeped blood. His expression was cold. His eyes slightly drooped. Did not resist. Or because of the Luo family's scruples. Or because of the guilt in his heart. Chen Fan smiled with a slight nod. His voice as calm as water. The pain of picking out the bones. How can it be less torturous? Only in this way can the karma between you and I be severed. Chen Qiankuan's fists were clenched. His holy power shaking heaven and earth. His aura was like a dragon leaping and a tiger leaping. Anger burning in his eyes. Chen Fan? Does it have to be like this? If you only need to admit your mistake, you can save your life. Why do you need to damage your own flesh? Picking out your bones and cutting out your flesh? I can still save you. Chen Fan's spirit slowly integrated into the bones. The white bones glowed with a ghostly light. And every inch of the bones trembled slightly. As if responding to his monstrous hatred and determination. Suddenly, the spirit sword lightly jumped to the side. The sword light like a spirit snake flying. Issued a crisp sound. The bones from the body one by one pick out. The white bones were overflowing with cold light. Hanging in the air. Straight towards Chen Qiankuan and Luo Qianyu. Each bone exuded the power of the immortal too. Enough to crush mountains. No. Don't. Luo Qianyu reached out and hugged the flying bones. Tears like springs. Dripping down on the cold bones. The heart is like being torn apart. Hands trembling. Clutching these last relics left behind by the son who was forced by his own hands. Fan's son. Mother was wrong. So wrong. Her voice choked. Tears flowed. Tears penetrated the bones. Seemingly with endless remorse to wash away past mistakes. Chen Qiankuan's cold face was replaced by fear and panic. Not expecting Chen Fan to go this far. Picking bones and cutting flesh. He looked at the cold light flickering bones suspended. His heart chilled. Bone picking. The world's most tragic punishment. Iron-blooded dead soldiers are also difficult to withstand. However, Chen Fan still smiled faintly. With deep mockery in his smile. Bones gradually accumulated into a mountain. Only left ahead. Yuan Shendal. Luo Qianyu hugged Fei Bone and lost her voice in tears. No! Fanner. Don't do this. Chen Fan. That's enough. Don't continue. Chen Qiankuan was flustered to the extreme. Originally thinking that Chen Fan was just a bitter trick. But he did not expect that he would really pick the bones and cut the flesh. At this moment, unspeakable fear and remorse welled up in his heart. Chen Fan's Yuan Shen carried a smile. Seemingly mocking the belated remorse. Luo Qianyu's tears fell like rain as she cried. Fanner. That's enough. Come back. She pounced on the imperial force barrier that separated her from Chen Fan. Slapping her hands. Blood staining her palms red. Her tearful eyes hazy. Fanner. Please. Mother was wrong. No more favoritism. What you are has. You all have. No more taking what you have and giving it to him. Luo Qianyu knelt down and cried long. Hissing. Tears mixed with blood and rain. Dripping blood and bone all over the ground. Fan's son. Fan's son. She cried mournfully like a sad wind. Tearing her heart and lungs. No one responded. Chen Fan's head was crushed in the last instant. Turning into pieces and dispersing with the wind. As if it had never existed. Chen Qiankuan's expression stiffened. And a sharp pain surged in the bottom of his heart as the despair of the fall of his bloodline son struck him. His face instantly turned pale, as if his soul had been drawn out. And he froze in place. Why is it so? Why is it so? Luo Qianyu knelt in despair, her eyes empty and godless, her tears having long since dried up. The entire world collapsed before her eyes. The once proud and conceited saint's heart completely collapsed at this moment. Her cultivation plummeted. Her half-saint realm breath instantly withered. And the whole person was like a walking corpse, kneeling at the place where Chen Fan had stood. Fanner. For mother was wrong. For mother was wrong. I shouldn't have honed you. Chen Erzu's figure slowly emerged, standing between heaven and earth. Looking towards where Chen Fan was, he let out a long sigh, his gaze despondent and helpless. It is I, the Feihua Imperial Dynasty. Who owes you? Buzz. At this moment, the Taihuang sword suddenly disappeared out of the void. Endless imperial power enveloping the sky and earth. Instantly heavy and oppressive. The vast sword light washed over the feathered divine diagram blockade, seemingly desiring to annihilate the entire region. The Emperor's soldiers were furious. And he was furious. Second Ancestor Chen frowned, a bit puzzled. Chen Fan has already fallen. Why doesn't the Emperor's soldier leave? The feathering divine diagram emerged, and vast imperial power surged, enveloping the feathering imperial dynasty, wanting to suppress the chaos in heaven and earth. At this time, Chen Yuma staggered and appeared beside Luo Qianyu, kneeling on both knees, his eyes filled with tears, his heavy pupils slipping with tears, his voice trembling. Mother, it's all my fault. It's me who harmed Imperial brother. Before he finished speaking, he took out a spirit sword, put it across his neck, and made a gesture to cut his own throat. I am the reason for the fall of my brother. If I hadn't told him that he had become a demon, there wouldn't be this disaster today. I am willing to pay for my brother's life. After the words, Chen Yuma long sword fierce cut, blood overflow, seems to be will kill themselves. Pay off the life of Chen Fan. Luo Qianyu snapped back to her senses, her eyes blurring with tears. And when she saw Chen Yuma making a move to kill himself, her despair resurfaced. Hugging him, slapping away the spirit sword hanging over his neck, crying, "No! You are. It's not your fault. Why do you have to be like this?" Chen Yuma tears and blood mingled. Neck artery was cut. Voice mournful, if it were not for me, the royal brother would not have become a demon, and would not have incurred the second ancestor, 18 ancestor out of the world. All of this is my sin. Mother, please let me pay back. I have no face to live in the world again. Chapter 10, I'll kill myself to pay for my brother's death. Luo Qianyu's heart is like a knife, crying more and more grief. Tightly embraced Chen Yuma, resolutely not let him leave. No. This is not your fault. This is not your fault. You were. Do not blame yourself. She had already lost one son and must not lose another of her favorites. The mortal child has entered the devil, and its death has nothing to do with you, and does not need to be born. By you, her voice was like a sob, full of despair and pain. Chen Yuma hung his head low, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. A cold smile that was hard to detect surfaced, and the coldness in the bottom of his eyes flashed. Is that really the case? It really wasn't me who caused my royal brother to fall? Luo Qianyu nodded his head repeatedly, grief-stricken. No. You were. This is the fate of heaven. It has nothing to do with you. Don't blame yourself. Chen Yuma heard, the face of grief more and more intense. The hand of the long sword trembled slightly. Seems to want to cut his own throat again. The pain in his eyes nearly overflowed. Ran brother died because of me. I should pay for life. Mother. Please. Let me go with my brother. I have no face to live in the world. Hearing this, Luo Qianyu cried out in pain, tightly embracing Chen Yuma with tearful eyes. Heart. Don't be like this. At this time, Chen Ruyu and Chen Xiling, two princesses, came slowly, with a faint sadness on their faces, their eyes slightly red, as if they had cried bitterly just now. They tearfully walked to Chen Yuma's side, whispering to console him. Umo. Stop it. Chen Xiling gently wiped away the tears on his face. Her voice soft and choked. Brother Fan has gone. Life and death are no longer. If you are like this again, how should mother and father bear it? If you sincerely atone for his sins, when you live well and guard the kingdom for him. Chen Ruyu also softly persuaded. Her tone full of warmth. Xiaofan is the most valued brotherhood. Umo. If you really want to atone for his sins, you should live for him. Guard the imperial dynasty for him. And protect my family. Chen Yuma body slightly trembling. Blind heavy pupil seems to suddenly flash to light. Voice low and trembling, royal brother. Really wish me so? Seeing that he was shaken, Luo Qianyu hurriedly wiped away his tears, revealing a hint of a hopeful smile. You were. Xiaofan's heart emphasizes brotherhood the most. If something happens to you, how can he be at peace if he knows it? He would definitely want you to live and protect the river and mountain. Chen Yuma finally silent. The long sword in his hand slowly hanging down. Seems to give up the idea of self-murder. Right at this moment, Chen Xiankuan's majestic voice came from afar, shaking heaven and earth. Umo. You are the crown prince of the imperial dynasty, the future emperor. How can you seek death due to a moment of grief? You should understand what a choice is. Chen Umo heard, the body slightly shocked, looked up to Chen Xiankuan. Eyes slightly red. Father. Although the child wants to inherit the will of his brother, but my heavy pupil has been abolished. How to take on the heavy responsibility? At this point, tears flowed. Voice full of remorse and self-reproach. I do not blame my brother, but only blame myself for not being able to bear the burden of the crown prince for him. What he longed for most in his life was the throne. And now I will inherit it. How can I be worthy of him? Luo Qianyu's face showed hesitation. Then he resolutely said, You were. The Luo family has an immortality pill that is the most precious in the world. Even if your heavy pupil has been abolished, it can still help you be reborn as before. Chen Umo heard the words. The color of excitement. Voice trembled. Immortality medicine. That is not for the imperial brother left things? How can a child dare to deserve it? Luo Qianyu's gaze was firm. Tears flashed. Fan's son no longer has a chance to use this medicine. You are his most important brother. If he is still alive, he must be willing for you to use this medicine. Chen Xiankuan gazed at Chen Yuma's blinded eyes and said icily, Fetch. This is what he owes you. Chen Yuma hesitated a little and finally wanted to agree. However, at this moment, boundless imperial might suddenly erupted in the void, and the killing aura covered the sky, seemingly wanting to tear apart heaven and earth. The Taihuang sword was indignantly sheathed, finally breaking through the blockade of the feathered divine diagram and rushing up into the sky. This sword not only wants to bury the entire imperial dynasty, it also wants to exterminate this family of evil animals. Chen Xiankuan and the others looked pale as their bodies were crushed to death on the ground by this pressure. The entire imperial capital crumbled inch by inch under this sword. Mountains and rivers tumble. Heaven and earth are shaken. The emperor's majesty was revealed. Good guts. An army without a master. How dare you violate my imperial dynasty? Second Ancestor Chen violently bellowed, his voice like thunder, shaking the 9 heavens. His figure instantly appeared between heaven and earth, with the feathered divine diagram on top of his head and imperial light flourishing around him. The feathered divine diagram suddenly erupted with infinite might, wanting to block off heaven and earth and rigidly blocking the killing momentum of the Tai Huang sword. Boom boom dash. A sword intersected with the divine diagram, and a deafening roar resounded between heaven and earth. The imperial capital descended as if it was the end of the world. The formation instantly collapsed. The tens of thousands of years of imperial dynasty's foundation snapped by inches, countless cracks spreading across the earth, and the heavens crumbled. Although this sword was temporarily stopped, the feathered empire was already riddled with holes and shaking. For hundreds of thousands of years, the feathered emperor's capital had not been damaged, and now it had been struck down from the altar of God. Chen Qianquan was in a sorry state. The former majestic emperor was now cloaked in hair. His face was pale, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. He climbed up with difficulty, his eyes filled with terror and horror. The usual high and mighty stance was now crushed under the power of the emperor's soldiers. He who is an emperor among men and a half-saint are all ants. Under the emperor, there are all ants. Shen Yuma had long since fallen to the ground, covered in woes. He strongly supported his remnant body and stared at the Tai Huang sword suspended in the air, his face full of resentment and unwillingness. Although his eyes were blind, he still seemed to be able to see the world's greatest imperial sword hanging in the 9 heavens. Chen Fan, you have already fallen. Why won't you leave this sword with me? If you had handed over the emperor's sword to me earlier, why would I be in such a sorry state today? Otherwise, why would he have to put on so much drama today? Even to cut his own throat for real. And for real, it doesn't act like it's real. You think everyone's so cute? No. He was destined to embark on the bloody imperial road to fight in the future. And the pain of cutting his own throat in the district was nothing. This move was not intended to suppress Luo Qianyu's heart that had been touched by Chen Fan. Thinking about this, Chen Yuma's resentment in his heart was like weeds growing wild. And he couldn't wait to take back the emperor's sword with his own hands and crush it together with Chen Fan's remains. Chen Ruyu and Chen Xiling were equally in a sorry state, their fancy dresses in disarray, and their faces slightly white. However, the two of them exchanged glances. Their eyes flashed with hidden smiles, and they did not move to look at Chen Yuma. It's not in vain that they helped in this performance. When this matter settles down, Chen Yuma will rightfully become the crown prince, take charge of the imperial soldier, and embark on the path of the emperor. They can also get a piece of the pie. Or even, why not seek the throne? The golden age is approaching. Why not have one more female emperor in the world? Luo Qianyu staggered and pounced on Chen Yuma, his face full of anxiety. Are you all right? How is your injury? Chen Yumo forced to hold back his resentment, and weakly comforted. Mother, the child is not in the way. Ran. Why did the emperor's soldiers break through the Fei Hua divine diagram blockade? Chen Qianquan's gaze was heavy as he scanned the imperial sword still suspended in the void, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. In a low voice, he said, "This emperor's sword is a killing weapon. Its sharpness is unrivaled in the world. Even with the feathered divine diagram, it will be difficult to suppress it." He took a deep breath, suppressed the greed in his heart, and continued. The feathered divine diagram is the lord of space and blockade, suppressing the 10,000 ways, while this emperor's sword is purely for killing, unable to be restrained. So it is really not surprising. The Tai Huang sword hung in the air, still emitting endless coldness. The killing aura was as if it wanted to completely crush heaven and earth. Chen Qianquan's gaze lingered on the Tai Huang sword. And he finally said in a deep voice, he should retreat. I only wonder where the mysterious Emperor soldier will return to? The endless wilderness. The 10,000 demon mountain range. The forbidden sea. And even the forbidden zone of life. Chapter 11, Son of Luck. 10,000 miracles. Chen Fan's remaining Yuanshan hovered above the 9 heavens, looking down on the earth like a god with cold eyes. Wisps of imperial power surrounded his body, protecting his last strand of vitality and keeping him from completely perishing. As he witnessed the chaos within and outside the feathered imperial dynasty, a cold smile floated on his lips. A good show. Husband and wife. Snakes and rats in a nest. His icy gaze swept across the earth like a sharp blade, pointing straight at the core of the imperial dynasty. Immediately, Chen Fan withdrew his sight and did not look at it again. Although the Feihua imperial dynasty had not collapsed, its vitality had been greatly injured. This cause and effect had finally come to an end. The next time, it would definitely be the day of destruction. Just as he was about to leave, a flash of golden light appeared from the sky and caught his eyes. Chen Fan's heart suddenly shook as his gaze coalesced, his face complex, only to see, in the void imperceptible to the naked eye, a 100,000 foot golden dragon of qi was coiled up, with a vast breath, as if it was the destiny of heaven. This golden dragon of qi suppressed the destiny of the Yuhua dynasty, protecting its national fortune, because of which the dynasty had good wind and rain. The aura was abundant. The cultivator's enlightenment multiplied, and the breakthroughs in the realm were like running water in clouds. This fortune not only supports the prosperity of the empire, but also builds up endless reserves for the future battle of the empire. Chen Fan's gaze was deep, and a chill grew in his heart. In the past, when I left, this golden dragon was only 10,000 feet. But today it is so huge. Although it is an imperial dynasty of qi. But how can it compare to today's scene? And it was he who brought about the change. Otherwise, a mere 10,000 feet of golden dragon qi would not be able to step onto the emperor's path to contend. The imperial throne is a battle of destiny. It's a struggle for strength. It's the battle of power. It's the battle for the imperial soldier. Without one, it's a big shock. Doomed to fail to become an emperor. What a displeasure. I fought with all my might to seize this monstrous fortune. And now I'm letting this group of sinful animals take over? I might as well destroy it. Chen Fan's eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. But at this moment, only a wisp of the spirit is left. Although the emperor's sword is strong, the feathered divine diagram is also not idle. If you are entangled, you will end up with nothing. So you might as well wait for the day and destroy the imperial dynasty in one fell swoop. However, it's just too much to swallow. Chen Fan's Yuanshan communicated with the Tai Huang sword, trying to find a chance to collapse the Qi-Lut golden dragon with a single strike. He can't sleep unless he tries. What's there to put up with? Put up with it. No more. Ding. Sensing the host's strong will, the immortal ascension system is at your service. The system will give the host a chance to recover his own qi. And all qi that involves the line of karma can be forcibly recovered. When Chen Fan heard this, he immediately laughed maniacally. His Yuanshan vibrated, and his maniacal laughter reverberated above the 9 heavens. Good. It's really a good system. I really like it. The system ignored Chen Fan. Or because of the lack of intelligence, or because of disdain for Chen Fan at this time. Chen Fan was also not annoyed. His eyes deadlocked on the golden dragon of qi that was perched in the void. And he whispered in a cold voice, Return it to its original owner. This garbage imperial dynasty. How can it be worthy of having the chi luck that I brought with me? System. Take back the chi luck. As the words fell, the golden dragon of chi luck struggled violently. The dragon's body tumbling madly, seemingly resisting the power that it could not get rid of. In an instant, the chi luck was forcibly stripped away, shrinking to 1,000 feet. And its aura suddenly dimmed. At the same time, the 99,000 feet of lost chi fortune turned into a torrential river, integrating into Chen Fan's body as much as possible, condensing into a gigantic divine dragon of chi fortune, hovering above his Yuan Shen with a monstrous might. Ha 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 ha. Chen Fan's wild laughter shook the 9 heavens. His chi luck was added to his body. Heaven's destiny. And all kinds of chances were gathered in him, as if he was the heavenly Tao's own son. At this moment, he was the true son of Qi in heaven and earth. Putting it in reality, it's like going out and picking up a lottery ticket and emptying the jackpot, Mars blowing up the earth and him getting out in one piece. Thousands of miracles converge on him. In the novel, it is the son of the heavenly Tao, who is guaranteed to become an emperor. If an ancient emperor were here, I'm afraid he would also be red-eyed. Throughout history, there was simply no one like him who possessed such good fortune before becoming an emperor. Chen Fan laughed maniacally, looking straight at the distant quasi-emperor Chen Erzu. And even that great sage Chen 18 ancestor gazed at him similarly. The others were too low in cultivation to touch the way of chi fortune and were oblivious to the changes in chi fortune. But second ancestor Chen, who was a paramount emperor, could definitely see it. Even the great sage, 18th ancestor Chen, would be able to sense it. He would watch and see how they would look. The 100,000 foot golden dragon of Qi suddenly turned into less than 1,000 feet. The difference was more than just this one point on paper. It's an immeasurable gap. To put it simply, at this time, if the feathered imperial capital did not have the feathered divine diagram, would it be worthy of being called an imperial capital? Thousands of feet of chi luck golden dragon. How ridiculous. The original 10,000 feet of golden dragons. Now the vast majority of them are related to him. And how ridiculous it is. He brought endless splendor to the imperial capital. Yet he was wantonly humiliated, trampled on recklessly, ruthlessly suppressed. What kind of reasoning is this? If the imperial dynasty is not destroyed, Chen Fan is ashamed to live in this world. Who? The continuous angry shouts, words like thunder, shook the void. And the emperor's power raged across the sky, tearing apart the heavens and the earth. That voice was filled with endless anger and killing intent. Just like the heavenly might descending and shocking the living world. The feathered divine diagram transformed into 10,000 feet at this moment, blooming with endless imperial light and enveloping the entire heaven and earth. Its power was even more terrifying than when it had previously confronted the Tai Huang sword. And the void broke apart inch by inch, with thousands of spaces blocked off and imprisoning the 10,000 paths. As an imperial soldier, he not only carries supreme power, but is also the guardian of the imperial dynasty's fortune. At this moment, he felt the violent turbulence of the imperial dynasty's chi, declining like never before, and immediately burst into a rage. As expected, second ancestor Chen's face suddenly turned white, his eyes like torches as he stared dead on at the violently struggling chi luck golden dragon in the void. His eyes filled with horror and anger. How is it possible that the chi luck has been stripped away? Second ancestor Chen's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were like a burning sun, reflecting endless rage. The might of a quasi-emperor erupted violently around him, and his emperor power surged, sweeping across the four directions like a shocking wave. As if it was going to tear everything apart. Second Ancestor Chen's vitality drained away at a rapid pace. And what should have been a few more days was drastically shrinking at the moment. He picks up the fruits of his former path. He rages. The imperial dynasty that he had self-appointed to guard for countless years had been destroyed on the occasion of his appearance. The unprecedented destruction was enough to cause the imperial dynasty to decline and even fall. Who is it? I. Chen Ling Tian. Even if I exhaust the 9 heavens and descend to the Yellow Springs, I will kill you all. Second Ancestor Chen roared up to the sky. His imperial might sweeping across the heavens as he took a single step and appeared outside of the Emperor Burial Star. The feathered divine diagram blossomed violently, enveloping the entire feathered imperial dynasty, attempting to block off all enemies that might escape, vowing not to let any thieves leave. Put. At the same time, the great sage of the feathered emperor dynasty, Ancestor Chen 18, spewed out a mouthful of holy blood. His face as pale as paper. The fire of life wavers. However, he didn't care about his own injuries and forcibly activated the great sage secret technique, integrating it into the feathered divine diagram to add a hint of power to it. Second Ancestor, I'll come to your aid. 18th Ancestor Chen's voice was low, and his gaze was filled with viciousness and unwillingness. First, he was struck by Qin Shenkuan's stupidity. And now that he was disturbed by Qin Fan, the 18th ancestor of Chen no longer had the heart to deal with Qin Shenkuan's rotten business. He only desires to find the thief. Boom! Chen 18th ancestral essence surged into the feathered divine diagram like a torrent, instantly erupting into a heaven-shaking roar. The void trembled and the heavens and earth roared in unison, as if the entire earth was wailing for the fall of the great sage. Blood rained down from the sky, and the great sage's aura dissipated with it, plunging heaven and earth into a solemn silence. Today, the feathering emperor dynasty's underpinnings were dealt another heavy blow as the immortal Terra's sixth-step great sage completely fell, and the emperor dynasty once again lost a major pillar. A hint of darkness flashed in Chen Lingtian's eyes, which quickly returned to normal. He knew that the most important thing to do at this moment was to firmly control the feathered divine diagram, and never let the imperial dynasty lose a single ounce of its fortune. From time to time, his gaze fell on the Tai Huang sword, vaguely carrying a hint of scorn and scrutiny. If he hadn't been wary of the Tai Huang sword's attack, he would have dueled with him for life and death at this moment. He would never allow anyone to leave with the monstrous fortune of the feathered emperor dynasty. At this moment, a deafening maniacal laughter suddenly came from the depths of the void, rolling like thunder and shaking the 9 heavens. The laughter was filled with endless pleasure. Ha ha ha! Chen Lingtian. Although the feathered empire dynasty has not been destroyed today, however, its luck has run out. What will happen in the future? You can wait and see. Chen Fan's Yuanshan hovered above the 9 heavens, looking down on the Fei Hua imperial dynasty below, which was in a mess. That was once 100,000 feet of the golden dragon of fortune, now shrinking to 1,000 feet. The breath is dull. The dragon body is weak, as if at any time annihilation. And Chen Fan's own divine dragon of Qi fortune grew larger and larger, its body hovering between heaven and earth with unrivaled might. Chen Fan! Is it you? Chen Lingtian roared, his eyes crimson, filled with shocked anger and killing intent. Imperial power surged like wild waves. The surrounding heaven and earth exploded. The laws shattered, and the void rippled like water. The feathered divine diagram once again blossomed with endless imperial light, enveloping the 10,000 realms as terrifying might poured out. And the void was instantly locked up completely. The laws of heaven and earth were all sealed, and space and time inside and outside the imperial dynasty seemed to be frozen, wanting to completely trap Chen Fan in this place. not allowing him to escape. Chapter 12, Miles' Tracking Technique. Chen Ling Tian coldly questioned. But Chen Fan only responded with a cold smile. His eyes filled with contempt. He stood proudly above the 9 heavens, overlooking the earth. His gaze as cold as frost. Blandly said, "Interesting. Really interesting. You are like a hungry dog sniffing the rot. Both foolish and ridiculous." Chen Ling Tian's face became more and more gloomy. His imperial might was like the sea, enveloping all directions. The divine diagram trembled slightly above his head, seemingly wanting to strike. His aura was like a mountain, climbing upwards. Even if the battle of imperial soldiers broke out again, he was fearless. However, Chen Fan's demeanor remained calm and relaxed, not fearful in the slightest. His laughter gradually dissipated. His expression returned to indifference. His gaze was like an ice blade, chopping at all beings. His tone was cold, revealing endless killing opportunities and determination. "Next time I come back, I will destroy you." Buzz the Tai Huang sword lightly trembled. And then a deafening sword sound suddenly erupted, accompanied by a vast imperial might, like a boundless ocean sweeping across the heavens and earth. The sword energy was like a dragon, cleaving through the air. Chen Fan's residual soul was wrapped up in the Tai Huang sword. The sword energy tore through the void, transforming into a bright stream of light, fading away without a trace in an instant. Although the feathered divine diagram was powerful and blocked the 4 directions, it was also powerless to stop the might of the Emperor's soldiers. Once the Emperor's soldier wanted to go, it was difficult to trap heaven and earth. Even if the Fei Hua divine diagram controls confinement in space, it is still difficult to completely block the departure of the imperial soldier. Even if a number of Emperor's soldiers were to come out, it would be difficult to keep them in place forever. And the Emperor's soldiers would eventually break the seal and come out. Chen Ling Tian gazed at the fading sword light in the void. His heart shook with anger. And he did not immediately strike. Even if we suppress the Tai Huang sword at this moment, how many days can it last? A week? Or even a month? It's futile. The imperial soldier will eventually break the seal, and he won't be able to hold on until then. More importantly, he didn't believe that this imperial weapon of killing could steal the imperial dynasty's chi under the feathering divine diagram. Although the Tai Huang sword was strong, how could it be stolen under the eyes of the Fei Hua divine diagram? It even looks like there is a hidden force with an imperial weapon that is taking advantage of this moment to strike. This imperial soldier must be related to the laws of devouring and stealing the heavens. Chen Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as his thoughts flew, his mind skimming over many possible forces. Yao Qi? The demon clan? Or even the Luo family? Thousands of thoughts flashed in his mind. But his face did not show any fluctuation. The imperial dynasty has already been damaged. If there is no conclusive evidence, to threaten a few major forces to hand over their chi is simply a fool's errand. These several families, all of which were retained by the emperor. Emperor Burial Star. There are many emperors. Since the ancient wasteland for 1,000,000 years, to the near ancient for 3,000,000 years, and then to the present day for hundreds of thousands of years. Emperors have been sprouting up like rain, creating the marvelous situation of the feathered emperor dynasty. Thoughts retracted. Chen Lingtian held the feathered divine diagram. His gaze was like a burning star as he swept across the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands, determined to find the thief, even if he had to spell out his last ounce of longevity. After Chen Fan left, Chen Qianquan violently spat out a mouthful of essence blood, and the blood of the half-saint transformed into a monstrous blood aura that shook heaven and earth. And the void crumbled by inches. His breath was rapidly declining, and his form was like a stump, staggering and unsteady, as if he had suffered a serious injury. And it was extremely difficult for him to even stand up. Why? Why did my foundation suddenly collapse? The color of his face changed, alternating between green and white. And his eyes were deep, revealing horror and monstrous killing intent. As the Lord of the Feathered Emperor dynasty, in charge of the power of a half-saint, once high in the 9 heavens, looking down on the group, I did not expect today's cultivation collapse like quicksand, shaking the foundation. The loss of all the chi. Father. Chen Ziling's voice was mixed with panic and uneasiness. It was unimaginable that a half-saint would suffer such a heavy blow. What kind of curmudgeon dares to attack me? Chen Qiankuan roared like thunder, his mighty pressure like a tidal wave, shaking the imperial city. Qiankuan. What happened? Luo Qianyu and Chen Ruyu and the others changed color in unison, their eyes filled with astonishment. At this critical moment, someone dared to sneak up on the Lord of the Imperial Dynasty under the blockade of the feathered divine diagram. Such an appalling thing. It's the Qi. Something has gone wrong with the Qi fortune. Chen Qiankuan's face suddenly changed, his eyes scarlet, his voice like thunder. As an Imperial Lord, he knew that his cultivation was closely related to the Imperial Dynasty's Qi. If it wasn't for the turbulence of the Qi, would the foundation have cracked? It must be that the Imperial Dynasty's fortune is wavering, which is related to the rise and fall of the Imperial Dynasty. Ignoring his injuries, his body flashed and leapt to the top of the Imperial City, overlooking the 4 directions, his divine sense sweeping like a tidal wave, wanting to find the source of the change in Qi fortune. However, how could a mere half-saint discover the clues that even the 7 immortal saints and the 8 immortal emperors could not detect? After all, there is no choice but to stop. Spitting blood. The cultivation of the rapid decline was forced to close the door, sealing their own Qi, barely stabilizing the foundation of the collapse. Luo Qianyu suddenly froze in place. His mind was in a trance, and he actually forgot about Chen Qiankuan, who was in a critical situation beside him. Suddenly, the heart seemed to be cut by a knife, and something was rapidly moving away. With unstoppable speed, it flew away. The feeling of powerlessness was doubly strange to her. Mother, are you thinking of your imperial brother? Chen Yuemo looked towards the distant Tai Huang sword and suddenly withdrew his gaze, asking softly, only mentioning Chen Fan, not Chen Qiankuan. Luo Qianyu's beautiful eyes contained tears as she gently nodded her head without saying anything. Chen Yuemo gently stroked Luo Qianyu's back and softly said, I heard that the Emperor's soldiers have the ability to pass through the heavens and through the earth, so they may be able to protect a remnant of the Emperor's brother's soul. And there may be a chance for him to return in the future. Luo Qianyu's eyes suddenly glowed, excitedly saying, Right. The mortal child has reached the 2nd level of the immortal terrace. And even if he falls, he will leave behind the remnant soul of his spirit. Even if the Emperor's soldier is the master of killing, it still has heavenly power and will be able to protect his residual soul. She fiercely grabbed Chen Yuma's arm, tears filling her eyes as she choked. Yuma! Mother begs you. Make sure you bring Fanner back. Chen Yuma's eyes flashed a trace of coldness, the heart of hatred like a tide surging. But the face is still hanging a gentle smile. Softly pacify, mother, rest assured. Will be brought back to the brother? To protect the spirit of its integrity. Chen Ziling and Chen Ruyu also echoed, softly comforting Luo Qianyu with a caring face, both promising to bring Chen Fan back. Luo Qianyu's tears fell like rain. His voice choked. Good children. All good children. If Fan Air knows that you are thinking about it, he will be glad. Chen Ziling and Chen Ruyu's faces stagnated slightly as they laughed and laughed in their hearts. Who needs that madman's thoughts? If it was the Emperor's sword, it would be more or less the same. Chen Xiling forced her heart to hold back her disgust, pretended to be sad, and said in a low voice, "Yes. Brother Fan has always loved us. And even a trace of his soul has not been left behind today." Chen Ruyu looked solemn and her tone was firm. "Mother, don't worry. I will definitely bring little Fan back and never fail to fulfill your trust." Chen Yumo looked at the two, eyes slightly drooping, even if blind, but also unwilling to reveal the heart. "Mother, the 10,000 mile tracking technique relies on something close to your brother's person. Do you know what he left behind? Do you know what he left behind? Or where he mentioned he wanted to go? Or what he wanted most?" Hint, the protagonist's soul is unchanged. He inquired tentatively, his greed for the Emperor's sword unabated in his heart. Luo Qianyu gently wiped his tears, his voice low. "The things that Fan Air likes. His favorite place. He desires." The voice faded. Sadness wept. And tears welled up again. "I don't know. I don't know his favorite things. I don't know what he loves most. I don't even know what he wants most." Tears rolled down. Filled with pain and remorse, "I am an incompetent mother. Even Fan Air's mind. Not truly understood." Shen Yuma's expression snapped and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Although she knew that she was negligent in caring for Chen Fan, she did not expect it to be like this. Chen Fan was a heavenly pride, a second great power of the immortal terrace, and his own son. But he didn't even know anything about it. "What makes you different from an orphan?" Unbelievable. Chen Xiling and Chen Ruyu did not know how to comfort them at this time, and could not say that it was all Chen Fan's fault. It's all because he doesn't take the initiative and because he knows too much. Chen Yuma suppressed the abnormalities in his heart, held Luo Qianyu's arm, and softly comforted. "Mother, the only way to perform the 10,000 mile tracking technique is to find something close to your brother's body as soon as possible. If your brother's spirit is still alive, you must search for it as soon as possible. The longer the delay, the more dangerous the residual soul will be." Chen Ruyu secretly frowned. Her heart slightly moved. Then she lowered her eyes. Her mind flickered. He. Greedy and lacking. Even wanting to borrow the 10,000 mile tracking technique to look for the Emperor's soldier. A fool's dream. Since this is the case, let's give it a try for the time being. After all, Fei Mo's destiny is extraordinary. It would also be a good thing if we can find an Imperial soldier. Even more so with him in front of us. Why not? Chapter 13, Above the Immortals. The Green Lotus of the Great Tao. East Domain. The coast of the East China Sea. 10,000 feet of the wall straight into the sky. Under the cliff, waves rolling. Sound like thunder. Today the sun is warm. Golden light sprinkled on the blue waves. Sparkling. Like a sky full of stars. In the distance, the river prawns leap happily. Just like a grain of pearl. Embellishing this beautiful and serene picture scroll. The sunlight hanging in the nine heavens shines softly, reflecting the sea and the sky as if it were a dream. As if it were a fairyland on earth. Suddenly, a sword roar was heard, shaking the sky and breaking the tranquility. The Taihuang sword was like a shooting star breaking through the sky, wrapping the remnant soul of Chen Fan, breaking through the air and arriving, swift and incomparable. The sword light flowed. In an instant, the Taihuang sword gently released Chen Fan's residual soul, hanging on its side. Indistinct. Like light smoke. The surrounding divine might gradually converged. Only the sea murmured, as if to tell the supreme greatness of the Emperor's might in the past. In this battle, The Taihuang sword abolished the natural-born Saint Chen Yuma. Fought with the feathered divine diagram several times, destroying half of the imperial capital, and shaking the world with its might, which is unparalleled in the world. The magnificence of this battle has not been seen for hundreds of years, and will surely go down in history and be remembered for 100 years. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze as bright as a star as he gazed at the shore of the Eastern Sea. This place was a large area away from the central region of the Feihua imperial dynasty, spanning the endless void. Even if one was a Xiantai II major, if one did not borrow the teleportation array, one would need hundreds of years of non-stop flight to reach it. At this moment, Chen Fan suddenly felt unprecedented peace in his heart, as if he was in a long-lost shelter, temporarily getting rid of the heavy oppression of his heart. The sky is high enough for birds to fly, and the sea is wide enough for fish to leap, he whispered to himself, his words exuding agitation and relief. At this time, he finally broke free from the shackles of bondage, far away from those sinful animals that had plagued him. His heart was so happy that he couldn't hide his joy. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he looked down at the magnificent sea. His heart filled with great pride. This place was the place of his liberation and the starting point of his transcendence. When you remake yourself, return to your true nature. System. Take the great Tao green lotus and the ancestral dragon bone and remake my body. Words. A bright green lotus slowly bloomed from the void. Lotus leaves divided into 9. Leaf flow light fairy light. Like heavenly music. People's hearts and souls tremble. The green lotus leaf leaves are radiant. The light is like a dream. The immortal chi surrounds. Sacred to the extreme. People do not dare to look at. Looking at the green lotus of the great Tao in front of him, Chen Fan's heart was shocked and his face was nearly out of control. This object surpassed everything in the mortal world and did not even belong to the immortal Tao. This is an immortal? No. It is beyond the existence of immortality. There has been no immortal path in the world for a long time, and the mortal world has never seen such a supreme treasure. If it were not for the fact that this object has the ability to cover up heaven and earth would be crazy about it. And the giants of the past would compete to come out and kill each other, causing blood to flow into rivers, shattering the universe and reshaping heaven and earth. Chen Fan barely managed to collect the shock in his heart. His fists clenched tightly, and his excitement was hard to suppress. Not knowing what to say, he only had one sentence: system. It is really marvelous. What else could he say when he first gave the extreme Tao Emperor soldier and then the immortal Tao item? Furthermore, don't feel sorry for yourself and talk about conspiracies. There is no such thing as a conspiracy behind your back. All he wanted to say was, stop being foolish. Previously he not only will die, is simply the king of hell has beckoned to him. If not for the system appeared, help him to restore his cultivation, and give the emperor's soldier recovery. Help him out of this bite of bad gas. He has long fallen. Even if there really is a conspiracy, it's because others value you. So don't be ungrateful day after day. At this moment, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his residual soul instantly merged into the green lotus of the great Tao. With the integration of his soul, the green lotus slowly closed. The 9 leaves gently swinging. Immortal light flow, like the stars in the night sky, deep and dazzling. In the green lotus, the immortal gas is dense. The power surges. The world is moved. With the green lotus closed, the sea and the sky between the waves seem to be instantly peaceful. Wind and sunshine. Everything is quiet. Only the mysterious green lotus quietly show Chen Fan new metamorphosis. The chapter of the future has already begun. Chapter 14, 2 Anomalies. East Sea Dragon Palace. The great Tao green lotus slowly changed. Gradually transformed into a human form. The lotus leaves as clothes. Light and airy. Wrapped in Chen Fan newborn. The lotus root transforms the muscle like a finely carved diamond. The skin transmits a shimmering light. As crystal clear as the morning dew. At this moment, the power of the green lotus of the great Tao surged within his body, accompanied by the rhythms of heaven and earth. As if chanting the mysteries of the ancients. Chen Fan's residual soul gradually regained its integrity. The depths of the soul through the strands of immortal qi. The breath is more and more outstanding and extraordinary. Like a god and devil descending. Taking the heart. His physical body has undergone a transformation. His temperament is as if he is immortal. And his body radiates an incomparable light. As if he has changed heaven and earth and remodeled himself. Suddenly, a huge dragon bone appeared in the void. Wrapped in an infinite amount of chaotic qi. Like a wild tide surging to the dragon. The dragon might fill the air. Shaking the four seas. Dragon bone low chirping. The entire sea for the vibration. 10,000 feet of waves surge up. Like heaven and earth at this moment to respond to its return. Steeply. The dragon bone cracked open. Transforming into 206 pieces of bone that emitted endless might. Flickering with a mysterious luster. Surrounding Chen Fan's physical body like a star falling and integrating into it. This is the bone of the Ancestral dragon. It is rumored to be the first true dragon in the world. The ancestral dragon that was born from the chaos. Born divine. And seen like an immortal. Chen Fan's heart was shocked and incomparable excitement flowed from his eyes. He felt the power in his body growing rapidly. Like a torrential river that could not be contained. In an instant, the golden sea of bitterness opened up within its body. Instantly taking shape. A 10,000-foot sea of bitterness. With monstrous waves of mana. A green lotus rose from the depths of the sea of bitterness. Flickering with soft green light. Adding mystery to the golden ocean. And the heaven and earth were moved by the appearance of the vision. The vision of the sea of bitterness giving birth to the green lotus has taken shape. Maui booming sound like a cow or not a cow came from the bottom of the bitter sea. Accompanied by 10,000 feet of waves. The dragon's shadow rode the wind and broke the waves. Wrapped in the infinite chaotic gas. And rushed straight to the ninth heaven. The vision of the dragon swimming in the 9 heavens is realized. In an instant, Chen Fan's cultivation had re-entered the bitter sea realm. And 2 great and unparalleled visions had arisen. Suddenly, a green lotus rose behind Chen Fan's back. As if covering the sky and the sun. And an infinite amount of green light scattered around his body. As if covering him with a layer of protection that could not be invaded by all laws. Worthy of being a divine object above the immortal Tao. The bitter sea-born green lotus vision alone has such terrifying power. The 10,000 laws do not invade. What a powerful divine ability. For example, a fireball spell with a power of 100 would kill or injure others. But when it fell on Chen Fan, it was first weakened by the 10,000 laws of imperviousness to the point of being almost non-existent. And even dissipated directly. To put it more bluntly, Chen Fan is invincible at the same level. Invincible in the true sense of the word. No one can compete with him. Even if he temporarily relies on his speed or magic treasures to make a few moves with Chen Fan, he will eventually lose after a long period of time. He could not break the inviolability of his 10,000 laws. And was not even worthy of being his enemy. In the depths of the East China Sea, a glorious dragon palace stands majestically at the bottom of the sea. The palace is tall and golden. And the glazed tiles shine under the submarine's ghostly light. Like a bright pearl in the deep sea. In front of the palace gate, shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Sea Knight fork array strict. Guarding this East China Sea taboo place. Surrounded by marine life like a tidal wave. A variety of undemonized sea beasts in groups, playing in the blue seawater, sometimes shuttling between the palace, like a blooming flower. Vibrant. However, in an instant, 10,000 huge waves swept in, raging and swallowing everything. Many sea beasts are unable to resist, have been swept into the huge waves. Even those ferocious demonic beasts also in front of this power is unbearable, struggling and tumbling to be thrown out of the sea. Quickly, activate the spell formation. An urgent order rang out from within the dragon palace, and the spell formation instantly lit up with brilliant light, enveloping the endless sea and forming a transparent barrier to protect the dragon palace. The power of the formation is powerful. Seems to be the gale and waves outside the door. The waves beat the formation, deafening the entire dragon palace, shaking violently, like a storm in the boat, like the next moment will be swept away. At this time, a middle-aged man dressed in gold robes from the depths of the dragon palace out, face like a crown of jade, exudes like an abyss of momentum. This person is the East China Sea Dragon King Aou. Xiantai 3 times to cut the road of the great powers. The demon race of the Overlord. The prestige of the great. Even if the emperor of the Taoist system in this period of the end of the law also do not dare to speak lightly oppression. Quiet. Small matter Aou's voice was like thunder. And with a wave of his palm, the infinite amount of mana transformed into an invisible force, stopping the wild waves. In an instant, the 10,000 feet of waves were easily calmed by it, and the entire sea area returned to its usual tranquility. Long live the Dragon King! Countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals cheered in unison, their voices like a tidal wave, full of reverence and gratitude to the Dragon King. Even some sea creatures that have not yet transformed into demons follow their instincts and show the highest worship to the Dragon King of the East China Sea. Although their intelligence is limited and may be forgotten in the next moment, they all do so at this time. Aou eyes like electricity, then flash disappeared in the depths of the dragon palace, back to the body of blood red, emitting spiritual light on the throne. He rested his chin in one hand. His eyes were deep, seemingly pondering. At this time, the palace door in front of the throne slowly opened, walking into two figures. A man was powerful and sturdy, with eyes like torches, exuding a bloodthirsty and ferocious aura. A woman is like a snow lotus at the top of a mountain, with a different cool temperament. She was dressed in white robes, embroidered with gold patterns. Simple high ponytail tied up with a red rope, hanging a snow-white sword at the waist, just like a fairy under the moon, which makes people admire her. The two slowly bowed and saluted in unison. Father, what is it that you have called us for? Aou nodded slightly and casually nodded. Rushue. Sit. Ao Rushue thanked him and took a seat. Seeing Ao Rushue take a seat, Ao Qian's eyes flashed a trace of jealousy and dissatisfaction. But Ao Yu did not let him sit down, only to stay aside. The heart is not in the right place, it is not in the right place. Why is it that Ao Rushue has it, but I don't? After all, I am Ao Rushue's older brother, although not the same mother. However, why does she have it, but I don't? Ao Yu's gaze fell on Ao Rushue. The corners of his mouth contained a smile, appearing cordial, without the imposing attitude of the outside world. Do you know why I have called you here? Ao Qian's eyes lit up and he suddenly spoke. Could it be the news that the Sea Rhyme secret realm will be opened? Ao Yu's gaze fell on Ao Qian. Cold and indifferent, with a horrifying aura of being in an abyss. Ao Qian's face suddenly stagnant, frozen in place, bean-sized cold sweat dripping from the forehead. Father, is it related to the waves that impacted the Dragon Palace just now? Aorushua's clear and cold voice came out at the right time. Aoyu's gaze was soft. Nodding slightly, her smile reappeared. Rushue is still smart. If your brothers have your 1-point wisdom, why worry about my East Sea is not prospering? Chapter 15 Terrifying Roots. Choosing a technique. Aoyu, as the Lord of the East China Sea, has great aspirations, not just a few heirs. He is a dragon after the long bloodline. Outstanding talent. And all kinds of living beings can be integrated. Revitalization of the East China Sea is the heavy responsibility on the shoulders. A harem of 3,000 is nothing more than an ordinary thing. Aorushue slightly bowed her head and softly said, Father Emperor is wrong. The elder brothers have lived up to your high expectations. Rushue is already grateful to be able to get a lesson or two. Aoyu gently shook his head. Smiling gently. Rushue, you have cultivated for only 18 years. You have already opened up the sea of bitterness. The life springs are self-generated. And erected the divine bridge. Is it not comparable to those of your foolish brothers? Aorushue even humble voice. Do not dare to take credit. Only said that all because of the father's teachings. Father and daughter talk and laugh. But Ao Qian stood aside. Face embarrassed. In and out of the dilemma. More embarrassing. But also have to endure the father cold gaze. Was repeatedly used to whip? His heart resentment. But do not dare to easily show. Even the dragon scales have been pulled out several times. Such pain. Who can understand? After praising Aorushue again and again, Aoyu finally turned to the main topic, Rushue. This wave impact on the Dragon Palace. Need you to go to investigate. How do you want? Aorushue was slightly stunned. Then reacted and respectfully said. I respectfully comply with Father Emperor's will. Thank you for Father Emperor's trust. Aoyu nodded slightly. Then turned to Ao Qian. Her tone cold as ice. Ao Qian. Ao Qian was startled. Straightened his back and answered sharply. Father. My son is here. Aoyu coldly glanced at him. Tone indifferent, thou follow Rushue to go. Remember. If Rushue one day no return, thou will dig a pit to bury oneself. Ao Qian's face instantly pale. The heart of the resentment surging. But still forced to endure the dissatisfaction. Hastily said, Father, don't worry. I will escort Rushue return safely. If less than a hair. Only responsible for me. Aoyu's gaze was cold and piercing. Like a cold blade. Ao Qian only felt that his heart was beating wildly. As if he would go up in smoke under this gaze at any time. Father, do not worry. Ao Qian will be able to protect me. Aorushue said softly. Aoyu withdrew her gaze and waved her hand. Go. Go early and come back early. Ao Qian was like being pardoned. And hurriedly took Aorushue and left quickly. Almost rolling and crawling. Not daring to stop for a moment. Looking at the back of Aorushue's departure. Aoyu's expression gradually converged and eventually became expressionless. Dragon King. Are you really going to let Princess Rushue go into danger like this? A shadow emerged from the void. His breath as deep as the sea. As if he was one with heaven and earth. And if he had not opened his mouth, he would have been almost impossible to detect. Aoyu did not raise her eyes and blandly said. The golden great age is approaching. And the 10,000 years of the end of the law will eventually come to an end. This Imperial Road battle is the most tragic battle in hundreds of thousands of years. Rushue has been overly sheltered. And if she doesn't enter the world, I'm afraid it will be difficult to survive this calamity. At this point, Aoyu slightly raised his head and looked toward the top of the temple. His gaze traveling through the endless void. a hint of hope and ambition hidden in his eyes. However, the throne is still there. This is her destiny, as well as the fate of the East Sea, and no one can escape it. The only solution is to take the initiative to enter the calamity and pursue that ray of life. This time the waves are attacking. I feel that there are signs of calamity in them. And this is the moment of opportunity to enter the world. If the East Sea wishes to prosper, it must seize that imperial throne. The virtual shadow sniffed and was silent for a moment, finally hiding into the void. No longer speaking. As AOU said, no one can avoid this calamity. Emperors collect countless amounts of chi. And this chi is the very foundation of the celestial pride. This is a calamity that no one can escape. If you don't step on the Emperor's path, you need to cut off your own luck. But whoever cuts off their luck, how can they be a heavenly pride anymore? It's just a bunch of people. But Chen Fan. On the shore of the East China Sea, Chen Fan stood on the rolling waves. Standing on the surface of the vast sea, a dragon shadow hovering behind him, setting him off more and more transcendent. Looking at the waves that maneuvered freely, like an arm, Chen Fan nodded slightly, with surprise and satisfaction in his eyes. The dragon swims in the nine heavens vision. It is the speed aspect of the aptitude. Contains the meaning of the end of the world at hand, but also the master of the ocean. In this vastness of the ocean, his strength multiplied, can cross the ranks of the battle, sweeping the same level of the enemy. After adapting to his current strength, Chen Fan sat cross-legged on the seashore. His lotus leaves transformed into a green robe, his black hair hanging down, his stance straight as a sword, and his entire body seemed to be one with the heaven and earth. The surrounding spiritual chi like a tidal wave of influx. A steady stream of infusion in the sea of bitterness. The top of the head above the formation of a cyclone. Such as a funnel swallowing the power of heaven and earth. The momentum, appalling to the extreme. If anyone else had seen this vision, they would have marveled. It was unimaginable that a cultivator in the Sea of Bitterness realm could have such a speed of cultivation. Even if a divine bridge cultivator saw it, he would be shocked and lose his color. However, Chen Fan was not overly surprised by this and was frank in his heart. In this life, he is the incarnation of the green lotus of the great Tao. And the ancestral dragon bone is his body. Such as the posture of becoming an immortal. If the cultivation is slow, then we have to suspect that it is a fake. In the golden sea of bitterness, the mana rolled. The foundation was solid. The realm climbed. And the aura became more and more majestic. Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out. Chen Fan's 10,000 zhang sea of bitterness expanded again, instantly extending to 15,000 zhang. Compared to the ordinary sea of bitterness realm cultivators who only have 100 zhang sea of bitterness, Chen Fan is already more than 100 times higher. It's not over yet. Chen Fan's mouth smiles. Although once for the immortal platform two major powers, this realm is not strange to him. But looking at the sea of bitterness in front of this 15,000 feet, the heart still cannot help but be excited and happy. In the past, although the heavenly pride, the sea of bitterness is only 10 times that of normal people. But now it is 100 times beyond. How spectacular! How incredible! In this world, who can compete with me? For a moment, Chen Fan felt a sense of being on a high horse. However, he quickly restrained his mind and did not dare to be self-congratulatory. He knew that the road to empire was long. And the road to immortality was even longer. So he was not yet qualified to boast. When we have become emperors and immortals, we can say that there is no place for high places. And we shall not make any delusion today. The urgent task at hand is to choose which fundamental dharma to cultivate the sea of bitterness. The fundamental law is crucial for the Sea of Bitterness realm cultivators. There is a world of difference between those who have the fundamental law and those who don't. The strength of the fundamental law determines the future height of the cultivation, and the strength of the fundamental Tao method, but also determine the future height of cultivation. The methods of cultivation are divided into ordinary methods, secret methods, Taoist scriptures, saint methods, saint king methods, great saint methods, quasi-imperial methods, and imperial scriptures. He now has a choice to make: the Dharma of the saints, or the Dharma of the saints and kings, or the great sage law, or should he choose the higher emperor's law, or even the godless scripture? To be precise, he had the emperor scripture of the Bitter Sea Scroll. That is, the feathered emperor scripture of the feathered emperor dynasty. But, since he had already severed his karma, he would not choose this method again. The method of obtaining people is cause and effect. He is destined to annihilate that sinful imperial dynasty in the future. So naturally he will not choose. Chapter 16, please be clear with me. Empress. Manhwa imperial capital. The grand and magnificent scene in the past has now become a ruin. Broken walls were strewn about. The palace collapsed, and bricks and tiles were scattered all over the place. The air was filled with a strong, bloody and scorched atmosphere, as if countless dead souls were wailing in a low voice. A strike from the Tai Huang sword was as heavy as a mountain, enough to cause an imperial capital that had stood for hundreds of thousands of years to instantly collapse. In the past, the majestic imperial palace, the glorious palace, now all into rubble. Carved beams and paintings cracked, gold bricks and jade pillars broken. Even the political hall was also torn into powder by the sword chi. Between heaven and earth, the sword intent of the Tai Huang sword had not yet dissipated, as if even time was frozen for it. The sword mark hung down from the dome of the sky, running through heaven and earth, splitting the imperial palace in two. Sword chi overflowed and thunder surrounded it, just like a heavenly rift valley stretching across the imperial city, so powerful and unrivaled that it was intimidating. At this time, Chenling Tian had not yet had the time to deal with these matters, and was still struggling to track down the thief who had stolen his chi, and had no time to take care of everything. The Emperor and Queen's chambers, once gorgeous, are now covered by wolves. Chen Xiling and Chen Ruyu assisted Luo Qianyu, slowly stepping into this devastated hall, surrounded by wreckage and desolation. Luo Qianyu's gaze seemed to be searching for something, and the light of tears appeared. "Mother, you are trying to?" Chen Yuma softly inquired. His gaze slightly condensed, as if he noticed Luo Qianyu's attempts in his heart. Luo Qianyu choked, tears swirling in her eyes, but a hint of determination came through. "The object gifted to me by Fanner will definitely have what is needed for the 10,000 miles tracking technique." Despite the sadness, there was a hint of determination, as if seeking lost hope. Chen Yuma nodded slightly, not pursuing any further questions, and followed Luo Qianyu as she stepped into the bedchamber. Luo Qianyu had no time to care about the surrounding debris, and walked straight towards a corner. Her tone gentle and firm: "All of Fan's things, I'm keeping." Between the words, her eyes flashed with endless thoughts. On the side, Chen Xiling's eyes revealed a light smile, but her face was all smiles as she said, "If Brother Fan knew, he would be overjoyed. After all, he has always honored Mother Empress the most." Chen Ruyu also followed suit, softly consoling, "Mother, if Fanner knows what you want, he will definitely return and won't let you down." Chen Yuma's face was expressionless, his gaze like a cold pool, unperturbed. However, when he heard the word Chen Fan, His heart could not help but slightly surge. And he could not help himself. Luo Qianyu nodded her head. Her gaze filled with tears as she softly said, "Fanner. I will definitely find you." She slowly walked towards an aged box and said softly, "This hides the little tiger ragdoll that Fan gave me when he was 2 years old. As well as the," she said while gently unveiling the lid of the box. In an instant, Luo Qianyu's expression froze. And the scene in front of her was like a bolt from the blue that shook her heart. Inside the box is empty. Only a layer of light dust. As if time has sealed the memory together. Chen Yuma stood behind Luo Qianyu. Did not see the box empty, but saw the mother's expression of stagnation. The heart moved slightly. The corners of the mouth could not help but emerge a cold smile. "Chen Fan ah. Chen Fan. Ha ha ha. How are you different from an orphan?" In the Queen Mother's heart. "Can you have the slightest bit of you?" With that, he restrained his smile and fell silent. Luo Qianyu's mood hit rock bottom. And Chen Xiling and Chen Ruyu both froze. Their faces full of dismay. Why is the gift not there? Why is the box empty? Why did you use this box to contain it instead of using a space artifact? Could it be that the Shuade dynasty lacks this spiritual item? The two women were in a dilemma. And in the end, Chen Ruyu spoke up. "Mother, perhaps it was a villain who stole the objects. Why don't we call in MS? Jia. Or we may be able to recover them." Chen Xiling also echoed with her voice, "There must be a villain who is causing chaos. Please ask the Queen Mother to summon the female historian and the truth will come out." Luo Qianyu's beautiful eyes teardrops slide down. Although there are doubts in the heart. But also would like to believe this statement. Turning instantly. The face suddenly cold. The pressure like a tidal wave came. Obviously burning with anger, Jia Haoin. The sound was like thunder in the 9 heavens. Shaking the imperial palace and beyond. Not long afterward, the Jia female historian arrived in a hurry. And when she saw this, she hurriedly saluted and shouted, "Greetings to the Empress, the 8th Prince, the 5th Princess, and the 7th Princess." Luo Qianyu's eyes were like ice. And her pressure covered the sky. Instantly pressurizing Jia Ru to the point where she couldn't breathe. She coldly questioned, "Where is the box?" Jia Ru face confused. Eyes flashing helpless. Looks extremely wretched. Tone trembling, "Empress. I do not know what to point to. Please enlighten you. What is the box of things?" At this time, Chen Xiling's finger tapped the box behind her. And her tone was icy cold, as the Queen Mother's female historian and in charge of the bedchamber. "You don't even know?" Although Chen Ruyu did not speak. Her face was as cold as frost. Jia Ru gaze wandering. Looking at the empty box. Complex expression. Seems to understand the strings. In the end, she clenched her teeth and said, "Empress. 60 years ago, the bedchamber was rebuilt. And with the addition of the formation, many old things were cleared out. I organized these items into a book and presented it to the Empress. You said at that time that they were all useless and ordered me to burn them. The items in that box were among them." Chapter 17 not forgotten, but swept into the depths of memory. Jia Ru words fell. The temple was silent. The air seemed to stagnate. The crowd held their breath and collected their breath. Did not dare to make a slight movement. Luo Qianyu's expression became more and more gloomy. The holy power surging in mid-air. Vaguely shaking the sky. Cold as a knife. Piercing the heart. Her petite body trembled slightly. Tears filled her eyes with disbelief. The memories of 60 years ago came like a tidal wave. Clear and piercing. She finally remembered that when the bedchamber was being repaired, she had indeed burned the old things. among which were the treasures that Chen Fan had gifted to her. Back then, coinciding with Chen Yuma's birthday, her heart is happy. Jia Ru submitted a list of her did not even look closely. Then she was blinded by joy. As if blind. Only because Chen Yuma coincidentally good to send a gift. And now, this unintentional neglect has become a pain in the heart that cannot be healed. Regret spread. And the scenery between heaven and earth changed. The blue sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. And the sound of thunder appeared. As if responding to the sadness and anger in her heart. Fanner. Why I was so stupid. In the first place, she murmured in a low voice. Her voice like a sob. As if pouring out endless remorse to herself. Seeing this, Chen Yuma's anger rose steeply. And he turned around and snapped. This is a precious item gifted to mother by her royal brother. How valuable it is. How dare you burn it? Mother's day-to-day management. Only to be deceived by you. How can you forgive such a crime? I ask that this person be beheaded as a warning to others. His words were thunderous and loud. And a murderous aura filled the hall. Before his words fell, Chen Ruyu and Chen Xiling had already understood and echoed in unison. This person's crime is so heinous that he cannot be retained. Please ask Empress Mother to allow the beheading in order to calm the anger in my heart. The words were resounding. Murderous and imposing. Luo Qianyu's face was pale. Tears glistened. And her throat choked with nothing but silent sighs and intermittent cries of grief. Her eyes wandered. Reminiscing about the past. Yet everything could no longer be undone. Jia Ru kneeling on the ground. Heart like ashes. Obviously everything is in accordance with the rules. Reported in the book. And now the blame falls on her head. She was full of grievances and despair. Her heart cried out sadly, obviously it's not my fault. Why do you want to kill me? Finally unable to hold back. She knelt down and begged with tears in her eyes. Empress Dowager. Please recognize that the slave girl has been loyal and has reported everything. She has not hidden anything. Please be merciful to the Empress Dowager and spare my life. With tears in her voice, she wished for nothing more than a chance at life. Luo Qianyu was silent for a long time before he lifted his head. His expression was tired and his voice was feeble, that's all. Go down. When Jia Ru heard this, he was as if he had been pardoned. His back drenched in cold sweat. He collapsed to the ground and cowed out again and again to thank him. Thank you, Empress Dowager, for not killing me. Thank you, Empress Dowager, for not killing me. Chen Yuma frowned slightly. A trace of displeasure flashed between his eyebrows. But in the end, he did not say anything more. His gaze shifted away and he watched in silence. On the side of Chen Ruyu and Chen Xiling glanced at each other. Each other's eyes flashed complex color. The heart secretly thought, this imperial brother. Fear is not as dull as the surface. But is interesting. Luo Qianyu sat helplessly on top of the phoenix seat. Her heart and mind exhausted. Today's events were like a shocking wave. Chen Fan had cut his flesh to return his mother and his bones to return his father. The imperial capital had been destroyed. Chen Xianquan had been seriously injured. And the foundations of the imperial dynasty had been severely damaged. At this moment, she seems to have been drained of all her strength. Although as a half-saint, it is difficult to bear the pain in her heart. Seeing this, Chen Xiling lightly stepped forward. Softly consoling her and gently rubbing her shoulders and neck. Mother, things have come to this point. There's no way to undo it. Why do you have to blame yourself so much? If Brother Fan knew, he would be heartbroken. Chen Ruyu also stepped forward, holding Luo Qianyu's hand, and said softly, Mother, Xiaofan's personal belongings may still be in his residence. And I would like to personally go and retrieve them. At this time, Chen Yuma came slowly with a bowl of lotus seed soup surrounded by spiritual qi. Although blind but with a steady gait, he presented the lotus seed soup to Luo Qianyu and warmly said, "Mother, drink this soup first and take a moment to recuperate. As for Imperial Brother's residence, I have already sent someone to fetch something. You need not worry." Luo Qianyu suddenly pushed through the crowd with a determined look. "I'll go fetch it myself." Chen Xiling and Chen Ruyu looked at each other in dismay and hurriedly discouraged them. "Mother, you are physically and mentally exhausted. Why do you need to personally labor? Just let us do it for you." However, Luo Qianyu's mind was made up and her gaze was firm. "No, I must personally go in this matter." Seeing that she was determined to do so, the crowd could only follow in silence. Chapter 18: The System Sends the Imperial Scriptures Again. On the shore of the East Sea, Chen Fan sat alone by the sea, gazing for a long time. The scriptures flashed in his mind. All of them were the works of saints and great saints. Although there were a few scriptures of quasi-emperors, but it was difficult to enter the eyes of the law. Cultivation should be pursued to the highest level. And although these ancient scriptures are marvelous, they are not what I wish for. Emperor scriptures are hard to find. Even for him, there is only one Yuhua Emperor scripture in his hand. But he has long severed his karma and has no intention of practicing. He slowly got up, his eyes cast to the endless East China Sea, hands behind his back, black hair fluttering with the wind. The sunshine sprinkled his face like an immortal. At this moment, heaven and earth are silent. Only he and the sea fish and shrimp for company. After a long time, Chen Fan let out a light laugh. The great Tao is profound, and the countless setbacks on the road of cultivation are nothing but wind and frost. After saying that, his mind was already made up, and he intended to cultivate a quasi-imperial scripture to completely cut off the idea of the feathered emperor scripture. Although the emperor's scripture is not as good as the emperor's scripture, it is also a first-class method, which is sufficient to cope with the preliminary cultivation. When the cultivation level is further advanced, you can find the Bitter Sea Emperor scripture and cultivate the realm of the Bitter Sea. Although there are twists and turns, you can start again. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded in Chen Fan's mind. Ding! The host wishes to cultivate the quasi-emperor scripture. The immortal ascension system recognizes the difficulty of transcendence, and is hereby giving you the Taoist scripture, Sea of Bitterness volume. Chen Fan froze slightly. The words on his lips swallowed raw. How can you get the imperial scriptures so easily? In the books he read in his previous life, the system requires the host to complete the task to get the reward. But now it is often given to the supreme treasures of the scriptures, which is really a rare thing in the world. With joy in his heart, he couldn't help but exclaim, "System! It's truly divine." A few moments of silence and no response from the system. Chen Fan shrugged his shoulders and didn't care, thinking, "That's just it. Pass on the emperor's scripture to me." After speaking, mysterious words emerged from the void, like a river of stars. Every word and sentence contained endless reasoning, and the laws of heaven and earth were all contained within. Although there was no heavenly sound accompanying it, the power in it went straight to the heart and soul and was as vast as the sea. This is the way of the emperor. It is the pinnacle of the emperor's work. The Tao Sutra was even known as the supreme scroll of the Sea of Bitterness, claiming to be unrivaled in the world. And even the rest of the emperor's sutras were hard to match. Its Tao is rooted in the ancient times of the desert, and legend has it that it was created by Laozi, the supreme emperor's Tao. Chen Fan's eyes were slightly closed, his mind sinking into the scriptures as he sat cross-legged on the shore of the East Sea. The aura between heaven and earth converged towards him with a terrifying momentum. condensing into a mist that coiled around his body and churned endlessly. Above the dome of the sky, the aura vortex rapidly took shape. A funnel-shaped vortex with a diameter of several miles ran through heaven and earth. And at the center of the vortex was none other than Chen Fan. After experiencing a rebirth, he deciphered the Tao scripture at a speed that was unfathomable to ordinary people. What used to be bitter and difficult to understand was now no more than textures in his palm, clear as day in his eyes. In the depths of the East Sea, under the waves, before the gate of the Dragon Palace, the prosperous scene was on display. Jasper green sand inlaid under the door. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals in formation. Phi Jianji Shui, majestic and solemn, like the heavenly army of water pawns, patrolling the four directions. In order. The Night Fork is the general, wearing armor and holding a halberd. His eyes are like swords, patrolling the 8 directions, austere and inviolable, surrounded by blue waves, reflecting the splendor of the palace. Water plants such as a belt, coral-like trees. The scene is gorgeous. A wonderful woman slowly step out. White robe like snow. Waist hanging sword. Scabbard simple. Sharp convergence. Its demeanor is elegant. Walk lightly. Temperament is cold. Between the eyebrows through the unearthly rhyme. Like an immortal. She was accompanied by a strong man. Stout and gnarled, with a ferocious gaze and a compelling aura. Just like Shura descending to the world and pressurizing the 4 directions. The two walk together. Although the momentum is different. But the strong man hidden as the dominant. The woman is blandly follow. Showing the intention of the woman since the retreat. When the two of them slowly approached the gate of the Dragon Palace, countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals bowed and saluted, waved their halberds, and shouted in unison, "Greetings to His Highness the 18th. Princess 30. A shout, sounding like thunder, shook the waters in all directions. And the atmosphere in front of the door became more and more grand. These two were none other than the 18 sons of the East Sea Dragon clan. Ao Qian. And the 30 daughters. Ao Ru Shui. Ao Qian heard this voice. Eyes swept through a touch of complacency. The corners of the lips slightly raised. Condescendingly raised his hand to indicate. For the shrimp soldiers and crab generals of the respect is quite flattered. His arrogance grew even more as he casually waved his hand in a domineering tone. Carry the sedan chair. The voice was resounding and unquestionable. A few Night Fork, although dissatisfied, but do not dare to disobey, rushed forward, lifted up the sedan chair, trembling with fear, afraid of the slightest negligence. Anger the dragon's son. Ao Qian swaggering, frankly boarded the sedan chair. Posture wanton. Will be the wind in the eyes? The heart is quite pleased. Ao Ruashius see this. Eyebrows slightly knit. Between the expression contains a hint of helplessness. She knows that her brother is domineering, behaving badly, although the heart is not happy. But at this time it is inconvenient to say more. Only to follow silently. After all, today's matter still need to rely on Ao Qian, if lead to its displeasure. In turn, adding to the twists and turns, he half leaned on the sedan chair. His hands do not know when has been holding a cup of blood red such as agar wine. Wantonly drink. Agar flowing between the fingers, such as blood piercing. And Ao Qian drink freely. Wine dripping along the fingertips, reflecting the arrogance between his eyebrows more and more conspicuous. A few moments later, Ao Qian glanced at Ao Rushua still standing in place. Had not boarded the sedan chair. Could not help but slightly frowned. Put down the wine glass. Slightly impatiently greeted Rushua's sister. Why the delay in the sedan chair? But what is the delay? Ao Ru Shui shook her head blandly. No waves in her cool eyes. Her words are not tainted with emotion, nothing. Set off. Words. Mana surging. 7 rainbow bridge from the feet rise. Light like a dream. Support its figure and go. Floating like a fairy. Untainted by the world. Seeing this, Ao Qian's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. Snorted coldly. And mumbled in a low voice, self-important. There is a sedan chair that you don't ride. But you want to show off this kind of small skill. Immediately afterward, he turned his heart's dissatisfaction into a thunderous shout of anger, still not quick to get up the sedan chair. If you delay the hour, let's see how I'll deal with you. This word sound like thunderbolt. Shocked the shrimp soldiers and crab generals trembled. All answered the promise. Although the heart of the fear of surging. But do not dare to be a little slow. And hastily carry the sedan chair to follow. Ao Qian lying in the sedan chair. Full of arrogance. Holding a fine wine in his hand. His laughter echoed the bottom of the sea. The arrogance of the air permeated the 4 directions. Chapter 19, Like to Pretend? In the depths of the East China Sea. Between the surges of seawater. A brilliant rainbow light rose from the deep seabed. Instantly illuminating the entire piece of azure sea. Ao Ruoxue stepped on the rainbow and came. The posture is as elegant as a fairy descending to the world. Surrounded by a brilliant light. Like the morning sun breaks through the dawn. Illuminating the infinite water and sky. People dare not look at. Her figure is light. Walking like a cloud. Like a fairy in the world. Untainted by mortal dust. Ao Qian looked around. Self-satisfied. Leisurely gaze. The heart cannot help but give birth to a few points of banter and contempt. As if this vastness of the East China Sea. But it is his garden of travel. Since its own master. Raise the cup and sip lightly. The wine enters the mouth and slowly swallows. His gaze inadvertently falls on Ao Ruoxue, who is in front of him. Whose light is flowing. He casually opened his mouth. His voice was lazy. Through a few points of disdain, Ruoxue's sister. Why be so impatient? Wouldn't it be pleasant for us to ride the wind by the moon and drink wine at night? When Ao Ruoxue heard this, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. And a touch of displeasure and helplessness swept through her cool gaze. The arrogance and hubris of this elder brother deepened once again in her heart. Before this trip, the father just solemnly warned Ao Qian. Asked him to act low profile. Not to publicize. And to abide by the limits. But now it seems. Ao Qian, but still I do as I please. The I cannot degree. Such arrogance. Is it because you don't know the heights of heaven? Or is it really ignorance? Ao Ruoxue sighed softly and said slowly, Ao Qian. Father's account of the matter is vital. If you want to play. To be after the matter is not too late. When Ao Qian heard this, he laughed up to the sky. His voice was like thunder. Shaking the 4 seas. He will cup of wine a drink. The corner of his lips smile more and more wanton. Well. According to what Sister Ruoxue said. Let's go this is. Ao Ruoxue helplessly looked at his perfunctory appearance. Sighed in her heart. But she could only agree. She pointed to the distance and said. The waves that attacked the Dragon Palace today may have come from here. So follow this direction to trace them. Ao Qian lazily half reclined. Squinted his eyes and waved his hand. Lazily said. As you wish. As you wish is. Ao Ruoxue no longer said anything more. The divine rainbow appeared under her feet. The light was like a dream. And she sped into the distance. Ao Qian, on the other hand, impatiently kicked the night forks carrying the sedan chair and droned. Quickly follow. The night forks were like birds of prey, hurriedly carrying the sedan chair to follow. A few people riding the divine rainbow. Wind speed. Instantly across an unknown number of sea. To the east coast of the sea, Ao Rushue suddenly stopped the Imperial Air magic treasure. At this time, Ao Qian did not know when has risen. Walked to Ao Rushue body. Inquired, found? Ao Rushue nodded slightly. Her gaze condensing on the funnel-shaped vortex several miles in size. This place. Perhaps it is the source of the waves sweeping through. Ao Qian nodded slightly, casually twisted his head, and laughed. This is very good. Let's see me go and capture this person. Ao Rushue frowned lightly and advised in a low voice. Do not be reckless. Yesterday's matter is afraid of something strange. However, Ao Qian did not think. Waved his hand and said, but a small thief. Why worry about it? I see this person's cultivation fluctuation. Roughly but the other side of the shore. Or not as good as. Even so, this is the land of my dragon palace. Why do I need to fear a casual cultivator? It's just the right time to relieve me of my boredom. Ao Rushue slightly silent. Although the fact that this is the case. But she has always been cautious nature. Rashly out of the fear of inviting hatred. Before she could persuade again, Ao Qian's hands behind his back. The seven-colored rainbow bridge instantly appeared under his feet. And he hurriedly went toward the shore of the East China Sea. Ao Rushue had no choice but to put away her magic treasure and ride the rainbow bridge to follow. Her heart vaguely worried. Ao Qian had soon been perched high on the shore, overlooking Chen Fan who was practicing below. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Who did I say it was? So it's the human thieves. The voice was like thunder, shaking the miles with a mighty force. However, after the thunder, the surrounding area is silent, and there seems to be no movement. Ao Qian frowned, displeased in his heart, and asked in a cold voice, yesterday's waves in the East Sea. Is it related to you? Quickly tell me. Otherwise kill without pardon. Each word was like thunder, swirling a hurricane, straight towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan's green robe danced. His black hair fluttered. His eyes were slightly open, like two flashes of brilliant light, seeming to merge with heaven and earth. His aura was calm and natural. He raised his head and gazed at Ao Qian, and faintly said, disturbing other people's cultivation is a big taboo. Ao Qian laughed coldly, not thinking. I have already done it. What can you do? After saying that, the peak cultivation of God bridge around his body was revealed, and his breath was like a tide that swept over, as if he wanted to overwhelm Chen Fan. Chen Fan got up with a calm demeanor, one hand in front of his body and one behind his back, and laughed. It's been a long time since I've seen such an arrogant person. When he crossed the world, he has seen countless people, but also seen countless beings. But such as Ao Qian is arrogant. Long gone. For some reason, since his cultivation had risen to the immortal terrace, all beings had treated him with respect and had not dared to show a hint of disrespect, making him feel bored. Now that I am back in training, I can actually see the scene of the past when I was not yet cultivated. And I have a few points of interest in my heart. Ao Qian was high in the air, his hands clasping his chest, laughing recklessly. His voice was like thunder, shaking the surrounding sea, fluctuating more than arrogance needs backbone. And I happen to have it. He gazed at Chen Fan, his dragon eyes like electricity, and laughed coldly. Although you are somewhat eccentric, you are not worthy of pretending to be a god in front of me. I'll give you 3 breaths to tell me why you're here immediately, or else I won't blame you for being merciless. The breath was like a churning ocean tide, implying an unstoppable momentum. Chen Fan smiled faintly. His posture was leisurely, seemingly unaffected by his intimidation, and said lightly, "You are a demon. Or a mixed blood here? Why is the hostility so heavy?" The voice was soft, but it was like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, ringing clearly and going straight to the heart. Ao Qian's face was suddenly gloomy, angry as fire, and his aura fluctuated violently. This statement is coarse, but straight to the pain. Ao Qian is indeed a mixed blood, not a purebred dragon. As mentioned above, Ao Yu has a harem of 3,000, with a strong bloodline. How can it be that all of them are of the dragon seed? Although he has a dragon bloodline, but because of the low status, always not valued. Cultivation for dozens of years, but still not the peak of the divine bridge. Ao Qian is deeply resentful of this. Human race, you seek death. Ao Qian roared. His voice contained furious anger. Before the words fell, he was already holding 2 thunderbolts in his hands. The electricity flashed, and in an instant, he wanted to penetrate Chen Fan. Thunder twisted between his fingers like thousands of dragons and snakes, ready to strike. Chen Fan did not retreat. Looking at Ao Qian, the breeze brushed by. The green robe danced with it, just like a lonely boat between the waves. It's boring. Another lost person confined to the bloodline. Ao Qian couldn't hold back any longer. Never have I seen such an arrogant human race. Obviously, his cultivation level was lower than his. But why was he so bold? In front of him, a dragon at the peak of the divine bridge. He dared to act recklessly. If we don't crush him, Ao Qian's Taoist heart will not be in order. After saying that, Ao Qian let out a roar and a thunderbolt tore through the sky, attacking Chen Fan directly. Immediately after that, another thunder roared, like 2 augur dragons, carrying wind and rain. Unstoppable. Bang! 2 loud bangs, like thunder shaking the ears, rang out. Gravel splattered, and the ground was instantly melted by the high temperature into a piece of glaze, flashing dazzlingly. Electricity flashed in the sky as if stars were falling, instantly enveloping the surrounding area in rolling smoke. Smoke filled the air. The vision was blurred, and the waves were so rough that the surrounding sea was like tumbling waves of fury, accompanied by Ao Qian's roar, spreading to the sky. At this time, Ao Rushui rushed to the scene, her posture as lithe as a fairy. And when she saw this, her eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of dissatisfaction came out in her eyes. She softly said, "Ao Qian, why is it so?" Ao Qian laughed wildly up to the sky, his voice shaking the 4 directions. "What kind of thing dares to pretend to be a god in front of me? Since he likes to pretend, I will fulfill him." When he finished speaking, he thrust his hands on his hips and laughed like thunder. At this time, the smoke and dust gradually dispersed. Chen Fan gently waved his sleeve and walked out from it, just like a broken cloud flying. Smoke and dust scattered, with a ray of green light and go. In addition to his body robe slightly messy, his face is calm and comfortable, not affected in the slightest, as if the party's thunderstorm is nothing more than illusory. Ao Rushui saw this. Her face changed slightly. Her hand pressed on the spirit sword at her waist. The sword light flickered slightly. Her eyes were full of vigilance. And she thought in her heart, "This person is not an idle person." She understood that the matter in front of her would be difficult to resolve. Chapter 20: How many ancient great emperors can be reached? Ao Qian's face is full of consternation. Gazing down at his hands, secretly wondering, could it be that the feast a few days ago caused my cultivation to decrease greatly? Unbelievable. At that time I have self-control. And only invited 5 friends to drink with. Why the strength plummeted to this? Chen Fan smiled indifferently. His gaze flicked around and landed on Ao Rushue. Smiling. Another one. The bloodline of your friend is pure and extraordinary. I wonder if you are also as arrogant as Ao Qian. Ao Rushue nodded slightly. Her voice like a clear spring. Ao Rushue greets fellow Daoist. She made a bow. With a dignified posture. Not losing any of the rights of the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. Chen Fan returned the salute with a smile. And secretly said in his heart, this woman is deeply educated and well-mannered. He had traveled in all directions and made friends in the eastern region. But he knew the rights of the Eastern Sea. Ao Rushue asked softly. We are from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. I wonder where you are from. Chen Fan looked as usual and smiled faintly. But it's just a middle region casual cultivator. It's not worth mentioning. On the contrary, it is you too. Fellow Daoist. Whose demeanor is slightly rude. As soon as these words came out, Ao Ruashue's expression slightly stagnated. He had thought that Chen Fan would take the wind at his back. But he didn't know that the other party wouldn't buy it. Instead, his words were sarcastic. Ao Qian snorted coldly at his words, clasped his hands on his chest and stepped forward. His voice was like a cold wind, a mere casual cultivator. Who can block one move of mine and still dares to be crazy? Delusional attempt to be equal to me. Really not self-conscious. Ao Rushue hurriedly rounded off the scene and softly said, brother is stubborn. Please don't be offended. Chen Fan smiled faintly. His eyes teasing. Pointing at Ao Ruashue. And said softly, what a red and white face. Well matched. The might of the Dragon Palace is truly extraordinary. Ao Qian laughed coldly. Burning with anger. Suddenly raised his hand. 2 thunderbolts condensed into spears in his palm. The electricity swam and boomed loudly. Sister Rushue. Why do you need to talk so much? Wait for me to capture this Feng. So as not to bother you. Before the words fell, the thunder spear roared out with a momentum like 1,000,000 pounds. Seeing this, Ao Rushue knew that it was useless to say more. Since Chen Fan was determined to do so, she could not be blamed. As Ao Qian said, strength is the capital of arrogance. Chen Fan's face was bland and his heart was unperturbed as he faced the thunder spear that came speeding by. To him, these were nothing more than the norm on the road to cultivation. Even though his realm was lower than Ao Qian's. If it wasn't for his playfulness earlier, Ao Qian wouldn't have been able to touch him at all. With this thought, Chen Fan already understood that Ao Qian's might was not enough to worry about. Suddenly, a green lotus blossomed from the void. Accompanied by an endless sea of suffering. Golden light overflowing. Reflecting the surrounding like a dream. The sea of bitterness is a lotus. And all laws are inviolable. Chen Fan raised his hand and gripped it lightly. His 5 fingers slightly exerting force. Crushing the thunder spear in his palm. The thunder and lightning traveled around his body. But it did not hurt him in the slightest. Revealing his supreme temperament. Annihilating the divine bridge technique with the power of the peak of the sea of bitterness. Peak of the sea of bitterness. How is this possible? Ao Qian's pupils suddenly shrunk. His heart horrified. Since his cultivation till now, he had never heard of anyone being able to use the power of the sea of bitterness to harden the divine bridge technique. Not to mention crushing thunder with one hand. Where exactly was this person from? The vision that surfaced behind Chen Fan was even more amazing. And he had yet to possess such a vision. Could it be that the human race is also heaven-defying? Ao Rushue was also shocked. The light in her eyes flickered and her heart was shaken. She had not expected that this person would be so powerful. And her view of Chen Fan flipped again in her heart. Chen Fan let out a light laugh and said calmly, "It is not polite to come and not go. Fellow Daoist AO, please also take my move." After he said that, the sea of bitterness mana in his body of 25,000 feet surged. And behind him, the illusory green lotus light shot out, condensing into thousands of forms, wrapped in the intention of breaking the heaven and earth, converging in the center of his palm. Ao Qian suddenly felt bad. A trace of fear arose in the bottom of his heart. The person in front of him is obviously only at the bitter sea cultivation level. Why does it make him feel so dangerous? This feeling made him uneasy. The path of cultivation was meant to be one step at a time. So why there were people from the sea of bitterness that caused him to feel fear was unbelievable. Ao Ruoshue felt this pressure. Her heart became more and more uneasy. And she said in an urgent voice, "Fellow Taoist, wait. Why do you need to fight tit for tat? Why don't you just turn the war into peace?" However, Chen Fan did not pay any attention to it. His eyes locked onto Ao Qian with a bland smile. His cultivation had completed a level 2 jump overnight. But this was only the first realm of cultivation. Even if he broke the 7th realm in one night, he could still be honest. When one breaks through the pinnacle of the sea of bitterness, the green lotus avatar is born of its own accord and can be mastered without cultivation. This divine ability originates from the green lotus of the great Tao, which is conceived by the top grade of immortality. Chen Fan was frank in his heart. His eyes leisurely swept over Ao Qian and Ao Rushue, seeing their different expressions. He couldn't help but let out a light laugh and blandly said, "A mongrel blood dragon," speaking out of turn twice and presumptuously using his weapon. "Today we'll call you no. The sky is high and far away. The world is not a place where your dragon palace can be belittled. This is like the wind through the wilderness. Although light, but the words are heartbreaking." Ao Qian smiled back in anger at the words, shaking his sleeves and rising, with a ferocious light in his eyes. The life of the blade instantly appeared. It is a blood-red spear. Spiritual power winding. The fierce atmosphere. Obviously is the top-grade treasure. How dare you? At the level of the sea of bitterness. How dare you speak arrogantly? Today, I will let you know that the might of my dragon palace is not something that an ant like you can resist. Ao Qian's voice was like thunder. The spear in his hand came out horizontally, carrying majestic mana, like a furious sea tide, and aimed directly at Chen Fan. Ao Rushue face gloomy. Heart secretly said, "A short time actually provokes so unknown bottom of the enemy." Ao Qian, this move is really ignorant to the extreme. Anxious in her heart, she wanted to speak but stopped, and finally frowned tightly and advised in a clear voice, "Both of you. Why do you need to fight? Harmony breeds wealth. Why don't you stop for the time being to avoid future trouble?" The voice was like a clear spring, trying to diffuse the tension between the swords. However, Chen Fan ignored her words and remained calm. Ao Qian was even more disdainful and said coldly, "Sister Ru Shui, you are overly concerned. This person is only relying on a treasure. The bitter sea realm dares to perform divine power. It is really ridiculous. The world can match this realm. The ancient great emperors only a few people. This kind of ants. Why bother?" Ao Ru Shui saw him bent on action. His face became heavier and heavier. Anxiety in his heart was extreme. His words were firm, "Brother, if you insist on acting rashly, I will report this matter to father. Don't invite trouble for a moment's anger." When Ao Qian heard this, his heart suddenly shook. And then resentment surged to his heart. He recalled the difference between Aoyu's treatment of him and Ao Rushua in the past. And the difference in closeness made him feel unhappy. He gritted his teeth and smiled coldly. I will take this matter on myself. I don't need you to say more. After saying that, he nonchalantly pushed Ao Rushua aside without mercy. Ao Rushua was pushed to stagger back. A trace of disappointment and sadness flashed in his eyes, looking at his elder brother's arrogant attitude. His heart sighed, today's matter. I'm afraid it's difficult to make good. Chapter 21, The Power of the Avatar. The corners of Chen Fan's mouth rose slightly, with a teasing look in his eyes, as he looked at Ao Qian and said blandly, fellow Daoist is indeed reckless and arrogant, and is worthy of this behavior. Ao Qian laughed coldly, disdain in his eyes. The blood-red spear in his hand was full of thunder and light, cutting through the sky with a murderous aura. There's no point in talking more. Under the hand to see the real chapter. A mere sea of bitterness. How can you fight against the two realms? Simply ridiculous. Before the words fell, the thunder spear transformed into a shocking thunder. The thunder light whistled like a wild dragon. The roaring sound tore through the sky and headed straight for Chen Fan. The blood-red thunder light on the spear was like a swimming snake, emitting a deafening hiss, seemingly wanting to tear Chen Fan apart and devour him. Seeing this, Chen Fan smiled blandly and nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with Ao Qian's outburst. This is only slightly interesting. The previous scene was tedious, and fighting across the ranks was something he had long gotten used to in his previous life. Not to mention nowadays. Only to see Chen Fan's palm move slightly. The illusory green lotus behind him glowed greatly, just like a god descending. The green light enveloped the four fields, forming an invisible field that could not be invaded by any law. Before the berserk thunder python could approach, it was like encountering wind and snow, instantly turning into nothingness and dissipating into nothingness. When Ao Qian saw this, his face changed greatly. His heart was shocked, and his eyes flashed with resentment and greed. Good thief! How dare you have such a treasure? The arts can't help you, but my dragon flesh will be able to crush you. To think that he, as a dragon of the divine bridge realm, had yet to have such a treasure. And a one-man bitter sea scattered cultivator actually had it. Chen Fan just laughed and faintly compared a gesture that was common in the world. Ao Qian was enraged. His feet stepped on the rainbow bridge. The spear in his hand danced wildly, and he came towards Chen Fan in a desperate attempt to kill him. Chen Fan helplessly shook his head. Truly a brainless generation. Knowing that my divine ability is hard to block, but still fighting with brute force. Do you really think that a dragon flesh body can be proud of the group? In an instant, the green light in Chen Fan's hand suddenly coalesced, turning into a blazing beam of light, like lightning through space and time, appearing in front of Ao Qian in an instant. With dazzling light, just like a heavenly god descending into the world. A mere human. You can block my spells. How can the power of my dragon clan not be defeated? Today I will let you open your eyes. Ao Qian angrily shouted. The spear in his hand stirred up countless thunder, mixed with vast mana, fiercely stabbing the green-colored light. In this instant, the green light and thunder intersected, bursting with dazzling light, and the thunder crumbled and disintegrated inch by inch, as if it were a shooting star falling, instantly dissipating. The green light does not stop. Straight to Ao Qian's face, as if to collapse him together, containing unparalleled power and determination. Ao Qian looked at the green light that was close at hand. His pupils suddenly shrunk. His heart was shocked, and he did not expect this situation at all. He thought that Chen Fan was merely playing God with his magic treasure and was confident that he could handle it. But now, this was too outrageous. Soldiers of the other side? The Dao Palace? Or is it dragon transformation? His heart was mingled with astonishment and doubt. But his hand movements were not slow. His spear stabbed fiercely, vowing to block the green light. The green light came into contact with the tip of the spear. And in a matter of moments, the blood-red spear dissolved dramatically under the impact of the green light. And the weapon of his life that he had been warming up for dozens of years seemed to be too much to handle. Can't stop it. He was terrified in his heart, unable to believe it. With a muffled sound, the spear crumbled like papier-mâché, turning into fragments that flew in all directions. Ao Qian was horrified. His body was shaken by the huge force and flew. His mouth sprayed blood wildly, just like a red flower blooming in the sky, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. Extremely miserable. His figure is like a broken kite, falling straight into the sea, stirring up large blood-red ripples. The accompanying night fork saw this, has long been dumbfounded, horrified, have inhaled cool air. Ao Qian, the 18 sons of the Dragon King of the East China Sea, actually lost in the hands of a bitter sea realm human. How is this possible? A Night Stalker exclaimed in shock, his voice trembling, his face expression as if he had seen a ghost. The 18th Highness has actually lost? How could he be defeated by a human? Simply ridiculous. The other Night Fury covered his mouth and looked at the blood-colored sea in disbelief, his eyes growing more and more panicked. Quickly go save the 18th Highness. A Night Stalker suddenly shouted, mixed with panic. Quickly! Go! The other Night Forks scrambled and jumped into the sea, trying to save Ao Qian, who was floating in the sea of blood. Chen Fan stood with his hands behind his back, his face calm and relaxed. Behind him, the green lotus vision light flickered, seemingly swaying with the wind, and the surrounding heaven and earth were quiet because of him. His eyes turned to Ao Ruoxue, smiled faintly, and asked blandly, fellow Daoist, what do you think? Ao Ruoxue's mind was shaken. His heart set off waves, barely calming his mind, forcing himself to calm down, nodding his head slightly and saying, friend of the Tao's means are heavenly, comparable to the great emperor of the ancient world. Ao Ruoxue admires it. Chen Fan smiled faintly and nodded his head gently. His tone was not hasty. Fellow Taoist is too kind. In that case, please come out and teach. Ao Ruoxue's face changed slightly, knowing that today has been difficult to make good. Sighed softly. Words earnestly said, this matter should not have come to this. We would like to compensate for the loss of friends. Ao Qian has also been taught a lesson. But also please friend of the road to be generous. Chen Fan's gaze was bland. A hint of playfulness showed in his eyes as he said lightly, fellow Taoist is really smart. Not like some stupid things. But for today's matter, if we don't kill him, I'm afraid that the scourge will be hard to get rid of. Ao Ruoxue nodded slightly, not caring about these words, but only insisted. Is it possible to net a favor? Chen Fan smiled faintly, his tone calm. This demon has disturbed my cultivation, spoken out of turn, and made several moves. So if I don't kill it, I'm afraid it will be difficult to eliminate the hidden dangers. Ao Ruoxue sighed. Obviously already expected this result. The heart is still not willing. East China Sea Dragon Palace is the Four Seas hegemony. Even if it is the Emperor's Taoist system, also need to be concerned about a few thin face. Although Ao Qian is reckless. After all, is the son of the Dragon King? If you really want to kill, I am afraid of endless trouble. Her gaze was sincere. If you are willing to let Ao Qian go, the Dragon Palace will owe the favor, and will be rewarded in the future. What do you think? When Chen Fan heard this, His smile tightened and his gaze was cold. Are you threatening me? Ao Rushua quickly shook her head. Her tone eager, Dao friend misunderstanding. Non-threatening. Only hope to turn the war into peace. After all, Ao Qian behind the forces cannot be underestimated. Chen Fan snorted coldly. His eyes like electricity. His words cold and stern, don't say such useless nonsense. Favor is either useful or useless. Since he is the son of the Dragon King, today he will be counted as having a great life. But 50,000 pounds of source stones. If he can't offer it, he will behead the demon and get rid of the trouble. After speaking, Chen Fan's gaze was like a torch. His aura was like a rainbow. And his tone was resounding and unquestionable. Source stones were the most precious cultivation treasure, containing endless pure spiritual power, which could help cultivators rapidly increase their cultivation level. A caddy of source stone can help a vital spring realm cultivator cultivate for several months or even several years. And 50,000 caddy of source stone is already an astronomical figure. Chapter 22, Boring. Ao Rushua frowned slightly. Her expression grew cold, and her tone took on an icy chill. Fellow Daoist, 50,000 pounds of source stones are not easy to come by. And this request is not too much. Chen Fan smiled blandly with boredom in his eyes and slowly shook his head. That's boring. Letting you take action to save someone. You don't dare, letting you take source stones to ransom someone. You are unwilling to do so. It seems that his life is nothing more than that. Oh, Rushua's face sank slightly. Her tone slightly unpleasant. Although Ao Qian was at fault first. The price you are asking for is too heavy. 50,000 pounds of source stones. Far from a small amount. Chen Fan's gaze was calm. Seemingly smiling. His finger gently tapped her. His tone was teasing. If you are not alright, you can go out and give it a try. If you win against me, there is nothing to say. His expression instantly snapped, and his words turned abruptly as he coldly droned. But if he loses to me, it will be more than just a matter of 50,000 pounds of source stones. Ao Rushua heart anger surging. Since childhood born in the Dragon Palace, no one has ever dared to so contempt Dragon Palace majesty. This person in front of me is obviously only the Bitter Sea realm. But arrogant to this point is really rare. She coldly said. Fellow Daoist, indeed the force is extraordinary. Yet the cultivation is ultimately nothing more than the sea of bitterness. Do you really want to be so aggressive? Chen Fan's gaze was calm and his tone was bland. After all is said and done, it's just that you think I'm not worthy of conversing with your Dragon Palace. Previously, Ao Qian was arrogant and rude. And now, although you have a humble posture, your heart is the same. He turned his words around, his eyes blazing as he blandly said, hand over the source stone, or let me personally flay this demonic dragon. Choose for yourself. Complex emotions flashed in Ao Ruashua's eyes. Chen Fan's words poked right into her heart, making her unable to refute them. Although she spoke respectfully, in her heart, she did not see Chen Fan as a real opponent and still despised him. After a moment of silence, Ao Rushua finally lowered her head, bowed slightly, and her tone brought a hint of apology. Fellow Daoist, please forgive me if I offended earlier. Chen Fan remained motionless and nodded slightly, considered to have uncovered the matter. Ao Rushua's eyes showed helplessness, and she sighed lightly. Fellow Daoist, 50,000 pounds of source stones is indeed too much. 10,000 pounds I can offer. So please raise your hand. However, Chen Fan did not allow it in the slightest. His tone firm, not a single cent less. Ao Shui eyebrows slightly knit. Eyes show a few coldness. Plain hand gently caressing the waist spirit sword. Look more and more cold, in this case. Then please Taoist friend give teachings. If I lose 50,000 pounds of source stones will be offered. If you lose, please let Ao Qian go. Chen Fan smiled bashfully, not counting the loopholes in her words, but just laughed and said, as it should be. Ao Rushue's gaze sank, and the spirit sword on her waist suddenly came out of its sheath. The sword light shining brightly, and the cold aura was aggressive. The sword energy was like thunder breaking through the air, charging straight at Chen Fan, with a momentum like running thunder. And wherever it passed, the seawater parted, revealing dozens of feet of seabed, as if it was going to tear the heaven and earth apart. However, in the face of the vast sword momentum, Chen Fan was calm. His eyes were like stopping water, not seeing the slightest fluctuation. He slowly stretched out his hand, gently flicked it, and a ray of green light erupted from his fingertip. And in an instant, the surging sword light was shattered like a bubble and dissipated without a trace. Hiss! Ao Rushua flashed a trace of shock in her beautiful eyes. Although she knew that Chen Fan was strong, she hadn't expected that her strike would be dissolved so easily. Although she had not long entered the Divine Bridge realm, by virtue of the Dragon Palace's heritage, her strength was already not inferior to that of many veteran Divine Bridge powerhouses. But now, it was unbelievable that the proud Sword Dao avatar had been lightly dissolved by a bitter sea realm human. She suppressed the shock in her heart. Her eyes flared. Her spirit sword lightly turned, and her sword aura suddenly burst out. The sky and earth seemed to be flashing with countless sword shadows, as if thousands of stars were flashing in the night sky. Fellow Daoist, catch it! Ao Ruashua let out a low shout. The sword chi poured down like a torrent, densely packed and covering the sky, as if it was going to cut everything in the heaven and earth. The sword power was like a rainbow, and the killing aura was rampant. Chen Fan smiled indifferently and lightly raised his palm. The green lotus shadow gently swayed, and green light dripped down, like countless starbursts, enveloping him within 10 feet of his circumference, as impenetrable as a copper wall. Buzz! 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 Countless sword chi blasted down, but it was dissolved by the green light like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves. And the sword awning shattered and turned into a rain of stars and light, dissipating in the sky and the earth. That torrent of sword power! Even the green light barrier around Chen Fan could not be shaken in the slightest. Ao Rushua stared at the scene with wide eyes in disbelief. The Sword Dao avatar that she was proud of was unable to break through Chen Fan's defense, and she didn't even have a chance to touch his circumference. No matter how she performed her sword technique, the green light remained intact as before. It was as if in front of Chen Fan, all the divine powers in heaven and earth were powerless. What kind of horror is this? Ao Rushue's heart rippled. The person in front of him had unbelievable means. She couldn't help but wonder if this person was really a bitter sea realm cultivator? Is he really a young man? Could it be some old monster disguised as a youngster? However, when she perceived it carefully, the vigorous, active vitality in Chen Fan's body was real and incomparable, and could not be faked. This was a young man who was truly at the peak of his life. It was definitely not an old monster whose life force was declining and whose chi and blood would be exhausted. Because of this, Ao Ruashua felt more and more deeply powerless and desperate. If this person in front of her was really a person of the same generation, if she was in the same realm, she wouldn't even have a chance to make a move. The Sea of Bitterness realm was already heaven-defying. If it was further advanced, wouldn't it be like covering the sky with just one hand? At this time, Chen Fan was still standing in the green light with a light-hearted demeanor. His breath was calm and self-contained, As if he was an exiled immortal outside of the sky. Lonely and proud. Looking down on all things with arrogance. His voice was calm but carried an unquestionable majesty. Fellow Daoist. Let's decide the winner in one move. Time should not be wasted here. Oh, Rushue's face stiffened slightly. But after all, she was a person of the Dragon Palace. With a proud body. In the face of Chen Fan's calmness and strength, she finally nodded her head and responded. Good. Chapter 23. Have you ever visited Fan-Air? The feathered imperial capital. Magnificent and magnificent. The lofty palace wall goes straight into the sky. The golden and brilliant halls shine in the sunlight. Just like the heavenly palace descending into the world. Even after the ravages of the Tai Huang sword, the imperial capital still displayed a shocking grandeur and magnificence. Luo Qianyu looked grave as he brought Chen Yumo, Chen Ruyu, and Chen Xiling with him, walking hurriedly towards a remote corner of the imperial capital. All the way through, the palace is still gorgeous and solemn. But as they move forward, the center of the light is gradually moving away. The surrounding road is gradually narrow and dark. Stone and brick worn. Overgrown. As if years of desolation silent tell of oblivion. There are very few people walking in this area. Occasionally palace maids and eunuchs rush by. And when they see Luo Qianyu and the others, they all bow their heads respectfully, not daring to look at them. However, Luo Qianyu's heart was heavy with anxiety. And he did not put these courtesies in the slightest bit in his mind as he hurriedly walked forward. Not stopping for a moment. The palace maidens on the way whispered. Their voices scattered with the cold wind in the depths of the quiet palace. Where is Empress Dowager going? Why are you in such a hurry? Looking at the direction, it seems to be heading to Emperor Qin Fan's residence. An elderly palace maid said in a low voice, with a few moments of incredulity in her tone. The moment these words came out, the surrounding palace maids and eunuchs all revealed surprised colors. A palace maid who was new to the palace asked suspiciously, Prince Chen Fan? The former Grand Prince? The former immortal talent pride? Why is his residence in such a remote place? I've heard that Prince Chen Fan is an immortal talent. How could he live here? That place is just the residence of the servants. And now it's even more deserted. No one cares about it. Even if they were servants, they shouldn't live here. Only servants who were given death would die here. Alas! The reason for this is difficult for outsiders to know. From what I've heard, the most crucial reason is that the Empress Dowager doesn't seem to be very fond of this grand imperial prince. Her tone sank slightly. These words caused everyone to look at each other, all exchanging glances in understanding. In the imperial palace, who doesn't know that Luo Qianyu loves the 8th Prince Chen Yuma the most? While the eldest Prince Chen Fan, despite his great talent, has never been truly favored by the Empress. Some of the older people heard. Their faces changed slightly. But no more words. And those new to the palace underlings also gradually understand. The palace has too many unspoken rules. Geniuses may not get the treatment they deserve. The atmosphere was suddenly quiet. And the people were silent, bowing their heads and retreating, not daring to discuss any further. The road became more and more desolate. And finally, a small, low and dilapidated hall came into view. It stood in stark contrast to the surrounding gilded halls, appearing lonely and forlorn. Mottled walls, broken stone bricks, all reveal its dilapidation. As if a lonely boat swaying in the wind and rain. Let the years erode. The snow was heavy. The cold wind was howling. And the snowflakes were like silver-white blades, covering this dilapidated small hall. And the heavy snow almost completely buried this dilapidated small hall. This was the place where Chen Fan lived after returning to the Feathered Emperor dynasty. Luo Qianyu brought Chen Yuma, Chen Ruyu, and Chen Xiling to the front of this small, dilapidated hall, and stopped in her footsteps. The cold wind was bitterly cold and swept up the snow, blowing away the glory of the past, as if even the memories of the past were buried together. Luo Qianyu gazed at the small hall in front of her, her body trembling slightly, her eyes lost in thought, as if she couldn't accept the sight in front of her. This is the residence of Fan Air? Her voice was weak, with a few moments of choking and disbelief. Chen Xiling and Chen Ruyu both froze slightly. They had never set foot here before. And since Chen Fan had been relegated here, it was as if he had completely disappeared from their sight. In the past, after the return to the imperial capital of the pride that had once stood proudly in the world, they had only looked at him from afar, confirming that he had lost all his cultivation and no longer had any elegance. And then they no longer paid any attention to him. The two looked at each other, half sure and half uneasy, and responded in a low voice. It should be. I remember back then. Father did relegate him to this place. The word seemed especially light in the cold wind. Luo Qianyu's body trembled more and more violently as the past flooded into her mind like a tidal wave. She clearly remembered that when Chen Fan was deposed, she stood by the side, silent. At that moment, she had acquiesced to everything and had not said a word for Chen Fan. The memory of him, his eyes full of sadness and despair, that gaze like a knife, piercing deep into her heart. That gaze was full of longing and prayer, only wishing that she would say a word and take his side. But she didn't. She chose to remain silent. She had watched with her own eyes as Chen Fan was relegated to this place, exiled to this cold palace that had been used to punish servants. And she had done nothing about it. Now, standing in front of this dilapidated small hall, Luo Qianyu seemed to see the appearance of Chen Fan in the past when he was deposed. That forlorn back, lonely and dragging her tired body, disappeared between the walls of this desolate palace. Regret was like a tide that instantly flooded her heart. Fanner, she murmured softly, tears slipping silently down her face as the cold wind swept up her long hair and drifted through the air with a choking sound. Seeing this, Chen Xiling and Chen Ruyu lowered their heads, not daring to meet her gaze. Luo Qianyu suddenly turned around, tears filling her eyes, her voice trembling. Xiling, have you ever come here to visit Fanner? This question caused Chen Xiling's heart to sink into silence. A moment later, a trace of struggle flashed in Chen Xiling's eyes, and she finally said softly, rather, she has been here a few times. But in fact, what she called her visit was just a passing glance from afar. She had never really cared for her former brother. Luo Qianyu was slightly stunned, her gaze falling on her with an undisguised disappointment and pain. It was clear in her heart that what Chen Xiling had said was nothing more than perfunctory words. Chen Xiling involuntarily lowered her head and avoided her gaze. Luo Qianyu's sobbing intensified as tears slid silently down her cheeks. She turned to Chen Ruyu, her voice choking. Where is Ruyu? Have you ever come? Chen Ruyu's lips pursed, his complex expression, his face showing guilt, and he whispered, Mother, my child was wrong. Luo Qianyu's eyes instantly dimmed, tears slipping down like broken pearls. She pushed away the two men's support, her voice carrying endless grief and resentment. He is your relative. How sincere he treated you in the past. How can you be so heartless? The questioning was like a sharp sword, piercing into the hearts of both men. They silently bowed their heads, speechless. In the past, Chen Fan had cared for them and protected them to the best of his ability. Yet after he lost his power, They looked on with cold eyes and showed no care. Luo Qianyu looked up at the sky. Her tearful eyes hazy. Remorse like a tide, fanner. Mother finally negative you are. Her gaze gradually turned to Chen Yuma. Her eyes full of melancholy and sadness. Her voice trembling with a trace of hope and guilt. Yuma. You can never come to fan air here? Chapter 24, You've done your best. Now. It's not about 50,000 pounds of source stones. When Chen Yumo heard his mother's question, his face still maintained that warm smile. Gentle as before. His tone of voice was calm and frank. Naturally I have come. Mother need not worry. A few days ago, the child also made a special trip here. As soon as these words came out, Chen Xiling and Chen Ruyu couldn't help but glance at each other, their hearts unable to hide their astonishment. They had not expected that Chen Yuma would even visit this remote and cold place. They originally thought, even he has long forgotten this former big brother in the heart. However, at this moment, although the two hearts doubt, but do not dare to ask in front of the Queen Mother, only to bury the surprise in the bottom of the heart. When Luo Qianyu heard this, her expression slowed down a little. A trace of relief flashed in her eyes. And she asked softly, Umo. Have you ever resented Xiaofan? She was apprehensive in her heart. After all, Chen Yuma, as the only person who came to visit Chen Fan, was destroyed by Chen Fan's own hands. The pair of heavy pupils that had been hailed as a heavenly gift of God now suffered from this misfortune. It was heartbreaking. Luo Qianyu had mixed feelings at this time. Both grateful for Chen Yuma's tolerance and feeling deeply guilty for him. Chen Yuma was slightly gloomy. Then he shook his head lightly. His gentle smile remained. And said in a low voice, Mother? My child never complained about my royal brother. He is just mistakenly entering the devil's path. Controlled by the devil in his heart. Royal brother's nature is not bad. If not in the heart has been accumulated for a long time. Certainly will not make such a move. His words were sincere and tinged with a bit of sadness. As if he was defending Chen Fan and seeking a hint of solace for the pain he himself had endured. Luo Qianyu heard the words. The deeply buried wound in her heart was once again torn open. Tears slipped silently. And her heart ached unbearably. She couldn't help but embrace Chen Yuma tightly into her arms. Tears dripping down on his shoulders. Choking. Yuma. Mother is sorry for you. You have suffered too much aggression. Chen Yuma gently patted her back and said soothingly. There is no need for mother to blame herself. As long as Imperial brother returns safely, all the pain and suffering will be worth it. We must find our royal brother as soon as possible. My heart is really worried. Luo Qianyu nodded excitedly. His eyes blurred with tears. And choked. Yes. We have to find Fan Air. Quickly he didn't know how much he suffered outside. I can't let him be alone anymore. When several people heard this, they were all silent. Their moods varying. Chen Yuma looked as normal, while Chen Xiling and Chen Ruyu each bowed their heads. Their gazes complex. Not daring to say much. Luo Qianyu accelerated her steps and walked straight towards the dilapidated small hall. Her pace was hurried and anxious. As if every moment of delay was a deeper guilt towards Chen Fan. Stepping into the small hall, he was greeted by an old and dilapidated atmosphere. The walls were mottled. Dust accumulated. And the smell of decay filled the air. The former great prince of the imperial dynasty even inhabited such a desolate place. Bleak and heartbreaking. On the shore of the East China Sea, the sea wind whistles. Huge waves beat the shore. Sound vibration like thunder. The sky becomes more and more gloomy. The dome of the sky like the curtain of dusk shrouded the four fields. Ao Rushue's surrounding mana stirred like an endless river, rushing and surging all around. The spirit sword in her hand shone with a cold light. The sword aura was like frost, and it was morose and compelling. Accompanied by her low drink, the sky and earth suddenly changed, and a magnificent glacier silhouette appeared behind her. The glacier is like a moat between heaven and earth. Thousands of miles of ice. The extreme cold sweeping the four fields. People's hearts and guts all cold. At the top of the glacier, a simple and ancient long sword quietly inserted in the peak. The blade of the sword vaguely transmits a cold and chilling aura, as if condensing the coldest power of heaven and earth. As the vision appeared, Ao Rushue's sword light suddenly sharpened, and the sword intent was cold to the bone, as if it could freeze everything in the world and cut down all living beings. This vision is called Cold Nine States. Please teach me. Ao Rushue's voice was clear and cold, like the sound of melting ice and snow. The sword intent followed the sound and penetrated straight into Chen Fan's ears. And a stern aura followed. Chen Fan nodded slightly. A trace of approval flashed in his eyes, and smiled blandly. The visions are divided into 4 classes, and it is difficult to ascend to the top class in the world. Although the cold Kyushu is good, it can be listed in the 2nd class. Ao Rushue heard this and frowned slightly, displeased in her heart. Cold Kyushu is a vision of frost to the extreme. How can it be taken lightly? Chen Fan lightly shook his head, a smile on the corner of his mouth. Calm and certain. Other than me, there is no other first class in the world. Before the words fell, the green lotus rocked up, rushed straight to the dome of the sky. The entire sea is dimmed under the light of the green lotus. The green light is like a vast river of stars, reflecting the endless pressure, as if it can annihilate everything in the world. The strong pressure caused Ao Rushue to retreat several miles backward. Her face grave, her eyes full of disbelief. Fellow Taoist, could this vision be the legendary sea of bitterness planting golden lotus? But why is it a green lotus? Although this kind of vision is shocking, but the world's talents such as the carp of the river. Can you be a little more modest? Chen Fan smiled blandly. His gaze was calm, and there were no ripples in his complexion. He gently raised his hand, pointing vaguely in front of him, his tone calm. Come on. Ao Rushue's heart sank slightly, and her sword intent became more and more severe. The spirit's sword in her hand raised again. The sword light was like frost and snow. The coldness pierced the bones and rolled up monstrous waves. The surface of the sea instantly condensed into ice, and the cold air spread out from the surface of the sea, as if it was a frosty road that ran straight through Chen Fan from the sky. As fellow Taoist wishes. Ao Rushue let out a low cry, and her sword swelled with power. However, when the icy cold sword intent was about to touch Chen Fan, the green lotus light sprinkled down like flowing water. The green light was soft but carried endless power. That sword light and frost under the green light, just like the morning mist meets the sun, instantly dissolved without a trace. The cold sword gas then dispersed, as if it had never appeared in general. Although Ao Rushue's vision was a rare extreme of frost in the world, it was still not enough to shake Chen Fan's green lotus vision. The power of the divine bridge realm was ultimately unable to shake the impervious to all laws realm, which was unbreakable. Watching the sword light that he was so proud of disappear without a trace in front of Chen Fan, the heaviness between Ao Rushue's brows increased. She originally thought that she had entered the divine bridge for the first time and was already not weak in front of the pride of the world. Yet in front of this green lotus, she even seemed so powerless. Taoist friend is really extraordinary. I lost. Ao Rushue took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. A few moments of admiration in her tone. She knew that it would be futile to continue this time. Chen Fan's visions were extremely powerful. far beyond what she could shake with her initial cultivation of entering the divine bridge. Moreover, she didn't think that Chen Fan only had the means of this layer of the domain. Her skills were inferior. So she could only admit defeat. I would like to admit to the matter of 50,000 pounds of source stones. Chen Fan smiled. The green lotus gently shook. Points of green light like morning dew is cold and pure, you have done your best. Now. Not the matter of 50,000 pounds of source stones. Chapter 25, it's 100,000 now. Chen Fan smiled faintly. The green lotus behind him swayed gently. Bits of green light spilling down, reflecting him more and more mysterious and dusty. I made it clear a long time ago that if you make a move, it won't just be 50,000 pounds of source stones that will end it. Ao Rushue's complexion changed. But she remained calm. Her voice was as cold as ice, however. Before I made my move, I had stated that if I lost, I was willing to bear the responsibility of 50,000 pounds of source stones. You did not object at that time. Chen Fan gently shook his head, his smile unabated. Why do you need to talk too much, fellow Daoist? As the rules are established, they must be obeyed. Now the situation is clear. If you want to take away this miscellaneous blood sin dragon, you need 80,000 pounds of source stones. Otherwise, his gaze faintly swept over Ao Qian, who had fallen to the ground, the corner of his mouth carrying a cold smile. I am lacking a belt. Although this miscellaneous blood dragon's bloodline is unpleasant, but its skin can still be used again. 80,000 pounds of source stone. Ao Rushue's face suddenly changed. The coldness between his eyebrows grew heavier. This number is not trivial. Even if the Dragon Palace is rich, such a huge amount of source stones, but also not said to give. Ao Rushue took a deep breath and said coldly, this matter still needs to be considered. Seeing her refusal, Chen Fan was unconcerned and shrugged. There is no use in delaying. The source stone is insufficient. So I will take my own skin and flesh. Before the words fell, he had already taken a step towards Ao Qian. His pace was gentle, but it was permeated with unquestionable killing intent. Ao Rushue was anxious at the situation, and was busy blocking in front of Chen Fan, her tone carrying a bit of urgency and helplessness. Fellow Daoist, this source stone is not a small amount, and I don't have enough on me. Maybe I can wake up Ao Qian and let him find a way to raise some source stones. Chen Fan stopped his footsteps, a hint of a smile on his face, nodded his head and said, fellow Daoist is not too stingy. It is said that the Dragon Palace is full of treasures. How could it be that it could not take out even a mere 80,000 pounds of source stones? The corner of his mouth carried a few points of derision, obviously quite teasing about Ao Rushue's delaying move. Ao Rushue, no more words. Suppress the helplessness in his heart. Turn around and walk to the side of Ao Qian. Veiled hand gently pressed its forehead. Will be slowly injected into the mana. Woke him up. A moment later, Ao Qian snapped his eyes open and sprayed a mouthful of blood up to the sky, his eyes scarlet and full of resentment and anger. He leapt up and roared. How could that dog be in the Bitter Sea realm? I don't believe it. His roar was like waves beating against the shore, his anger and humiliation overflowing. Before he finished roaring, a few Night Stalkers who were assisting him showed fear and hurriedly covered his mouth, their eyes eagerly signaling him to look at Chen Fan, who was not far away. Ao Qian was stunned. His eyes looked down the road and met Chen Fan's calm and relaxed gaze. That crushing battle surfaced in his mind, and his anger and resentment suddenly turned into endless fear. His breathing stuttered. His face instantly paled, and the anger that was burning just now was extinguished in an instant. Intense shame and unwillingness filled his heart. But he couldn't utter a single word. And could only clench his teeth in death. Obviously. Although Ao Qian's heart is full of resentment and disobedience. But that nearly crushing battle has made his heart fearful. And even more words seem pale and powerless. Chen Fan just looked at Ao Qian blandly. His gaze calm and wave-free. As if the curse just now was not on his mind. Standing there quietly. Letting the wind blow by. The green lotus swaying. A little green light spilling down behind him. Ao Rushue saw this scene. Hurriedly stepped forward. Tone helpless and eager, Ao Qian. We have already lost. Now we need 80,000 source stones to make amends to this Taoist friend. How much do you still have on you? Quickly take it out. Ao Qian was just about to retort when Chen Fan suddenly laughed out softly and said lightly. It's now 90,000. These words were like a thunderbolt. Causing Ao Qian's face to change greatly. His fists clenched. His anger almost impossible to suppress. Just now it was still 80,000. But in the blink of an eye it became 90,000. This was simply more black-hearted than a black store. He was almost so enraged that he couldn't take a breath. His chest rose and fell violently. And he couldn't help but angrily rebuke. You black-hearted person. Extortion doesn't come with this. Oh, Rushue's face suddenly changed. And she quickly shouted. Ao Qian. Shut up. The situation is stronger than the people. How can you still be so insensitive? Chen Fan still calmly looked at Ao Qian. His gaze was indifferent as he slowly spoke. It's now 100,000. Ao Qian's face instantly turned as white as paper. His breath was disorganized. And he was almost forced to faint by his anger. He clenched his fists tightly. His nails embedded in the flesh. Blood dripping down his palms. The shame and resentment in his heart almost burned him to the ground. However, no matter how unwilling he was in his heart, he didn't dare to speak out against it again. He stared at Chen Fan with a gloomy gaze. As if he wanted to engrave this calm face in his heart. Although he did not dare to speak again. The killing intent in his eyes was already hard to hide. And his heart was filled with hatred. Ao Rushue stood aside. Her face gloomy to the extreme. Her heart filled with helplessness and anger. That stupid bastard. She cursed in her heart. Her anger hard to be pacified. Waking up is waking up. Why bother to make trouble again? Defeat is defeat. Why can't you endure this humiliation? Such a fool. It's really not useful. The situation has been clear. Ao Rushue knows that it is useless to argue again. Only to forcefully suppress the boredom of the heart. Whispered, quickly take out the source stone. Ao Qian's face was blue. His heart was ashamed and unwilling. But ultimately he was not justified and did not dare to retort. Silent for a moment. He clenched his teeth and took out a small mountain of source stones from his storage ring and piled them in front of Chen Fan. Source stone piles like a mountain. The aura overflowing. Like a boundless ocean of pure aura instantly diffuse. Dense as fog. Shocking the mind. However, this amount. Still not enough to meet the amount mentioned by Chen Fan. Ao Qian gritted his teeth. His face ugly to the extreme. And said in a low voice. Sister Rushue. I only have 30,000 source stones left in my hand. Do you have any more on your side? When Ao Rushue heard this, a chill grew in her eyes. And a hint of coldness and skepticism flashed in her eyes. How could the son of the East Sea Dragon Palace only have 30,000 source stones left on his body? She couldn't help but have doubts in her heart. Was Ao Qian hiding something? Or was it something else? The two stared at each other for a moment. Ao Qian was finally stared at by her. His face showed the color of embarrassment. And he quickly explained. Rushue's sister. You also know that the C-Rhyme secret realm is about to be opened. And I have used most of the source stones in order to buy the news of a spiritual object. So, hearing him defend himself in such a way, Ao Rushue's anger increased in her heart. Truly foolish. Before the secret realm opens, before the spiritual objects are obtained, he first depleted his family's capital. Such a tactless move. And still dares to claim himself as the Dragon Palace's heir. Her gaze coldly fell on Ao Qian, unable to hide her disappointment and anger. Chapter 26, Worldly Matters. Earthly Strife. Ao Ruashua snorted coldly, although her heart is full of indignation. But things have come to this point. It is useless to pursue. With a wave of her hand, she took out the remaining source stones from her storage ring and stacked them in front of Chen Fan. All of a sudden, the aura was overflowing like a sea of steaming clouds, which was mind-blowing. The spiritual chi lapped around like a tidal wave, and the source stones piled up like a mountain. Finally coming up with the 100,000 pounds that Chen Fan had asked for. However, Ao Rushue's face grew more and more gloomy. As the proud son of the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, to be forced into such a situation, it was hard not to be annoyed in his heart. And all of this was due to Ao Qian's foolish conceit, which could have been avoided. Ao Qian at this moment only has a low brow. Do not dare to say more. Looking towards Ao Rushue, his voice is low. Seems to contain an apology. Rushue sister. When I return to the Dragon Palace, I will compensate you. Ao Rushue glanced coldly. Her icy expression was chilling. With anger surging in her heart, she faintly said, "It's good that you know yourself. Don't cause any more trouble." Ao Qian heard, nodded repeatedly. Although the heart is not willing, but also know that at the moment is not justified. Do not dare to argue. After the two of them had spoken, Ao Ruashue turned to gaze at Chen Fan. Her gaze as cold as frost. Fellow Daoist, may there be no more encounters in the future. When Chen Fan heard this, his expression didn't change. His smile was bland, and there were a few hints of teasing in his tone. Fellow Daoist is out of line. Why be so desperate? Oh, Rushue's face sank slightly, not bothering to say much. With a wave of his sleeve robe and a surge of mana, his figure transformed into a cold light and quickly disappeared between the sea and the sky. The accompanying Night Stalkers hurriedly carried the seriously injured Ao Qian on, and also staggered to follow Ao Rushue far away, disappearing in this humiliating place. Ao Qian, although the heart of 1,000 unwilling, because of the tragic defeat, the anger of all the pressure in the bottom of the heart, only pale, silent. Chen Fan watched the crowd go away, smiled faintly and whispered to himself, "Cultivation is lacking source stones. Today is an unexpected fortune. Wonderful." He stood with his arms folded, the green lotus shadow gently shaking, like a heavenly immortal. The temperament of the dust. Eyes fell on the mountains of source stones. Aura dense. Fluctuations, like a sea of clouds rolling, filling the world. Chen Fan nodded slightly, a trace of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. This unexpected fortune was just enough to make up for the huge resources he needed for cultivation. 100,000 pounds of source stones. Enough to help me cultivate for a period of time. He lightly waved his sleeve robe. The Tai-Huang sword then appeared. The sword light flowed. The source stone was swept into the sword body like flowing water. And in an instant it was put into the storage space and disappeared without a trace. Chen Fan gently stroked the hilt of his sword. His demeanor was composed, and he lightly laughed. What I have gained from this is not a false battle. The path of cultivation. Resources for the foundation. Even Chen Fan and other characters, but also need to be abundant spiritual power to push up the cultivation. After packing up properly, Chen Fan scanned the surroundings blandly. His figure shifted slightly and turned into a green light, instantly disappearing between the sea and the sky. Even though he is not afraid of Ao Rushui and Ao Qian to seek revenge in the future. But these trivial matters are really boring to him. Unrelated to the overall situation. Not enough to worry about. Once he was alone in the world, killing 10,000 enemies and stepping through many dangers. But now that he has been reborn and returned, his state of mind has long been different. He didn't need to hammer his heart with fighting anymore. And he didn't want to waste time dealing with unnecessary entanglements. In his previous life, he had been an immortal 2 powerhouse, shaking the 8 wastelands and commanding the masses. In this era of the last Dharma, he was invincible. Except for some old undead. Who could be his enemy? Now, all he needed to do was to meditate and steadily increase his cultivation. And he would be able to return to the top. He is not willing to get involved in the world and the disputes of the world, but only wants to cultivate smoothly until he steps into Immortal 2 and Immortal 3 again. And until he can overthrow the Fei Hua imperial dynasty. The waves of the East China Sea rolled. The sea wind whistled. And the building ship Magic Treasure sped on the vast sea. Like a silver giant whale cutting through the sky. Carrying the majesty of the Dragon Palace. Traveling between the wind and clouds. On the deck, Ao Qian was half lying on the chair. His face was pale and depressed. He grabbed a pot of strong wine, tilted his head back and poured it in. The wine overflowed and dripped down his lapel, appearing to be in a sorry state. He drank rudely, as if every mouthful of wine was venting the humiliation and resentment in his heart that had nowhere to vent. After drinking an altar, Ao Qian casually smashed the wine altar on the deck with a loud bang. He roared angrily and rushed aside to command the night fork. Fetch more wine. Old me hasn't had enough. The Night Stalkers respectfully came forward and handed over the new wine. Ao Rushui in front of the deck, on the other hand, stood quietly, gazing at the sea horizon. Indifferent. Appearing lonely. Ao Qian once again took the wine altar and violently tilted his head back to pour down a large mouthful of it. Then slammed it down heavily and roared. Damn! Whether that kid is a human or a ghost. A mere bitter sea realm. How dare he press my divine bridge? His eyes were filled with indignation and unwillingness. And the breath in his heart was hard to quell. Turning his head, he glanced at Ao Rushui and asked with inquiry and incomprehension. Rushui's sister. Do you know the details of this person? Ao Rushui slowly turned back. Her gaze as cold as ice. And faintly said. This person is from the central region. The eastern region is far away from it. So how do you know his details? The words were cold and distant. Obviously tired of Ao Qian's foolish behavior. Ao Qian's heart was unhappy after hearing this. He snorted coldly and lowered his head to pour wine. The building ship sped between the sea and the sky. Ao Qian's emotions are obviously difficult to calm down. That fiasco not only made him lose face, but also made his pride suffer a heavy blow. At this time, Ao Rushui opened her mouth. Her voice cold and resolute, it's time to go back. This time, the waves of the East Sea are probably caused by him. So there is no need to investigate further. Ao Qian froze. Although his heart is not willing. But there is nothing he can do. That person's strength is strong. At this moment continue to entangle will only ask for trouble. Well, go back. At this moment, he only thought of returning to the Dragon Palace. Once again feast 10 friends. So as to vent the fire. The heart of this nowhere to vent the anger to release. Ao Rushui saw his appearance. His expression became more and more cold. But did not say much. Just faintly swept a glance over him. Softly said. See, Rhyme's secret realm will be opened after half a month. Ao Qian. You do it yourself. Words. Waved his sleeve and turned around to step into the cabin of the building ship. Ao Qian looked at Ao Rushua's back, disdainfully skimming his lips, but did not dare to say anything, and could only continue to pour wine. Angrily rebuking the nightfork, pour more wine. 10 more altars. I have to drink a lot today. Outdoor encounter this pervert. The Nightstalkers were busy fetching wine, afraid of slowing down this master who was in the throes of anger. Chapter 27, A Tragic Past. The ruins of the temple are dismal and dismal to behold. The rotting wooden beams were precarious. The mottled walls had long since lost their former splendor, and the air was filled with stale dampness. Luo Qianyu stood in front of the hall, his eyes stagnant, his heart like a knife, his breathing as if it was as heavy as a mountain. Fan air. This more than a year. He even inhabited this place? Her voice trembled slightly, and tears welled up in her eyes. In the past, the mighty, proud and powerful great prince has been reduced to such a situation, this kind of dilapidated place. Even the most humble servants in the palace do not bother to set foot. She could hardly imagine how Chen Fan had survived the endless loneliness and pain during these long years. Chen Ruyu and Chen Xiling entered with them, their gazes filled with astonishment and complexity. Although they know that Chen Fan has lost power, but did not expect the great prince of the imperial dynasty, but was relegated to such a desolate place. Today, I saw with my own eyes. I realized that the world is unpredictable. Saddening. Mother. Imperial brother has been through many hardships. Quickly find him back. Chen Yu must see Luo Qianyu look miserable. Heart burst of pain. A few want a burst of emotion, but strong self-repression tend to comfort. Luo Qianyu suddenly realized with tears in her eyes and said excitedly, Yes. We must find Fanner's personal belongings as soon as possible. No longer hesitating, she hurriedly ran into the bedroom in the palace. The only thought in her mind to find the things of Fan Air and quickly retrieve him. Chen Ruyu, Chen Xiling, and Chen Yuma glanced at each other, each with their own thoughts, and then dispersed, searching around in this dilapidated hall. Chen Yuma frowned slightly, although he had come here, but because of the dirt, not deep, today really set foot, only to know Chen Fan these days how miserable. However, the more so, the more joyful Chen Yuma was at this moment. The eyes that were clearly blind were now flashing with endless resentment. He actually lives in such a place. Chen Ruyu whispered to herself. Her eyes swept over the mottled masonry in the corners of the walls, her heart inexplicably silent. She had known that Chen Fan's situation was not good, but she had not expected that it would come to such a state. For a while, she was silent. Suddenly, Chen Ziling let out a soft cry, breaking the silence. Luo Qianyu snapped his head back, a wave of uneasiness in his heart as he quickly stepped forward and nervously asked, Ziling, what's the matter? The crowd gathered, only to see Chen Xiling standing at the door of a humble bedroom, looking dismayed. The sight in front of them caused the crowd to freeze. Inside, the room furnishings are extremely simple. A small bed. Mottled blood stains on the bed. Has long been dry and black, thin bedding laid casually. Worn out. Especially blinding. There was nothing else in the room but a wooden table with a missing corner and a lame chair. The water and rice tanks in the corner were empty and covered with dust. Such a humble place is not even as good as the palace servant's residence. Chen Fan was once an honored grand prince, but he actually spent more than a whole year here. This kind of bleak scene caused those present to be unspeakably shocked in their hearts. Brother Fan has actually spent this year here? Chen Xiling's eyes were moist. Her voice choked with tears. When Luo Qianyu saw this, she burst into tears. Guilt and grief coming like a tidal wave, almost making it difficult for her to hold herself. Fanner, she cried tearfully, running toward the crib, her fingers trembling, holding tightly to the thin quilt. As she did so, dried blood gently drifted down, spilling onto the blackened sheets and stinging her eyes. Luo Qianyu sobbed uncontrollably, almost collapsing on the edge of the bed, her hands grasping the quilt as if it was her only tie to Chen Fan. If I had known that Fan suffered this, how would I have let him be punished? I am sorry for him. Not worthy of being a mother. How can he reside in such a dilapidated place when he is obviously not yet healed from his wounds? Why? Why didn't you come to see him in the first place? Her voice was hoarse. Her emotions broke down, and she couldn't stop crying. Seeing her mother's grief, Chen Xiling hurriedly stepped forward to hold her hand and softly persuaded her. Mother, we will find Brother Fan as soon as possible. Please take care of yourself and don't let Brother Fan see you so sad. Chen Ruyu also stepped forward, softly echoing, Yes. Mother. Xiao Fan has been looking forward to returning home. We will definitely find him. Luo Qianyu sniffed. Her tears gradually stopped, nodded and said, You guys are right. Fan is still waiting for me. I cannot let him suffer again. Chen Yuma slowly stepped forward, his voice soft. Mother, this quilt is stained with the blood and breath of the royal brother. It can be used as a 10,000 mile tracking. Please don't hesitate any longer. Our brother is waiting for us. Luo Qianyu looked at the quilt with a complicated gaze, her heart filled with reluctance and remorse. But she understood that the only way to make amends was to find Chen Fan as soon as possible. She took a deep breath and slowly nodded her head. Chen Yumal was secretly happy in his heart, and his greed burned like a flame that was difficult to contain. The Emperor's sword will eventually be mine. That punk doesn't deserve it. Only a born saint like me can control it. Chen Xiling quietly looked at Chen Yuma. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, as if she had insight into her mind, but also as if she did not realize it. She softly said, Mother. Start. Chen Ruyu urged. Little Fan is waiting for us. Seeing this, Chen Yuma became more and more pleased and added a fire. Mother, the royal brother has entered the devil, and is full of resentment towards us. If we don't bring him back at an early date, I'm afraid that the hatred in his heart will become deeper and deeper. Luo Qianyu heard the words and finally got up. His body steeply erupted with majestic holy power. The might of a half-saint swept through the four directions like a tidal wave, and the dilapidated temple trembled slightly under the pressure. The quilt lifted gently in her hands and slowly rose into the air, then turned into wisps of ash and drifted away. At the same time, a mysterious aura coalesced within the hall. An extremely secretive aura that quietly rose as if it could be traced 10,000 miles away. Chapter 28, Successive Bad News. Chen Fan sat cross-legged on the top of the cliff. The green pine stood tall. The wind was blowing, and the waves under his feet were surging and slapping the cliff. Splash! Fish and shrimp frequently jumped up. Seems to have a mysterious power to attracting people. The source stones piled up beside him emitted radiant spiritual light, and spiritual energy surged in like a tidal wave. Chen Fan's mind moved, absorbing spiritual energy like a swift wind and rain. And the source stone turned into a trickle in his body, sinking into the profound sea of bitterness. The sea of bitterness continued to expand and ripple until it reached 25,000 feet, finally stopping slowly at the peak of 30,000 feet. At this point, The source stone had been sucked dry and transformed into an ordinary stone, losing all its spiritual power. Finally reaching the pinnacle of the sea of bitterness. I can step into the realm of the fate spring at any time. He slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. However, before the smile faded, the eyes suddenly cold, killing intent like a tidal wave surging. The Tai Huang sword emerged, and with a flash of swordlight, it disappeared into the unknown, cutting off cause and effect. Those sinful animals even dared to seek me out. They deserved to die. His face was steeply cloudy, and Chen Fan's heart was filled with rage. Although he had taken revenge on those sinful animals and failed to eliminate the roots, he still had regrets in his heart. And now, these sinful animals dared to use his predecessor's bloodline and breath to track him. They really deserved to die. He took a deep breath. Although this body and predecessor unrelated, but the soul is connected. Predecessor bloodline and breath mixed with a wisp of his soul breath. Today, I have already cut off my karma with the Tai Huang sword, and I will never leave any more leverage. Looking at the cliff abyss, Chen Fan closed his eyes once again. And with a thought, the source stone once again appeared. Since that group of sinful beasts were eager to seek death, he should not be left behind and send them on their way as soon as possible. With great merit. Immediately afterward, the spiritual power surged, and the spiritual power of thousands of source stones converged like a tide. Feathered imperial capital. Luo Qianyu's breath was greatly disrupted. His face suddenly turned white, and he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. That misty tracking chi was instantly cut off and completely dissipated. Her heart and mind shook violently. Her grief was hard to hide, and she hissed up to the sky, "Emperor's sword! Why did you stop me from finding my son? Why are you stopping me from searching for my son?" When Shen Xiling and Shen Ruyu saw this, their faces were grave and they rushed forward to support Luo Qianyu, secretly terrified in their hearts. The Emperor's sword had struck again, clearly unwilling for them to find Chen Fan. The message revealed by this incident grows heavier and heavier. Chen Yuma's face was grim, his resentment churning. "Why is that so? Obviously I am the one you belong to. Why protect that trash? He's a natural-born saint. Chen Fan is just a mortal. Even a waste of space. On what grounds?" Luo Qianyu could not calm the indignation and loss in his heart. Blood continued to gush out. His voice choked, "Fanner. Why? Why are you so?" Before the words were finished, he could not support himself and fainted. "Mother!" Chen Ruyu and Chen Xiling panicked, hurriedly taking out spirit medicines and even precious great medicines and feeding them into Luo Qianyu's mouth. "Quickly! Summon Imperial Dr. Su!" Chen Yuma, heart anxious, eyes flashing fear. Luo Qianyu cannot die here. More cannot die in front of his eyes. There is no time for him to care. His heart is burning. Turn and run to the Imperial Doctor. At this moment, his footsteps are like the wind, and he can't see the state of blindness in the slightest. The night was deep, and the Emperor and Queen's chambers were as quiet as water, with only a faint candlelight gently swaying. The white-haired Dr. Su sat quietly beside the bed, his hand holding a red silk on Luo Qianyu's wrist. His face grave, his eyebrows slightly knitted. Chen Ruyu, Chen Xiling, and Chen Yuma were closely surrounded by them, looking anxious. Although the three of them were trying their best to remain calm, the worry and uneasiness in their eyes overflowed. The atmosphere in the room was heavy. Chen Ruyu wanted to ask several times, but finally held back. A few moments later, the old man retracted the red silk, slowly opened his eyes, full of years of precipitation. Before he said anything, Chen Yuma had already asked eagerly. Dr. Su, how is the mother? Why did she suddenly faint? The rest of the two were also concerned and asked questions. Imperial Dr. Su sighed softly and slowly said, the Empress Dowager's emotions were greatly agitated. Her liver was on fire. And she was also affected by the mysterious power backlash. Her chi was disorganized. So she fainted. Luckily, the treatment was timely. And after a few days of rest and recuperation, she will be fine. But I have to remind. Must be calm in the future. Do not great joy and great sorrow, or fear of trouble. When the three of them heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him. Many thanks to the Imperial Doctor for saving their lives. Imperial Dr. Su nodded his head and left in a hurry after prescribing the medicine. Chen Yuma hurriedly followed and sent him out of the chambers. When the two left, the room returned to a cold and silent atmosphere. Chen Ruyu and Chen Xiling looked at each other and smiled, their expressions gradually relaxing. Chen Xiling's slender fingers gently flicked the falling hair. The corners of her mouth contained a smile. Her gaze was warm. And she softly said, it seems that imperial soldier, ultimately, is not something that we can get our hands on. Chen Ruyu nodded slightly, a touch of regret surfacing on her expression. Indeed. Although there was disappointment in her tone, she didn't see too many fluctuations, obviously having expected it. Chen Xiling's gaze slightly converged. The smile gradually faded. A change in tone. Said, Fei Mo, this person is not all stupid. In the future to act with more caution, lest he notice the clues. Bad our situation. Chen Ruyu laughed softly. Seemed to agree, yes. Smarter is always a good thing. At least less trouble. Otherwise, the death is not clear. But it is not worth it. The two speak easily, as if the outside world all the disturbances behind. Only at this time, the sisters can talk so carefree. Chen Xiling laughed softly. Then her tone turned and asked with concern. On third sister's side, is there any news coming in? Chen Ruyu looked solemn and gently shook her head. It's still the same old story. The end times confinement has not been lifted. So it's hard for third sister to do anything. She is trapped in the East CCI and can only wait for the time being. However, the East CC Rhythm's secret realm will be opened. So the third sister's disciples may be able to go and practice. Chen Xiling's eyes brightened as she heard this and softly said, the Sea-Rime mysterious realm contains 7 colored lotuses and 8 colored stones, all of which are rare spiritual objects that, if found, will be beneficial to smelting the natal artifacts. I hope that the third sister disciple will gain something. If it doesn't work out, getting a 6-colored object is also possible. Chen Ruyu smiled helplessly and gently shook her head. That secret realm spirit has not appeared for a long time. So I'm afraid that there is little hope. Chen Xiling gently nodded. Although there is disappointment in his heart, still harboring a trace of hope. I was about to continue, but suddenly stopped. Chen Yuma has stepped in from the outside. They looked at each other and smiled. Then no further words. Deep in the Imperial Dynasty. Secret room dark. Chen Xiankuan sitting in the center. Dragon robe like clouds. Cannot hide the gradual decline of the gas. Past majesty. Such as the candle in the wind. Fluctuating. May be extinguished at any time. Suddenly. His face suddenly changed. A sweetness in his throat. Violently sprayed a mouthful of blood on the sky. Bright red like fire. Reflecting the pale face. The power of the immortal terrace immediately decayed. And the originally radiant immortal terrace dimmed and seemed to be about to collapse. Chen Xiankuan violently opened his eyes. His eyes were scarlet with rage. And the entire chamber seemed to tremble in his anger. Thief! I will break you into pieces. The voice was like thunder. And the anger was so great that it seemed as if it wanted to tear the heaven and earth apart. At this moment, the sky suddenly changed. Dark clouds rolled over. And blood rain poured down like a curtain. Bright red blood rain dyed the sky red. As if the flames burning. Thunder intertwined. Shaking heaven and earth. As if countless souls hissing and wailing. The heavenly phenomenon changed. The spiritual light flickered like a star falling. And the faint light fell along with the rain of blood. A paragon has fallen today. The second ancestor of the feathered emperor dynasty, Chen Ling Tian, has finally fallen. Chen Xianquan's heart panicked. Fear and anxiety seized his heart. He didn't care about the collapse of his cultivation within his body. He violently got up and broke through the air. Standing above the 9 heavens, he looked at the rain of blood in the sky. His heart shook. And his face was as gloomy as iron. A moment later, he took a deep breath, suppressed the waves in his heart, slowly bowed, and said in a sad voice, I respectfully send the old ancestor back to heaven. Protect my imperial dynasty. The voice echoed like thunder, piercing through the 9 heavens and spreading throughout the 4 fields, sending Chen Ling Tian off. However, the sad voice dissipated. And what remained in his heart was only endless bewilderment and bitterness. Chen Ling Tian had passed away. The pillars of the imperial dynasty had tumbled. And his ancestors who had fallen one after another had left him at a loss for what to do. What's more, his eldest son, Chen Fan, had long since severed his bloodline, cutting off the flesh and blood of the imperial dynasty and abandoning all kinship. Now, half of the imperial capital has been destroyed due to the battle. And his fortune is declining and on the verge of collapse. Chen Xianquan's heart sank, as if he was plunged into endless darkness. And all the blows originated from Chen Fan. All because of that rebellious son. If it weren't for him, how would my imperial dynasty have come to this? In the end, he slowly closed his eyes. The indignation in his heart gradually subsided. And he strongly suppressed his anger. He waved his sleeve fiercely, his pale gaze looking into the boundless void. His voice steady and with endless determination, Umo is the future of my manhwa imperial dynasty. As long as he is there, the empire will be able to reorganize. And the throne will be inherited by him. I am not at fault. It is that rebellious son who is at fault. He is the one who has failed me. Not me. After the words were spoken, he took a deep breath. And with a light swing of his sleeves, his figure slowly fell down and returned to the depths of the imperial palace. Chapter 29, Breaking Through the Life Spring. Seeking materials. Above the East China Sea, the moon is falling. The sky is shimmering. The haze is as dense as running water in the sky, like a hazy veil for heaven and earth. At this time, Chen Fan was sitting cross-legged on the top of the cliff, his sleeves dancing lightly with the wind. His face as calm as stopping water. His breath as dusty as if he was one with heaven and earth. His posture was like that of an ancient immortal, silent and profound as an abyss. The sea's surface sparkling. Fish and shrimp with the tide in dance. Seems to be for this metamorphosis cheer. The sky and the earth are peaceful. And everything responds in the same way. Chen Fan's consciousness sank into his body. And a vast sea of bitterness appeared in his heart sea. Vast and boundless. At this moment, the 30,000 fathoms of the sea of bitterness was already complete. Only waiting for the final metamorphosis. Suddenly, he frowned slightly and muttered, "The sea of bitterness is full. But where is the fountain of life?" As soon as the words fell, heaven and earth seemed to sense it. In an instant, the center of the sea of bitterness light appeared. Like a star river hanging upside down. The tide of light rushing. In the sea of bitterness. The wind and clouds rose suddenly. The waves were turbulent. And a spring was slowly generated in the center of the sea of bitterness. When the spring first opened, it was like thousands of rivers rushing through the sea. With a torrent of magical power. Illuminating the entire sea of bitterness. The life spring appeared. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was like a torrent. Madly surging into Chen Fan's body. The spiritual chi was full. All the limbs and bones were like bathing in holy light. And the mana rolled on like a tidal wave. Unceasingly flowing. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze as deep as the sea of stars. The green lotus shadow behind him became more and more solid. As if it could resonate with heaven and earth at any time. As the life spring is open. The mana is endless. And from now on, the mortals will not be able to inflict any harm. He whispered softly. A hint of satisfaction and emotion in his tone. 1 day in the sea of bitterness. 2 days in the fountain of life. Such a speed of cultivation was rarely matched by anyone throughout the ages. Moreover, Chen Fan's foundation was deep and his magic power was vast. And now that he had entered the Fate Spring realm, it was the perfect opportunity to refine his own life magic weapon. Mana surged like a spring, enough to nurture a supreme treasure that accompanied him and grew with the life spring. Chen Fan got up and stood on the top of the cliff with his hands on his back. His gaze was distant, looking towards the city that was vaguely visible at the end of the sky. His expression indifferent. It's time to sacrifice an innate magic weapon. That city may be able to find the necessary materials. Life Spring Realm. Cultivators can sacrifice life magic weapon. Warmed in the life spring. Along with the cultivation improvement. Life and death together. This equipment quality must be 1 in a million. To live up to the task. Suddenly, Chen Fan's eyes moved slightly and he spoke blandly. System. It's time to bestow the imperial scriptures of the Fate Spring realm. I don't have such scriptures to cultivate. Heaven and earth are silent. Only the sea breathes gently. Fish and shrimp leaping water sound floating. As if everything is as usual. And that ethereal system seems to be silent. The corners of Chen Fan's mouth twitched slightly as he spoke again. If you don't grant it, I can only cultivate the quasi-emperor scripture. There were a few points of helplessness in his words, as well as a few points of self-deprecation. As if he was bantering with an old friend. He said softly. However, the surrounding area is still silent. Heaven and earth as usual. It seems that even the breeze has not responded. Chen Fan heart slightly sigh. End of the day. Lightly shaking his head. Look calm. Will be that a trace of imperceptible loss of all convergence. After all, he is also a great man who has experienced 100 years of ups and downs. How would he be troubled by the system playing dead? Although the heart is slightly disappointed, but in an instant will dissipate. Brows resume the calm demeanor. Tone of voice, if there is good. No is not. If there is an emperor's scripture to help. Since it is twice the result with half the effort. But even if there is no. Practicing quasi-imperial scripture is also enough to make him break through the bottleneck in front of him. The way of cultivation. Heavenly help is certainly happy. Ultimately still have to own step by step. Can stand in the top of the everlasting life. Chen Fan's sleeves flicked up. The green lotus shadow faded away. And the whole person was like a wisp of fresh wind. Drifting away towards the distant city. Only that faint voice drifted with the wind, in this world. My natal artifact must cast the supreme divine weapon. My cultivation method must be the strongest. Even if not at this time, there will be a day in the future. Under the dome of the sky, a majestic city stood majestically, pulling itself up into the clouds. with a 100-foot-high wall shrouded in faint divine light, overflowing with haze, like a divine sun hanging high in the sky, solemn and incomparable. Ancient runes densely covered the city walls, transmitting the atmosphere of eternal existence, as if it had gone through 10,000 years of baptism. Occasionally, there were dragon and phoenix chirping faintly, telling of the glorious glory of the past. In the sky above the city, the chi is volatile. The long rainbow sweeps across the sky, cultivators riding the divine light and arriving. Outstanding style. Occasionally, there are rare and exotic beasts carrying noble cultivators, stepping on the clouds and coming. The spiritual light floating. Majestic. The city shows its majestic atmosphere. Outside the city gates, a long line stretching for dozens of miles slowly advanced, all of them mortals. They were plainly dressed, with tired faces and heavy steps, but their eyes were full of awe and yearning. For them, to enter the city even for a moment was like being honored by heaven. Even the rich and noble children dressed in damask, who came with their servants, did not dare to go beyond the ranks of the mortals, and humbled themselves, not daring to overstep the bounds. Mortals and cultivators are separated by a rift valley. Cultivators enter the city with their own spiritual light to protect their bodies, and the rainbow enters directly, without being blocked by mortals. In front of the city gates, the formation slowly operates, diverting mortals and cultivators in a well-organized manner. At this time, a green-robed figure slowly stepped to the clothes with the wind. Step calmly. The demeanor of leisure, just like the world outside the immortal. He was holding a volume of ancient books in his hand. His gaze was indifferent. The other hand was behind him, and the bookishness and cultivator's temperament were one and the same. Although there is no sharpness exposed, but there is a kind of transcendent atmosphere. This person was none other than Chen Fan. His breath convergence. The pace is not fast and slow, like a wisp of wind swept through the hustle and bustle of the crowd. Although in the mortal world, but with the bustle of the scene is out of place. If there is a profound cultivator present, will be able to feel the pressure of its body hidden, like a huge mountain sunk in the seabed. Unfathomable. Magnificent weather. Cultivators around to see its arrival. Eyes have flashed a trace of surprise, although not out loud. The heart of a few guesses. Among cultivators, the most cautious is do not ask. Do not provoke. Do not say anything that is not their own. Chen Fan ignored those gazes and remained immersed in the ancient books in his hands. His footsteps leisurely and his demeanor as light as water. When the mortals saw him approaching, they all bowed and stood in front of him with awe in their eyes and whispered immortal under their breath. There were even devout people who kneeled down and bowed, praying for a ray of immortal destiny. Willing to follow the left and right. Willing to be a servant. Chen Fan's expression was as normal. His eyes had not moved away from the ancient books for half a minute, as if none of these sights had entered his eyes. Karma is determined by God, and it is useless to force it. Those who have a destiny will cross themselves, while those who do not have a destiny will have no use in seeking for it. The wind is light. The world is floating. All but a fleeting cloud. Chapter 30, The Prosperous Green Phoenix City. Chen Fan slowly walked to the gate of Green Phoenix City, and a soft divine light descended from the sky and quietly swept over his body, as if confirming his cultivation and identity. The divine light flickered and passed away, and there was no more obstruction in front of the city gates. So Chen Fan took a calm step and stepped into this prosperous and ancient city. The streets were bustling with people. Mortals and cultivators were intertwined, and sometimes there were exotic beasts wandering about, with powerful auras emanating from their bodies, drawing side glances from the pedestrians. On both sides of the street, Stores of all colors lined up. Pills, talismans, magic weapons, formations and other treasures needed for cultivation. Cultivators came in and out, trading in an endless stream, full of prosperity and vitality. Chen Fan walked calmly, his gaze calmly skimming over the pomp and circumstance in front of him. The corner of his mouth slightly raised as he muttered, "It's been a long time since I've seen such a lively scene." His eyes darkened slightly, and his thoughts gradually drifted back to the past. His life seems to be divided into 3 sections. Before the age of 30, he was in high spirits, looking down on the herd. And in a short period of time, he jumped to the second step of the immortal terrace, achieving great power. After 100 years, in order to seize the luck, alone in the forbidden zone, although the fate of heaven, but also to pay the price of all the broken cultivation. Returning to the world, full of trauma, suffered endless humiliation and trampling. Now, reborn, as if the wheel of fate had turned again, he stood at a new beginning. Just as he was pondering, a subtle and timid voice suddenly came from his ears. "Immortal, I wonder if you need a guide. The young fish can guide the way for you. And all you need at a time is some crushed source stones." Chen Fan retrieved his thoughts, looked down and saw a small girl standing a few steps away. The girl is only 10 years old, dressed in plain clothes, cloth clothes with patches. Face, although pale, but a pair of clear eyes through a few points of innocence and stubbornness. This is the case in many geographical areas. Seeing this, the corner of Chen Fan's mouth rose slightly as he smiled gently. "How do you address this young gentleman?" When the girl heard this, she busily shook her head and bowed, her voice brittle. "I don't dare to dare. How dare I call the word sir? My name is Su Young Fish. Immortals can just call me Young Fish or Little Fish." Chen Fan smiled without saying anything and nodded his head slightly, appearing quite easygoing. "All right then. Little Fish, come and guide the way for me." Upon hearing this, Su Yoyu's eyebrows blossomed into an innocent smile, leaping for joy. But she didn't dare to get close, obediently following behind Chen Fan, asking softly, "Immortal, where are you going?" Chen Fan kept walking, his gaze distant, and said blandly, "I am but a bitter cultivator. So why should I call myself an immortal?" Su Yoyu's eyes widened as she looked at Chen Fan with a confused face and said seriously, "In Yoyu's eyes, an immortal is like you. You are as unassuming as the clear wind in bright moon. And immortals should be like that." Chen Fan laughed lightly and did not explain anymore. To mortals, he might really be like an immortal. But he was only one of the countless seekers on the road of cultivation. The difference between the two is too great. And any words are pointless. Just take me to find a quiet place to stay. Su Yoyu's little head tilted lightly, pondering for a moment. A hint of realization flashed in her eyes, and she immediately nodded her head and said, "Immortal, please come with me. I know a few places of tranquility." Chen Fan nodded slightly, so Su Yoyu carefully led him deeper into the city. Along the way, Su Yoyu chirped like a little sparrow, dutifully introducing all kinds of things in the city for Chen Fan. She pointed to the stores on the street that were shrouded in formations and said excitedly, "Immortal, this is the Li family pill shop. The pills made by alchemist Master Li are the best in town. In front is the Wang family talisman workshop. Master Wang Talisman's talisman seals are marvelous and incomparable, capable of defending oneself and attacking the enemy. There is also the Quan family's magic weapon pavilion, which specializes in selling rare magic weapons. And many cultivators come here to look for treasures. At a young age, she is actually like a living guide to the city. talking about Qingfeng City in a way that makes it seem smart and agile. Chen Fan quietly listened without saying much, occasionally revealing a faint smile. Su Youyu led Chen Fan through several winding alleys to a quiet place. This place is far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. The surrounding area is cold and silent. Occasionally there are cultivators passing by in a hurry. All of them stop for a short time and then go away. Su Youyu pointed to an ancient inn ahead and smiled. Immortal. This place should suit your requirements. If you are not satisfied, young fish can still take you elsewhere. Chen Fan looked around and saw that the inn was in a secluded place with a peaceful environment that fit the needs. So he nodded his head and said, "This place will be fine." Su young fish see this. The heart leaps. But then a moment. Suddenly became a little anxious. Whispered. Immortal. My. Remuneration. She hung her head low and looked restrained, as if she was afraid to speak too much and be offended. To mortals, cultivators are like immortals, controlling life and death, and can easily decide their fate. Although the city has a ban on cultivators oppressing mortals, oppression is inevitable. Chen Fan looked at this careful look of hers and realized in his heart that he could not help but feel amused. How could a dignified cultivator cheat a girl who was less than 10 years old? With a light sigh, he took out a crushed source stone from his sleeve and handed it to her. As soon as Su Youyu saw the source stone, her face was filled with excitement and gratitude, almost wanting to kneel down and kowtow in thanks, with hidden tears in her eyes. "Thank you, Immortal. Thank you, Immortal." Seeing this, Chen Fan shook his head slightly, his tone flat and gentle. "This is what you deserve. So why bother?" Su Youyu opened her mouth, as if she wanted to speak. But in the end, she did not. Holding the crushed source stone in her hand, she was full of gratitude and did not know how to express it. She had never met a cultivator like Chen Fan who treated her so generously. Chen Fan did not care about her gratitude and turned to look at the inn, asking blandly, "Little fish, would you like to accompany me for a while longer? There are some things I want to inquire from you." When Su Youyu heard this, she hastily nodded her head and said excitedly, "Willing. Willing. Young fish will definitely serve Immortal properly." Seeing her like this, Chen Fan lightly laughed. "Then follow." He stepped towards the inn. Su Youyu also closely followed. But to the door, Su Youyu suddenly stopped. Look a little hesitant. Whispered, "Immortal. This inn is only open for cultivators. Mortals are not allowed to enter." When Chen Fan heard this, his expression did not change as he said lightly, "Follow him." Although the tone is light, but with unquestionable majesty. Su Youyu struggled in her heart, looked down at the crushed source stones in her hands, and finally clenched her teeth and followed Chen Fan. Stepping into the inn, she was ready to be evicted, and her mind was jittery. Chapter 31. There is a difference between immortals and mortals. The moment Su Youyu stepped into the inn with Chen Fan, the unexpected scene shocked her. Those usually high and mighty fellows and shopkeepers not only did not show the slightest hint of displeasure, but instead smiled at her and treated her with kindness and goodwill. Su Youyu's heart was in a trance of disbelief. In the past, these people were all contemptuous and rude to mortals. But now they were so pleasant? Chen Fan, however, ignored her surprise and walked straight to the counter, asking blandly, "Boss, are there any more elegant rooms?" When the shopkeeper saw Chen's extraordinary temperament, his heart was secretly shocked, and he hurriedly piled up his smile and respectfully said, "Your guest's presence is indeed the honor of Fenglai Inn. The rooms are plentiful. I don't know what kind of elegant room your guest would like to stay in?" After that, he pointed to the 3 floors of the inn and said attentively, "There are 3 classes of rooms in this store. Lower class guest room. Only need some source stone, crushed can stay. Medium guest room. Need a caddy of source stone. Can live in a month. As for the upper class guest room, is the most secluded place. A caddy of source stone can only live in a day. What is your preference?" Chen Fan sniffed. His eyes looked around blandly. Then calmly said, "Top grade guest room. Book it for January 1st. Prepare another window seat and serve some delicacies." Before the words fell, Su Yoyu was already frozen. For the period of 1 month, 30 pounds of source stones were needed. Such a huge amount of wealth was enough to feed and clothe her for the rest of her life. Chen Fan, however, used it lightly for lodging. The difference between immortals and mortals is truly a world of difference. The shopkeeper's smile grew even wider. And he hurriedly greeted. "Xiao Air. Quickly prepare the meal. Don't let your guest wait for a long time." Xiao Air answered the voice and ran to the back kitchen, lest he slow down his honored guest. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together and smiled, slightly apologizing, and respectfully said, "According to the store rules, please pay the source stone first. It's not that I don't trust. It's just that the rules make it so. I really don't dare to overstep." Chen Fan nodded slightly and with a wave of his sleeve, a 30-kilogram source stone was gently placed on the counter, which immediately filled the air with spiritual qi, refreshing the heart. Su Yoyu's eyes were wide open, intoxicated by the faint aura. Her cheeks flushed like a haze. The shopkeeper looked at the source stone that emitted a faint light. His eyes flashed with marvel. And then he calmed down and respectfully said in a loud voice, "Please move. The upper room is ready." He personally led Chen Fan through the winding corridors to a small independent courtyard. The courtyard was exquisite, with a rich spiritual qi and mist surrounding it, just like an immortal's blessed land. Outside the courtyard, there was a faint formation, isolating the outside world from interference, ensuring secrecy and security. The shopkeeper took out a bronze token from his bosom and presented it with both hands, respectfully saying, "This is the token for controlling the array. Your guest keep it." Chen Fan took the token, swept it blandly, and casually put it into his sleeve. "Thank you." The shopkeeper didn't dare to say more, bowed slightly, and quietly retreated. When it left, Chen Fan brought Su Yoyu into the courtyard, lightly moving lotus steps, looking around to confirm that the formation is running as usual. No obstacles. And then went straight to the top floor room, sitting by the window. The table has long been filled with exquisite dishes, dense aura, each of which is surrounded by a light halo, obviously beneficial to the cultivator. Chen Fan gazed at the table of delicacies indifferently, nodding his head slightly, his expression as usual. Su Yoyu, on the other hand, had eyes full of marvel and envy, her gaze fixed on the dishes glowing with spiritual light, her heart full of awe and curiosity. Chen Fan glanced at her and said indifferently, "Sit down." Only then did Su Yoyu come back to her senses, apprehensively taking a seat on the opposite side of the table, her heart terrified. She had never eaten with a cultivator at the same table before, and at this moment she was both excited and did not dare to say much. Chen Fan saw her demeanor, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, secretly smiling in his heart. To him, this was just an ordinary meal. To Su Yoyu, it was a feast that she would never forget. He picked up the wine and took a sip. The fragrance of the wine was rich and the aura lingered. He spoke blandly. "Little fish. I see that the city is crowded with cultivators. Most of them are non-locals. Is there a big event coming?" Su Young Fish heard. bowed his head in thought. Slightly hesitant. Said, some days ago. Heard the immortals discuss. Seems to have an auction will open. The specific details. Young fish is not very clear. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Pondering. And inquired about a few more places selling materials. After Su Yaoyu answered each of them, he looked at her appearance of constantly gulping down her saliva and couldn't help but smile. There is no need to be restrained. Feel free to savor it. Gratitude flashed in Su Yaoyu's eyes. And after a slight hesitation, seeing Chen Fan's calm demeanor, she no longer excused herself. She carefully took a spirit crab and savored it, eating it with gusto, her cheeks bulging like a greedy little squirrel. When Chen Fan saw this, he couldn't help but laugh lightly and didn't feel it was wrong. This table of spiritual food is nothing more than ordinary for him. But for Su Yaoyu, it is a rare occurrence in her life. All beings, mortal life, but hastily dozens of years. Compared with the cultivator's morning tour of the North Sea, twilight returned to the Tsunhai Sea. It seems short and small. Chen Fan shook his head slightly and lifted the spirit wine, his gaze going through the window and looking towards the sinking sunset. The sky and earth were enveloped in a soft golden haze, and the air was a little more tranquil and peaceful. Su Yaoyu put down her chopsticks contentedly. Her cheeks flushed, her former haggardness long gone, replaced by contentment and joy. She somewhat shyly whispered, "Immortal, I'm sorry for being rude. I've craved your spiritual food." Chen Fan waved his hand and smiled, saying gently, "No harm done." Then, he took out a few pieces of crushed source stones from his sleeve and handed them to her. His tone bland. "I've bothered you a lot today. It's getting late. You should go back." Su Yaoyu held the crushed source stone with both hands, gratitude surging in her heart. But a trace of reluctance surfaced in her gaze. She knew that there was a huge difference between herself and Chen Fan, and it was already a great blessing to be with him today. So she did not dare to have any more extravagant hopes. She gently nodded her head, her eyes brimming with tears, and whispered, "Many thanks for the immortal's generous love. The young fish will always be remembered in her heart." After saying that, bowed and retired, walking lightly, but through a few points of reluctance. That thin figure gradually walking away. Finally in the dusk light turned into a wisp of shadow. Chen Fan stood in front of the window, his gaze as distant as the evening sun in the sky, quietly gazing at Su Yaoyu's fading back. The afterglow of the setting sun poured over her, drawing her shadow into a slender and lonely shape. She clutched the broken pieces of the source stone as if she was holding all of her hope and fulfillment. However, that small, distant figure will eventually fade into the passing clouds of the human world. Outside the window, the golden crow is sinking in the west. Twilight. Heaven and earth gradually returned to peace and silence. Chen Fan stood silently, his gaze empty and distant, gazing at the alternation of day and night, his mind as calm as an abyss. Su Yaoyu in him. But the long years of the hurried passerby, her innocence and smallness, although it can touch him a trace of compassion, but ultimately, like a duckweed, fleeting. He can enlighten her for a while, but does not want to interfere with her life. The path of cultivation is long, and all beings have their own destiny. It is still not easy to ferry oneself. How can one ferry others? Chen Fan whispered softly to himself, his words filled with faint emotion. He slightly closed his eyes, calm, sighed softly, raised his cup and drank again. The fragrance of the wine is rich. The aura is dense, but failed to stir up half a ripple in his heart. For thousands of years, the world has been like a tide, floating and sinking, Life has been a whirlwind of events. But in the end it has been nothing more than smoke and mirrors. Outside the window, the last of the haze of sunlight hid in the sky. And night fell. And heaven and earth fell into an ethereal silence. As if everything had fallen silent. Chapter 32 Map of the Sea Rhyme's Secret Realm. East China Sea Dragon Palace. The temple is deep. Seawater through the crystalline jade wall. Sprinkled with ghostly blue light and shadow. Like the cold eyes of the beast of the deep sea. Cold and profound. In the middle of the hall, Aou was sitting on a blood-colored coral throne. With a lofty aura. A cold face. And an imperceptible majesty between his eyebrows. Below, Ao Ru Shui knelt down. Looking dignified and calm. In contrast, Ao Qian, who was kneeling on the ground, was trembling, cold and sweaty. Terrified. The hall was silent. Only Ao Qian's heavy panting echoed. Depressing to the extreme. Finally, Aou slowly opened his mouth. His voice was like cold ice piercing the bones. His majesty was not to be questioned. Unauthorizedly incurring a great enemy for my dragon palace. Ao Qian. You have great guts. His words were like thunder. Causing Ao Qian to tremble violently. As if he had fallen into an ice cave. He kowtowed again and again. His voice trembling. Father. My son knows his sins and is willing to receive heavy punishment. Aou's gaze was like a blade. His face was expressionless. And his fingertips lightly knocked on the throne. Making a crisp sound. As if knocking on Ao Qian's heart. Causing his fear to multiply. Only after a long time did Aou coldly say, "Go to the war general's tower to receive your punishment. And wait until you shed your bones before you can travel with Ru Shui again." The words. Ao Qian heart and soul cracked. Pale as paper. As if being drained of vitality. War General Tower. Is the Dragon Palace? The most harsh place. Into the person is either dead or disabled. Even if the survivor. But also will be a slave for eternity. Reduced to other people's puppets. Resentment and humiliation burned in his heart. Ao Qian clenched his fists. His nails pierced into his palms. And blood seeped out. However, Aou's mountain-like might oppressed him so much that he didn't dare to give birth to the idea of resistance. Child. Obeys orders. Ao Qian forced himself to endure the humiliation and answered in a low voice. His voice full of pain and unwillingness. Aou waved his hand. His expression cold. And said indifferently, "Stand down." Ao Qian slowly got up. Eyes slightly red. Anger and resentment in the chest surging. But can only bite his teeth. With endless humiliation. Slowly step out of the hall. Ao Ruoshua watched it leave. Her brows frowning slightly as a hint of displeasure flared up in her heart. She has always been indifferent to this brother. Although the same as the Dragon Palace bloodline. But repeatedly caused trouble. So that the Dragon Palace shame. Today's disaster is also his own sins. Not to be regretted. At this moment, Aou's voice sounded again. Ru Shui. Ao Ru Shui returned to her senses and immediately got up. Her complexion regained its calmness. And she respectfully said, "Father, my daughter is here." The atmosphere in the hall slowed down a little bit. Aou's face surfaced a rare smile. The original cold and stern complexion also softened a few points. His tone was gentle, "Sit down. No need to be polite." Ao Ru Shui, however, did not sit in response to the voice. Still standing. Slightly hanging her head. A trace of self-reproach between her eyebrows, "Father. All because my daughter failed to dissuade my brother in time. Causing him to cause great trouble. My daughter is ashamed of the Dragon Palace. Do not dare to sit down. Aou's eyes turned. With a faint helplessness. Sighed lightly, this matter is all due to that stupid thing self-inflicted. Its sin should be suffered. What does it have to do with you? Sit down. The words have come to this. Ao Rushwe can only follow the words to take a seat. The demeanor is still respectful. Ao Yu pondered for a moment. Then suddenly asked. That man. How is he? Ao Rushwe's eyes flashed a trace of memories. A little thought. Softly said. This person's style is outstanding. The temperament of the deep. Like the sky outside the banishment. Non-mundane can be compared. Ao, you heard? Eyebrows slightly raised. Eyes flashed through the accident. My own daughter's eyes are high above the top. Very few people can enter her eyes. But this evaluation of this person is really rare. And how does that compare to you? Ao Rushue looked complicated. Silent for a moment. Sighed slightly. Admiration in her tone. How can a glowing fire compete with the white moon? My daughter is ashamed of herself. Ao Yu frowned slightly. Obviously somewhat displeased. He has always regarded Ao Rushue as the pride of the Dragon Palace. Outstanding talent. Should be unrivaled in the world. Now. She even admitted that she was inferior to others. And that person was only a bitter sea realm cultivator. Making it difficult for him to accept. Rushue. Don't be presumptuous. He is nothing more than a mere mortal. And when your cultivation improves, suppressing him will be as easy as a slap in the face. Ao Rushue frowned slightly and whispered. Father. This person's vitality is like a sunrise. He is by no means mortal. My daughter does not dare to take him lightly. When Ao Yu heard this, his expression slightly slowed down. Waving his hand and smiling. That's just it. There is no need to worry too much. A mere bitter sea cultivator. If he dares to act recklessly, I will take care of it for you. Although Ao Rushue was skeptical, but saw his father so confident. Then no more words. His expression returned to calm. Seeing this, Ao Yu's tone was much milder. In a few more days, the Sea Rhyme's secret realm will open. You can go to explore the treasure. I have arranged a former friend for you to take care of. Feel at ease. Ao Rushue immediately got up and saluted. Her tone of voice was filled with gratitude. Thank you, Father, for your love. My daughter will live up to her promise. Ao Yu nodded slightly. Took out an old map. Solemnly handed it to her. There are countless spiritual treasures in the secret realm. And the 7-colored lotus and 8-colored stone are all rare things. This map is the Dragon Palace's efforts over the generations. The key points have all been marked. You can follow the map to find your way. Ao Rushue received the map. Carefully examined. Found that the mountains and rivers on the situation outlined exquisite. Important places marked exhaustive. The heart secretly grateful. She gently nodded her head. Her gaze firm. My daughter will live up to the expectations of the Dragon Palace and bring back the spirit. Ao Yu saw that she was determined. Smiled and said. Although the treasure is good, measure your strength and don't force it. Ao Rushue was silent for a moment. A hint of persistence flashed in her eyes. And she did not say much. Seeing this, Ao Yu felt slightly helpless. And finally smiled lightly and shook her head. He casually took out a few bottles of pills and handed them to her. His tone was gentle. During this period of time, dive into cultivation. And when you have cultivated to the point where the divine bridge is a great success, then you can make other plans. Ao Rushue received the elixir with a solemn expression. My daughter respects the teachings of Father Emperor. With those words, she excused herself and left. Her pace light and with the sharpness of a sword's blade. Ao Rushwe stepped out of the hall. The night wind whipped the face, clothes fluttering through the stern air. At this time, a night fork hurriedly came, respectfully stopped beside her, whispered, "Princess, the Westsea Dragon King's son Plumefeather has invited. Want to set up a banquet hospitality? Has invited several dragon son and princess gathered." Ao Rushwe heard the words. The coldness between the eyebrows was born. The tone of indifference, "Do not see. Tell him. My ambition is on the great road. Children's personal feelings. Have no intention to get involved. If again entangled, do not blame the sword mercilessly." The words were cold and killing opportunities were hidden. Nightfork's heart and soul trembled, and he hurriedly bowed his head and promised, cold sweat pouring out. When he looked up again, Ao Rushwe has disappeared at the end of the corridor. Only the cold wind whisked by. The aura of murder is still there. Chapter 33, Inquiring for Information. In Qingfeng City, the night was low, but the lights were brilliant, and the streets and alleys were crowded with people, stores, and shouts of sales. Chen Fan walked slowly in this noisy night, with a light step and a relaxed demeanor, as if he was outside the world. Traveled to a forging store. He stopped, looked up. Store door plaque engraved "U Family Forging Store" 4 words. Handwriting pale through the traces of time. Chen Fan's gaze was indifferent as he stepped inside, and the faint aura of gold and stone wafted from his nose. Inside the store, the furnishings were ancient and simple, surrounded by rare mineral materials, each piece of which was filled with a ghostly halo, emitting a unique spiritual charm, which covered the store with a layer of mysterious color. Behind the counter, a 10-odd-year-old Taoist child was holding a yellowish ancient book, chanting in a low voice under his breath. His demeanor was focused, as if he had forgotten himself. Seeing Chen Fan come in, the Taoist boy hurriedly closed his book, quickly stepped forward to welcome him, and smiled respectfully. "Guests are courteous. I don't know what I need." Chen Fan laughed lightly, his tone calm. "Take a look around casually. Looking for some forging materials?" The Taoist boy smiled faintly, a color of understanding in his eyes. Walked to Chen Fan's side, and introduced softly. "This store has a complete range of forging materials, and the materials are taken with great care, so it will surely satisfy the guest." With a turn of phrase, he asked with a smile, "I wonder what kind of materials the guest needs." Chen Fan pondered a little and asked, "Is there a cold smokestone?" The Taoist boy looked apologetic and shook his head. "Cold smokestones are rare and have not yet entered my store." Chen Fan was unimpressed and asked again, "Is fire chui smoke available?" The Taoist boy smiled bitterly, slightly embarrassed. "This thing is even more rare. The small store also has no stock." Chen Fan gently nodded his head without further words, and swept his gaze across the shelves, casually removing a shimmering ore and examining it carefully. Then, he seemed to remember something and asked carelessly, "I heard that there will be an auction in the city. I wonder what the details are." The Taoist boy froze for a moment, then immediately understood, and thought in his heart, this person clearly intends to spy on the news, and the purchase of materials is just a front. However, seeing Chen Fan's extraordinary demeanor in holding the ore in his hand, he was obviously not an ordinary cultivator. So he collected his thoughts, smiled more intensely, and respectfully said, "Customer is really well informed. This auction is hosted by the Xian Yuan family. The scale is grand, known to all the city. Although the kid is a Taoist child, but also know a little." Chen Fan took out a source stone, paid the bill for the materials in his hand, and said blandly, In that case, I hope to tell you in detail. The Taoist boy smiled more and more as he collected the source stones, took a few steps closer, and said in a low voice, "It is rumored that there will be quite a few rare treasures in this auction, which can be said to be hard to come by in 100 years. Superior spiritual materials, secret methods, and magic treasures are all among them." Speaking here, his voice lowered. "The most striking thing is the legendary C-Rhyme Mystery Realm entrance quota. The Xian Yuan family actually included such a chance in the auction, which is really a big deal." Chen Fan raised his eyebrows slightly, secretly speculating in his heart. Without showing any waves on his face, he softly asked, "When will the auction start?" The Taoist boy replied, "A week from now. If the guest is interested, he may as well go and take a look." Chen Fan nodded his head in thanks and whisked his sleeves away, his figure disappearing into the night. As the night deepened, the hustle and bustle of Qingfeng City gradually faded. Pedestrians were sparse on the streets, and only a few lone lamps swayed in the breeze, emitting a dim light. Chen Fan was walking alone, with a gentle gait and a calm demeanor, as if he was a wanderer in the mortal world, letting the night wind brush his face, his mind as serene as water. At this time the street, less daytime hustle and bustle, more a few minutes of silence. Green slate street surface and the light of the lamps flooded with shimmering light, telling the ancient city of the long years. Occasionally, pedestrians returning at night whispered, their voices blown away by the night wind and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Chen Fan wandered around with faith. His mind was calm and quiet, enjoying this moment of tranquility. The sky is darkening. The deeper the night, the street lights go out one by one. The city falls into a deep sleep. Only a little starlight flickering to the ancient city put a layer of mystery veil. Unconsciously, it is already close to the middle of the night. The lights are gradually extinguished. The whole city is silent. Only a few lone lamps flickering ghostly. Chen Fan walked all night. His mind was like stopping water, as if the dust in his heart dispersed with the night wind. Only when the sky turned fish-belly white did he return to the inn on a happy note. The shopkeeper had been waiting for a long time, and when he saw Chen Fan return, he hurriedly greeted him. "Noble guest, do you need some meals?" Chen Fan smiled and shook his head. "No need." After saying this, he turned around and went back to his room, pushing the door open. The room was plainly decorated. Chen Fan sat cross-legged on the bed and took out the source stone. All of a sudden, the aura surged, and clear spiritual energy permeated out, slowly flowing into his body as he breathed. Although Green Phoenix City was full of aura, it was already insufficient for Chen Fan. Since he broke through the life spring realm, the aura required for cultivation became more and more huge. The accumulation of years and years of ordinary cultivators. But he was just a drop in the bucket, instantly consumed. And as he needed to remove those enemies as soon as possible, he naturally wouldn't be stingy with source stones. In just 2 days, thousands of pounds of source stones were absorbed and turned into rolling mana. Such a horrifying absorption speed, if known by others, would definitely be shocked. After all, while an ordinary life spring cultivator could cultivate for several years with a piece of source stone, Chen Fan used up 1,000 pounds in only 2 days. Because of this, he was able to break through the life spring and step into a whole new realm at an astonishing speed. He looked down at the remaining source stones in his hand and shook his head slightly. At this rate of consumption, these source stones would only be able to support his breakthrough to the divine bridge realm. Further on, the aura required for cultivation was even more enormous. And with this resource it was already stretched to the limit. Thinking of this, the corners of Chen Fan's mouth lifted up. A hint of playfulness appeared in his eyes, and he whispered to himself. It seems that in the future, he will need to find some rich families and rob the rich to help the poor, in order to continue his cultivation. The words were light, as if describing an insignificant matter, but the sharpness coming out of them was frightening. As far as Chen Fan is concerned, the road to cultivation is long, and all obstacles are stepping stones. If you don't have good fortune, you will have your own way of practicing. Immediately, Chen Fan slowly closed his eyes, and in an instant, it was as if heaven and earth had frozen with his closed eyes, and the breath in the room was instantly silent. Only the aura surrounding the body fluctuates gently, as if pulled by the invisible. Slowly gathered. The air trembled slightly, and the pure spiritual energy contained in the source stone awakened under the sensation, transforming into a clear spiritual chi that flowed out as far as the naked eye could see, like a stream flowing into the sea, slowly surging towards Chen Fan. As the stars and moonlight faded, a glimmer of dawn appeared in the sky, and the shimmering light of the morning sun filtered through the clouds and quietly spilled onto the earth. Chapter 34, Seeking the Immortality Pill. The night is deep. The Emperor and the Queen's bedchamber. The lamp is weak. Ghostly illumination. The palace room will be shrouded in a quiet light and shadow. On the bed couch, Luo Qianyu suddenly opened her eyes, the shimmering light reflecting her slightly haggard face. Confusion and pain in her eyes. Her voice hoarse, "How long have I been asleep?" Seeing this, Chen Yuma, who was guarding the side of the bed, rushed forward and spoke in an urgent tone. "Mother, you have been unconscious for a night. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Child will go and ask Imperial Dr. Su. Chen Ruyu and Chen Xiling, who were on the side, also came forward with concern. "Mother, is there any discomfort? If there is something wrong, do not delay. We will immediately call the imperial physician." Luo Qianyu heard the words. Her eyes moved slightly, contemplating for a moment. Her eyes flashed with pathos and self-blame. She was silent for a long time, gently lowered her eyes, and sighed in a low voice. One night Xiaofan was outside, and suffered another night. When these words came out, Chen Yuma's heart was slightly shocked. A trace of hidden resentment flashed under his eyes, then converged. His tone was gentle, softly consoling. "Mother does not have to worry. The child has mobilized the entire imperial dynasty, looking for traces of his brother. As long as my brother is still alive, no matter how far away the world is, I will be able to find him." Luo Qianyu raised her eyes to look at Chen Yuma, and the tightly closed eyes and gentle tone made the guilt in her heart even greater. She murmured, I've wronged you. Mother was only concerned about finding little Fan and didn't take into account your injuries. What a derelict mother." Chen Yuma slightly bowed his head, holding back the resentment in his heart. His tone was still gentle. "Mother need not blame yourself. It is important to find your brother. The child's injuries are unhindered. You only need to take care of your body, and leave everything else to the child to deal with." Luo Qianyu felt more and more guilty, tears slipping down quietly. Her eyes filled with remorse. She gently got up. Her gaze turned to Chen Ruyu and Chen Xiling, and asked, "Your father, has he ever shown his face?" Chen Ruyu and Chen Xiling glanced at each other, and Chen Ruyu whispered, "Father has not appeared." Chen Xiling sighed. "Last night, the sky changed. It seems that the second ancestor has fallen." When Luo Qianyu heard this, her figure trembled slightly. Her face turned pale, and a deep pain flashed in her eyes. She was silent for a moment, let out a long sigh, and said in a low voice, I am ashamed of the two old ancestors. If Xiaofan is here, I will atone for his sins on his behalf and personally thank him for his sins. There was endless powerlessness and self-loathing in her voice. Seeing this, Chen Yuma, Chen Ruyu, and Chen Xiling persuaded. Mother, there is no need to be overly worried. If Imperial Brother knows that you are so concerned, he will definitely be pleased. You must take care of yourself. Luo Qianyu's gaze was stagnant. Tears flickered, and she bit her lips tightly, remaining silent for a long time. Suddenly, she looked up at Chen Yuma, her tone determined. Yuma, I have decided to personally take you to the Luo family to beg for the immortality medicine to help your heavy pupils recover. Are you willing? When these words came out, Chen Yuma's heart shook violently. A touch of joy swept across the bottom of his eyes, then converged, pretending to hesitate. Mother, that's the immortality pill. It's the chances of my royal brother. How can I seize it? Guilt and determination flashed in Luo Qianyu's eyes as she choked. If Xiaofan were here, he would have agreed. UMO. The future of the imperial dynasty is held up by you. Do you want to shirk this heavy burden? Chen Yuma's fists were clenched. His brows slightly knitted, and his face was filled with complex emotions. When Luo Qianyu saw that he did not say anything, her heart ached even more. Her tears appeared faintly, and her heart became more and more determined. Chen Ruyu and Chen Xiling on the side looked on, and their hearts were also flooded with complex emotions. Although their faces were calm, their hearts were in turmoil. Luo Qianyu's gaze gazed at Chen Yuma, her voice soft but firm. Yuma, with the resurfacing of the heavy pupil, the imperial dynasty will be stronger. So will little Fan's wish. Do you really want to refuse? Chen Yumo was silent for a long time, and finally took a deep breath. My child is willing to accept this opportunity. But I promise that I will find a strain of immortality medicine in the future and offer it to my royal brother as a token of my appreciation. Chen Xiling smiled as she heard. Umo is so broad-minded. If Imperial Brother knew, he would be pleased. Chen Ruyu also said. Yes. Umo's heavy pupil has been injured, so there really should be no further delay. Depart early and recover as soon as possible, so as not to leave any lingering problems. When Luo Qianyu heard this, her anxiety increased and she hurriedly took Chen Yuma's hand. Ruyu is right. Time is running out. Let's set off immediately. No more hesitation. Chen Yuma nodded slightly, stealing joy in his heart, but still keeping a gentle and humble face. He left with Luo Qianyu. When the silhouettes of the two of them were far away, Chen Ruyu and Chen Xiling glanced at each other. A faint hint of coldness swept across their eyes. Chen Ruyu sighed lightly, her tone bland. Mother really favors Umo. Even the Luo family's immortality pill is willing to seek it for him. Although the words are calm, but the subtle emotions are obvious. Although she is a princess, outstanding talent, favored by all, but ultimately less than the emperor brother favored. Especially such an amazing immortality drug. Would like to Chen Yuma shed out. Chen Xiling nodded her head slightly, helplessness in her tone. Yes. Umo is truly blessed with heaven. Mother has devoted everything to him. The corners of Chen Ruyu's mouth rose slightly. A meaningful smile flashed in her eyes as she blandly said, good thing too. Perhaps this immortality pill can really allow Umo to go further. Chen Xiling's voice was soft, but with deep thought. Also, this great world is extraordinary. If Umo is stronger, it will be a help to us. The two men looked at each other, each with their own thoughts in their hearts. And then they made a few small talk. Suddenly, Chen Ruyu's words turned. His eyes were heavy. And he asked softly, "Father is really seriously injured this time?" Chen Xiling murmured, his complexion slightly cold, and said in a low voice, "Last night, I sensed my father's aura. And it has indeed fallen to the half-saint realm. The situation is not good." Chen Ruyu sniffed. Her face calm. Still with a faint smile. Could it be that there's really something wrong with the imperial dynasty's fortune? Chen Xiling shook her head slightly, her eyes casting towards the silent night sky outside the temple. Her voice soft but grave, although there are ancient rumors of chi luck. The real ones are scarce. Even in the ancient books of my imperial dynasty, there are no exact records. As if there is an invisible force that obscures the truth. The corner of Chen Ruyu's mouth curled slightly. A touch of deep meaning in her eyes. And she blandly said, "No harm done. Feimo's luck is not bad. Carrying heavenly heavy pupils. His destiny is not extraordinary. If there are deficiencies, the big deal is to find some people with prosperous chi and take advantage of the situation." Chen Xiling nodded slightly at his words and did not retort. There was a momentary silence in the hall. And as the words terminated, a deep scent filled the air. The breeze whipped through the pines and cypresses outside the temple, bringing gusts of cold. The two were silent, as if even their breathing was extremely light. Everything seems to be quietly brewing, waiting for a huge change in the future. Chapter 35. All are hard to find. For the next 7 days, Chen Fan did not take a step out of the courtyard door and closed his door to cultivate and subconsciously break through. The innkeeper regularly serves exquisite meals every day. But Chen Fan completely ignored. Let that sumptuous food on the table. Did not move a chopstick. At the time of the morning sun, the shopkeeper will quietly remove yesterday's meals, replaced with fresh delicacies. Seems to have been accustomed to this scene. On that day, the shopkeeper, as usual, gently placed a table of steaming hot meals on the table, and was about to leave, when he suddenly felt a fluctuation of chi in the courtyard. And his heart was startled, only to see a light slowly overflowing from the depths of the courtyard, such as the first bloom of the morning light, reflecting the entire courtyard. A slender figure in a plain robe then walked out, his expression indifferent. Chen Fan walks slowly. Between the eyebrows there is a hidden spiritual light flow. Around the body breath convergence. Calm and steady as the abyss. Although he did not intentionally show, he had already formed a force of his own, which people did not dare to lightly ignore. The shopkeeper's heart moved slightly. Witnessed such extraordinary weather. Cannot help but secretly praise. Although in the mundane, but read countless people, know that this kind of temperament must be a sign of great progress in cultivation. So hurriedly went forward. Respectfully bowed, "Congratulations to your guest's cultivation is refined. The road is open. Immortal luck without boundaries." Chen Fan smiled blandly as he heard this. His tone calm. "Thank you for your kind words, shopkeeper." The shopkeeper said yes again and again. His heart rippled, but still remained modest. Polite a few words and then knowingly retired. Chen Fan watched the shopkeeper leave. His eyes slightly converged. A little contemplation. And then stepped out of the inn. Early morning sunshine sprinkled. The streets of the crowd gradually gathered. But he walked alone. Calm. Seemingly isolated from the hustle and bustle of the world. As if a wisp of wind. A world of its own. Qingfeng City. Xianyuan auction house towering. Such as the palace of heaven descending. The weather. Courtyard magnificent. Runic flow. Lingering light. Strict formation. The power of the four directions. As if the immortal palace. Mortal beings do not dare to approach. Cultivators also fear. Chen Fan walked through the bustling crowd with a calm gait and a bland demeanor. Eyes swept over the towering hall. See immortal birds and beasts soaring in the sky. Cultivators flying. The momentum. But the state of mind is like stopping the water. This kind of scene, in his but ordinary, did not start half a ripple. The surrounding cultivators had extraordinary aura. Either solemn or self-conscious, each with their own thoughts, all coming for this grand auction. The spiritual chi of this place gathered and flourished for a while, and the flow of spiritual energy among the cultivators seemed like an invisible tide, sweeping over the entire auction house, signaling the unprecedented situation. Chen Fan faithfully stepped inside. Although the heart is not obsessive, but also secretly thinking. Today's search for forging materials. If you can wish is the best. If you do not get, also not disappointed. Really suitable things are rare in the world. Go with the flow. Do not force. Stepped into the auction house. Opulent scenery into the eyes. Surrounded by aura. Like a fairy palace. The center of the towering platform. Surrounded by seats. Layered staggered. Each seat has a formation protection. Aura hidden. To prevent the cultivators' fight. The ground is paved with rare jade. Warm and moist like water. Light convergence. Walking on it, as if stepping into the fairyland. The air is filled with the aroma of Dan and the fresh air of spiritual grass, which makes people's mind tranquil and spiritually invigorated. Look up. Overhead hanging huge scroll. Slowly floating. Recorded all kinds of heavenly treasures of the detailed explanation. The pen force is strong. The weather is magnificent. One's heart desires. Inside the auction house, cultivators were sitting in twos and threes. Either sitting quietly and concentrating, or talking in low voices, occasionally raising their heads to gaze at the scrolls, with expectations and thoughts in their eyes. Obviously, those who gathered here today all have a plan, and many people have secretly measured whether the source stone they carry is sufficient, whether they can bid for their favorite things. At this moment, a maid with a lithe figure and a clear face came slowly, her sleeves fluttering with a soft spiritual light. And she gave a graceful salute, her voice like a clear spring. Noble guest. I don't know if I need a private room? Chen Fan bashfully scanned the seats below, which were already crowded with cultivators from all sides. Slightly noisy. After a slight thought, he nodded his head and said, May. The maid's smile became more and more respectful. Slightly owed her body and led the way. Please follow me. Regulus auction house box is divided into 3 classes. The 3rd class box needs 100 pounds of source stone. The 2nd class box 1,000 pounds of source stone. The 1st class box 5,000 pounds of source stone. I don't know what your guests intend to? She spoke with anticipation and inquiry, secretly measuring Chen Fan's demeanor. This person has an extraordinary demeanor and has his own hidden pressure. Fearing that he is not a mundane cultivator, so she guessed his origin in her heart. Chen Fan's gaze moved slightly as he blandly said, 3rd class is sufficient. A trace of surprise and disappointment flashed under the maid's eyes, but her smile didn't change as she respectfully led the way. Your guest. Please follow me. Although she was surprised that the other party only chose the ordinary box, but well-trained, did not show unusual. Lead to the 2nd floor of a simple and elegant box. Furnishing simple but elegant. The walls inlaid with spirit stones, emitting a soft light. A few wisps of green smoke from the corner of the spirit incense burner rising. The aroma mixed with the fragrance of grass and trees. People's peace of mind. as if isolated from the outside world hustle and bustle. Chen Fan nodded slightly, his expression unmoving, although he could easily choose a higher box. To him, luxury was meaningless. Today, he only came here for the forging materials. So it is not his wish to spend money extravagantly. Although source stones are not rare, they should also be used for cultivation and should not be wasted. The maid saluted softly, her tone attentive. If your guest has any needs, the Regulus auction house will do its best to serve them. Chen Fan responded blandly. I already know. The maid of honor made a bow and exited the box with a light step. The room returned to tranquility. Spiritual incense curling. Grass and trees quiet. The outside world is isolated from the bustle, adding a few minutes of quietness. Chapter 36, Something Interesting. Chen Fan stood in the box with a calm expression, his gaze sweeping blandly over the bustling crowd below. Cultivators in the field like a tide. Hot breath permeates the surrounding. Sound waves rolling, like 10,000 waves. However, his state of mind is like an ancient well, and this hustle and bustle event is out of place, like being outside the world. About one incense stick time. Suddenly a clear and loud drum sound shook the whole field, like thunder at first, instantly suppressing the clamor. Drums sound thick and majestic. The atmosphere of the field suddenly condensed. All the cultivators held their breath. The clamor gradually returned to silence. Drum sound dispersed. A white-haired middle-aged man slowly ascended to the high platform. His figure was upright. His breath was like a mountain, and the pressure of a powerful person of the dragon realm vaguely flowed around his body, just like an abyss. Immediately after, a red-clothed woman arrived, with a stunningly beautiful appearance. Skin like congealed fat, eyebrows like a painting, and eyes full of autumn water. Looking at the light, her red dress danced lightly in the breeze, lined with graceful posture. Light steps, like a fairy on the ground. Hands and feet to show the heavenly posture. Vermilion lips gently open. Smile like a spring breeze. Instantly attracted the gaze of the cultivators under the stage. Countless people only felt their hearts and minds being pulled by her, as if caught in an invisible net, unable to stop. It's actually Elder Lin himself presiding over the auction. Someone under the stage exclaimed in a low voice. Elder Lin is a dragon transformation realm powerhouse, killing 8 dragon transformation evil thieves in one night. He shook the 4 directions with his might, and is only a step away from the Xiantai realm. Another cultivator's tone was filled with awe. Whispers rose in all directions as the cultivators talked about Elder Lin's mighty name, and their words were full of admiration. Dragon realm powerhouses are already rare in the cultivation world, and the fact that they are presiding over the event today shows that this event has an extraordinary weight. Lin Lao stood on the high platform, his gaze calm. The pressure slightly converged, revealing a faint smile. Said aloud, "Welcome all of you to the Xian Yuan auction. The rules do not need to say much." The auction officially began. As his voice fell, the emotions of the cultivators under the arena were instantly ignited, and their blazing gazes were directed to the stage. The atmosphere instantly soaring. The woman in red slightly raised her hand. A warm light overflowed from her palm, and a piece of mercury-like spirit slowly suspended in the air. The spirit exudes a gust of coldness. Light flow, attracting the crowd to hold their breath and stare. Secret silver. 3 pounds. Base price 1,000 pounds of source stones. Elder Lin's voice was calm and powerful, like thunder, instantly setting off a furor. Secret silver. A cultivator lost his voice and exclaimed, his face full of shock. It's actually secret silver. The Xian Yuan clan is really extraordinary. Opening with the most precious treasure. The secret silver is a divine material for refining top-level spiritual treasures. Even if it only adds a trace, it can also greatly enhance the quality of spiritual treasures. And it even took out a whole 3 pounds. The gazes of the crowd of cultivators were blazing, and their greed was hard to hide. Secret silver, as a divine material for refining top-level spiritual treasures, was extremely rare, and now that 3 pounds had been taken out in one fell swoop, it had led to the crowd bidding for it. 1,500 pounds of source stones. Someone was the first to shout the price, his voice eager. 1,800 pounds. 2,000 pounds. Bidding sounds rose and fell, and a fever swept across the room as the cultivators competed to make bids, their voices surging like waves. As the bidding approached 5,000 pounds of source stones, the mood in the arena gradually cooled. The bidding sound gradually thinned out, and the scene fell into silence. At this moment, the woman in red suddenly laughed softly. Her laugh was like a silver bell, carrying a soul-stirring charm. She bowed slightly, her gaze flirtatious, and softly said, "All honored guests, for those who win the treasures today, shall all have a small gift to give." The voice is like silk, soft and gentle, like a spring breeze, refreshing. Cultivators under the stage heard, look uplifted. The heart of the hesitation instantly dissipated. The bidding voice rose again. 7,000 pounds of source stones. 8,000 pounds. 9,000 pounds. The price quickly climbed until 10,000 pounds of source stones. The bidding sound slightly stopped. At this moment, the field once again returned to silence, as if 10,000 pounds is already the limit. Xianyuan Shallow smiled faintly, her red lips gently raised, her eyes as watery as water, and softly said, "I heard that when forging a spiritual treasure, if you add secret silver, you may be able to elevate it to the Tao Palace realm. I don't know which honored guest is willing to let me witness the birth of the most precious treasure." Some words like a magic voice instantly stirred the hearts of all the cultivators' desire. Bidding sound once again resounded. 11,000 pounds of source stones. 12,000 pounds. The price is climbing. The crowd of cultivators seemed to have stopped fighting for the secret silver itself, but to win the beauty of a smile. The bidding sound pushed to a climax. Chen Fan sat quietly in the box, his gaze indifferent. Although charming power can stir the mortal heart, it is ultimately nothing more than a small path. He laughed softly and raised his cup to drink his tea. In the past, there had been a person who had achieved great success in charming power who wanted to use seduction to collect him. But in the end, he was killed by his fist. Therefore, there is no interest in such means. He who has a firm mind is at peace with himself. He who has an unstable mind is taking his own life. Suddenly, a low voice came from a certain box on the second floor with a bit of arrogance. 20,000 pounds of source stones. If this secret silver can really enhance a spirit treasure to the Tao Palace realm, I would like to ask Miss Shallow to witness it herself. These words fell like a heavy hammer, and the arena fell silent. 20,000 pounds of source stones. The crowd of cultivators' jaws dropped in disbelief. The secret silver is worth only 10,000 pounds of source stones. And this person is offering 20,000 pounds. Wealthy and generous. We sigh in admiration. The bidding sound came to an abrupt end. The cultivators under the stage have shook their heads and sighed. Obviously this price has exceeded the affordable range. The bidding mind suddenly disappeared. Xianyuan Shallow's eyes contained a smile, her red lips slightly raised, her voice soft and charming. "To be favored by your guest, it is really Shallow's honor." That soft voice seemed to carry an endless charm. instantly making the bidder's heart pleased. As if 20,000 pounds of source stones had been spent in an incomparably worthwhile manner. He no longer cared about the value of the secret silver. Only to win the smile of the beauty. Shen Yuan Shallow's charming power was in full play at this moment. And the gazes of the cultivators under the stage were mesmerized and their minds swayed. At this time, Lin Lao's expression was correct. His gaze was like electricity. His voice was magnificent. And he instantly suppressed the atmosphere in the field. Next, present the second treasure. Gentlemen, please look. The voice was loud and clear, pulling the minds of the cultivators back instantly. As his words fell, a mysterious object gradually surfaced on the stage, enveloped by the formation's spiritual light. And its light burned as if it was about to be unveiled. The cultivators in the arena held their breath, and the air was filled with blazing heat. Chapter 37, Seizing Spiritual Objects. Chen Fan's gaze slightly condensed. His complexion gradually became gloomy, whispering to himself, unexpectedly, that the spirit of the Jedi was actually present. Which saved me a lot of trouble. He needs to forge weapons. How can he not have the purest fire? Just see a body red spirit slowly rise, as if to draw from the void endless flame. Each wisp of flame like a spiritual snake twisting, burning all around. The flames passed. The air distorted. Blazing breath came to the face, as if heaven and earth for the shock. Although there is an array seal, but the cultivators present still feel the spirit of the hidden horror of power. If not for this prohibition, the auction house would have been turned into scorched earth. And it would have been difficult for all of us to retreat in one piece. Such a blazing momentum caused the cultivators present to be shocked and exclaim in low voices. This object? Could it be from the endless fire domain of the southern region? Endless fire domain is a dangerous and unpredictable Jedi. Rumor has it that countless heavenly pride, great powers have fallen here. The depths of the fire domain contains countless rare treasures. Rumor has it that the flame left by the immortals will never be extinguished, burning out the dome of the sky. Even the dragon transformation realm powerhouses may go up in smoke in the endless fire realm. And this thing came from here. Look at the power of that flame. The void is trembling. If not for the array suppression, I'm afraid that we are all powerless to escape. The crowd whispered, their tones filled with awe and scorn. Seeing this, Lin Lao's expression remained unchanged, smiled faintly, and said blandly, Gentlemen, this item is indeed from the endless fire domain of the southern region. It is the fire that is nurtured by heaven and earth, and is the most suitable for forging weapons, and can be called a supreme treasure. After saying this, his voice was steeply loud, like a twilight drum. The reserve price of this item, 5,000 pounds of source stones. 5,000 pounds of source stones. Although it was a heavenly price, but in the face of such a rare spiritual object, everyone knew its value. After a moment of silence, someone couldn't help but break the silence. I'll offer 5,500 pounds of source stones. 6,000 pounds. Bidding sounds came one after another, and the atmosphere of the auction house instantly soared. Even though the endless fire domain was dangerous and unpredictable, who would want to miss out on such a spiritual object? What's more, such treasures, if you can get your hands on them, will surely be passed down for thousands of years. Bidding sounds rose and fell, and the atmosphere grew hotter and hotter. 10,000 pounds of source stones. 20,000 pounds. Prices are rising like fuel on the fire. Deep forces have joined the scramble. In the second floor box, a big cultivator finally couldn't help but make a move. And his low voice echoed in the field. I'll give 20,000 pounds. 25,000 pounds of source stones. As the offers came out of the box, the auction house was plunged into an unprecedented white heat. When the price climbed to £30,000, the second floor box bidders gradually fell silent. And many people showed hesitation, apparently unwilling to raise the stakes again. Just when the crowd thought that the price of this thing will be fixed at this time, the third floor box suddenly passed the sound of calm and majestic. £40,000 of source stones. This statement. The field instantly quiet. The crowd held their breath, incredulously looking toward the third floor. £40,000 of source stones. Has far exceeded expectations? Many cultivators secretly shook their heads. Such a high price. Not their ability to bear. Just as the crowd thought that the bidding would be settled, calm voices once again came from the box on the second floor. £45,000 of source stones. This light bidding makes the whole field again shocked. The third floor guests have shocked the whole field. Who expects the second floor is actually someone who dares to compete with the competition? The second floor still dares to continue bidding? The crowd murmured. Their gazes turned to the second floor, guessing the identity of the bidder. An icy voice once again came from the box on the third floor, carrying an unquestionable pressure, £55,000 of source stones. The bidding of the Feather family of Green Phoenix City. When the name of the Feather family came out, the arena was even more in an uproar. The Feather family, Green Phoenix City's renowned weapon forging family, has been passed down for hundreds of years and has a deep heritage. It makes sense that such treasures would fall into the hands of the Feather family. The Feather family has really made a move. The Feather family is famous for forging weapons, so naturally they won't let go of such a supreme treasure. The crowd was talking. Just when they thought that the treasure would go to the Feather family, Lin Lao suddenly snorted coldly, and a terrifying dragon realm pressure suddenly emanated, directly pressing down on the third floor box, like a mountain pressing the top. The auction house was silent. The hearts of all the cultivators were aghast, and they didn't even dare to breathe too heavily. The next time, I will behead him myself. Elder Lin's voice was like thunder, with a murderous intent. Although the Yu family is powerful, but this is the Xian Yuan clan's auction house. Lin Lao as the presiding officer, since it does not allow any forces to blatantly break the rules. The third floor box was silent. Although the Feather family is a big power, but in front of the Dragon Realm power, but also had to back down. Lin's attitude has been clear. No matter what kind of power, those who violate the rules will never be lightly forgiven. The pressure converged, and the atmosphere in the arena returned to calm. Everyone thought that after the strong bidding by the Feather family, this treasure would definitely be in their pockets. However, the unexpected voice came again. £60,000 of source stones. A calm voice once again came from the second floor box, his tone calm and self-possessed. The crowd was stunned, and their gazes went to the second floor, secretly guessing the identity of the bidders. To go so far as to offer £60,000 of source stones. What the hell? Inside the luxurious box on the third floor, the middle-aged man of the Feather family's face was gloomy, with coldness surging in his eyes and his fists clenched, obviously furious. He gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, "What kind of rat? How dare you not give face to my Feather family?" Just about to make a move, beside a beautiful woman reached out and lightly pressed her shoulder, softly smiling. "Don't be anxious." The middle-aged man looked at her suspiciously and asked in a low voice, "Why are you stopping me? This item is vital to the Feather family. How can I easily let someone take it away?" The woman's smile did not diminish. Her eyes flashed calmly and calculatingly. Softly said, "This thing can't run away. I have sent people to keep an eye on it. No matter who it is. Today must find out the details. If there is no background, take it directly. If it is a big power, spend some price to negotiate. If you can't negotiate, find a few people to take the blame. Remove it secretly and send the item back to the market. Then buy it back at a low price. The middle-aged man sniffed and let out a cold smile. His killing intent slightly restrained. Wonderful plan. In that case, I will wait and see what happens. The woman nodded slightly. Her eyes were deep and seemed to have seen the whole picture. Chapter 38: Auctioning a Spiritual Object. Inside the auction house, all the cultivators tilted their heads and stared, their gazes converging on the third floor box, expecting the feather family to strike again. Such a bidding intensity. Easily 10,000 pounds of source stone. Weekdays is rare. If not Xuan Yuan's big event. Fear dozens of years hard to see such a magnificent situation. The crowd below the field waited with bated breath, their eyes flowing, secretly speculating, did the feather family continue to compete? However, the third floor box is always silent. Even if Xian Yuan Shallow once again open lips, the voice is like a spring breeze willow, with a gentle tease. But the box is still no movement. Even a hint of response has not. Time seems to be frozen. The auction house is so quiet that it takes one's breath away. And the only thing that can be heard is the sound of people's hidden heartbeats echoing in the air. Cultivators have speculated, the feather family? Is it possible to stop? The long-awaited price increase sound finally did not sound. The third floor of the silence that the crowd did not expect. A moment later, Elder Lin looked around the room, his eyes resting slightly on the third floor. And seeing that he had no intention of competing any further, he no longer hesitated and announced in a deep voice, "This item belongs to the noble guest on the second floor." The words fell. The field immediately boiled. All the cultivators were shocked. The sound of discussion rose. Who would have thought that it was the second floor guest who finally won the auction for this world-class spirit? And the feather family chose to back down? The feather family actually stopped making moves? It's really rare. The feather family is famous for forging weapons. How could they give up such a precious treasure? There must be something behind it. Just what kind of god is that one on the second floor that even the feather family is willing to back down? The crowd murmured and was shocked. Originally thought that the bidding was finalized due to the feather family's strong hand. But unexpectedly the peak turned around. Inside the third floor box, the feather family middle-aged man's face green. Both fists clenched. Eyes in the cold light flashes. Burning with anger. But ultimately did not say anything more. The only hidden killing intent like a tide surging. Coldly staring at the direction of the second floor. Gloomy, incomparable. Obviously. The face was dropped and the heart was upset. The clear woman beside her, however, laughed softly, her expression calm. Softly advised, "Why be angry? But a little face can save source stone? Family master knows. Will also agree with your choice." The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Although he was dissuaded, the anger in his heart had not subsided. His eyes sank. And he said with a chill, "Humph. That brat better have some head. Or he will understand what cruelty and despair are." Inside the auction house, there was a tidal wave of chatter and shock filled the room. However, Elder Lin did not let the auction come to a halt. Only to see him look calm, raising his hand and waving it lightly. A spiritual light surged out from his palm. And another treasure was presented before the eyes of the crowd. This object is brilliant. Light overflowing. Like a star falling into the mortal world. Even if the array is sealed, the majestic aura still shakes the void. As if heaven and earth are moved by it. The treasures shone brightly. And their aura was compelling. Even with the formation covering them, the cultivators' hearts and minds still trembled. And many of them flashed greed and fervor in their eyes. Elder Lin gently stroked his beard and smiled. Next, the auction continues. The crowd's gazes converged on top of the spirit object and whispered. Such a spiritual object is extraordinary. Worthy of the Xian Yuan clan. 3 supreme treasures have appeared one after the other. The reputation is indeed well-deserved. The crowd exclaimed in low voices. Their eyes filled with fervor and greed. For the cultivators present, the treasures that were revealed one after another were all unattainable treasures. So who could not be moved? Lin Lao looked around the room, looking calm and collected. Smiling slightly, his voice calm and exhilarating. This is the 3rd treasure specially prepared by the Xian Yuan clan to help cheer up today's auction. The 3 most precious treasures are all out. And I hope that all of you honored guests will return with pleasure. The moment these words came out, the atmosphere in the arena climbed again. And the atmosphere that had been slightly silent due to the Yu family's concession was immediately rekindled. A slight knock sounded at the box, interrupting Chen Fan's attention to the auction below. He slowly retracted his gaze, his expression as usual, and faintly said, "Enter." As the words fell, the door gently opened and a man clad in black robes quietly entered, followed by a beautiful maid. The black-robed man bowed slightly and spoke in a respectful tone. "Your Honor, the spirit object you have auctioned has been prepared. I wonder if I need to inspect it." Chen Fan's gaze was indifferent and he nodded slightly, signaling that he could open it. The maid came forward and gently uncovered the red cloth of the tray. Instantly, a strong array fluctuations emanate, filling the box. Hot aura such as tidal wave diffusion. If there is no array seal, fear that the entire auction house has long been turned into scorched earth. The black-robed man remained respectful and asked softly, "Your guest. Are you still satisfied?" Chen Fan swept a brief glance at the spirit object. The corners of his lips rose slightly, and he said softly, "May." Without saying much, his sleeve lightly waved. All of a sudden, a majestic spiritual power swept out. A corner of the box piled up like a small mountain of source stones. 60,000 pounds of source stones piled up. The spiritual chi is vast. Instantly diffused the surrounding. The black-robed man's gaze moved slightly. And then he did not move to put the source stone into his storage device, and respectfully said, "The money and goods are clear. And this item has been returned to your guest." Chen Fan nodded slightly and raised his hand to put the spiritual object into his sleeve, feeling the majestic flame power surging within it, his gaze deepening. A moment later, he waved his hand indifferently, signaling the two to retreat. The black-robed man and the maid bowed respectfully and slowly retreated. However, just as he was about to leave, the black-robed man's divine sense moved slightly, quietly transmitting a hidden voice, "Miss Xianyuan Shallow wants to meet with your guest. I wonder if she can enjoy the light." Chen Fan's expression did not move when he heard this, still gazing at the spiritual object in his hand as if he had not heard it. When the black-robed man saw that there was no response, he said no more and respectfully retreated. Silence returned to the box. A moment later, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Chen Fan's lips, as if he was quite satisfied with the treasures he had obtained. Chapter 39, The Luo Family's Small World. In the boundless void, a spirit boat sped, its body flowing with dazzling light, like a meteor that cut through the starry river. Dazzling. The boat's body was glittering with runes. The legal array was glittering with light. And the surging spiritual power was like waves of agitation, shaking the surrounding void and emitting a low hum. The spirit boat shuttled like thunder. And wherever it passed through, the void seemed to be torn apart. twisted and broken. At this moment, the void ahead suddenly fluctuated, and a small world slowly emerged from the void. The small world of divine light. The weather is magnificent, like a flood wave sweeping. The pressure is like the sea. People feel awe. Spirit boat seems to feel. The formation suddenly bright. Runic splendor or a sword. The boat body into a meteor. Instantly tearing the void. Rushed straight to the small world. Boom. The spirit boat brought with it unrivaled might and entered the small world with a bang. In an instant, the void trembled. Divine light surged like a tide. And the spiritual chi between heaven and earth stirred like a tsunami rushing. It was as if the small world had awakened due to the arrival of the spirit boat. The ancient power quietly blossomed. The breath became more and more magnificent and vast. And the pressure was like a mountain pouring down, weighing heavily on the spirit boat. However, the spirit boat was like a huge boat breaking the waves, steady as a rock, and sped straight towards the depths of the world. Half a day later, the spirit boat suddenly stopped. In the void, two silhouettes quietly appeared. And it was Luo Qianyu and Chen Yuma. The two stood in the air, their gazes heavy as they stared ahead. Chen Yuma's heart was surging at the moment. It was hard to hide his excitement. Waves rolling in his chest. The Luo family's immortality pill that he longed for was close at hand. As long as he obtained it, his heavy pupils would be cured and his talent would be sublimated. However, the closer he got to his goal, the deeper the guilt grew on his face. And it was hard to hide the struggle between his brows. Luo Qianyu sensed his mood swings and glanced sideways. Softness and compassion flashed in her eyes as she softly said, "Umo. Mother will seek the immortality pill for you. There is no need to blame yourself." The tone was full of firmness and favor. Chen Yuma sniffed and said in a low voice, "Imperial brother's chance. If not compelled, really do not want to take it away. Imperial brother is in exile, suffering all the trials and tribulations. While I want to take away his chance, it's hard to be at peace in my heart." Mentioning Chen Fan, Luo Qianyu's gaze immediately softened. Her heart bitter. Her thoughts could not help but return to the old days. Hidden tears floating in her eyes. Finally forced to hold back emotional fluctuations. Voice more firm, "Umo. All this is borne by me. You do not need to say more." Words. Body shape. Took out a token. All of a sudden the divine light like the blazing sun, reflecting the void. In an instant, the formation fluctuations between heaven and earth steeply erupted. The wind whistled as if the sky was torn apart, resounding in all directions, only to see countless magnificent buildings appear in the originally empty space. Each building was meticulously carved and magnificent, emitting a soul-stirring fluctuation of aura, as if it contained ancient power. And it seemed that this heaven and earth had awakened from the silence. In the small world, divine light overflowed, and there were thousands of weather conditions. At this moment, a vast and pale divine idea spread from the depths of the dome of the sky, covering the entire small world. The divine idea was as ancient as an abyss, carrying a supreme pressure that made people's hearts and minds tremble, as if they were facing the laws of heaven and earth. "Thousand Rain. Why did you awaken us?" The old voice carried the majesty of endless years as it came from the depths of the void, shaking heaven and earth. Luo Qianyu was silent for a moment, raised her eyes, firmness in her eyes, and whispered, "For the immortality pill." With these words, heaven and earth fell into endless silence. The surrounding atmosphere was as heavy as a mountain, as if time had stagnated. In the void, countless ancient divine thoughts emerged from the four directions, bringing with them the might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. all falling on Luo Qianyu and Chen Yuma. Each divine thought was like heavenly might, enough to crush everything. However, Luo Qianyu looked as normal, his eyes as firm as iron. Although Chen Yuma was aghast in his heart, he still looked calm and followed in silence. A few moments later, that old voice sounded again, carrying endless majesty. Come to the 1000K palace. As the voice fell, the pressure between heaven and earth gradually subsided. The void returned to calm. Only the air residual solemnity for a long time. Luo Qianyu nodded slightly and brought Chen Yuma to step into the void, heading towards the mysterious place. The two of them went all the way forward. The small world in the array of light bloomed again. Spiritual energy ripples like a tide, diffuse in all directions. The whole piece of heaven and earth into a highly defensive state, as if a great war is about to open. The spiritual wind brushed his face, carrying the slightest hint of killing intent as he traveled through the magnificent complex. The ancient palace towered into the clouds, surrounded by lingering spiritual aura, vaguely transmitting endless majesty and cold killing intent. The two walked through the vastness of the complex, surrounded by deep ancient charm, dense aura, magnificent. Occasionally Luo family cultivators gathered, looked grave, obviously sensed the small world into a high degree of alert. However, seeing Luo Qianyu return, all the cultivators have stopped and saluted, saying in unison, "Welcome home, Miss." Luo Qianyu looked indifferent, nodded slightly, and continued to move forward. Chen Yuma was different, keenly sensing the reverence and awe in the eyes of the cultivators. His heart moved slightly, and a hint of hidden complacency and excitement rose in his eyes. These, all of them, would be the boost for him to conquer the Emperor Road in the future? The capital for him to become an emperor. The stronger the Luo family showed their heritage, the more excited he was. The two of them went all the way forward. The palace is like a forest. The ancient charm is deep. The atmosphere is solemn. Occasionally there is a spiritual wind swept through, with a trace of killing, as if telling the former glory of this heaven and earth and the majesty of today. In the light of half a day, a lofty and magnificent palace ahead gradually came into view. That palace towers between heaven and earth, like an ancient peak, majestic, lingering spiritual light, solemn and dignified. The stone steps stretched endlessly, leading to the sky, causing people to be in awe. 1000K Palace. Chen Yuma murmured in a low voice, his heart surging. This hall is the center of power of the Luo family and the end point of this quest for the immortality pill. Chapter 40 under B. Failed. Luo Qianyu gazed forward, his tone soft with solemnity. "Umo. This place is the place where my Luo family ancestor lies dormant. You must be in the same state of mind. Don't lose your etiquette. Don't be frivolous." Chen Yuma respectfully promised, calm on the surface, but inwardly, he had long been flooded with eagerness and anticipation. Luo Qianyu stopped talking and looked grave as she brought him to step onto the ladder that looked like it led to the sky. The two of them walked side by side, as if entering a long river where time and space stood still. Although the steps are light, but with the passage of time, the stone steps to the sky seem endless, more and more far. People have doubts. Gradually, Chen Yuma's heart uneasiness and restlessness spread. Several times to raise his eyes, the road ahead is still out of reach. When his mind was fluttering, he wanted to open his mouth a few times, but under Luo Qianyu's majesty, he finally endured it. However, that emotion is like flames burning his heart. With the passage of time, more and more uncontrollable. His pace is getting faster and faster. His breathing is getting heavier and heavier. And the question in his heart is getting stronger and stronger: when will this road come to an end? Finally, when he couldn't help but want to speak, the space around him suddenly distorted, like a mirror rupturing, and the fragments of the void turned into countless points of light scattering in all directions. Chen Yuma only felt his body swaying and woke up with a jolt, his forehead in cold sweat, his limbs trembling, and his appearance in a state of distress. Below B grade. Unqualified. A cold and unfeeling word came from the void, like a cold wind into the bones. The voice was calm, but it was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, hitting Chen Yuma straight in the heart. Chen Yuma's face suddenly paled. His heart shook beyond measure. He, who had been hailed as the proud son of heaven and the future emperor since his childhood, had been so easily dismissed here. Humiliation and anger churned in his heart, and he could barely hold back a retort. However, when he opened his mouth to speak, he felt the invisible pressure around him, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Chen Yuma's heart was in a state of flabbergasted, finally suppressing his anger and forcibly swallowing his unspoken retort. Luo Qianyu stood by the side, her brows slightly furrowed, her complexion revealing a few moments of surprise and disappointment. She had long ago instructed Chen Yuma to keep his heart, but he still hadn't passed the test. However, she must not give up now. After all, Yumo's future rests on this. Luo Qianyu took a deep breath, stabilized his mind, and slowly stepped forward, his gaze respectful, looking towards the ancestor who was dormant in the divine source in front of him. The Luo clan's old ancestor sealed in the divine source seemed to span endless years, transmitting vicissitudes and endless majesty. Divine source, the most precious cultivation substance in the heavens and earth, could only be birthed over a long period of time, or quenched by a great emperor himself. It not only contains cultivation, but also seals vitality and reduces the passage of life, allowing the dormant to wait for the future to awaken. Luo Qianyu bent down slightly, his voice low and pleading. Umo was not able to adequately prepare for this test due to his serious injuries, and because of the haste of this test, coupled with his deep reverence for the ancestor, he was unstable and lost his heart. I also hope that the ancestor will have mercy and give Umo a chance to start over. Chen Yuma heard the words, then bowed and concurred, his tone respectful. What mother said is true. Yuma's heart is anxious and out of sorts, all because of his deep admiration for the ancestor. I implore the ancestor to grant him another chance. The words just fell, only to see an old man in the divine source in front of him slowly open his eyes. Eyes like the sun and moon dazzling the world, blazing incomparably, looking directly at Chen Yuma. There was a majestic scrutiny in his eyes, and his tone was as indifferent as ice. If the heart of the Tao is not firm, how can you become an emperor? The immortality pill cannot be given to you. The words were merciless and decidedly unquestionable. Chen Yumo's body trembled slightly as he heard the words, his face instantly turning as white as paper. Since his childhood, he had been regarded as the future of the feathered imperial dynasty, firmly believing that he was destined by heaven to ascend to the imperial throne and look down on the world. Now he was bluntly told by the old ancestor that his heart was unstable and he could not become an emperor, almost subverting his beliefs since he was young. So how could he bear it? Luo Qianyu bent down slightly to salute, his tone solemn. Third ancestor. The old man in that divine source's complexion slowed down a bit, his gaze taking on a gentle tone as he asked softly, where is little Fan? Hasn't he already returned from the forbidden zone of life? So why hasn't he come with you? The old man's question was like a thunderbolt exploding in Luo Qianyu's heart. Her breathing was slightly stagnant, and her chest felt like it was being pressed down by a huge stone. The Luo family resided in the northern void, And news was slow to be transmitted in the small world. So the old ancestors were not yet aware of Chen Fan's situation. Now that the third ancestor had personally asked about Chen Fan, she was momentarily at a loss as to how to answer. She was unable to speak frankly about Chen Fan's current situation, especially the fact that he had cut his flesh and bones and left the Chen clan on his own. Luo Qianyu's heart was confused, not knowing how to respond. Chen Yuma's heart of resentment fire violently ignited. Although extremely repressed, cynicism is still like a volcano eruption. He forced down his inner fluctuations and stepped forward with a respectful expression. Greetings to the three ancestors. Imperial brother is now practicing in the secret realm and was unable to accompany him. But he has asked me to convey his greetings to the third ancestor. Wishing the third ancestor long-lasting well-being. When the third ancestor heard this, his cold color subsided and a kind smile appeared in his eyes. Good. Good. Still that child has me in his heart. The three ancestors had a gentle look on their faces and were obviously very pleased with Chen Fan. Luo Qianyu's heart became heavier and heavier. Slightly sideways. Her eyes looking at Chen Yuma in doubt. What is the purpose of this false statement? Chapter 41, You don't deserve to use that immortality potion. Luo Qianyu and Chen Yuma stood side by side, looking grave, waiting for the three ancestors to scrutinize them. Chen Yuma secretly handed Luo Qianyu pleading eyes, with helplessness and urgency. She pondered for a moment, sighed secretly in her heart. I am sorry. Xiaofan. Mother will definitely find you. But right now, Fama heavy pupil matter is important. Cannot wait any longer. She silently accepted Chen Yuma's gesture and gently nodded her head. Chen Yuma saw his mother's promise. His heart was a little more at ease. A respectful smile appeared on his face. And he sincerely said, Third ancestor is highly respected. Mother often tells your great achievements in my ears. The younger generation has admired you for a long time in their hearts. And it is indeed a great honor to see you today. His words were earnest and his attitude was respectful as he continued. Yumo's previous injuries had not yet healed. His pupil had not yet recovered. And his eagerness to pay respect to the ancestor today had caused his Dao heart to become unstable, which was not what he had intended to do. I implore the ancestor to have mercy on me and give Umo the opportunity to repair his heart. In the future, Umo will live up to his promise and shine for the Chen and Luo families, striving for the supreme imperial throne. The third ancestor listened quietly, the smile on his face unabated. But his gaze revealed a deep coldness. In years past, Xiaofan had tested his Dao heart here, and his tenacity of will had already reached the top of a grade. We have seen all the heavenly pride. So far we don't know if there is still a higher realm above the first class. We can only judge by the first class. Your heart is not firm. Far less than Xiaofan. The pill of immortality is not something you can obtain. These words were like thunder, exploding in Chen Yuma's ears. His face was pale, his fists clenched, his knuckles slightly ringing, his heart blazing with anger. Class A on? Chen Fan? That trash! He hissed in his heart. Anger and unwillingness intertwining as if flames were burning his chest. How could the Dao heart be inferior to Chen Fan? That elder brother, who had long since been reduced to a wastrel in his eyes, possessed such a resilient Dao heart? For a moment, he couldn't believe it and couldn't accept it. He slowly turned his head, his eyes full of pleading and despair, looking at Luo Qianyu, expecting to get comfort or explanation from his mother. However, Luo Qianyu was in a trance, deep in thought, as if she did not realize his gaze. At this moment, Luo Qianyu seemed to have traveled back in time, to 100 years ago. At that time, she had brought the young Chen Fan to the Luo family's ancestral land. And she had also faced the endless stone steps and the Tao heart trial. She remembered that Chen Fan was just a young child at that time, holding her hand tightly. And despite the many illusions and endless difficulties, he still moved forward step by step without any complaints. As long as he held her hand, he was full of courage. Looking at that young figure, how long she had traveled in the long illusionary realm, she could no longer remember. Luo Qianyu's heart seemed to be gripped by something. She did not really enter the realm of illusion, just indifferently brought Chen Fan here, as if to complete the task. Chen Fan's attitude was always cold and perfunctory, until the Luo family urged many times, and then reluctantly brought him here. Why did I treat him so? Why was I so indifferent to him back then? Luo Qianyu's heart was flooded with endless remorse and self-reproach, as if seized by an invisible hand, and pain surged like a tidal wave in her heart. Chen Yuemo looked at Luo Qianyu's expression and suddenly fell silent. From her eyes, he read everything and finally realized his own Tao heart was far inferior to Chen Fan. For a moment, the atmosphere in the heavenly K hall was steeply condensed and depressing, as if the space had fallen into dead silence. Those divine thoughts hovering in the void, like an invisible storm, slowly dissipated and fell asleep again. Every time the divine mind awakens, it consumes a portion of their vitality, and they will only be awakened if the matter is of great importance. If Luo Qianyu had not summoned them with the ancestral land token, and the matter involved the Luo family's immortality pill, they would not have woken up so easily. Now that the verdict is in, there is no need to say more. Chen Yuma, although he has a heavy pupil, although he has the posture of a saint, but his heart is not firm, and he is not as good as Chen Fan. He is not worthy of using the immortality pill. In the eyes of these old men who are dormant in the divine source, only those who are truly expected to ascend to the throne are qualified to carry the future of the Luo family. A mere heavy pupil, even if he could become a saint. But in the heavenly palace, saints were nothing more than ordinary. Everyone here was once the pinnacle of the world, and some are even approaching the throne. The person they seek is not a saint with a lifespan of thousands of years, but a godless person who can override the heavens and overlook the ages. Luo family immortality pill. Not for the continuation of the life of saints, but for the future is expected to become emperor paved the way to heaven. Only the pride of a great generation is worthy of such amazing treasures. As the divine thoughts receded, the heavenly K hall once again regained its calmness, as if the waves had not existed earlier. Chen Yuma stood in place, his face pale, his fists clenched, his heart turned over. Anger, unwillingness, shame, jealousy, all kinds of emotions intertwined. Difficult to calm down. He had been convinced countless times that he had outstanding talent and was destined to become a saint, or even an emperor. However, now, under the judgment of the Luo family's supreme existence, pride was completely shattered. Chen Yuemo suddenly raised his head. Tears flashed in his eyes. His voice slightly trembled. I know I do not deserve to use the immortality drug. Not as good as the royal brother. And do not dare to ask for. However, Imperial Brother's heart of righteousness. In order to save me willing to step into the forbidden zone of life again. I do not want to let him risk such a danger. The words did not fall. The tone became more and more choked. He has already paid too much for the Chen family, each time hovering between life and death. I do not want him to risk his life because of me again. When he said this, he could no longer restrain the pain in his heart, and his voice suddenly rose, carrying endless mourning. I don't want him to enter the forbidden zone of life again. I don't want him to risk his life for me again. The surrounding area has once again fallen into silence. The atmosphere in the heavenly palace is frozen, and the pressure in the temple fluctuates slightly. as if it is vibrating with its morning. Chapter 42, See Rhyme Secret Realm Entry Qualification. Inside the Xian Yuan auction, Chen Fan sat quietly in his box, gently playing with the spirit object he had just won in his hands. That spirit is dense with blazing spiritual light, like an eternal fire in the core of the sky, jumping, burning heaven and earth, emitting a suffocating hot breath, as if the dome of the sky is also trembling for it. Chen Fan's expression was as normal, his gaze unperturbed. As far as he was concerned, this object already had a place to return to. It would become the furnace for him to forge the weapon of his destiny. And when the weapon came to fruition, this spiritual object would be transformed into the source of the most powerful fire in it, casting the supreme divine weapon with its pure flame. Suddenly, the corners of Chen Fan's lips rose slightly, seemingly determined. He gently opened his mouth and violently sucked in, and the spirit even turned into a stream of light, directly into the body. In an instant, the ceiling formations on the spiritual object collapsed, and the spiritual object that had lost its prohibition was like a volcano erupting in the sea of bitterness within his body. And the violent flames suddenly swept away, and the blazing spiritual chi was like the blazing sun across the sky, which seemed to want to vaporize the sea of bitterness, dry and burn everything up. However, just as the flames were about to get out of control, a shadow suddenly surfaced in the depths of Chen Fan's sea of bitterness. It was certainly the Tai Huang sword. The sword shadow was as majestic as a god, hanging above the life spring, stalwart and unmoving, like an ancient god, silently guarding. The moment the Tai Huang sword appeared, the raging flames within the spirit suddenly stagnated. The original raging power was instantly suppressed, and the flames no longer had the power to struggle. The Tai Huang sword shook slightly, and the sword chi was like thunder in the 9 heavens, suppressing the terrifying spirit to death. And the blazing flames transformed into endless fire, slowly flowing into Chen Fan's life spring and integrating into his mana. The blazing flames were guided in a well-organized manner, helping Chen Fan to quench the mana that gushed out from the life spring. In an instant, the already pure mana was sublimated once again, as if an iron ingot had been repeatedly hammered, becoming more and more condensed, vaguely revealing a terrifying power. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. The smile at the corner of his mouth grew thicker as a flash of satisfaction flashed across his eyes. If not for the suppression of the Tai Huang sword, he would not have dared to swallow such a ferocious creature into his body so easily. This kind of spirit end is dangerous abnormally, even if it is the dragon realm power. Also dare not so wantonly dispose of. The slightest mistake will be swallowed by the flame, body burned out. But Chen Fan is not afraid. This Tai Huang sword is a supreme artifact, suppressing the power of all the spirits with the heart. Even this kind of spirit is just a plaything in its palm. Let him knead and control at will. He raised his eyes and lightly swept a glance at the auction house below, only to see that the bidding on the stage was nothing more than ordinary spiritual objects. Although there was no lack of exotic treasures, but it was difficult to enter his eyes. Seeing this, Chen Fan withdrew his gaze and slowly closed his eyes, sinking into the realm of cultivation. Surrounding the source stone emerged, emitting a surplus of light. A moment later, the light gradually dimmed. The source stone was turned into dry stone, piled up on the side. Chen Fan's expression was unchanged, as calm as water. Obviously his cultivation had been refined. Although the Regulus auction was grand and extraordinary, displaying a lot of rare things, but for today's Chen Fan, these treasures have long been unattractive. The reason why he didn't leave immediately was because he wanted to verify the rumors about the Hai Yun secret realm entry qualification. Time passed quietly. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes. His breath around him was as calm and steady as a mountain. Obviously his cultivation had improved again. Looking around, The source stones had already been absorbed and turned into withered stones piled up beside him. He didn't have any different color about it. The way of cultivation was to swallow the spiritual power of heaven and earth. If the source stone wasn't used for cultivation, then it would be meaningless. He slowly got up, hands behind his back, and looked down at the auction house below. At this moment, the auction had already entered the end, and the last item was about to be revealed. Only to see Elder Lin standing on the auction stage at this time. His expression unprecedentedly grave. His hands gently pressed. And immediately the killing aura filled the air. The formation rose, enveloping the entire field. His voice was loud and clear. Like a morning bell, thank you for coming to Xianyuan auction. Next is the grand finale of this auction, the entrance qualification for the sea-embracing mysterious realm. Once this statement came out, the field was like a boil. All the cultivators exclaimed more than one. All the gazes instantly gathered on the auction table. It is difficult to hide the excitement. Once every 500 years, the sea contains the secret realm. Has always contained endless opportunities. Countless cultivators have risen up in which achievement of great powers. And even some people in the secret realm encounter fairy fate. Become a dragon into a phoenix. Ascension to the 9 heavens. And now, Regulus dared to auction off such qualifications. Which was really shocking. Just as the crowd was discussing, a vast pressure suddenly emanated from the box on the 3rd floor. And it was obvious that this kind of entry qualification could not even calmly treat the big names in it. However, when Elder Lin's breath moved, it was like a great mountain pressing down, instantly calming the entire field. All the cultivators who were foolishly trying to move had converged their breath. And no one dared to move again. Calm was restored to the arena. And the crowd held their breath, their gazes fixed on Elder Lin. Elder Lin revealed a smirk and waved his hand to signal Xianyuan Shallow behind him to come forward. Only to see Xianyuan Shallow holding a crystal-clear ancient order in her hand, emitting a vicissitude and ancient aura, with a spiritual light overflowing. This item is the pass token for the sea-embracing mysterious realm. Since my Xianyuan family dares to auction this item, you all can rest assured that this matter is foolproof. Her voice was soft, but it was permeated with an unquestionable confidence. As the words fell, the atmosphere in the arena rose once again. And all the cultivators' gazes fell on that ancient order. Their breaths gradually shortened. And the aura of killing was faintly visible. Elder Lin scanned the room and slowly said, "This item has a reserve price of 50,000 source stones. Honorable guests, please bid." As his words fell, the arena was immediately thrown into a bidding frenzy, with shouts rising and falling. Hardly any gaps. All forces made their moves. And the bidding continued to climb. The 3rd floor box was particularly noteworthy. And the price was raised to a terrifying height almost instantly. Such qualifications were indeed irresistible. Chen Fan sat in the box, his eyes sweeping over the ancient order in a bland manner. The corners of his lips slightly raised as he smiled softly. I had not expected that the Xianyuan auction house would really dare to auction this item. I just don't know if it will happen again when it is just auctioned out and then the head will be beaten up in the twinkling of an eye. He slowly got up, hands behind his back, and faintly said, "Just as well. It's time to leave." His gaze was withdrawn from the spirit object in his hand, and his expression was indifferent as usual. Regardless of how frenzied the bidding is, in the end it has nothing to do with him. Although this kind of treasure is tantalizing, it is also a hot potato. Whether it can be brought out of Green Phoenix City safely, I am afraid it is an unknown quantity. This is a muddy waters. Not interested in traveling. His figure moved as if a breeze had whisked by, and he instantly disappeared without a trace. Chapter 43 Robbery. Madness. Chen Fan left the Xianyuan auction. The night breeze was gentle. And the streets were silent. Suddenly, a figure quietly emerged from the darkness and came slowly. His aura deep, carrying a sense of oppression if nothing else. The person approached and bowed slightly. His voice low, "Fellow Taoist, my master has an invitation. And I look forward to meeting him." Chen Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. A trace of coldness swept through his eyes. But his face remained unchanged. Smiling faintly. "What if I am unwilling to go?" The man's face was expressionless. His eyes as deep as an abyss as he slowly said, "You're going to refuse the Feather family's hospitality?" Chen Fan sniffed. His expression remained calm. Flicked his sleeve. His tone was bland, but contained an unquestionable majesty. "Tell your master that once certain things are done, there is no turning back. Cultivation of the road. Difficult and unpredictable. Do not because of a moment of greed to break the foundation of eternal life." When the man heard this, his face changed slightly. His brows were locked and anger was hidden in his eyes. However, under Chen Fan's calm gaze, he finally bowed his head silently and arched his hand. "I will report to my master truthfully." Chen Fan lightly glanced at him and turned to leave. His robe sleeves fluttering and his back calm. Not taking this matter to heart. The man behind him stood for a moment. Then he disappeared into the darkness. Inside the inn, Chen Fan sat cross-legged, meditating and practicing. His body's mana slowly running. The surroundings silent as usual. Suddenly, a majestic pressure swept across the city like a giant wave, accompanied by deafening explosions. Terrifying power shook heaven and earth, and the entire city trembled violently. Immediately afterward, a brilliant divine light shot up into the sky, with spiritual light overflowing in all directions, interspersed with the roars of the cultivators and the sounds of killing. The city was instantly thrown into chaos and panic. Chen Fan frowned slightly. His eyes suddenly opened with a few chills in his gaze as he whisked his sleeves up and came straight to the window. Through the window pane, one could only see dozens of cultivators fighting furiously in the sky. Spirit light intertwining and mana surging wildly, recklessly bombarding the four directions. The entire sky above the city was like a battlefield, with spirit light and blood mist flying in unison, and ferocious battle fluctuations gradually spreading towards the city. Chen Fan smiled coldly, his tone indifferent. To dare to engage in a battle in the city. What audacity! The forces in this place are so weak that they can't even suppress their own gateway. His gaze turned to the direction of the Xianyuan auction house. His expression indifferent. The auction house only knows how to sell treasures and doesn't care about the aftermath. It's quite interesting. Looking at the gradually approaching aftermath of the battle, Chen Fan pondered slightly and finally decided to leave. This place had already been turned into a battlefield, so staying would only result in getting caught up in it. And he had no intention of wasting his time. If it was not necessary, he was unwilling to reveal himself here. The Taihuang sword should not be easily shown to others. Otherwise it would attract the coveting of the Feihua imperial dynasty or other great powers, and would surely lead to endless trouble. Although he is not afraid of all the prying eyes, but at the moment is not willing to fall into the four sides of the situation. With this in mind, Chen Fan raised his hand and pushed the door open. In the courtyard, the innkeeper and a few fellows were filled with horror, looking up at the sky as the battle raged, their bodies trembling, facing those cultivators who could destroy the sky and the earth at every turn. They were as small as ants, and if the battle affected this place, they would be annihilated in an instant. When the shopkeeper saw Chen Fan appear, he hurriedly stepped forward and said with a panicked arch of his hand, "Noble guest, I am really sorry for disturbing your cultivation. However, This disturbance will surely subside soon. And the strong men of the city lord's mansion will surely step in to stop it. Chen Fan smiled faintly and shook his head. There is no need to wait any longer. Leave quickly. This battle may have Xiantai realm powers secretly hiding. The city is already in danger. I'm afraid that even the city lord's mansion will find it difficult to support. At these words, the shopkeeper's face turned pale. Obviously well aware of the terror of Xiantai realm cultivators. He hurriedly said in a trembling voice, "Good. Good. We'll leave now." After saying that, he hurriedly got up, without hesitation, and fled from the inn in a panic with his fellows, not even bothering to pack his luggage objects. Chen Fan raised his eyes and scanned the battle scene above his head blandly. The spiritual light intertwined in the killing aura filled the sky. The sky seemed to be torn apart. The battle was raging. The cultivators' exchanges had approached the depths of the city. And the terrifying fluctuations made this prosperous city precarious. He shook his head slightly and his figure flickered like a ghostly shadow disappearing as he swept towards the outside of the city. At this point, the idea of a teleportation array had long been dispelled. The city's teleportation array was afraid that it had already been filled by the crowd, or had been affected by the battle and was unable to operate safely. So continuing to stay was tantamount to putting oneself in a desperate situation. Footwork is the best way to get out of this battlefield quickly. As Chen Fan flew forward, the situation inside the city became more and more chaotic, with buildings collapsing, fire raging to the sky, and smoke rolling out to cover the sky. The Guardian formation that had originally covered the entire city was now also broken, and the intermittent light was shattered under successive bombardments, as if it would disintegrate at any time. Soon, this city would be completely reduced to a battleground for cultivators to kill each other recklessly. Along the way, from time to time, there are black-robed cultivators quickly in and out of the store, taking advantage of the chaos to loot the property. Even the mortals were not willing to show weakness, taking advantage of the opportunity to burn, kill and loot, wailing endlessly. The once well-organized streets are now chaotic and resembling Ashura. Chen Fan's gaze swept by blandly, his expression as calm as water. This kind of chaos did not interest him. Even if it was a time to harvest, it was not worth mentioning to him. There is not much he needs even if he searches the streets. So why waste time? Besides, he didn't think these stores had the materials he needed. If they don't leave again, when the Xiantai realm cultivators are completely out of the way, the city is afraid that it will be difficult for even a flying bird to escape the sky. Cultivators of the Immortal Terrace are all big shots in charge of a party, and what they do affects countless gazes. Since they have already participated in this battle, they naturally won't allow those who know their identities to leave alive. It is the easiest way to silence them. With this in mind, Chen Fan did not hesitate and increased his speed, heading straight to the outside of the city. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. His gaze slightly condensed, and a touch of coldness flashed in his eyes. Standing on the roof, he overlooked the scene below. This is the edge of the city, the residence of mortals, but in front of the eyes has been in chaos. Order is gone. The originally calm mortal area was now like Ashura, enveloped in chaos and killing. The war in the sky has spread to this area, and the sky and earth are filled with violent spiritual energy. And the occasional residual wave sweeps through, tearing houses like paper. Those mortals who are supposed to be living in peace are driven by greed to loot the surrounding property in a frenzy. Some of them, practicing rudimentary arts, are stronger than normal people, so they pounce on their former compatriots like hungry wolves, taking their belongings, shelter, and even their lives. Men, women, children and the elderly were all targeted in this chaos, and wails and cries intertwined. filling the sky and the earth. Chapter 44. Chen Fan's gaze swept lightly. And what met his eyes was a bleakness after the looting. The streets were wrecked and blood-stained. Two thin figures, a husband and wife, collapsed in a pool of blood, tightly protecting their daughter, who was about 10 years old. The two seemed to use their last ounce of strength to block their daughter's body with their flesh and blood, trying to protect her. Blood soaked through the little girl's simple and patchy dress. Her clear eyes were now filled with fear, helplessness and anger. Tears slid down silently, wetting her tender face and dripping onto the cold mud. She huddled under the bodies of her parents, desperately swallowing her cries, not daring to make a sound. However, how can this feeble struggle deter the covetousness of the worst of the worst? Not far away, a burly man clad in blood-colored robes came slowly, his face hideous, his scarred face as coiled as a poisonous snake. He recklessly surveyed the helpless little girl, a cold smile spreading from the corner of his mouth as he droned. "Brothers, it's almost time. Time to withdraw. Move faster. Pack up and hurry." The accomplice beside him laughed. "Boss, there's a little girl here, with tender skin and flesh. Ha ha ha. Oddly good. If you don't take her away, you can enjoy her on the way." The crowd laughed at the words, with malice in their eyes. Su Yoyu trembled all over, and the despair in her eyes had reached the extreme. She pushed away the cold corpses of her parents and burst into tears. The last shred of hope in her heart completely shattered at this moment. She looked down at a sharp piece of stone beside her, her gaze steely and cold, and quickly picked it up, placing it across her neck. "I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Her voice was hoarse with despair and hatred. Tears kept slipping down, and there was no more fear in his eyes, only determination. "I, Su Yoyu, would rather die than fall into your hands." With that said, both hands fired, and the stone blade approached the throat. However, just as the stone blade was about to slice through the neck, a soft sigh floated from afar, echoing in the dilapidated street. The voice drifting, like heavenly music. What followed was a soft spiritual force, and with a gentle flick, it shook the stone piece in Su Yoyu's hand off, making a faint collision sound. Su Yoyu's eyes were stunned, and before she could react, she only felt an emptiness in her hands. And then she looked up to the front. Those few villains who were still laughing recklessly and wildly instantly showed panic on their faces. The laughter came to an abrupt end, replaced by shock and trepidation. The pupils of the burly man at the head of the group suddenly shrunk, and he shouted in a hoarse voice, "Cultivator! Run!" Before the words fell, several people immediately turned around and ran wildly in different directions, as fast as flying, as if they were transformed into birds of prey. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds: escape. Flee as fast as possible and never look back. The ferocity of the party had long since dissipated, replaced by the endless fear of facing a cultivator. They knew that they might be like fierce beasts in front of mortals, but in the eyes of a true cultivator, they were just slightly bigger ants, defenseless. However, the idea of escape, though strong, failed to materialize. Just as they were desperately running away, a green light cut through the night sky and swept through like an arrow, so fast that it instantly rolled back all the people who had fled, only to see that a few of the fastest fleeing villains, Hera, was entangled by the green light. Like a puppet on a string, was dragged back to the mid-air, body stiff, unable to move. Only the eyes of the thick fear and despair. They could only watch as they were imprisoned in the void, like lambs to the slaughter, powerless to struggle. Chen Fan's figure slowly floated down from the roof, his clothes fluttering like an exiled immortal. His gaze lightly fell on Su Yaoyu, revealing a few moments of compassion, and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry. I'm late." When the words fell, Su Yaoyu's tears came out of her eyes, and her originally clenched lips could no longer suppress her inner collapse as she fell to her knees and cried at the top of her lungs. "Immortal! Immortal!" Chen Fan looked at the scene in front of him. His eyebrows moved slightly, and a wave rippled in his heart. The world is full of suffering, and there are countless sufferings. He is just a cultivator in the multitude of beings. Non-immortal and non-god. Cannot control life and death at will. He can't control life and death at will. He can't foretell the future. And he can't know everything with his fingers. If it were not for the coincidence of chance in passing through this place, this robbery might not have been known, much less intervened. At this time, Su Yaoyu suddenly pulled out some dirty fragments of source stones mixed with some copper plates and broken silver from her bosom, and raised her hands trembling high, her eyes blurring with tears as she choked. "Immortal! I'll give everything to you. And I beg you to save my parents. I beg you. If it's not enough, I will definitely repay it later. The young fish will not sleep, and will lead the way for the immortal every day to earn immortal stones to give to you. Please." The voice was hoarse and sad, and had completely lost its former crisp childlike innocence. Chen Fan's gaze landed on the source stone fragment in her hand, and his heart trembled slightly. That was exactly what he had gifted to her. At this moment, this once innocent little girl was pleading with her last strength, her last hope. Looking at her muddy hands, Chen Fan could not help but raise his eyes to the sky. His eyes deep and silent. Perhaps this is fate. As he said, if there is a destiny, it will be fulfilled. However, life and death were determined by heaven, and certain forces were beyond his control. He finally sighed softly and slowly said, "Little fish, life and death is the number of heaven. I can't do anything about it." When Su Yaoyu heard this, her eyes lost their concentration and she fell to her knees, tears falling like rain, as if the entire world collapsed with her. Chapter 45, Past Lives and Present Lives. Chen Fan was silent for a moment, then said, "Although I can't bring the dead back to life, but I have heard that immortals have the power to reverse time and space. Perhaps." "As you wish." Su Yaoyu raised her eyes slightly. Her originally watery eyes had now lost their luster and were full of death. She asked softly, "Aren't you an immortal?" Chen Fan shook his head and spoke in a low tone. "I have long said that I am but a contender on the path of cultivation. What makes me an immortal?" Su Yaoyu was at a loss. To her, immortal was just a vague concept. In her eyes, Chen Fan was an immortal, and the fact that he could easily destroy villains with the lift of his hand was what she understood as an immortal. Then, immortal. Do you know where there are immortals? With the last glimmer of hope, her eyes glittered with expectation. Chen Fan shook his head once again. His tone was filled with helplessness. There are no immortals in this world. There have been endless years, and I don't know where there are immortals. Hearing these words, Su Yaoyu was hit like a heavy blow. Her small body curled up helplessly on the ground, sobbing in a low voice. The last glimmer of light in her eyes instantly extinguished. She buried her head between her knees, tears continuously slipping down. Seeing this, Chen Fan's heart moved slightly. He leaned down and lifted her up, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. His voice soft but firm. "Perhaps. I cannot tell you where the immortals are, but I can take you on the path of searching for immortals. Are you willing?" Su Yaoyu looked up at Chen Fan. A faint glimmer of hope once again lit up in her eyes, her voice trembling. "If so, Can my parents really be resurrected? Chen Fan sniffed and fell into silence. How hard it is to live again. Even the great emperors of the ancient world would find it difficult to realize. Let alone a mortal like her who had not yet stepped into the door of cultivation. Perhaps. Chen Fan responded softly. These three simple words were like a ray of morning sun, dispelling the darkness in Su Youyu's heart. Her eyes, which were already dull, finally resurfaced with a trace of luster. She fell to her knees with a thud, unable to suppress her excitement, and bent down to kowtow. Kowtowing again and again, immortal. The young fish is stupid. But she also knows that the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by the spring. Immortal gave me hope. The young fish is unable to return the favor. Willing to be immortal's servant for eternity. Chen Fan laughed lightly and helped her up, patting her little head gently. What use do I have for you? Living well is what your parents want to see the most. Su Youyou was speechless. Her head hung low. Tears rolled down. She did not know how to repay this immortal who gave her hope. But the obsession with her parents has been turned into a strong belief in her heart. Chen Fan did not say any more. His gaze turned to the few villains. His expression instantly cold as frost. With a voice permeated with bone-chilling coldness, he said to Su Youyou, "Little fish. Today I will teach you the first lesson. The suffering you have experienced is all because you are not strong enough." As the words fell, his fingers moved slightly, his fingertips lightly tapping. Those few villains who were confined in the air, unable to export their miserable screams, were instantly crushed by the invisible force and turned into a cloud of blood mist, which instantly disappeared, without even leaving a trace. Su Youyou stared blankly at the villain instantly turned into flying ash, speechless and with empty eyes. Suddenly, she laughed like a madman, followed by tears pouring out like a spring, and her laughter turned into heart-rending cries. She stumbled and flung herself in front of the cold bodies of her parents, her hands clutching the corners of their coats, her tears wetting the blood-stained ground. At that moment, all the pain, fear and despair was like a torrent that broke through the last line of defense in her heart. She called out her parents' names with one voice, expecting them to respond again. Even once. Yet the response would never come again. Chen Fan stood aside, silent, without interrupting. He just quietly watched her vent her inner emotions. He understands. Such as her, such a young person. In the face of the sudden death of the family, the only way to cry can be a little release of inner grief and suppression. A few moments later, a horrible vibration came from the sky above Qingfeng City. Deafening mana fluctuations swept over like a huge wave. And even if one was at the edge of the city, one could clearly feel the heaven-destroying and earth-destroying pressure. Chen Fan frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Little fish. It's time to go." Su Youyou looked blankly at Chen Fan with teary eyes. The tears had not yet dried up, and the whole person seemed to still be immersed in grief. Suddenly, she wiped the tear tracks on her face, gently nodded her head, and although her steps were slightly trembling, she still forced herself to endure the pain in her heart and stood up. Tear tracks are still there. Yet the despair has unconsciously transformed into a few moments of strength. Seeing this, Chen Fan nodded slightly, his gaze turning to the cold corpses of the couple on the ground, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. With a gentle wave of his hand, his spiritual energy rolled around, gently putting the two corpses into the storage space. For your parents' remains, I will choose a feng shui site for them and give them a good burial. Su Youyou sniffs, choking again, tears gushing out involuntarily. She nodded heavily. Although the tears were still slipping, she had stopped crying, and a few points of tenacity were hidden in her gaze. Chen Fan sighed softly and reached out to take her into his arms. His clothes fluttered slightly, and his entire body disappeared like a wisp of green smoke, turning into a green light with Su Yaoyu into a green light, speeding towards the outside of the city. In the sky, the aftermath of the battle was still shaking. The spiritual light intertwined with the aura of killing, and the sky above Qingfeng City looked like the end of the world had come. The roar and vibration caused the buildings in the city to continuously collapse, and the firelight dyed half of the sky red. On the shore of the East Sea, above a cliff, this place was thousands of miles away from Green Phoenix City. The sea breeze whistled, swirling with a heavy dampness. The surrounding air was filled with a faint aura, and the sky met the coastline. A magnificent sight. Chen Fan finally stopped, looked down at Su Yaoyu in his arms, and gently put her down. The girl's complexion was still pale and haggard. Her eyes were red and swollen, and her tears had long since dried up. This place has a gathering of spiritual qi and an abundance of weather. It's exactly the right place for feng shui. So let's bury your parents here. Su Yaoyu nodded her head silently, speechless, and turned toward a clearing. She knelt on the ground and began digging into the dirt with those small, scarred hands. Her fingernails rubbed against the ground, and in a short time, blood flowed down her fingers, staining the soil red. As if she could not feel the pain, she still dug mechanically. Chen Fan stood aside and sighed slightly. He did not step in to help, nor did he stop it. He understood that this was Su Yaoyu's last act of filial piety as a child, the only thing she could do for her parents. And in his mind, the figures of that couple unconsciously surfaced even at the moment of death. They still tried their best to protect their children with their cold bodies. He stood on top of the cliff, his gaze cast into the distance at the junction of sea and sky, with blue waves and white waves. The wind was lightly salty and fishy, brushing his clothes and carrying a bit of coolness. After a long time, Chen Fan spoke softly. Actually, I sometimes envy you, little fish. Su Yaoyu's hand gave a slight lurch, without looking up or responding, and continued to dig, tears dripping silently, mixing with the blood and dirt, blurring the line of sight. Chen Fan slightly closed his eyes and looked up at the distant sky, his heart surging with complex emotions like a tidal wave. In his previous life, he had no father and no mother, and he grew up eating 100 meals. And even if he achieved something in the future, it was still difficult to hide the emptiness in his heart. In this world, don't mention it. Chapter 46: The Wonderful Use of Luck. Tyene hanging high. Silver light sprinkled all over the East China seacoast. The world seems to be covered in a layer of quiet mist. The night color is like ink. Only the sea breeze caressing. The sound of the waves murmuring, seemingly with the world to whisper. Chen Fan sat cross-legged. His face was like stopping water, not rippling. On the opposite side, Su Yaoyu quietly sat cross-legged, her hands clenched, her tender face full of gravity and concentration, afraid of missing a single word from Chen Fan's mouth. The night sky was silent, and only Chen Fan's voice echoed leisurely, word by word. The ancient scriptures were like heavenly music, piercing through the sky and resonating with the stars. Esoteric to the extreme, containing endless truths of heaven and earth. This was actually a sage ancient scripture. If it were to be circulated around the world, it would surely trigger countless powerful people to engage in bloody battles over it, and even the destruction of clans. Yet at this moment, Chen Fan taught it to Su Yaoyu without reservation. The way of the saints contains the mysteries of heaven and earth, and is beyond words. Although Su Yaoyu was young and could not fully understand the meaning of it, he knew in his heart that it was the greatest chance of his life. and the only hope for the resurrection of his parents. She was fully concentrated and did her best, memorizing every word and sentence, not daring to miss a single one. Her childish face was filled with nervousness and seriousness, her hands trembling slightly, and her brow locked. Time was like water. The stars flowed, and the night grew deeper and deeper. Finally, Chen Fan stopped, the scriptures having been described to the fullest. He quietly gazed at Su Yoyu. A few moments of gentleness in his gaze. This fate I have crossed. Young fish, how does it feel? Chen Fan asked in a warm voice. Su Yoyu gently lifted her small hand that had recovered as before, and a few moments of confusion flashed in her eyes. She frowned as if she was reminiscing, then suddenly nervously asked, Immortal. It seems like there are many small fish swimming in my mind. Am I sick? Her naive trepidation was both confusing and endearing, as if she was afraid something bad would happen. Chen Fan smiled slightly as he heard this, reaching out to gently rub the top of her hair and softly said, You are healthy. No need to worry. The little fish in your mind will become your good companions in the future. Treat them well. Su Yoyu's eyes flashed with light, full of seriousness. Her voice childish but firm, Don't worry, immortal. Yoyu will definitely be good friends with the little fishes. Chen Fan smiled blandly, relieved in his heart, and was about to open his mouth when a heavy aura suddenly came from the sky. Two vast and boundless pressures swept in like monstrous waves, instantly enveloping the entire heaven and earth. That mighty pressure was like the sea, and the heavens seemed to fall silent with it, suffocating. Along with this pressure, a crystal-clear token slowly fell in front of Chen Fan. Chen Fan frowned slightly. His eyes were deep and a hint of anger was hidden. He instantly captured the source of this terrifying power. And even though he was thousands of miles away from Green Phoenix City, he was still held by this fluctuation. What a nuisance! The shadow of the Tai Huang sword emerged from the fate spring, and the sword's light was as bright as a star. With a gentle stroke, it outlined a golden circle, flowing with light and emitting a faint golden glow. Young fish, stay in the circle and never leave. I'll be right back. A trace of reluctance flashed in Su Yoyu's eyes, tightly clutching Chen Fan's sleeve, her lips slightly moving, but finally did not say anything, just nodded obediently, reluctantly loosened her hand and quietly stood in the circle of golden light. Chen Fan looked deeply at her and nodded slightly. Then, with a grip in his hand, the token with flickering spiritual light appeared in his palm. Along with the blossoming of green light, his figure instantly broke through the air and turned into a long rainbow, soaring through the sky. I have no intention of getting involved in this dispute, but the situation has been difficult to avoid. Some things have to face. His gaze fell on the token in his hand, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a meaningful smile. It was clearly the will of heaven that this secret realm key had descended from the heavens. Since it was a heavenly gift, Chen Fan should take it with a smile. If you don't take it, you will be condemned by heaven. Moreover, he was worried about where to find refining materials, and this secret realm key was just what he wanted. Above the sky, the cold wind is like a knife. The strong wind whistles, as if tearing the void. Clouds churning. The vault of the sky and the collision of the two horrible power turbulence undulation. Such as shocking waves. Heaven and earth quake endlessly. Two figures confronted each other at the top of the sky dome. An old man and a young man, with a majestic aura, like mountains and seas colliding, pressurizing the four directions. The old man's face is childish. His body is thin, but he contains incredible greatness. And his eyes are flashing, as if they are piercing through the ages and seeing through reality. The person opposite was a middle-aged man, clad in brocade robes, with a face like a crown of jade, resolute features, and an aura like a mountain, with his breath rolling around him, like a volcano about to erupt, which was intimidating. The old man's gaze swept downwards towards the green light that swept through the air below. His lips tinged with a smile that carried a few moments of teasing. G family's youngest child. If you don't chase after them again, your 180,000 source stones will fly away. The man called Ji Qianyue's eyes were cold and his tone was like a knife. No one can escape. No one can escape. Chapter 47, Why don't you just do it? The old man smiled bashfully, his look even more contemptuous, and said in a light tone, He. We'll see. This kind of chance. If you do not take it, the old man will not miss it. Ji Qianyue snorted coldly, made seals with both hands, and responded with a cold smile. Although there are some means, in the end, it's just a casual cultivator. Are you really not afraid of my G family's reputation? The old man heard this and laughed up to the sky. His laughter was grim. Since I dare to do this, I am not afraid. What can the G family do to me? If it's a big deal, I'll just disappear back to the central region. Ji Qianyue's brows furrowed slightly, and a few moments of helplessness arose in his heart. To this kind of rootless and baseless loose cultivator, really can not do anything. If you want to kill, this old man flitting like the wind, unpredictable, and is tricky. The old man suddenly stopped laughing. The sinister color in his eyes increased, and his voice came out. That's just it. Junior. The old man is going. Before the words fell, the old man turned into a cloud of blood mist. His body suddenly vaporized, disappearing like a ghost, instantly transformed into a bloodlight, carrying endless killing intent, pouncing on Chen Fan. His speed was like a ghost, unimaginable. Ji Qianyue's brows furrowed slightly, his eyes instantly icy cold. A touch of anger welled up in his heart, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Suddenly raised his hand and clenched it. His body's mana boiled, and golden light surged out like a tidal wave. Don't go. In the void, a huge palm print rumbled cohesion, like a mountain uprooting the ground, wrapped in infinite power. To the old man crushed, its momentum is like the sky and earth overturned. Violent pressure rolled 8 directions. Seems to want to uproot the world. Boom! The giant palm fell as if the sky was crumbling and the earth was cracking. The chi energy was overflowing and the roar shook the sky. The strong force instantly crushed the mountains below into pieces. Rocks splattered, and smoke and dust covered the sky. However, the old man is like a loach. In this violent might of bizarre swimming, body like a ghost dodging. Speed does not reduce but increase. Even the breath are almost hidden. And the world is one. Continue to pounce on Chen Fan. Rather slipping fast enough? Ji Qianyue snorted coldly. The killing chance in his eyes thickened. And without any hesitation, he transformed into a bright golden light, tearing through the air and speeding away. The two fled and chased each other, sometimes exchanging blows, sometimes weaving, like two thunderbolts intertwining and colliding. High above the sky, lightning flashed, as if the sky was torn apart. Chen Fan looked back and saw two figures entangled in the sky. A bloodlight was like a blood-stained rainbow, and another golden light was as bright as a blazing sun rising into the sky. The two majestic pressures intertwined and stirred, and the aftermath of the battle shook the earth as if thunder could fall at any time, tearing everything into pieces. Chen Fan's gaze was bland as he raised his head and then swept in all directions. 10,000 miles of plains, empty and silent. No trace of a person. Even if it is a demonic beast. It has also been shocked by the horrible breath of the two people fighting in the air. Hiding without a trace. Trembling. Not daring to show their faces. This place. As if it had been completely emptied. The only thing left was the howling wind and the silence of the four fields. Chen Fan could not help but laugh lightly and said in his heart, "It is a wonderful place to bury bones." Thinking about this, he stopped his steps. Hands behind his back. Expression indifferent. Quietly stood on the plains. Looking up to watch the battle in the sky. As if watching a feast of heaven and earth, winds and clouds. Suddenly, a mournful and gloomy laughter came from the side. Laughing like a ghost's whistling. Bizarre to the extreme. Sending chills down the spine. Jia jia jia. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows and turned his eyes to look. Only to see that the bloody old man had quietly appeared in front of him. With a kind smile. Just like a neighboring old man. But his expression was a hint of treachery and evil. Dull. Quite a bit of guts. The old man's hoarse voice was teasing. As if he was toying with Chen Fan's reaction. Chen Fan's face remained unchanged. A smile at the corner of his lips as he blandly said, "Why don't you just go out and take it?" Chapter 48, Aggressive Compulsion. Wanting to make a move. A cold aura flickered in the old man's eyes. And his heart was suddenly hesitant. According to reason. At this moment, he can completely kill and seize the treasure. However, the lingering sense of crisis in the bottom of his heart made him not dare to act rashly. As if the slightest carelessness. Waiting for him will be an endless abyss. Since his cultivation, old monster Xianbone has avoided countless crises with his keen intuition. Now, his heart was alarmed, causing him to be secretly on guard. But on his face, he smiled more and more grimly. He. Dull. I, Xianbone, have been the most honorable in my life. Would I lay my hands on you? Chen Fan smiled faintly without saying anything. His eyes were as deep as an ancient well. His tone was calm, but with a hint of mockery. Bright and upright? The four words old monster of Xianbone are really not worthy of your reputation. In the past, this thief was rampant and notorious in the central region. And Chen Fan recognized him. Now that the deceased had reappeared, he already had a calculation in his mind. The old monster Xianbone's heart was slightly shocked when he heard this. The fake smile still hanging on his face as a cold light flashed under his eyes. Chen Fan was able to recognize his identity at a glance, causing him to feel jealous. It is important to know that he is secretive and rarely exposes his real name in front of people. This time, he traveled to the eastern region to find a breakthrough opportunity, so no one could recognize him. At this moment by Chen Fan a word. His heart suddenly alert. Is this person a former friend not? Thoughts in the Xianbone old monster heart sprinted around. Face but did not show the slightest color. Still immobile. Secretly on guard. Suddenly, the golden light in the sky suddenly brightened. And a dazzling light cut through the sky. As if a golden spear. As if breaking through a bamboo. Plunging straight into the earth. Accompanying the golden light was a powerful oppressive force. A majestic figure descended from the sky and landed dozens of feet in front of Chen Fan. With an overwhelming aura. The golden light dispersed. And a cold and resolute face appeared. Which was Ji Qianyue. His eyes as sharp as a falcon. Looking around. Imposing. Like an unshakable mountain standing between heaven and earth. Old monster Xianbone. You escaped quickly. Ji Qianyue sneered. His tone full of sarcasm. What? You didn't dare to make a move. Could it be that you're afraid? A word out. The voice is stern. The intention of forcing is clear. Xianbone old monster strange laugh again and again. Eyes like vipers locked Ji Qianyue. Never responded. Smile cold and strange. Creepy. Where there is half of the bright and open shadow? More like an old fox teasing the prey. Showing all the playfulness and disdain. Ji Qianyue snorted coldly. And a cold light appeared in his gaze. Which then landed on Chen Fan. After a slight inspection, he gained insight into his cultivation level, vital spring great completion. At Chen Fan's age, cultivating to this realm was not considered mortal. But in front of Xiantai realm great cultivators like him and old monster Xianbone, the vital spring realm was nothing more than a mole cricket. No threat at all. However, Ji Qianyue had hidden doubts in his heart. To Xianbone old monster's vicious means. If Chen Fan is only an ordinary cultivator, should have shot to death. Take away the object and go. But now, the old monster of Xianbone instead hesitant to move. Seems to carry a few points of strange restraint. This abnormal behavior made Ji Qianyue secretly alert. His mind flew, could it be that this son is carrying a strange treasure? Or the old Xianbone monster is bluffing? His eyes were stern. And he asked in a condensed voice. Little friend. Just who are you? My view of your extraordinary temperament. Deja vu. Ji Qianyue was not in a hurry to make a move and test the waters first. He was not a foolish person. If Chen Fan really had a shocking strange object or secret method in his possession, he preferred to wait and see for the time being and did not want to become a pawn of the old Xianbone monster. Chen Fan looked calm. His eyes narrowed slightly. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. And his tone was clear and cold, the Ji family of the eastern region. How majestic. Yet there is also the matter of being robbed by a loose cultivator. It is truly marvelous. As soon as these words came out, Ji Qianyue frowned slightly. And a cold aura flashed in his eyes. Although Chen Fan's words were light, they broke his identity. And it was obvious that no ordinary person could recognize the origins of the Ji family in the eastern region. This made him not feel a sense of awe in his heart. Xianbone old monster heard. But more and more complacent. Eerie laugh, ha. Little friend is a great knowledge. I, old man Xianbone, have never put a regional family in my eyes? Even if the emperor clan. I don't give a damn. Between the words, the arrogance was extreme, revealing great confidence in his own strength. Ji Qianyue heard. Sneered. Although the old monster of the bones of the arrogant disdain. But did not refute. Xianbone old monster although acting deceitful. Means poisonous. But really have a few real skills. If no strength. Would not dare to be so arrogant. Little friend. You can see through my Ji clan's origins at a glance. So you must have some connection with my clan? Could it be an old acquaintance or an ally? Ji Qianyue's tone carried a bit of power. Obviously still probing into Chen Fan's details. If Chen Fan really had a powerful backer behind him, he would not want to be an enemy rashly. However, Chen Fan shook his head slightly with a bland expression. There have been several encounters with a few of your clan's heavenly prides. And even though they have exchanged blows, they cannot be talked about as friends. And as for allies, it is even more nonsensical. This is not false. 100 years ago, Chen Fan had indeed fought with the Ji family's pride in the secret realm. And although there was no deep friendship, they fought each other several times. There was no deep friendship between the two sides, let alone an alliance. The Ji family of the eastern region and the Feihua imperial dynasty of the central region had always been well watered and had nothing to do with each other. When Ji Qianyue heard this, a cold aura flashed in his eyes, and his heart was slightly relieved. Chen Fan's words were frank, and he obviously had no intention of hiding anything. Since this was the case, The concerns in Ji Qianyue's heart were also a few points less. Since this is the case, little friend should know that the object in your hand is not under your control. Ji Qianyue's words turned cold and sharp, his eyes locking onto Chen Fan like a sharp blade, his aura changing abruptly, like a huge mountain pressing down. The shin bone old monster also laughed strangely from the side and said grimly, "Kid, don't make a mistake. This thing you can't suppress. Obediently hand over. Save the old man hands." The aura of the two of them skyrocketed at the same time, like two towering peaks, and the pressure swept towards Chen Fan like a shocking wave. Terrifying power swept through heaven and earth. Even the air seemed to freeze. The wind whistles. The trees are folded. The mountains and rivers shake. The atmosphere between the heavens and the earth is heavy and oppressive, as if the sky is falling apart and the end is coming. Chen Fan was in the center, calm and relaxed, as if a lone boat drifting in the wind and waves. Although the pressure on all sides is approaching, it seems that it may be annihilated at any time. But his figure is still upright as a mountain, not moving, and the cold aura in his eyes gradually appeared. Chen Fan gently smiled, breaking the silent atmosphere around him. He slowly raised his hand with a calm demeanor, swinging his hand lightly in front of him, his lips curling into a faint smile. "Are you wondering why I have not yet been crushed into pieces?" Chapter 49, It's good if it works, but it won't hurt if it doesn't. The old shin bone monster laughed more than once and said coldly, "Although I don't know what your credentials are, but we are all Xiantai cultivators. How can you go against the heavens? Junior arrogance. Really don't know your own strength." Although Ji Qianyue did not say anything, the contempt in his eyes has been revealed. Obviously also not put Chen Fan in his eyes. Chen Fan smiled even more as he heard this, his tone still bland. "In that case, why don't you make a move?" A cold light flashed in the eyes of the old shin bone monster as he laughed insidiously. "Oh, young man, all arrogant people die from ignorance. In your next life, don't be so arrogant again." Before the words fell, he waved his hand violently, and the blood light burst up, like a blood-colored mad dragon, wrapped in monstrous fury, and pounced directly on Chen Fan. As fast as lightning, ferocious and abnormal. However, in this split second, before that bloodlight could approach Chen Fan, an unspeakable sense of crisis like a thunderous boom instantly exploded in the hearts of old monster Shinbone and Ji Qianyu. That horrible omen, like the scythe of the god of death hanging over their heads, made their hearts beat wildly and chilled them to the bone. The duo's pupils suddenly shrunk and their faces changed drastically. As Xiantai realm cultivators, they had experienced the elements for a long time, and naturally had a sharp spiritual sense. How many times wandering between life and death honed intuition? At this moment, crazy warning, like an alarm bell ringing. The sense of oppression was so strong that it was suffocating, as if in the next instant, one's soul would be scattered. In that instant, the shin bone old monster was horrified, violently withdrew the bloodlight, eyes full of fear. At the same time, Ji Qianyue also did not dare to hesitate. The two almost at the same time to perform the recluse technique. As fast as a stream of light stormed back, without hesitation to escape. Shin bone old monster was the first to bear the brunt. Suddenly burned blood, turned into a cloud of blood mist. His body like a ghost swept through the sky, instantly disappeared thousands of miles away. His heart was horrified. What is this treasure? Even let me have a sign of death. Is it the weapon of a king? Or is it the weapon of a saint? Although greed still exists, but reason has already warned him. This place is dangerous. Cannot stay for a long time. Even the most precious treasure. If he died here, everything would be a fantasy. Old monster Xianbone secretly cursed. Greed. It can most certainly kill without form. Ji Qianyue reaction is not too late. Although the recluse a little less. But at this time the same full force. Around the body of the golden light. Turned into a golden rainbow. Cutting through the sky. Far away. The premonition of death in his heart grew stronger. Pressing him so hard that he could barely breathe. Thoughts flipped rapidly. But his mind was unable to outline exactly where this familiar aura originated from. Damn! I've definitely seen this before. Cold sweat beaded on Ji Qianyue's forehead. And his heart grew more and more uneasy. The more he couldn't recall, the more the fear spread. And the only thing left in his heart was one thought: flee as far away as possible. Chen Fan watched the two of them flee in distress. The smile on his lips unabated as he gently shook his head. Above his raised palm, a faint shadow appeared. And the outline of an ancient sword could be seen faintly. The sword's shadow was stern and awe-inspiring. And its breath was solemn and dignified. As if it carried the might of heaven. It's just, he whispered to himself. His tone calm as usual. It's not worth exposing the existence of the Emperor's soldier for the two of them. Although this place was deserted and hidden in the wilderness, Ji Qianyue was, after all, a great cultivator of the Ji family in the eastern region. If he died here, the Ji family would definitely send strong people to track him down. At that time, if the Emperor's soldier's breath remains, I am afraid that it will lead to endless trouble. The Ji family has many secret methods. It is not difficult to recreate the scene of that day. If the Emperor's soldier is exposed, the consequences are unimaginable. What's more, with Chen Fan's current cultivation level, forcing him to utilize the Imperial soldier was still barely possible. Although the Tai Huang sword has already recognized its owner, the power of this supreme treasure is far beyond his current cultivation level. If one were to forcefully activate it, not only might one's cultivation be exhausted, one might not even be able to unleash the power. But instead, oneself would first be turned into a withered bone. Because of this, Chen Fan had set up an ambush here, intending to lure the two Xiantai realm powerhouses to throw themselves into the net. He expected the old monster Xianbone and Ji Qianyue to rely on their high level of cultivation. They will not easily stop, and will certainly develop greed and plot to seize it. Once the two of them strike, the Imperial soldier will protect their masters and kill them instantly. However, I had not expected that the two were so alert. Just by a hint of killing opportunity, they fled in a hurry and did not care about the battle. This kind of keenness and caution, but to Chen Fan slightly surprised, but also secretly marveled at their high spiritual awareness, really is not an idle generation. However, Chen Fan did not look disappointed at this. He had already had a sobering cognizance of the difficulty of killing Xiantai realm cultivators. He was once a Xiantai second-level powerhouse, and he knew that this kind of existence could not be easily killed by ordinary means. Even if a dragnet is set up, there is still a great possibility of escape. Success is a great joy, and there's no harm if it doesn't work out. Chen Fan was calm in his heart. His hands were behind his back, and he looked as usual. His intention was to use the situation to kill the two. If he could succeed, it would be an unexpected joy. If he could not, there would be no loss. After all, with his current strength, he was not yet strong enough to fight against Xiantai realm cultivators. If he didn't have the protection of the Imperial soldier, it would be difficult for him to retreat from the duo on his own. Chapter 50, That's How You're a Mother. Luo Family's Small Heaven and Earth. Inside the Heavenly K Palace, the atmosphere was as cold as ice, and the invisible oppression around them filled the air, suffocating people. Luo family's third ancestor was sitting in the temple. His eyes slightly closed. His expression cold. However, Chen Yuma's words were like a thunderbolt, causing him to open his eyes violently, his gaze blazing like a star, transmitting a cold chill and hidden killing intent. As his eyes turned, the aura in the hall grew heavier and heavier, and the silent divine sources around him trembled slightly, as if they were also shaken by this sudden news. The forbidden zone of life, this was the most terrifying forbidden place in the world. A place that countless cultivators had heard of. Because there were the remains of emperors. And even more supreme existences that had once called themselves emperors. Third ancestor. What my juniors have said is true in every word. There are no false statements. Chen Yuma's expression was solemn as he slowly said. The third ancestor's gaze was like electricity. His voice chilling. Are you serious? If you say anything false, I'll blame the Luo family's rules for being merciless. Chen Yuma's heart sank. But there was no way back. So he could only harden his head and bow again. What the juniors said. Every word is true. Third ancestor. How exactly is this matter? The third ancestor's voice had lost its affectionate temperature and was cold to the bone. Even his address was changed to his full name. When Luo Qianyu heard this, her heart shook dramatically and her face turned pale. She looked at Chen Yuma in shock. Her heart reeling. He dared to weave such a shocking lie in front of his ancestor. It was really arrogant. How could such a lie be concealed from the heavens? Once it was revealed, the consequences would be unimaginable. In and out. Burning inside. If they confessed that it was a lie, the hope of the immortality pill would be completely dashed, but if they went along with the lie, what a heavy price to pay for deceiving their ancestor. Once things were revealed, the Luo family's anger would be enough to make them pay a heavy price. However, the pill of immortality is the only hope for UMO to come back to life. Luo Qianyu looked at Chen Yuma's bleak eyes, sighed heavily in her heart, and finally made a difficult decision. I'm sorry. Van. Ancestors. Please forgive me. Luo Qianyu took a deep breath and slowly raised her head. Her voice calm, but carrying an unbearable weight. Little Fan did step into the forbidden zone of life once again. The moment these words came out, like thunder in the heavenly palace, monstrous killing intent erupted from the source of all the gods. And the cold breath filled the four directions. The hall shook and the killing intent raged as if it wanted to tear the heaven and earth apart. Who would have thought that Chen Fan, who had just returned from 9 deaths in the forbidden zone of life, would risk his life again? What was even more shocking was that he had not yet healed and was seriously injured. Wouldn't this move push him to the brink of extinction? Luo Qianyu. The 3 ancestors were enraged. Their voices like thunder. And the temple trembled slightly. A year ago you sent a message to us, saying that Xiaofan had returned from serious injuries and was recuperating in the Feathered Emperor Palace. And that you personally prevented us from visiting him. Why did he enter the forbidden zone again? What kind of mother are you? Luo Qianyu's face was ashen. Her hands clenched and trembling slightly. Her eyes glistening with tears and remorse. A year ago, she conspired with Chen Yuma and Chen Xiankuan to conceal the fact that Chen Fan's cultivation had been completely wasted. And under the pretext of a serious injury, she expected to sharpen him to rise. To this end, she went out of her way to prevent the Luo family from visiting, expecting Chen Fan to be able to rise from the dead. Unexpectedly, this sharpening not only failed, but also forced him into a desperate situation. He returned his mother's flesh and his father's bone, and with the emperor's sword, he forced his way into the Yuhua imperial palace, becoming the laughingstock of the world. Now, if the ancestor of the Luo family knew the truth, he would certainly be thunderously angry. And the consequences would be unimaginable. She knew that the three ancestors had high hopes for Chen Fan, and had said many times that Chen Fan was the best candidate for the emperor's inheritance, proposing that he be made the crown prince. However, she and Chen Xinquan always felt that although Chen Fan had outstanding talent, he was always one step behind Umo, and thus delayed making a decision. Luo Qianyu slowly lowered her head. Her heart was like a tide of remorse, and she had mixed feelings. She gently inhaled. Her voice slightly trembled. Ancestors. Qianyu is unfilial. Failed to protect Xiaofan. It is a great sin. I have tried my best to dissuade. But Xiaofan, for the sake of saving Yuma, willingly risked strange dangers. His mind is determined. It is difficult to reverse. This time he re-entered the forbidden zone. Really to seek the immortality drug. Save the life of Umo. After saying that, she kneeled down on the ground. Teardrops rippling. Choked and difficult to speak. As long as you get this immortality medicine, Umo can get a chance to live. Xiaofan can also be spared a life and death catastrophe. Xianyu is willing to bear any chastisement, but only begs the ancestor to have mercy and give an immortality medicine to save my child. There was a dead silence in the hall. The killing intent was still in the air. Heavy and depressing. The atmosphere was frozen like iron. Chapter 51, Your Most Outstanding Son. From the beginning to the end. Is Chen Fan. Luo family three ancestors suddenly laughed coldly. Laughed bitterly cold as the cold wind piercing the bones. The temperature in the temple plummeted. Like 1,000 miles of ice. People do not shudder. In the past years, I have long since seen through. You have never had a trace of mother-son love for Xiaofan? What you do today is just a fulfillment of what you said back then. This son of yours, from start to finish, is nothing but useless trash. A mere double pupil. How dare he think of becoming an emperor? How can he be a man with his heart and character? How can he stand in the world? The wolf's ambition. A fool's dream. Not to mention that shallow talent. What proof is that? At this point, the third ancestor's gaze was like electricity. And a cold aura appeared at first. As if penetrating the hidden secrets of Chen Yuma's heart. Do you really think that I can't see through your shoddy calculations? Borrowing the name of Xiaofan to hold the Luo family hostage. And using the Luo family as your stairway to heaven? Ridiculous to the extreme. Your mind, after all, is not as good as Xiaofan's. Not waiting for the words to fall. The temple steep thunder. The void and the electric light intertwined. Thunder into a dragon. With the destructive power. Instantly shrouded Chen Yuma. Like a dragnet. At any time it may be broken into pieces. Chen Yuma's face was pale. Fear surged like a tide. He couldn't believe that the Luo family's three ancestors could so easily see through his deep hidden mind. Even the most hidden calculations had nothing to hide. Ancestor, spare your life. I beg the ancestor to spare my life. Chen Yuma's knees went soft and he fell to his knees. His body curled up like a shrimp. His hands gripping the corners of his coat. His voice trembling. Full of fear and pleading. Yuma knows his mistakes. I beg the ancestor to pardon his life. I won't dare to commit the offense again. A little cleverness. In the end, can't beat the accumulation of endless years. The third ancestor coldly gazed at Chen Yuma, who was crouching on the ground and pleading. His killing machine was as frosty and icy as it pierced the bones. As if he wanted to erase this unknowing junior in front of him from the world. Seeing this, Luo Qianyu's heart was in a great hurry and her face was as pale as paper. Not caring about much, she hurriedly knelt down in front of the three ancestors. Tears welling up in her eyes as she choked. Ancestor. Umo was not intentionally deceiving. He was worried about little Fan's safety. fearing that he would enter the forbidden zone of life again. And only then did he come up with this ploy. Wanting to beg for the immortality pill in order to keep little Fan safe. How could he dare to have any ill intentions? It's all a matter of necessity. So I hope the Ancestor will understand and spare his life. Luo Qianyu sobbed uncontrollably, pleading with her voice. Tears spilling over her lapel. Umo knows the immortality pill is precious and has no desire to covet it. All he did was to protect Xiaofan. If he can stop Xiaofan from getting into danger, Umo will have no more complaints. Please have mercy on the Ancestor and forgive him for this fault. Tears were streaming down his face. Pleading. The third Ancestor quietly gazed at Luo Qianyu. Her expression cold and unfeeling. No waves in her eyes. Although she mentioned Chen Fan in every sentence. But between the lines all for Chen Yuma excuses. Not the slightest care for Chen Fan. Three Ancestors' heart more and more cold. As if a layer of frost from the bottom of the heart spread. This woman. In the past. What a spirit. But now is stupid to this. Short-sighted. Failed to recognize the big picture. Did not see the true feelings. Every word of her defense was like a sharp blade, gouging out the remaining expectations and trust in the heart of the third Ancestor. Disappointment surged like a tidal wave. And the coldness in his eyes deepened, eventually turning into bone-chilling ice. He laughed bitterly in his heart and swept his gaze coldly over Luo Qianyu. It's just a pair of double pupils. Is there no second pair in the world? Heavy pupil. Certainly a rare talent. But so what? Even if we trace back to the ancient times and look through all the ancient scrolls, how many people have become emperors with heavy pupils? How many people have become emperors with heavy pupils? Those who have truly become emperors have never relied on their talents? Emperors override the heavens and the world, relying on never this so-called talent, but that unparalleled heart of the Tao. The battle for the throne is not based on talent, but on the indomitable heart of the Tao. No matter how great the talent is, if the heart of the Tao is not firm, how can one cut down the Tao, realize the saints, and prove the emperor? Chen Yuma. But the hope of this pair of pupils, not the slightest cultivation of the heart of the Tao. Even if the talent of the moment over the group, if not supported by the heart of the Tao, how to step on the path of immortality? How can we talk about becoming an emperor? It's just a joke. It was for this reason that he never took this double pupil too seriously. In the past, he still had hope that Chen Yuma could let go of his obsession, sharpen his heart, and eventually become a pillar of the Luo family. Today, the only thing in Chen Yuma's eyes is the immortality drug in the heavy pupil. As if the loss of the heavy pupil, there will be no hope of becoming an emperor. With such a state of mind, how can we talk about proving the truth? How can we talk about being an emperor? It's just a joke. Disappointed already. The third Ancestor's gaze swept over Luo Qianyu and faintly said, Are you unwilling to see clearly? Or are you unable to see clearly? Your most outstanding son was never Chen Yuma, who presumptuously relied on his heavy pupils, but rather Chen Fan. I dare to assert that if there are no accidents, Chen Yuma will merely stop at the realm of saints. So how can we talk about becoming an emperor? Chapter 52, I'll ferry you today. And you'll ferry him in the next day. Look at the title name. And the protagonist has the fate of the protagonist will naturally ferry. But is not a nanny. Not to mention what colorful demon play foster. The protagonist is a great power. The only Tao in his heart. Will not say that it is a woman to accept. The word couple is very precious. Inside the circle shrouded in golden light, Su Yoyu was full of tiredness, holding her small head with one hand, her body swaying slightly, her mouth murmuring softly. 1 sheep. 2 sheep. She struggled between sleepiness and wakefulness, trying to resist the sleepiness that was about to sweep over her. Suddenly, a green light cut through the night and arrived abruptly, stopping in front of Su Yoyu. It was Chen Fan. Looking at Su Yoyu's tired and obstinate appearance, he couldn't help but smile and laugh out softly. Su Yoyu looked up at the sound. Her eyes lit up. And with surprise, she stepped out of the golden circle, grabbed the corner of Chen Fan's coat, and timidly called out, "Immortal." That look, just like a deer that was afraid of being abandoned, was full of attachment. Chen Fan smiled faintly and reached out to rub the top of her soft hair, asking in a warm voice, "Little fish, why were you counting sheep just now?" Su Yoyu's eyes abruptly clouded with a layer of mist. Her voice weakly said, "This is the method my mother taught me, saying that if you don't want to fall asleep, you should count the lambs so that you can resist sleepiness." When Chen Fan heard this, a trace of pity swept across his eyes and he sighed softly. "Little fish, I wish to send you to a blessed place to cultivate. What do you think?" Hearing this, Su Yoyu's already tightly clenched coat corner suddenly gripped even tighter. Her voice choked. "Immortal, this is not to want the young fish?" Chen Fan was silent for a moment, and finally said in a low voice, "This trip of mine is extremely dangerous. If I bring you along, I'm afraid that I will no longer have the power to send you back safely. He is going to face the Feihua Emperor dynasty alone, destined to die a life of 9 deaths. Even he himself cannot guarantee to return, let alone to protect a small girl without cultivation all the way." Su Yoyu's tears filled her eyes and she choked. Yoyu is not afraid. Even if her body is broken to pieces, she is willing to walk with the immortal. Chen Fan looked down at her. This small figure had not yet reached his waist. After a long time, he finally sighed, "Even if your heart is sincere, I can't let you step into such a dangerous path. Your parents in heaven also do not want to see you in danger. This matter has been decided. You do not say more." His voice was soft, but the determination in it was unquestionable. He had already made up his mind to send her to a safe place, and there was no way he would change it because of her wish. Su Yoyu perceived the determination in Chen Fan's words. Tears slid down silently, and the tightly clenched corner of the coat in her hand slowly loosened. A few days later, Xingxian Cave Heaven. A spiritual atmosphere. Rue light flow of cultivation blessed land. Mountains and rivers are beautiful. Rare and exotic beasts appear and disappear. All around the spiritual chi rises. Is indeed a wonderful place. At this moment, Chen Fan was sitting quietly in front of the stone case. Beside him was Su Yoyu, and opposite him sat the sect leader of Qingxian Cave Heaven, Lin Yu. Lin Yu was dressed in a green-colored Taoist robe. His face was firm. His eyes contained divine light. And his temperament was outstanding. Quite like a person who had attained Taoism. Chen Fan slightly lifted the teacup by the case and lightly smiled. "Many thanks for your assistance here, fellow Taoist." Lin Fish slightly nodded. His eyes fell on Chen Fan. Seeing his extraordinary temperament, like an immortal descending, his heart could not help but give birth to respect. Smiled, "To be able to make acquaintance with you, it is my good fortune. As for accepting the young fish as a disciple, it is really a coincidence of fate. I and the young fish belong to the same fish word. There is indeed a destiny. And the young fish has a lovely spirit. I also love it." Chen Fan smiled and took a sip of tea with a smile. His gaze was gentle as he softly said, "In that case, I will take on a favor from you, Taoist friend. If there is a need in the future, do not forget to inform." When Lin Yu heard this, his heart was greatly pleased and his smile intensified. He was originally doing this for Chen Fan's favor. If not, would he, at the realm of the Dao Palace and the head of a sect, have accepted a disciple so easily? While Chen Fan claimed to be a casual cultivator, Lin Yu secretly did not believe it in his heart, this kind of temperament and the invisible sense of oppression it brought. Could it not be possessed by an ordinary casual cultivator? Fellow Daoist is overstated. Chen Fan nodded slightly and said no more, withdrawing his gaze and turning to look at Su Yoyu, softly saying, "Little fish. There is no such thing as an unbroken feast in this world. If we are destined to meet again, we will definitely meet again." With a flick of his sleeve, he took out a ring and handed it to Su Yoyu, saying, "Take it. When you have accomplished your cultivation, remember, today you and I have a destiny. I ferry you. In the next day, if you meet someone with a destiny, don't be stingy with yourself." Su Yoyu got up with tears in her eyes, suddenly kneeled down on the ground, solemnly kowtowed 3 times in a row, and said in a low voice, "The words of the immortal. Yoyu will remember them for the rest of her life. If I become successful in my cultivation, I will seek out immortal to repay my kindness." Chen Fan's gaze was far-reaching. He nodded slightly, and when he got up, his figure was already like a cloud of smoke in the wind, seemingly dissipating between heaven and earth at any time. He sighed lightly and said, "Fate is also fate. There is a meeting in the landscape. And we will meet again." Su Yoyu's tearful eyes were hazy. Looking at the figure that was about to disappear, she finally summoned up enough courage to ask the question that had been hidden in her heart. "Immortal. You have not yet learned your name. Can you tell me?" Chen Fan's figure completely dissipated. Only a loud and ethereal voice echoed from all directions. "My name, Chen Fan." Before the words fell, Su Yoyu had long been in tears, murmuring these 2 words over and over again in her mouth, as if she wanted to deepen them into her soul. Chapter 53, The Sea Rhyme Mystic Realm Will Open. Chen Fan's figure suddenly appeared outside the Qingxian cave sky. Pausing briefly and glancing back, complex emotions surfaced in his eyes. In the end, he resolutely turned around, transforming into a green light and disappearing between heaven and earth. This trip must go to the Sea Rhyme secret realm, not only to find cultivation resources, but also to prepare for the forging of the life weapon. In the secret realm of unlimited opportunities, the perils are everywhere. He knows that this trip is difficult, but the cultivation of the road cannot be afraid of the difficulties to retreat. Sea Rhyme secret realm is a long way away. Time is running out. Must quickly depart. The green light cut through the sky as Chen Fan sped towards the east. His figure was like electricity, like a meteor sweeping across the sky. 10,000 miles away from the East Sea, the Sea Rhyme mystic realm was in sight. The canopy is heavy, the layer of clouds pressing the top. The atmosphere is more and more condensed. Just see a ship of the spirit of the light of the building ship to break the sky. Imposing. Carving exquisite. Array of light hidden. Pressure such as the mountain. Like the air war fort. Palpitating. Looking from afar, the sky was covered by the building ship, as if a great war was coming. Accompanying the building ship, there were also countless different kinds of raptors and beasts, spreading their wings like swords, tearing through the clouds. Giant birds covered the sun and the sky, giant beasts leaping like mountains collapsing. And between their steps, the sky and the dome trembled. These beings have a monstrous demonic aura, and their spiritual might is compelling. And their aura is like a flood, just like the Lord of heaven and earth. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color. The sea waves rolled, seemingly wanting to capsize. Even more striking were the cultivators and demonic powers that came on the wind. Cultivators soared in the air. The demon race clouds driving mist. All imposing. Killing opportunities like tide. Among them, especially to the pride of the sky for the focus of the crowd. Young. Convergence of the sharpness. But the luck of the rainbow. As if the hands and feet will be able to shake the Qianquan. At this moment, the group of heroes gathered. The mighty pressure of the four fields. The scene is vast. As if the wind and clouds of heaven and earth for the movement. The atmosphere is tense. As if there is a monstrous huge changes brewing. At any time may erupt. Shaking the Qianquan. Before the secret realm. The aura stirred and the wind rose. At this time, Chen Fan is driving a leaf spirit boat. Traveling in the vastness of the sea. Around dozens of spirit boats are different. But in this infinite sea, all show small. Like a drop in the ocean. The surrounding cultivators are mostly disciples of major forces. Carrying the prestige of the clan. As for such as Chen Fan like loose cultivators. Although there are hundreds of people. But most of them are just to see the fun. Even into the secret qualifications are not. Can only be a wall to watch. Chen Fan stood at the head of the boat. His green robe hunting. His expression bland and his gaze deep. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Revealing a hint of a smile if any. This token is even more precious than I expected. He originally thought that this secret realm was nothing more than ordinary. But he didn't expect that it would attract so many big power cultivators. It seems that the opportunities here are deeply hidden and of great value. Although once for the Xiantai realm of great power. See a lot of knowledge. But the world is vast. Everything is difficult to know. Moreover, this place is located in the eastern region. Is 500 years of a secret realm? He knows very little. Only step by step. Wait and see what happens. Suddenly, a roar came from the depths of the seabed. And with it, a giant lotus covering the sky broke through the water from the sea. Lotus petals with 9 leaves. Golden light flickering on the surface of the leaves. Runic symbols densely covered. The spiritual charm is compelling. And the momentum is magnificent. The 9-leaf green lotus covered the sky. Like a divine object descending into the world. Driving the entire sea surface into waves. All the surrounding cultivators were shocked and lost their voices. Glancing sideways. East Sea Dragon Palace. The East Sea Dragon Palace is here. This East region is one of the famous big forces. As rumor has it, it is really as powerful as it is. It is not ordinary comparable. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. And then someone whispered. I wonder this time. Which one of the AOU Dragon King's sons and daughters is coming in person? Another person picked up. This secret realm only allows beings below the Dao Palace to enter. And I'm afraid it's a few of the Dragon King's young sons who have come. The crowd speech with a few points of awe and fear. The East China Sea Dragon Palace. Aoyu Dragon King. All for the eastern region of the world attention. Its descendants are outstanding talent. Now personally visit this place. Indicating that the value of the secret realm is far more than ordinary. On top of the green lotus, several dragon sons and daughters stood among them. The leader, it is the East China Sea Dragon King's daughter Ao Ru Shui. Her brother Ao Qian with its side. Behind there are still a few young dragon accompanied by the sun. Each lofty. Dragon power hidden. Imposing. Ao Ru Shui a white dress. Waist hanging snow white sword. Sword like cold. Killing intent convergence. Her long hair like ink. Skirt fluttering with the wind. Like a fairy in the snow. Temperament out of the dust. Untainted. She lowered her eyes to look at the infinite sea. Her expression bland. A few moments of gravity between her brows. As if she was quietly searching for something. Chapter 54, The Peacock God King arrives. Ao Qian lazily stretched a lazy waist. Eyes carelessly scanning around. Look indifferent. Seems to have no interest in this place. His eyes slightly narrowed. Through a few points of tiredness. Originally intended to take out the chaise longue to rest for a moment. But ultimately held back. He glanced at Ao Rushue, who was standing by the side. The color of resentment in his eyes flashed away. And then he resumed his lazy appearance. Looking towards the sea level. His expression looked a little scattered. Sister Rushue. What are you searching for? A handsome-faced dragon son with a dragon's aura asked in a low voice. A few moments of curiosity and incomprehension in his tone. This dragon son's eyes were like stars. His aura was extraordinary. And he was clearly gifted. The rest of the several dragon son herd also have side eyes. Eyes are curious. Ao Rushue is usually arrogant and cold. Rarely show a different look. But today seems to be looking for something. So their hearts cannot help but wonder. Ao Rushue sniffed. Slightly collected her mind. Smiled lightly. Shook her head. And softly said. Nothing. Although all the dragons are skeptical. But see her so answer. Finally did not ask more questions. But the curiosity has not yet dissipated. Such as ripples in the bottom of the heart ripples. Ao Rushue frowned slightly. Secretly pondering in her heart. Has he not come? Or is he hiding somewhere? Thoughts drifted away. Chen Fan's figure appeared in his mind. As if it was still close to his eyes. Lingering and profound as ever. Since the defeat of Chen Fan in that battle. The memory in Ao Ruashue's heart was like a brand that could not be erased. Even though a long time had passed. She still thought about the scene of that day from time to time. And the more she recalled it, the more curious she became about Chen Fan. The bizarre strength Chen Fan had displayed in that battle had caused countless questions to arise in her mind. In addition to closed-door cultivation. Breaking through the God Bridge realm. Ao Ruashue these days to read through countless ancient books. And finally found some clues in an ancient scroll. Rumor has it that in the ancient times, there were cultivators who did not follow common sense and only specialized in one realm. Discarding the rest of the realm. Only one realm through the heavens. And the power could reach the saints. Enough to compete with the saints. These secret methods have long been lost. Ao Ruashue was more and more convinced that Chen Fan was the inheritor of this kind of cultivation secret method. If not, how could he explain that he was able to use the Sea of Bitterness to reverse the Divine Bridge and defeat a Divine Bridge realm cultivator like her? Such a shocking battle. Even the great emperor of the ancient times may not be able to do so easily. Just as Ao Ruashue's thoughts were in turmoil, the sea of clouds in the distance suddenly churned. And a colorful shadow slowly appeared from the sky. Just see a woman wearing a colorful dress. Face covered with a light veil came stepping. Every step down. Under the feet of the lotus bloom. Haze like a tide. The aura filled. As if the heavenly fairies on the ground. The breath is unfathomable. This woman is surrounded by spiritual light. The immortal platform 3-layer of the chopping road pressure shocked the 4 directions. So that many cultivators and demons do not dare to raise their heads to look directly. Have to avoid. Lest they offend its majesty. Her body posture. Temperament high hua. Just like a fairy in the world. People feel awe. Beside her. Accompanied by a small and delicate purple dress girl. Height of only 5 feet. Although childish, but dignified and self-possessed. The spirit of the show threw a few points of the authority. Like a new hibiscus. One cannot help but side-eye. The two traveled together. Radiant. Like a goddess descending into the world. causing all the surrounding cultivators and demons to be in awe. And they all exclaimed in low voices, "To think that even the Peacock God King is here in person!" A cultivator whispered, his tone filled with shock. "Another demon race great power has appeared, shaking the four seas with its might. This kind of existence is enough to shake the Chinkuan. Where are the great powers of my human race?" Another person couldn't help but murmur and whisper. Someone looked toward the purple-skirted girl and said quietly, "This little girl. I'm afraid she's the new disciple of the Peacock God King. Right?" Peacock Divine King's phoenix eyes slightly drooped. Her expression was indifferent. Her gaze looked around the crowd, like a sharp sword sweeping through. Wherever she passed, the air seemed to freeze. No one dared to look at her. Her aura of anger and self-contained authority silenced all the surrounding cultivators and demons. And even their breathing became cautious. Immediately, her gaze landed on top of the sky-obscuring giant lotus not far away. And her complexion changed slightly, as if there was a deep meaning in her eyes. Before she slowly moved away, someone else whispered, "I've heard that the Ayu Dragon King and the Peacock God King have always had a close personal relationship. I never thought that this time I would ask her to come and protect the path for her heir. It seems that the Dragon King has already made sufficient preparations for this trip to the secret realm." When the crowd heard this, their hearts were all shaken. Peacock God King, the demon tribe's supreme existence of great prestige, shaking the four seas and eight wastelands, now personally to this place. And for the Ayu Dragon King's son to protect the road. It is clear that the importance of this secret realm is extraordinary. After the Peacock God King descended, Ao Ruoshua quickly stepped forward and made a full bow. Her demeanor respectful, her tone cold and solemn. "I'm honored to have the God King personally here." With a respectful tone and a dignified and generous posture. It was clear that the arrival of the Peacock God King was taken extremely seriously. Seeing this, the remaining few dragon sons did not dare to be slow. And they all came forward to salute. All of them being very respectful. Only Ao Qian was slightly hesitant and froze for a moment before he slowly followed the crowd to salute. But a hint of haze flashed through his lowered gaze, obviously having other thoughts about the Peacock Divine King's stunning appearance. Despite the extremely deep concealment of his demeanor, the flash of that greedy gaze still exposed the nastiness in his heart. Chapter 55, Evil Thoughts and Demons in the Heart. Qin Yaoyue nodded slightly. Her voice was like a clear spring gurgling, gentle with a bit of kindness. Very different from the rumored image of the majestic and incomparable God King in the outside world. "There is no need to be polite. I am a family friend of the Dragon King. And since you are the heirs of the Dragon Palace, you should be treated equally. There is no need to be formal. Although the words are light, but there is an unquestionable certainty." Ao Ruoshue heard the words, hastened to respectfully worship. "Many thanks for the Divine King's love. Ru Shui is mindful of that." After saying that, Ao Ruoshue's gaze turned to the purple-skirted girl on Qin Yaoyue's side. Her eyes flickering as she said with a smile, "I've heard that the God King has received a beloved disciple. And rumor has it that his natural talent is like an immortal. And now that I've gotten to see it, it's really true to its name. That purple dress girl is Su Qingqing. Petite and delicate, just like the first bloom of the lotus flower." Hearing the praise, Su Qingqing smiled sweetly, her voice as soft as the spring breeze. "Sister Rushue has overstated her case. What virtue and ability does Qingqing have? How could she dare to deserve such a reputation?" She smiled warmly, and her tone was soft with a bit of innocence, making her seem extraordinarily close. Then, her eyes flowed and she softly said, "Sister is so graceful, so admirable." Ao Ru Shui heard a light smile, although calm, but the heart of this naive and lively sister borne a few good feelings. although Su Qingqing is young. But without pretense. The spirit of natural and hair. People feel close to. Qin Yaoyue saw the two of them talking and laughing. A soft light floating in her eyes. She smiled faintly and slowly said, although Qingqing is still young, she has outstanding talent. On this trip to the secret realm, all of you are the future pillars of the demon race. You should support each other and work together. And you will surely get something. Ao Ruoxue and Su Qingqing looked at each other and smiled. Both nodded their heads and promised. In their hearts. The trip to the secret realm has a few more points of caution and anticipation. Although the two of them are new acquaintances. Because of this conversation, they are close to each other. Although the surrounding dragons did not say anything, their eyes were in awe of Qin Yaoyue. The name of the God King shocked the 4 seas and 8 deserts. Today personally present. So that the crowd of demon cultivators are all amazed. Only Ao Qian hung his head and did not say anything. The shadowy color in his eyes appeared and disappeared. If he did not try to suppress it, I am afraid that it would have been detected. Inner restlessness like tide. He tried to control, but difficult to contain. Although Qin Yaoyue covered her face with a light veil, she was as beautiful as an exiled fairy, which made people admire her. Su Qingqing, although she has not yet shown her full potential, she will surely amaze the world in the future. The two beauties, each with their own distinctive characteristics, a divine king with a high and noble temperament, distinguished and dusty, and a young girl with a beautiful spirit and a bud that is waiting to be blossomed. Ao Qian's eyes flickered. His heart was tumbling with thoughts, and his complexion was vaguely different. Recently, he was imprisoned into the War General Tower to be punished. The pent-up resentment in his heart was like a dark current surging. And at this moment when he saw Qin Yaoyue and the others, his heart added a few more complexities. He thought to himself, knowing that he should not act rashly at this time. But the restlessness in his heart was hard to quell. In the face of Qin Yaoyue's majesty, he didn't dare to overstep in the slightest. How could the pressure of a Dao beheading king be something he could offend? The slightest mishap would be the end of his life. Suddenly, Qin Yaoyue smiled gently. Her voice like a clear breeze from the valley, carrying a few moments of gentleness. There are still half a day before the opening of the secret realm. So make yourself at home. And I will not disturb you much here. After saying that, he turned around and stepped into the depths of the green lotus, floating and hidden between the lotus leaves. Ao Ruoxue hurriedly bowed and respectfully said, why would a god king need to be so humble? We wouldn't dare. The rest of the dragon sons also saluted in unison. Their attitudes respectful, not daring to be slow in the slightest. Qin Yaoyue smiled faintly, her figure quickly disappearing into the depths of the lotus leaves. Only when Qin Yaoyue's back was completely hidden did the surrounding demonic cultivators and dragon sons let out a sigh of relief in unison. Although the divine king's words are as gentle as a spring breeze, but the pressure is like a mountain. Like a mountain on top of the mountain. So that all the demons and dragons do not dare to have the slightest slack. At this moment she retreated. The crowd only secretly feel a few points of relaxation. As if the heart of the huge stone slowly removed. Among them, the most relaxed is Ao Qian. He slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Suppressed for many hours of emotion slightly reduced. Although the color of the shadowy eyes slightly recede. But still not completely dissipated. Ao Qian's gaze gazed at the direction Qin Yaoyue had left. His complex expression and the agitation within his heart was like a dark tide that was hard to quell. When his gaze turned to Ao Ruoxue and the others, a few more points of unwillingness and jealousy arose in his heart. Ao Qian thought to himself, he is the son of the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. The bloodline is honored. The strength is extraordinary. And there is the Dragon Palace shelter. but in front of the crowd. It seems to be always covered up by Ao Ru Shui. The heart cannot help but give birth to resentment. Such thoughts coiled in his heart like a poisonous snake, eroding what was left of his sanity. Su Qingqing was oblivious to this, still laughing and joking with Ao Ru Shui with a calm demeanor, not noticing that a pair of cold gazes were watching them. Chapter 56: The Arrival of the Feathered Emperor Dynasty. Chen Fan slowly retracted his gaze and sat on his knees. His eyes slightly closed, and he was calm and relaxed, as if he was untainted by the world's splendor. Half a day before the opening of the secret realm, he waited quietly. His heart is like water. All the major forces come one after another. Great momentum. But in his case, but just passing clouds of smoke. Has not caused the slightest interest. He is hidden in the scattered cultivator. No prominent attitude. No publicity intention. Since no one to come forward to nuisance. The name of loose cultivator. For him is the art of concealment. Enough to avoid unnecessary trouble. Time passes silently. More and more forces converge here. The four sides vaguely permeated with the atmosphere of tension. If not for the many big forces to check and balance each other, I am afraid that some people have already made a move against the scattered cultivators, expelled them, and occupied the treasure land by force. The people gathered here are mostly famous families and clans, although there are a lot of casual cultivators, but as insignificant as dust. How can they dare to compete with these behemoths? Although Chen Fan did not open his eyes, the situation around him was in his grasp. The two sides of the scattered cultivators are cautious. The big forces of the secret tug-of-war. Not a trace of omission. All in his perception. Suddenly, 2 hours later, a loud cry broke through the air, breaking the silence of the scene. The feathered empire dynasty of the central region has arrived. As soon as the voice fell, the surrounding area was in an uproar. All of the cultivators and demons showed shocked expressions as their gazes were cast towards the sky. The feathering emperor dynasty, which had pressed across the central region and shaken the world, had a long and enduring legacy. Now that these giants have crossed a region and descended into the eastern region's secret realm, it is inconceivable. The feathered empire dynasty? Why did you come to the secret realm? The central region is 10,000 miles away. And the imperial dynasty didn't bother to travel all the way here. Could it be that the secret realm hides a shocking treasure? Someone exclaimed in a low voice, full of doubts. Unbelievable. The imperial dynasty is such a huge organization. But it even came here in person. What kind of chance is there in the secret realm that can make the imperial dynasty move? Or is there another plan? A demon race powerhouse frowned with a grave expression. Chen Fan's eyes abruptly opened. A cold aura flashed. Monstrous killing intent instantly surged. And then like a tidal wave. Hidden. As if the lake after the storm. The surface is calm and wave-free. But in fact, the dark current is surging. He slowly raised his eyes. Eyes like a knife. Cold as frost. Only to see the sky. A lofty building ship broke through the sky and arrived. Surrounded by a ray flow. Spiritual light protection. Like a heavenly palace. Imposing. The ship's flag was hunting. Embroidered with the totem of the Feihua imperial dynasty, 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Manifesting the supreme majesty of the imperial dynasty and suppressing the world. The corner of Chen Fan's lips slightly raised, revealing a cold smile. Killing intent surged from the bottom of his heart. And the cold light in his eyes became sharper and sharper. He put his hands behind his back and whispered coldly. It's good that you dared to come here. This secret realm is exactly the place of burial. Although the voice is light, but like the 9 ghosts of the cold wind, transmitting endless killing machine. People do not shudder. Without any hesitation, Chen Fan's killing intent has been set in his heart. No matter who is coming, they will all be buried here. The Feihua imperial dynasty. Although he cannot shake its foundation, but the people of the imperial dynasty. He saw a person. Chopped a person. Suddenly, the building ship in the sky came to a halt. The spiritual light converged, and the formation was withdrawn, revealing the true appearance of the ship. The ship is lofty, as tall as a mountain. Dozens of hardened elite holding a sword and out. The pace of neat. Powerful. Obviously all are 100 battles. The experience of the battlefield. Immediately after that, a general clad in silver armor slowly stepped out from the ship with a steady gait. And with every step he took, the void trembled slightly. This person's face is cold. Silver armor in the daylight flooded with cold light. The momentum is like a mountain. Like a coiled dragon. The breath is thick and incomparable. It is clearly a dragon realm cultivator. Such a strong person. Even for the guard. It is clear that the Feihua imperial dynasty has a deep heritage. Extraordinary. All the surrounding cultivators and demon races all sucked in a breath of cool air. And shock appeared on their faces. Dragon transformation realm cultivator. It's actually just an escort. The might of the imperial dynasty is truly unimaginable. Right at this moment, someone suddenly whispered, "I heard that not long ago. A shocking event occurred in the Feathered Empire dynasty. Do you all know about it?" The bystanders immediately came closer and lowered their voices. The great prince with the imperial soldier has set off a storm. And even the eastern region is abuzz with rumors. Not bad. And I heard that the grand prince even picked out the bones to return to his father and cut the flesh to return to his mother. He's ruthless. Rare in the world. When these words came out, all the people were horrified and stunned. To cut out the bones to return to the father. To cut out the flesh to return to the mother. Such a horrifying act is simply unheard of. Then why is the grand princess? Name? Someone couldn't help but ask in a low voice. It seems that the name is Chen Fan. Chapter 57, Opening of the Secret Realm of the Sea. Just saw a white-robed man slowly step out from the Feihua Imperial Dynasty's building ship, holding a volume of ancient books in his hand. His green silk hanging over his shoulder. A few points of calmness and transcendence appearing between his eyebrows. As if he were an idle crane, with a dashing and elegant demeanor. This person's face is like a crown of jade. Calmness. Warm eyebrows. Look comfortable. Hands and feet have a natural noble atmosphere. Like jade carved into. Flawless. Standing on the bow of the ship, he looked down on the multitudes of people. His eyes indifferent. Like a cloudy mortal looking down on all things in the world. A closer look at his face. And Chen Fan's previous life has 3 similarities. But that inherent noble temperament, gentle and elegant, contains a natural superiority. Has isolated him from the mundane people. As if the world is different. Intimidating. Right at this moment, a cold voice slowly came from the void. Duke Fan. The third princess spared no expense on source stones to send you into the secret realm for training. These old bones such as me are truly envious. The sound has not ended. A thin old man from the void stepped in. Surrounded by spiritual light. Breath unfathomable. As if all things in heaven and earth are under control. This person's face is old. Smiling grimly. Gaze like a viper staring at the white-robed man. Vaguely revealing a few points of treachery. The white-robed man was none other than Lin Fan. And after hearing his voice, he only smiled blandly. His complexion not changing at all. Still calm and unruffled. He nodded slightly. The corners of his lips containing a smile. His demeanor gentle and elegant, Elder Mo has overstated his case. You are a great cultivator of the immortal terrace. Turning your hand to the clouds and your hand to the rain. Wouldn't everything in the world be in the palm of your hand? Elder Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. His smile growing colder and colder. Although he didn't retort. Obviously extremely flattered by Lin Fan's compliments. He let out a sardonic laugh and sneered. Although your talent is mediocre and difficult to become a great man. But your smart mouth is pleasing. No wonder the third princess favors you. Lin Fan still smiled gently and said blandly. Elder Mo praised me too much. I'm just doing my part. I wouldn't dare to be arrogant. It's all due to my master's teachings. Mo Lao slightly cold laugh. Did not say more. But that laugh like a cold wind piercing the bones. Chills the heart. Lin Fan's expression did not change. Still turning the ancient books in his hands. Scroll in the fingertips stretch. Between the lines of the words through a trace of mysterious breath. Obviously extraordinary things. His eyes were lowered. As if he was studying. But also as if he had seen all the beings in heaven and earth. But the scroll was a bit of ink. No waves. Standing at the bow of the boat. He had an outstanding posture. A gentle face. A smile at the corner of his mouth. A noble temperament like a son of the world. And an elegant demeanor without losing his poise. However, in the depths of those deep eyes, a hint of coldness was hidden. Like a sharp blade lurking in the night. Sharp and awe-inspiring. As if just waiting for the time to be ripe. It would strike a fatal blow. Chen Fan slowly retracted his gaze. The killing chance in his eyes faded. But the bone-chilling coldness in his heart had not dissipated. The opening of the secret realm is approaching. And the opportunity to hunt and kill the people of the Feathered Emperor dynasty is also approaching. With this in mind, he sat on his knees. Closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. His breath around him flowed like tides. Sometimes hidden and sometimes appearing. Like a submerged dragon in the abyss. Ready to strike. Breathing long and steady. Obviously making final preparations for the upcoming tussle. About an hour later. Another voluminous procession arrived. It was the Ji family's carriage and horses. Which were loud and impressive. The leader was none other than Ji Qianyue. The contemporary pride of the Ji family. With an extraordinary demeanor. However, the Ji family team was missing a duplicate. And it was not yet known exactly who had been sent into the secret realm. Time passed silently. Chen Fan sat still. Just like a person in meditation. After another 2 hours, Chen Fan's eyes abruptly opened. And a brilliant light appeared in his eyes. Like lightning breaking through the sky. Which instantly converged and returned to calmness. He slowly got up with a solemn expression. His gaze was like a sword. Looking straight ahead. Suddenly, the void trembled slightly. As if there was an invisible great force tearing heaven and earth. Only to see the dome of the sky above. A dark crack suddenly appeared. Like a canopy scar. Across the void. As deep as the abyss. At first, the rift is only a foot or so. Deep and ghostly. Surrounded by a treacherous atmosphere. Accompanied by a low tearing sound. Taking people's souls. In an instant, the fissure was driven by an invisible force. Rapidly expanding. And in an instant, it had already cracked open by several feet. The more the rift opened, the larger it became. As if a giant hand had torn apart heaven and earth. Revealing a passageway leading to an unknown realm. Within the rift, an oceanic world was revealed. Boundless sea. Rolling waves. Howling winds. Waves beat the shore. The water and sky. The color of the world. Only a few isolated islands standing in the sea. Hidden. Or sinking clouds. or towering dome. All show God. In the distance, immortal birds and beasts soaring between heaven and earth. The breath is strong. Let the wind in waves. But also difficult to touch the slightest bit. As if it has long been merged with heaven and earth as one. Showing the natural majesty. Above the island, rare and exotic drugs abound. The spirit of grass flourish. Medicine exudes refreshing incense. Dense heaven and earth. At the peak, the spirit of light. Hidden and hidden. There seem to be countless gods' treasure floating in the void. God's power is hidden. People are mesmerized. Chapter 58, Ladyboys and Ladyboys against each other. Suddenly, a demon race great power riding across the unicorn bloodline beast. Imposing like a mountain. Pressure like a mountain. Karen covered with golden scales. Glittering. For hooves on the clouds. Seems to palm Chinkuan. Line of the Big Dipper. Demon clan great power hand holding the heavenly gauntlet. Gauntlet biting cold. Cold light shining. Killing opportunity filled. Contains endless killing power. He held up the heavenly goblet. His eyes like electricity. Sweeping the 8 directions. His voice like thunder. Shaking the world, demon sons and daughters. The secret realm has been opened. To raise the prestige of my clan. Kill endless. His voice rolled and shook the 9 heavens. Like a thunderstorm across the sky. The sound waves cleansed the 4 fields. The world trembled for it. In an instant, the monstrous blood fury gas from its body violently erupted. Like a gale scrolling the sky. The sky lost color. The dome of the sky darkened. The emptiness wanted to collapse. In an instant, the 4 sides of the demon race great powers all rise. Standing above the 9 heavens. Breath like the sea. Looking down on the earth. Eyes like a cold star. Cold and merciless. Like a god overlooking the living beings. Around the body of the demon gas condensed as a mountain. The void because of the tremor. Seems to want to tear the universe. Immediately after that, deafening hissing sounds came one after another. With a tremendous momentum. Just like waves lapping at the shore. Dozens of formed demon race prides have revealed their true bodies. Giant beasts covering the sky. Fangs and claws shaking the world. Magnificent and unparalleled aura. The golden-winged rock spreads its wings in the sky. And thunder roars, the green dragon rises in the clouds and hovers in the sky. And the dragon's roar shakes through the 4 seas, the Xuanwu appears above the waves and treads on the waves. And the water ripples with a magnificent momentum. The demons danced together between heaven and earth. The aura rushed. Stirring up horrifying waves. The sky and the earth changed color. The giant beasts tumbled. The mountains and rivers trembled. And the demonic might was vast. Shocking all things. At this time, the only thing in heaven and earth is the monstrous demonic power stirring. The wind and clouds change. Everything loses color. The momentum of the demon race sweeps in all directions. Swallowing mountains and rivers. However, a golden light from the 9 sky above the steep crossing. Ji Qianyue rose up in the air. Posture like electricity. Palm virtual grip. A golden spear from the thunder in the air. The spear body thunder light dazzling. Might cover the sky. As if the heavenly punishment descended. He pointed his finger at the dome of the sky. And thousands of thunder power moved with it. Surging up to the sky like a tidal wave. Shaking heaven and earth. His voice was like a loud bell that shook the 4 fields. Since the demon race dares to demonstrate to my human race. Will my human race be afraid? Before the words fell, the golden spear had transformed into a thunder dragon. Penetrating through the sky. As if breaking through the bamboo. The thunder roared. Ripping the blood-borne dark clouds that filled the sky alive. A huge opening appeared at first, and the light of the sky penetrated through, and the light reappeared. Ancient Imperial Clan G family. It is truly majestic. The demonic powerhouse riding a Qilin laughed out coldly. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, but the laughter revealed endless coldness, and his gaze was as sharp as a knife. He. The demon race has other plans in mind. Manhwa Emperor Dynasty building ship above. Mo Lao slowly appeared, standing in the air. Figure like fog. Leisurely step into the 9 heavens. Eyes slightly condensed, looking far away from the demon race great powers. Color indifferent. Words gently, but the sharpness cannot be ignored. Ha ha. Fellow Daoist of the Feathered Emperor Dynasty has a point. The demon race is tricky and doesn't keep their word, so I'm afraid they'll cause trouble again this year. A majestic laughter suddenly rang out, sound waves rolling and shaking the heavens and earth. In an instant, the laughter of the 4 directions reverberated, only to see a dozen human great powers stepping into the void. Their mighty pressure like a mountain, their divine light entwined, standing in the 9 heavens, dividing themselves from the demon race. The 2 sides of the great powers face each other from afar. The momentum like the sea. Killing machine austere. Although not yet fought, but the world has been filled with 2 monstrous power. Imposing. Wind and clouds change. The 4 directions of the tremor. Battle intent brood between heaven and earth, rolling across the 9 heavens and shaking the Qiankuan. Suddenly, 5-colored divine light suddenly descended above the dome of the sky, like a rainbow crossing the sun, with a cloud of light, only to see a delicate figure emerging from the sky covering green lotus, with divine light flowing around her and unrivaled pressure. The power of the chopping road was like a divine punishment descending, instantly enveloping the entire field. And the powerful force tore through the 9 heavens. Even the 2 sides of the confrontation were also forced to retreat. And the cracks opened up. Horrifyingly incomparable. Ji Qianyue's gaze slightly condensed, his expression grave as he muttered and whispered, "Peacock God King?" She actually took action herself. Before the words fell, Qianyue's figure had already stood above the 9 heavens. Her body was like a fairy. Her light veil was floating, hidden from view. Her immortal posture concealed endless sharpness. The 5-colored divine light lingered around her body, brilliant and eye-catching, reflecting the sky and earth to lose color. At that moment, it was as if she was the only one in the world, with an aura as powerful as a hurricane that pressured the 4 directions. Peacock God King, do you wish to break the covenant between the human and demon races? Finally, a human great power could no longer hold back and raised his voice, sounding like a thunderous tremor that reverberated through the 4 fields. When these words came out, the scene was silent. Regardless of whether it was the human race's great powers, or the demon race's strongest, their gazes all gazed at the delicate figure standing above the dome of the sky, and their expressions were either in disbelief or grave. The Peacock God King appeared as if he were a shocking wave, instantly suppressing the entire atmosphere of the scene. In the past, the human and demon tribes concluded a contract that if there was no danger of annihilation, no one above the king of the chopping road would be allowed to participate in the disputes between the 2 tribes. This contract was written by both sides with blood and tears, and it was incomparably tragic. Back then, the king of the demon race wantonly struck out, sweeping the pride of the human race. The king of the human race had also penetrated into the hinterland of the demon race, killing countless people. Kill each other? Blood flow into the river. Mountains and rivers colored red. Heaven and earth was once corpses everywhere. Woe everywhere. In the end, both sides pay a great price, only to stop the war. Set up this contract. Since the beginning of the 10,000 years, the last Dharma has descended. And both sides have not broken the covenant. However, today, the Peacock God King's personal presence was like a sharp sword hanging high in the air, ready to cut off this fragile peace. Chapter 59. Thou sayest that Chen Yuma beats Little Fan? That's ridiculous. In the Luo family's small heaven and earth, in the heavenly K Hall, the atmosphere was as somber as fog. A word just out. Kneeling on the ground, Chen Yuma, body violently stiff, then resumed trembling. More and more fear. Luo Qianyu's face was pale. Her figure shook slightly, and her hands trembled lightly. Was she really unconcerned about Chen Fan? If not, how could the few words of the third ancestor make her unable to argue? Thoughts surged like a tide. Even though there were 1,000 words, they were like a fish in the throat, ultimately difficult to speak. She always firmly believed that Chen Yuma had outstanding natural talent and was far superior to Chen Fan. However, the words of the three ancestors were like sharp blades, piercing right through her heart's obsession without mercy. Chen Yuma certainly born with heavy pupils, but the cultivation of the immortal platform layer, although in many of the pride of the top, but compared with Chen Fan, as if the difference between clouds and mud. Luo Qianyu recalled that year. Chen Fan is only 30 years old, has stepped into the Xiantai second realm, while she and Shen Xiankuan always believed that only 28 years old, still in the Dao Palace realm of Chen Yuma, will be able to surpass Chen Fan at any time. Because of the difficulty of cutting the road, it was a watershed for the heavenly pride. And many heavenly wizards stopped at this point, unable to advance an inch. She and Shen Xiankuan had never believed that Chen Fan could break this heavenly barrier. The prejudice in the world's heart is just like a towering mountain. It is not moving. Even though Chen Fan is no longer outstanding, they have never really looked at him squarely. This mountain of prejudice has always been in their hearts, never shaken a bit. Even though the facts are in front of her today, and the words of the three ancestors are like a loud bell, she still finds it difficult to recognize this cruel truth. As if she were drowning in an old dream, hard to extricate herself. Suddenly, Luo Qianyu slowly got up. Her eyes were filled with tears. But before the tears fell, the color of perseverance was in her eyes. She looked straight at the three ancestors. Her voice trembled slightly, but her words were resounding. The ancestors' words are too categorical. Qianyu doesn't dare to agree. Xiaofan certainly has extraordinary qualifications, but in the end, he is not as good as Umo. After a short pause, her gaze became more and more determined. Continued, although Xiaofan 30 and ascended to great power. But that chopping road pass, such as heaven's punishment, blocking countless heavenly pride in the door. Fei Mo, although a little late step, but the foundation is deep. Better than many ancient and modern pride. And even compared with the ancient great emperor, also not inferior. Luo Qianyu spoke more and more calmly. His tone was steady, although Yumo's progress is slow. But every step is solid. The foundation is solid. In recent years, he has sharpened his mind, and is ready to break into the second level of the immortal terrace. Or even cut down the road in one fell swoop and enter the third level of the immortal terrace. Although Xiaofan is outstanding, but Yumo's accumulation of thin hair will win in the long run. Her words were resounding, like the sound of gold and stone. Umo is definitely more than just the realm of saints, and will definitely ascend to the top and achieve the throne of the emperor, becoming the second great emperor of the Chen and Luo families after the ancient emperor. The atmosphere in the hall was stagnant, and everyone did not expect Luo Qianyu to speak in such a manner. Although Chen Yuma was on the ground, his heart was slightly relieved. although he failed to retrieve the immortality pill. But these words are enough to comfort his mind. And this trip is not regrettable. Suddenly, a light laugh rang out from within the hall, mixed with an icy sneer. Thou sayest that Chen Yuma beats Little Fan? How absurd! The Luo family's 3 ancestors laughed out coldly, their tone icy cold like frost. In the past years, we only had a one-sided relationship with Little Fan. But his heart and mind shocked us. His heart was as tough as iron. And when he was young, he had already revealed his extraordinary will. His talent is unparalleled and rare. I have long said that the higher you go in the cultivation path, the more critical your enlightenment and will become. Little Fan is one of the best. As the 3rd ancestor spoke, his gaze suddenly turned to Chen Yuma, the disgust in his eyes undisguised. As for the deep foundation of Chen Yuma in your mouth, it's simply laughable. If we talk about foundation, he is only under the B class. Although he is better than ordinary heavenly pride. But compared to the real supreme geniuses, how can he talk about becoming an emperor? He let out a cold snort, his voice cracking the ground like cold ice, and continued. You said that Xiaofan is unable to chop the Tao, which is especially absurd. Chopping the Tao, chopping the obsession, shedding the ties with Xiaofan's heart. What can't be chopped? Why can't he cross over? Words. The 3 ancestors coldly smiled. Sound like gold and stone resonance, echoing the temple. Words like iron shocked the heart palpitating. The temple no longer half a sound. The atmosphere is heavy as a mountain. Luo Qianyu's body suddenly swayed, nearly falling, her knees aching, nearly unable to support herself. She wanted to speak several times. Her lips and teeth moved slightly. But in the end, she was silent. Her heart turned over, waves surging. The words of the 3 ancestors shook her mind and soul in disbelief. How could Chen Yuma be inferior to Chen Fan? In her heart, Chen Yuma had always been a heavenly talent, far superior to Chen Fan. Why did the 3 ancestors make such a judgment? These words were like thunder, shattering her heart's obsession. She couldn't accept it, and it was hard for her to let go of it. It was at this moment that the piece of divine source in front of the 3 ancestors suddenly trembled slightly, and a warm and jade-like breath filled the air, like a spring breeze brushing against one's face, with a hint of coldness in its softness. Within the divine source, a gaze slowly emerged, as deep as autumn water, as clear as the stars, transmitting a sense of lofty awe, causing one's heart to worship, wanting to bow down to the ground. Immediately afterward, a voice as warm as jade gently rang out, containing a faint smile. Old Third, that's enough. Don't talk too much. Xiaoyu has been made to cry by you. That voice is light, but like a spring breeze caressing the willow, instantly dissolved the heavy atmosphere in the temple that had been pent up for a long time, so that the original taut air suddenly soothed a few points. Chapter 60. You all know Xiaofan's nature. Do you really want to stop him? The Luo family's 3rd ancestor let out a cold snort, his tone dripping with displeasure. Second brother. As usual, you're really upsetting people's hearts. The Luo family's 2nd ancestor smiled blandly, his expression calm, seemingly placing this dissatisfaction completely out of the picture. His gaze turned slightly and slowly fell on Luo Qianyu. His tone was gentle. You begged for the immortality pill, wanting to heal Chen Yuma's injuries. Do you know the preciousness of the immortality pill? Although Umo was wounded by the Emperor's soldiers, his injury did not reach the root, and he had already been saved once by the feathered divine diagram. So why do you need to use the entire immortality medicine for this injury? When Luo Qianyu heard this, It was like seeing the sun through the clouds. A bright light flashed in her eyes, as if she had seen hope. She hurriedly bent down and said respectfully and eagerly, "I beg the second ancestor to be gracious and grant some immortality pill roots. Faye Mo will live up to her promise in the future and will find another immortality medicine for the Luo family." Seeing this, Chen Yuma did not dare to be slow, and earnestly said, "I don't seek the whole plant of immortality medicine, but I only wish to retrieve some of the roots. In order to persuade my royal brother not to take the risk of stepping into the forbidden zone of life again." Luo family's second ancestor gently nodded, slightly pondering. A moment later suddenly laughed softly, "Just are my Luo family bloodline? How can we not see death to save? Although Umo may not become an emperor, but the qualifications for sainthood are still there. If we don't save him, won't it seem that we old guys are heartless and unrighteous?" Once the words came out, Luo Qianyu and Chen Yumo were overjoyed. The heavy feeling in their hearts was immediately removed, and it was hard to hide their excitement. Although not the whole plant of immortality medicine, but the heavy pupil injury can finally be cured. The heavy danger in front of us seems to have passed safely. Luo Qianyu bent down to worship. "Many thanks for the great favor of second ancestor." Chen Yuma also made a deep bow, his tone humble and solemn. "Many thanks to second ancestor. Yuma is mindful of this and will live up to this favor." However, just as the joy was being felt, the Luo family's third ancestor's face plummeted. His brows locked, and he said in a cold voice, "Second brother. That's Xiaofan's. No matter how willing he is, he shouldn't let it go to someone as unworthy as Chang Yuma." The atmosphere in the hall was once again frozen, and the joy of the party was like an instant freeze in the cold wind. Luo Qianyu and Chen Yuma's smiles froze, although their hearts were reluctant. That ray of hope had taken root in their hearts and they were unwilling to give up. The Luo family's second ancestor spoke again, his voice as warm as jade, but undeniable. "You all know Xiaofan's temperament. He did not show up today to show his intentions. If we insist on refusing, he will personally enter the forbidden zone of life to get the medicine. He intentionally avoided us for this very reason, just as he did back then." He paused for a moment, and with a deep gaze, he continued, "Moreover, this immortality medicine, we promised it to him long ago. Now that he is willing to use it to save Fei Mo, even if we block it, what can we do? It's just forcing him to enter the forbidden zone of life again." After speaking, the second ancestor looked around, his tone gentle but solemn. "Gentlemen, is this really necessary?" As these words fell, the divine sources around the hall trembled slightly. Only the main position did not waver. A few moments later, a channel of divine thoughts intertwined, responding to each other, and eventually acquiesced to this matter, allowing Chen Yuma to use some of the immortality pill root beard. Although the people were reluctant, as the second ancestor said, this object originally belonged to Chen Fan, and he was willing to give it up. So what good would it do to force him to block it? It's just forcing him to take the risk again, adding to the uncertainty. Everyone present knows that Chen Fan has a strong temperament, especially cherishing his loved ones, and he has never spared any expense when it comes to his family. If he is prevented from doing what he wants, he will be forced to throw himself into danger again. Moreover, Chen Fan was the most outstanding descendant of the Chen and Luo families, and was also the greatest hope of becoming an emperor in the future. Although they were unhappy, they had to admit that the Luo family's second ancestor's decision was indeed the best policy at the moment. Luo Qianyu and Chen Yuma's hearts were thrilled with joy like a tidal wave, almost sweeping away the haze in their hearts. Luo Qianyu hurriedly bowed his thanks, his tone eager and grateful. "Many thanks for the great kindness of the second ancestor. Umo will live up to the family's high expectations." and will set out to achieve unparalleled success for the Luo family in the future. The immortality pill will be offered to the Luo family again in return for today's favor. Chen Yuma also bent down to pay his respects, saying respectfully, "Yuma is deeply moved. The Luo family's great kindness will never be forgotten. If I am saved this time, I will do my best to repay today's favor." However, at the time of rejoicing, Luo Qianyu's heart suddenly developed a shadow. The excitement gradually converged, and a trace of gravity appeared between her brows. The joy of the party just now seemed to be covered by a layer of invisible mist. Although now can get immortal medicine to save you mo. But this illusory lie will eventually be uncovered day. When the truth comes out, what will Mo do with himself? Where will he go from here? The light in her eyes dimmed for a few moments, and it was hard to hide the uneasiness that was gradually growing in her heart. Chen Yuma, however, did not notice the difference. Still immersed in joy, his mind calculating the future plans. Spirited. Chapter 61. Do you still want to stick to the old and broken rules? Xin Yaoyueling stood on the top of the 9 heavens, his sleeves fluttering, his eyes cold as ice, looking down on the living beings. His expression indifferent as frost, his voice cold and resonant. In the past years, although the two tribes set up a blood covenant, but today's golden age will be approaching. You and so on still want to die to keep this remnant of the old rules and regulations of the old covenant? This word like a thunderclap. All of a sudden, everything in heaven and earth stagnation. As if time stops. The wind is silent. Even the sky dome or no fluctuations. Seems to be shocked by that word. A few moments later, a steep and wild roar rose from the demon camp, which was so powerful that it shook the 4 fields. The divine king's words are reasonable. The golden age is approaching, and the 10,000-year-old blood contract will finally be broken. At this moment, the demon race powerhouse riding the Kirin bloodline beast violently took off into the air, waving the heavenly goggle in his hand, with cold light shooting out in all directions and killing opportunities. He laughed maniacally. His voice shook the sky. The throne of this world is destined to belong to my demon race sons and daughters. The human race is nothing more than blood food under my clan. These words are like a blazing fire, instantly igniting the fierce fighting spirit of the demon army. All the demonic powers have responded. Sound like a bell, vibrating heaven and earth, the human race. In the ancient times, but our blood food. This is also the case today. My demon race is the overlord of heaven and earth, and all the spirits submit to it. The human race. What's the point? Arrogant words one after another, like thunder rolling, shaking the 4 directions. Demon clan great powers gaze contemptuous, look flaunting, as if the bloody slaughter of the ancient times reappeared. Arrogant intent permeates the 9 heavens, looking down on the human race as ants. Ji Qianyue sniffed and let out a cold snort, his voice sounding like a bell that penetrated the 9 heavens. The golden spear in his hand swung violently, changing the colors of the wind and clouds and shaking the earth and sky. His voice was like thunder. The courage of the past is not enough to talk about, though you and other demons have been fierce for a while. But my ancestors threw their heads and spilled their blood, and finally took the throne from you and other demon emperors, and cut off your bloodline. Pure blood does not exist. Now you are still talking about the courage of the past? This statement is like a huge wave, instantly stirring the heart of the strong human race. All the great powers laughed lightly, their eyes showing disdain. Someone said in a loud voice, the ancestors of the demon race only stole the destiny of heaven for a while. How dare they call themselves heroes today? The throne will be returned to the human race. You and others are just remnants of blood. How dare you talk about courage? Another human great power also laughed coldly. My human race has become a great power. The fate of the heavens is in our hands. Why are you demons rampant? When the great emperor of my human race reappears, you and the others will be nothing but ants. All of a sudden, all the four directions were filled with strong people from the human race. Their voices shook the sky, and their battle intent was like a tide, sweeping through the four fields. When the demon race heard this, their anger boiled over. Their wild roars shook the sky and earth, and their demonic chi rolled around. Their flames became more and more arrogant. A few great demons roared. Human blood food. What virtue can compete with us? Do you dare to fight? Sound waves rolled, like thunder stirring, shaking heaven and earth. Once these words came out, a few violent-tempered human cultivators could no longer suppress their anger. Their murderous intent was awe-inspiring, and they violently leapt up, their voices sounding like bells. Battle. The killing intent rushed skyward, transforming into several streams of light that went straight into the nine heavens, instantly confronting the demon clan's heavenly pride. The demon race was not willing to show weakness either. A few large transformed demons rose up in the air. Their demonic aura was monstrous. Their battle intent was like fire, and they pushed straight into the sky. Above the void, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. Thunder appeared. Heaven and earth seemed to be frozen for this moment. The human cultivators held divine weapons in their hands. Their breath was like a rainbow, and their battle intent was like a fiery flame, burning fiercely. The demonic powerhouse revealed its true form. A giant beast roaring and waving its sharp claws, covering the sky and the sun. Its fangs awe-inspiring and imposing. At this moment, above the dome of the sky, the killing aura rushed into the sky. The blood light flew. The battle intent was like a shocking wave, sweeping the 8 directions, swallowing the mountains and rivers. And the earth and sky were filled with the heavenly sound of killing, shocking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Chen Fan raised his eyes to look at the Xiantai cultivators and demonic powers who were in the midst of killing in the 9 skies above. The corners of his mouth twitching slightly as his expression fell silent. He couldn't help but wonder if he was in the wrong place. Obviously, he had come here to search for treasures. How did it suddenly evolve into an unprecedented battle between the human and demon races? And both sides are Xiantai powerhouses. The intensity of the killing shook the 9 heavens. Unbelievable. Looking around, Chen Fan's gaze landed on the quietly open entrance to the secret realm not far away. His brows locked. According to reason, this moment should be a good opportunity to enter the secret realm. But nowadays, the killing intent is overwhelming, and there are many crises. So if you are not careful, you will be involved in the killing game, and your life will be lost on the spot. Acting rashly will definitely become a target. It's hard to calm down this battle in a short period of time. Chen Fan secretly sighed, seeing that the war was intensifying and the situation was becoming more and more dangerous. The only thing to do was to wait and see what would happen, and wait for the war to rest a little before waiting for an opportunity to move. However, with the passage of time, Chen Fan's heart gradually doubt. This war, the surface seems to be like a demon provocation. In fact, hidden mystery is not a momentary struggle. The demon race has set off such a scale of strife at this time, and there must be a plan behind it. Thinking about this, the cold light in Chen Fan's eyes flickered slightly, and his expression became more and more grave. This trip to the secret realm. Fear has long exceeded the scope of the search for treasure. During the dark current. Dangerous. If you are not careful, it is the abyss of doom. Chapter 62. Why did you come here? Is it because you are looking for revenge? Chen Fan retracted his gaze and glanced at the surrounding casual cultivators gradually retreating. He couldn't help but laugh lightly. his brows slightly frowning. Interesting. Although I don't know if the battle will affect myself. But this kind of initiative to retreat is really the usual wind of casual cultivators. Despite this, Chen Fan is still hidden among the scattered cultivators at this time. If the scattered cultivators retreated and he was the only one left here, he was afraid of attracting the attention of the big forces. And then he would be suspicious. Why doesn't he retreat? Could it be that he is carrying a heavy treasure? With the arrogance of these big forces, will force him to hand over the token. The situation will be difficult to control. He frowned slightly with both eyebrows, pondering slightly. And after a moment, the thought of retreat was eliminated with a turn of the mind. It's easy to retreat. But returning to this place is like climbing up to heaven. When the secret realm opens, many big forces will occupy the entrance. If the scattered cultivators want to get close again, almost the same as throwing themselves into the net. At this moment, instead of retreating, he needed to take a step forward and seize the opportunity to mix in with the first batch of teams entering the secret realm. With this in mind, Chen Fan's gaze slightly condensed as he looked around, secretly searching for a suitable major power, intending to wait for an opportunity to follow and fish in troubled waters. Looking at the scattered cultivators who were already sparse, Chen Fan said in his heart that time was running out and he could not delay any longer. With his thoughts set, he drove his spirit boat and approached towards a certain force. Unexpectedly, before approaching, I heard a loud roar from the clouds, sounding like thunder, almost overturning the spirit boat. Where are the rats? How dare you approach my Starfall Pavilion? Retreat quickly, or else you will be killed without pardon. When Chen Fan heard this, he was silent for a moment. His eyes swept towards the Starfall Pavilion disciples' attire, and a cold smile swept across the corner of his mouth. Since this place is not allowed, then there will be another place. Immediately, Chen Fan turned his spirit boat around and headed towards another force. Unexpectedly, before he got close, he was scolded by a stern voice, warning him to stay away. If not for the fact that there was still a great battle in the 9 heavens above, I am afraid that he would have been blasted to death if he had behaved like this. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. His expression was grave, and his mind was racing as he thought about how to get a major power to temporarily take him in. He looked down at the remaining source stones, and suddenly laughed softly, saying blandly, "That's just it. Some source stones, as a right to buy a peace of mind." With his mind set, Chen Fan was about to approach a major power with the intention of exchanging source stones for shelter, when he suddenly heard a crisp laugh coming from the air, like a silver bell, with a few moments of childishness drifting in and out. Chen Fan's gaze condensed and he looked up. At this time, he had already arrived at the place where people and demons met. Originally, he intended to blend into this chaotic situation and take the opportunity to sneak into the secret realm. But he suddenly realized that this plan was not feasible. It was only because his ethnic identity was too conspicuous and his cultivation level was such that he was instead extraordinarily eye-catching in the midst of this chaos. Even if you can temporarily follow the action of the big forces, but behind the demon race, a little carelessness will lead to trouble. Precisely for this reason, he had the intention of spending money to seek shelter, but unexpectedly was detected by the demon race. As for why he concluded that the other party was not human, it was that unique demonic aura that was already approaching. His gaze turned slightly, only to see a rainbow bridge set up in the distant sky, flowing with colorful light, on which 2 beautiful people came riding. One of them was dressed in a snow-white robe, with a sword hanging from her waist, and her temperament was as cold as ice and frost, just like a mountain snow lotus, cold and colorful, and people did not dare to lightly desecrate it. The other is a purple dress girl, Petite and delicate. Height is only 1 meter 5. Face delicate as jade. Just like a budding flower. Her bright eyes were filled with innocence and curiosity, contrasting sharply with the coldness of the woman beside her. And one could not help but feel a little pity. At this time, these two had already locked Chen Fan in place. Their mana fluctuations becoming more and more obvious. Their breath coming straight at them. Chen Fan smiled faintly with a bland look in his eyes and arched his hand. I've met you. I never thought that I would have the chance to see you again today. The white-robed woman was Ao Rushue. And the purple-skirted girl was Su Qingqing. Oh, Rushue's gaze flickered slightly lost in thought. Then she returned the salute and said, I've met you. It's quite a coincidence. She had no intention of seeking Chen Fan again. But she did not expect him to show up of his own accord. As the overlord of this place, the East Sea Dragon Palace naturally stood in the front line of the confrontation between humans and demons. So Ao Rushue quickly noticed Chen Fan's figure that was bouncing around among all the major powers as if he was a headless fly. Thinking back at this time, it was actually a bit comical. Who would have thought that a peerless heavenly pride at the peak of the Sea of Bitterness Reversal Divine Bridge would be repeatedly disliked in the eyes of those great forces of the human race? Su Qingqing stood by the side, her eyes full of curiosity, sizing up Chen Fan as if she was seeing him for the first time. A faint smile hung on her tender face, as if she was quite amused by Chen Fan's encounter. Chen Fan noticed the two's gazes. Still looking as usual, smiled blandly and whisked his sleeve. It seems that you have come this time. Could it be that you are seeking revenge? Chapter 63, Invitation to Travel Together. Su Qingqing glanced at Chen Fan in surprise. Then her gaze turned to Ao Rushue, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. She hadn't expected that she would be able to hear such an interesting conversation on this trip out. It was really unexpected. Originally, Ao Rushue did not want to bring her along. But Su Qingqing was too smart to notice that Ao Rushue wanted to travel alone. So she stalked her and followed her. Now it seems that she followed this trip extremely wisely. The corner of Su Qingqing's mouth was slightly raised with a wry smile. Her gaze flowing between Chen Fan and Ao Rushue, appearing exceptionally agile. Ao Rushue was silent for a moment. Lightly opened her lips. Her voice was clear and cold. What to talk about seeking revenge? But it is Ao Qian who caused the trouble in the first place. We are not as skillful as others. No one can complain. Chen Fan heard. The heart slightly surprised. Did not expect Ao Rushue heart so open-minded. If a normal person is taken away 100,000 source stones, I'm afraid that I would have already held a grudge and waited for an opportunity to retaliate. She can be so open. Making him look up a few points. He laughed softly. It's admirable that fellow Daoist is so open-minded. Ao Rushue nodded lightly and said no more, gently uncovering this topic. Then asked, fellow Daoist on this trip? I'm sure it's also for the secret realm. Right? Chen Fan did not hide anything and nodded slightly. Ao Rushue was so honest. If he covered it up again, it would be petty. When Ao Rushue saw this, her expression was indifferent. But her heart was filled with the thought of, it's really like that. When she came here, she had the intention to pay attention to Chen Fan's movements, expecting that with his talent, he would never be indifferent to the matter of the secret realm. Now, it seemed that it was indeed so. Su Qingqing finally understood the causes and consequences, and a flash of unconcealable surprise appeared in her eyes. She had never thought that Ao Rushue would lose to this human cultivator in front of her. Chen Fan's cultivation was similar to hers, and both were in the realm of Fate Spring de Shang. But Ao Rushue, as a dragon, and already at the peak of the Divine Bridge, had actually lost to this person, which was really unimaginable. Her eyes flickered. And she suddenly laughed softly. Her laughter like a bell. Clear and pleasant. This Taoist friend. I don't know how to address you? My name is Su Qingqing. Chen Fan smiled faintly and looked back at the petite and delicate young girl, saying aloud, I have met fellow Taoist Su. My name is Chen Fan. As soon as the words fell, Ao Rushue's heart moved slightly. The plain water-like state of mind rippled. Although she and Chen Fan is the second time to meet, but has not exchanged names. Today was Su Qingqing robbed the first. Cannot help but give birth to a few points of dissimilarity in the heart. Su Qingqing nodded her head with a smiling face and a soulful gaze. Then said, fellow Taoist Chen is also here for the secret realm this time. So why don't you travel with us? When Ao Rushue heard this, a hint of puzzlement swept across her eyes and she looked slightly sideways at Su Qingqing. With her status, inviting a human cultivator to accompany her, naturally no one would dare to comment. However, when they first met each other, they invited each other in such a way. It was puzzling. Despite the doubts in her heart, Ao Ruashue did not speak out to stop her. She secretly speculated that Su Qingqing's initiative might have another deep meaning. Furthermore, with Chen Fan's talent and strength, it would not be a bad idea if he could travel with her. Seeing this, Chen Fan's expression remained unchanged, and he had already weighed it slightly in his heart. The identity of the two people in front of him was extraordinary. But the situation at the moment was complicated. So it would not be a bad thing if they could travel together. Moreover, having both chosen to ignore those arrogant human forces, he naturally would not continue. Thus, he lightly laughed. Since fellow Taoist Su has kindly invited me, I, Chen, will respectfully comply. The smile in Su Qingqing's eyes was even more intense. Obviously quite pleased with Chen Fan's quick agreement. Ao Ruashue, on the other hand, remained indifferent, gently nodding her head, apparently having acquiesced to traveling with her. Ao Ruashue lightly opened her vermilion lips. Her voice was like the gurgling of a mountain spring. Clear and cool without losing its warmth, fellow Taoist Chen. It's still early for the opening of the secret realm. So why don't you come with me into the magic treasure for a short rest? Su Qingqing was also smilingly invited, with a few leaps in her expression. Chen Fan nodded slightly without any hesitation. Since he had already decided to travel together, he naturally would not back out at this time. He lightly smiled and said, all right. I'm grateful to you, fellow Taoist. Ao Rushue heard this and an imperceptible smile swept across her eyes. Obviously Chen Fan's trust made her heart quite happy. Immediately, she set up the divine bridge and turned into a stream of light, taking Chen Fan and Su Qingqing towards the direction of the magic treasure. On top of the divine bridge, Su Qingqing was still surrounding Chen Fan's side, from time to time letting out a clear and crisp laugh, just like a pleasant bell, childish with spirituality and mischievousness. Although Chen Fan has no partner, but in his past life and present life together, has lived nearly 200 years. Read countless people. Right now. Although by a not yet adult small demon flirting. But not difficult. On the contrary, the mood is calm. Occasionally back to the light smile. Heavy as light. Seems to be very happy with her words. Along the way, Su Qingqing's laughter was unceasing, while Ao Rushue was calm as usual. Although she did not say much, but occasionally looked back and saw Chen Fan and Su Qingqing getting along well. A hint of hidden tastes actually flowed out between their expressions. Not long. The three have been to the East China Sea Dragon Palace treasure before. That treasure is a green lotus in the sky. Body emerald green like jade. Divine light points. Lotus petals such as knives. Leaf veins flow such as formation runes. The body of the spirit of the ethereal. As if the immortal family treasure. Green lotus swaying with the wind. The spirit of the air curling up. As if to become a side of heaven and earth. The weather. Ao Ruoshua waved her hand and took out a dragon-shaped token. The body was full of colorful streams of light. And there was a hidden dragon's roar echoing. As she gently urged. The green lotus around the protective formation slowly opened. Revealing a way of passage. Aura overflow. Fluctuations hidden. She lightly stepped on the lotus leaves. Bringing Chen Fan and Su Qingqing to lightly land on top of the green lotus. The lotus leaves under her feet slightly trembled. Seemingly containing infinite spiritual power and majesty. Chen Fan just stepped on the green lotus. He felt the spiritual power surging. Like stepping into the fairyland. His heart secretly marveled at the depth of the East China Sea Dragon Palace. Just as he was realizing in detail. He suddenly heard an angry roar coming from inside the lotus. It is you. You black-hearted human. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes followed the sound. Only to see a person with angry hair. His face was iron blue. His fists were clenched. His breath surging wildly. It was Ao Qian. He did not know when he had already appeared. And his eyes were red as fire. As if they were burning with rage. Itching to tear Chen Fan apart immediately. Chapter 64, fearing that if outsiders hear of it, it will lead to endless trouble. Chen Fan's expression was calm. And when he looked at Ao Qian, the source of his anger was already clear in his mind. In the past, he took 100,000 source stones from his hands. And he knew that this person would not rest easily. Today, when they met again, this kind of anger is reasonable. Ao Ruoshua frowned slightly. Her clear cold eyes swept toward Ao Qian. Her tone icy cold. Ao Qian. Shut up. Ao Qian heard the words. Anger slightly convergence. But the face is still full of indignation. Killing intent surging. Although the strong pressure in the body of the gas. Double fists but tightly clenched. Eyes like a blade. Dead staring at Chen Fan. Hate to be broken into pieces. Chen Fan's demeanor was as usual. Arching his hand and saying blandly. Fellow Taoist Ao Qian. Goodbye. Today's encounter is indeed a coincidence. And I didn't expect that you still remembered what happened on that day. Su Qingqing laughed out softly. Her laughter as clear as a silver bell. Brother Ao Qian. Why be so angry? When fighting with others, victory or defeat is a common thing. Why do you need to hold on to it? Ao Qian. If you are rude again, I will report to father and punish you. Ao Ruoshua's voice was icy cold. Not to be trifled with. Ao Qian's heart was burning with anger. But seeing Ao Ruoshua's determined look, he finally didn't dare to disobey. And could only let out a cold snort. And went away in resentment. Ao Ruoshua sighed slightly and turned to Chen Fan and apologized. Fellow Taoist Chen is not to be blamed. Ao Qian is reckless in nature. I hope to apologize for the offense. Chen Fan smiled faintly and arched his hand. There is no need to be concerned about it. Fellow Taoist. It's a small matter. Mr. Chen will not take it to heart. Soon. A few other Dragon Palace Dragon Son was attracted by the square movement. Ao Ruoshua see from afar for a person reprimanded Ao Qian. The heart surprised. Although the face is not different color, but have convergence of arrogance. All the Dragon Sons walk lightly. With a tentative, arching their hands and registering themselves. Exchanging pleasantries with each other for a few moments. Then knowingly left. Not long ago, Ao Ruoshua, Su Qingqing and Chen Fan have been seated in front of a jade table. Surrounded by elegant and quiet. Spiritual qi dazzling. Ao Ruoshua lightly waved her hand. pouring a cup of spiritual tea for Chen Fan and Su Qingqing. The fragrance overflowing. Faintly opened. Fellow Daoist Chen's trip to the secret realm. Can there be a plan? Su Qingqing's gaze also fell on Chen Fan with a few moments of probing. Chen Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea aroma was refreshing and sweet in his throat. He said blandly, "This time, I entered the secret realm purely by chance. I didn't make too many arrangements. I just want to look for some materials in order to prepare for the forging of the natal weapon." Ao Ruashua sniffed and nodded gently. Her expression calm. Secret realm searching for materials is a common thing. Not surprising. Su Qingqing suddenly laughed softly. Her smile like a spring breeze. Her eyes playful. Fellow Daoist Chen. If it's just for forging weapons, wouldn't it be a great use of the opportunity of the secret realm that opens once every 500 years? Chen Fan's gaze flickered slightly. And his fingertips tapped on the jade table, making a crisp sound as he faintly said, "Since fellow Daoist Su said so. Could it be that he has any pointers?" Ao Ruashua's gaze was also attracted. Su Qingqing came here this time, but she was personally escorted by the Dao Chopper King Qin Yangwei. If it was only for ordinary training, it would be too much of a fuss. Su Qingqing's smile did not diminish as she softly said, "Do you two know what the origin of the small world where the secret realm is located is?" Oh, Ruashua shook her head slightly, pondered for a moment, and said softly, "This secret realm has a long heritage. Although there are many legends, but the real origin, few people know." Su Qingqing smiled faintly and without further words. With a wave of her plain hand, the arcane formation rose steeply, enveloping the three in it, surrounded by spiritual light and interwoven with formation patterns, isolating the inside and outside. Chen Fan frowned slightly, doubts growing in his heart. Su Qingqing's move was overly cautious, and it was puzzling that such a secret would involve him, a person who had met him in passing. Su Qingqing saw his skepticism. Ying smiled and said, "Taoist friends do not blame." The next words are not trivial. If not careful to disclose, I fear that lead to endless trouble. Chapter 65, What the Emperor Left Behind. Although Ao Ru Shui did not make a sound, but the expression also contains doubts. Although the Dragon Palace and the Peacock God King has always been a friend, but today in Su Qingqing but the first time I saw. Why gullible? Even if there is a good feeling, the friendship is still shallow. How to be so frank? Su Qingqing looked grave. Her smile gradually converged. That delicate jade-like face revealed a trace of seriousness, and softly said, "I know Sister Rushue's character. She will be trustworthy." Ao Ru Shui nodded gently. Although no words, the heart of Su Qingqing's trust has been recognized. Although her temperament is cold, but her eyes are unique, sensing the sincerity of the other party's words. Su Qingqing turned to Chen Fan. Her expression became more and more solemn as she slowly said, "Fellow Daoist Chen, I see that you have a deep breath and extraordinary magical power. Obviously practicing extraordinary methods. I venture to guess that what you are practicing is perhaps some sort of emperor scripture. I wonder if this is true." The words were like a thunderbolt. Chen Fan's gaze suddenly cold, his aura like a dragon and tiger leaping, instantly shocking the four directions. His voice was icy cold and carried a warning. Fellow Daoist Su knows that probing someone's cultivation method is a taboo in the cultivation world. What method I cultivate? No comment. Ao Ru Shui frowned slightly, and was also suspicious of Su Qingqing's actions. She has always been smart and sensitive. Why did she ask such sensitive words? This move was really reckless. Seeing Chen Fan's anger, Su Qingqing immediately became solemn and bowed her head to make amends. Her tone sincere, "Fellow Daoist, don't be offended. Just now it was just a speculative remark. There was absolutely no intention to offend. Because this matter involves the Emperor's scriptures. Only then did I dare to ask. As soon as the word Emperor scripture came out, the surrounding atmosphere instantly froze. Aoruashua's expression also became grave. The Emperor's scripture is the way of the ancient emperor's enlightenment, carrying the supreme Tao. All generations of practitioners dreamed of the most precious treasure. Mention of the Emperor's scripture will lead to monstrous waves, and the cultivation world will be shaken. When Chen Fan heard this, his eyes condensed, and waves rose in his heart. The Emperor's scripture is such a rare treasure. Even if it is the Yuhua Emperor dynasty that has been passed down for 10,000 years, there is only one Yuhua Emperor scripture in its possession. Now, the woman in front of him lightly mentioned the Emperor's scripture. How could she not make him suspicious? Seeing the change in the two men's expressions, Su Qingqing let out a light sigh. Her voice tinged with emotion. If it wasn't for my master confirming the source of the news again and again, I wouldn't have believed it either. This kind of heaven and earth treasure, how can it be easily seen? Many rumors are mostly false. But I'm afraid that this time, I really have something to go on. At the mention of the peacock god king, Chen Fan and Aoruashua's expressions changed once again. If the news came from this Tao zeroing king, its credibility should not be underestimated. The peacock god king, as a great powerhouse of the end times, had a great reputation and was not a rash person who would honor his words. Chen Fan frowned slightly, and after a moment of silence, he asked, "Since this matter is so important, why did you pull us along? Although I am not weak, I am far less compared to a god king. Why did you reveal such a shocking secret to me?" Aoruashua nodded her head gently, obviously also confused about this point. Although the Dragon Palace had been on good terms with the Peacock God King for generations. But such a major secret, why would the Peacock God King easily inform it? And even she and Chen Fan were involved in it. Was a bit hard to understand. Su Qingqing sighed softly, her expression becoming more and more grave. Her tone quiet. The two Dao friends do not know that the small world where the sea-embracing mystery realm is located is not naturally generated, but rather, it was fabricated by the hands of an ancient emperor in the middle of the void. These words were like a thunderclap, instantly shaking Chen Fan and Aoruashua's minds. Both of them fell into a moment of silence at the same time. Their hearts were like huge waves. Their faces changed, and their eyes were full of shock and horror that was hard to hide. Who would have thought that this secret realm, which had been passed down for countless years, was actually opened up by the hand of an ancient emperor? The name of an ancient emperor? How supreme! That was a supreme existence that stepped through the void, controlling heaven and earth. And a secret realm opened up by an ancient emperor himself meant that the opportunities and dangers contained within it were far beyond their imagination. Plus more. There will be more later. Chapter 66, Reaching a Consensus. Chen Fan's eyes flickered slightly. His demeanor remained bland, but his tone carried a hint of probing. Since it is a secret realm personally confirmed by the Divine King, it stands to reason that you could have gone alone. So why do you still need to invite us to accompany you? When Su Qingqing heard this, she gently sighed, and then a smile reappeared on her delicate face, with a few points of blandness and helplessness, and softly said, "If it's just to explore an ordinary secret realm, naturally I don't have to trouble the two of you. But the real purpose of my trip is to find an ancient scripture. That place is extremely dangerous. Not my strength can explore. And there are special restrictions. Only with the help of your strength, you can get a glimpse of the mysteries." She paused. Her eyes slowly swept from between Chen Fan and Aoruashua, with a few deep meaning in her eyes. She continued, "Although this trip is very dangerous, But if it can be successfully crossed, the opportunity gained will be extremely extraordinary. How can one easily miss such a chance? Chen Fan sniffed and frowned slightly, his eyes deepening in contemplation. What Su Qingqing said was true. The trip to the secret realm had always been accompanied by opportunities and dangers. The value of the ancient scriptures was incalculable, and was enough to trigger countless powerful people to fight over them. However, because of this, stepping into it means one must be prepared to face life and death. Chen Fan pondered for a moment and finally nodded slowly, his tone calm. In that case, Mr. Chen is willing to accompany you and the others to see what wonders this secret realm has to offer. Ao Ruoshua also look heavy a few points. Cold eyes more thinking. Obviously the chance also make her heart. Seeing that the two were already interested, Su Qingqing's smile became even softer as she gently raised her teacup and toasted to the two, saying, "Since the two Taoists are already interested in traveling together, please also make a Tao Heart Oath. I will then tell you all the information. Tao Heart Oath is the cultivator's supreme oath. If violated, light will be demonic haunting. Heavy will be soul flying away. So never lightly under." However, having decided to explore the rare ancient scriptures, Chen Fan had no more hesitation in his heart, and immediately swore an oath that he would never divulge half of it. Ao Ruoshua did not hesitate either, and calmly and solemnly swore an oath. Seeing that both of them had sworn, Su Qingqing revealed a satisfied smile, lightly sipped a mouthful of tea, and laughed. "In that case, we are on the same boat. I will inform you of the information I know." She spoke in a low voice. 500 years ago, a loose cultivator was deeply blessed and actually found a place of inheritance in this secret realm, which was left by the vast ocean emperor in the recent ancient era. Unfortunately, that person's cultivation was limited and he couldn't go deeper, so he could only collect some treasures in the periphery and retreat. That place of inheritance only allows cultivators of the life spring realm and below to enter. Su Qingqing sighed softly that loose cultivation could have been hidden cultivation, to wait for the time to move. But because of the eagerness to make quick profits, with the acquired treasures to publicize around, anger many big forces, and ultimately was captured by my master's father. After forced questioning, only to know that this secret realm is actually related to the vast sea emperor. Chen Fan and Ao Ruoshua's expression changed slightly. Although Emperor Hanhai was not the most dazzling emperor, he was also a generation of amazing talent. He created the Emperor's Scripture, which was famous throughout the ages and known as the invincible method of the life spring. The great emperor of the vast sea was known as the Fate Spring, cultivating a round of the Fate Spring to evolve the ocean. And his mana was vast and infinite. Su Qingqing continued. Therefore, my master sent me to explore, and allowed me to invite trusted people to accompany me. All that is needed is a vow of secrecy, and then we can share the opportunity. Chen Fan listened and gently nodded his head, secretly pondering in his heart. Although this trip is very dangerous, if you can get the inheritance of the vast ocean emperor, the chance is extraordinary. Even if 9 deaths, it is also worth a try. Ao Ruoshua's expression was grave, and there was more determination in her cool eyes. This secret realm only allows people of the Fate Spring realm to enter. How should I enter? She nodded slightly, her attitude already clear. Su Qingqing laughed, although Sister Rushua failed to enter. She can guard the entrance of the secret realm for us to prevent the small and the small. This matter is not trivial. How can it be taken lightly? Ao Rushua nodded. Gaze slightly convergence. Although no words, attitude has been determined. At this moment, the 3 people have the same mind. Has vaguely formed a common advance and retreat of the alliance. 3 people discuss the secret realm. With the discussion in depth, All the details gradually clear. The atmosphere is also slightly soothing. Right at this moment, Chen Fan suddenly raised his eyes. His gaze slightly condensed, and asked in a deep voice. The confrontation between the human and demon races in the sky above. How long does it still need to last? Does fellow Taoist Su know the clues? Su Qingqing nodded slightly. The corner of her mouth spread a faint smile, and replied in a clear voice, soon. This confrontation is just my demon race wanting to reach some agreement. The matter of the secret realm, involving all forces. The outside world of the fight has not yet arrived. Need to wait for the time. Her eyes were dark as she continued. The end of the laws will end. And although the aura of heaven and earth has recovered, it has yet to be fully restored. This human-demon collision. But for the purpose of probing each other's heavenly pride's depths in advance and testing the future situation. It is not a true meeting of arms. As Chen Fan listened, thoughts flowed between his brows and he slowly nodded his head, having a few points of understanding in his heart. Chapter 67, 10 in. 3 out. Above the 9 heavens, Xin Yaoyue stood in the void, surrounded by colorful divine light. Her face was cold. Her expression did not fluctuate. Below the storm clouds stirring, many movements have not entered her eyes. Although the situation is significant, it has not yet reached the realm of her existence. Although the human race has Xiantian 2 realm great powers appear, Xiantian 3 realm chopping road king still has not come out. She appeared here. In fact, for the secret realm of the Emperor Scripture and come. As for the demon race to negotiate. But by the way to pass the message. Suddenly, in the human camp, an old and calm voice resounded through the sky. Only to see an old man slowly step out. His breath was like a tide of might. It was clearly an immortal second realm powerhouse. The clan's supreme elder-like existence. The old man's gaze was deep and solemn as he asked aloud. Qin Yaoyue. What does the demon race intend to do this time? Tell us straight. Qin Yaoyue glanced at him indifferently. Her face as frosty as frost. Her tone cold. This time when the secret realm opens, the situation is too peaceful to sharpen the heavenly prides of the 2 clans. If there is no battle of life and death, how can we achieve anything? Therefore, the rules of the secret realm must be changed. Before the words were finished, a cold laugh came from the demon race camp. A demon race powerhouse sitting on a unicorn bloodline beast opened his mouth. His aura was monstrous. His voice was like thunder. And he proudly said, what the Divine King has said is very true. If there is no life and death struggle in the secret realm, it is meaningless. Human race, do you dare to fight? His words vibrated like thunder. And the heavens and earth trembled with a regal aura. Demon clan, all great powers clamor more than gas flames. Killing machine seems to have foreseen the scene of the tragic defeat of the human race pride. In the face of the demon race's persecution. In the human race's camp. Lin Lao frowned slightly, hesitating in his heart. It was not clear whether the demon race had a premeditated plan, or whether it was just a whim. Suddenly, a cold hum broke through the air, seeming like a sharp spear stabbing straight through. Why don't you dare? Ji Qianyue laughed coldly. The golden spear in his hand pointed at the demon race from afar. The sharpness of the spear was so bright and golden that it seemed to tear through the void. He said in a deep voice, Elder Lin, my human race has stood up to the heavens and the earth since ancient times. Why have I ever been afraid of war? Let these demons see the bloodiness of my human race. As soon as these words came out, Ji Qianyue's body was surrounded by battle spirit like a rainbow. Killing machine biting cold. Just like a god of war standing proudly. The golden spear blossomed with infinite sharpness, illuminating the sky and darkening both heaven and earth. The rest of the human race's great powers responded one after another, their voices sounding like thunder. Why fear a battle? My human race has never retreated since ancient times. If the demon race wants to fight, we will accompany them to the end. The sound of thunder shook the void, and the human camp was instantly wrapped in monstrous battle intent, with an aura like a rainbow. Lin Lao's gaze flickered slightly. His heart was already determined, and he said aloud, "Good. If that's the case, then let's fight. However, what does the demon race intend to do this time? Please tell us." The sky and the earth are silent, and the breath of both sides is cohesive, just like a huge stone pressing down, waiting for the response of the demon race. Qin Yaoyue nodded slightly. The corner of her lips raised a cold smile, her tone soft, with irresistible pressure. In that case, the rules of this secret realm will be changed from 10 into 7 to 10 into 3. How? The moment these words came out, heaven and earth suddenly stagnated. The bloody atmosphere steeply filled. The atmosphere was instantly heavy. This is no longer an ordinary fight, but a life and death duel destined to see blood. 10 into 3 out means that 70% of the heavenly pride will be buried forever in the secret realm. Fall here. Such rules is tantamount to the cultivation world life and death elimination. Blood rain and bloody wind will certainly set off. Qin Yaoyue's smile was as light as frost, and her gaze was like electricity, coldly sweeping across the room as she waited for a response. The demon race camp instantly boiled. The demon race powerhouse sitting on the Kirin beast laughed maniacally and raised his voice to the sky. His voice sounding like rolling thunder. What the divine king said is absolutely right. 10 in and 3 out. Only worthy of the name of heaven's pride. Human race. Do you dare? This statement is like a flood bell ringing, shaking the 4 fields. The momentum is fierce. The words are arrogant and contempt. The crowd of the demon race roared, their voices like a tidal wave overturning and shaking the sky. Human race. Do you dare to answer this duel of life and death? If you don't dare, retreat quickly and don't make a fool of yourself. Demon clan great powers screamed, their flames of anger and killing intent, seeming to have foreseen the scene of the tragic defeat of the human clan's heavenly pride. Chapter 68. The contract is established. Violators are beheaded. 10 in and 3 out. Lin Lao slowly spat out 4 words, sounding like rolling thunder, containing endless anger. His eyes were like torches, crimson like fire, and his majestic breath surged suddenly, straight into the clouds. He waved his sleeve violently and laughed coldly. What a 10 in 3 out. Yours truly has a ruthless heart. Before the words fell, a cold laugh rang out from the demon race camp, chilling and sounding like an ice blade. The demonic great power sitting on the Qilin beast slowly raised his eyes, arrogantly, sneering in his eyes. It's not that we are ruthless, but that you are too weak. How can we live in a greenhouse when the pride of heaven is competing? If you don't have the experience of life and death, how can you become an emperor? These words landed on the ground with a resounding thud, and a burly man in the human race formation stepped forward, as sturdy as a mountain, with eyes like electricity, and laughed coldly. Weak? Ha! The secret realm is filled with the future talents of the 2 races. You and others so vicious. Is not afraid of the demon tribe this generation of pride all halberd. Long buried in the secret realm? When the demon race powerhouse heard this, his eyes surged with murderous intent, and he laughed coldly. What's the harm in folding the halberd? My demon race only needs one to stand out, can achieve great power. The rest is just withered grass. Success or failure has nothing to do with it. As the words fell, the killing aura in the demon camp stirred. The sound was like a tide, And the battle intent was like a mountain that could not be retrieved. At this moment, Ji Qianyue suddenly shouted, sweeping the heavenly goggle in his hand. The golden aura was like the sun, cutting through the sky, sounding like heavenly thunder, shaking the 8 directions. His eyes were chilling, anger spewing forth, and he said sternly, since the demon race has forced their way here, why bother to say anything more? If you want to fight, then fight. My human race has been bloodthirsty since ancient times. How can I be afraid of you demons? Big deal. Cut those demon cubs down to the roots. These words were like wind and thunder explosions. And the battle intent swept through the 4 directions like fire, instantly igniting the battlefield. The heaven and earth seemed to quake. The human race great powers have responded. Killing aura rushed to the sky. The battle intent surged wildly. The swords were drawn. Seeing this, Lin Lao's eyes became even more murderous. Waved his sleeve violently, and laughed long and loud, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. War. Since ancient times, my human race has no fear of life and death. How can I be greedy and fearful of death? If there are those who are afraid, why do they need to set foot here? Why don't you retreat at once? Don't make a fool of yourself. This statement. The human camp war will again high. The momentum like a flood wave rushing straight into the sky. None of the people retreat. Eyes like a torch. The decision has been set. Early life and death put aside. Only the will to fight. Seeing this, the demon clan's great powerhouse looked cold, with a disdainful sneer at the corner of his mouth. And his killing intent was biting. He scanned the 4 directions and said aloud, since this is the case, let's follow the words of the God King. 10 in and 3 out. Life and death is up to heaven. Success or failure is up to you. This word landed. The world is silent. The cold winds suddenly rise. The atmosphere instantly condensed like iron. Killing intent spread in the void, such as the tranquility before the storm. The battle intent is compelling, as if it has been sword light and sword shadow. Killing is imminent. At this point, the human and demon tribes reached a consensus. The secret realm 10 into 3 out of the rules finalized. There is no way back. The air is filled with heavy bloody flavor. The killing machine between heaven and earth is getting thicker and thicker. Blood rain has been unavoidable. Qin Yaoyue's gaze was like water, ice cold as she swept over the crowd. Her expression calm. No ripples seen. She slowly opened her mouth. Her voice as cold as a chilly wind. In that case, we will enter the secret realm immediately. From this moment onwards, the 2 tribes made an oath, and shall not go back on it. If there is anyone who violates the contract, I will personally chop them off. As soon as the words fell, an overpowering chopping Dao aura surged out from her body, like a bottomless abyss that engulfed heaven and earth. In an instant, heaven and earth seemed to be shrouded in killing machines, so heavy that it was suffocating. Regardless of the human race or demon race, all of them were silent. And in their hearts, they had already decided that these words could not be violated. Qin Yaoyue's might was unquestionable. At this time, she suddenly shouted angrily. Her voice shook the sky, like thunder rolling through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Those who hold the token, quickly enter the secret realm. This time the rules: 10 into 3 out. If there is one more person, I will chop off 10 people from the 2 clans. And I will never forgive. Sound like heavenly power descended. Waves stirred. The 4 seas trembled. The entire sea instantly shrouded in invisible murder, as if a stern divine soldier hanging above all beings, ready to chop down. At this moment, There was only solemnity and oppression in heaven and earth, with killing opportunities surging in the dark, which could not be disobeyed, regardless of the human demon race. Their hearts were all aghast, looking at each other. They were already speechless. Chapter 69, White Tiger Immortality Pill. Luo family's small heaven and earth. Inside the heavenly palace, the atmosphere is stagnant like a mountain. The cold wind outside the palace is slightly cool. Seems to be as cold as the human heart. The Luo family's third ancestor watched Shen Yuma with cold eyes. And when he saw the joy he couldn't hide, the loathing in his heart grew even greater. He had no other choice but to reluctantly admit it. His eyes swept over Chen Yuma's face, and he secretly satirized in his heart, this kind of waste. If not for being born in the Chen clan, and having an elder brother such as Chen Fan, how could he have the chance to be contaminated with the immortality pill? If he was in another clan, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to be near the immortality pill. So how could he talk about using it? The third ancestor let out a light sigh with a few tiredness and said in an icy tone, "That's just it. Give it to him. I am also tired. Luo Qianyu. Once he has recovered from his injuries, bring little Fan back to the Luo family. It's time to use the Luo family's heirloom divine treasures. The golden great world is coming, and the Luo family needs to fight for little Fan to get a head start." As soon as the words left his mouth, the second ancestor of the Luo family nodded slightly with a hint of approval in his eyes as he slowly said, "Precisely. The divine artifacts left behind by my Luo family's previous emperor should be grasped by little Fan, who is the future emperor of my Luo and Chen families, as heaven's destiny dictates." As soon as these words were uttered, the four divine sources in the hall were all shaken, and their divine thoughts stirred, as if there was a powerful force intertwining and resonating invisibly. And all of them responded in tacit agreement. Obviously, the people have decided that this matter shall Fan Fong for the future of the two families, carrying the destiny of the heavens, ascending to the emperor's throne of the chosen one. At this moment, Chen Yuma's smile gradually solidified, and his heart was like a wild tidal wave surging. Monstrous resentment instantly surging to his heart. Chen Fan. It's Chen Fan again. The anger in his heart was already hard to suppress. The immortality pill was his. And even the divine artifacts left behind by the Luo family's former emperor were also his. What about me? What about me? I was born with heavy pupils, destined to be a saint's Tao fruit. I'm the chosen one who will ascend to the throne. How is it that Chen Fan is able to fulfill his destiny with no effort at all, while I can only beg for scraps of food in his shadow? Hatred like a tide swept Chen Yuma's heart. Fists clenched, fingers slightly trembling, although the face to remain calm. But the bottom of the heart has been burning like fire. Cynicism like burning. When Luo Qianyu heard this, her face suddenly turned as pale as paper, and her palms trembled involuntarily. Originally, she still had a glimmer of hope, hoping that Umo would try to cover up her injuries after she healed and retrieved Chen Fan in order to remedy the situation. But now, the third ancestor and the second ancestor have already decided on this plan. The divine treasures will be moved, and little Fan's return is imminent. By then the truth will be revealed, and Umo will no longer have a place to hide. Her heart was as terrified as a tide, and all kinds of thoughts surged. But there was no way to deal with it. If things come to this, Umo will not only be severely punished, very likely to face life and death. Although she was anxious to keep Umo safe, but the situation has entered the net. How to protect themselves? When the Luo family's third ancestor saw Luo Qianyu's delay in responding, his brows tightened. His face was cold, and the anger in his eyes grew thicker. Then he let out a cold snort. His voice was like an ice blade. Luo Qianyu. Don't think that this is hope. This is an order. If Xiaofan doesn't come to the Luo family, I will personally go and walk up to the Feathered Empire dynasty to see what on earth can make you so. Before the words fell, the divine source in the hall suddenly shook. Divine thoughts like a wild tide surging. The pressure was like a mountain, instantly enveloping Luo Qianyu. Like 10,000 pounds of heavy mountains pressing the top, making people's breathing almost stop. Luo Qianyu's face turned even whiter, her fingers trembling slightly. Her heart felt like 1,000 pounds of pressure, making it difficult to catch her breath. However, things had come to this point. She had no way to retreat, so she could only force herself to calm down, respectfully bending down and saying, "Ancestors, I will definitely let Xiaofan make a trip to the Luo family." The words came out. The temple and the crowd of gods' mind only slightly convergence. The oppressive atmosphere slightly soothed. The second ancestor sighed softly and then said blandly, "Please have the white tiger immortality pill." As these words fell, suddenly, a fragrance of divine fruits filled the void. Rich and tranquil, refreshing the heart, carrying the charm of the essence of heaven and earth. A white shadow shot out from the void, like a meteor sweeping through the sky, instantly swooping to the second ancestor above the divine source. The white shadow rolled and jumped, light and agile, like a lively little white tiger. At first glance, the white tiger seems to be no different. But the more you look, the more you feel the reason within the subtle, as if the heaven and earth avenue cohesion in its body. All in one. Transcendental. This thing is no longer an ordinary medicine, but the perfect combination of Tao and reason. The heavenly marvels. Unspeakable. This was precisely the most precious treasure in the world. A divine object that was enough to make a great emperor live another life. The white tiger immortality pill. With its unrivaled spirituality and internalized light. Even a slight leakage of breath would be enough to move heaven and earth and make all the great powers bow down. All the people in the hall were in awe and respect, with longing showing in their eyes, but forcibly restrained. The moment such a divine medicine appeared in the world, it induced the hearts of people to sway and greed to grow. Yet they understood that this thing possessed the heaven-defying ability to bring the dead back to life and extend the lifespan of emperors. Such a divine medicine, when it is supreme, only an emperor can grasp it. Chapter 70: White Tiger Immortality Pills, Reluctance and Disdain. Luo family second ancestor divine thought gentle. Like a breeze brushing the white tiger immortal medicine. Like a long-time goodbye old friend in the caress play. The immortal medicine is also dynamic extraordinary. In the second ancestor of the divine source of leaping and prancing. As if a happy little white tiger. Full of naivety. Joy. Just like a flesh and blood of the living soul. A moment later, the second ancestor finally spoke softly. Warm as jade. With a calm tone. Little white. The golden great world is about to begin. Right now we need some of your roots. Can you help my Luo family? The words were not like a command, but rather like a request. This kind of divine creature has long been spiritually intelligent and real living beings. The strength of the heavens, even quasi-imperial realm powerhouses, may not be its opponent. Only the real emperor can make it follow. The Luo family of this plant of immortality medicine. It is the first emperor of the Luo family, followed 20,000 years long. Before staying in the Luo family, the relationship between them has long exceeded the master and servant, but the coexistence of equals. The white tiger immortality pill's tiger cub's face suddenly showed a hint of hesitation as his eyes turned and slowly landed on Chen Yuma. His eyes revealing a bit of reluctance and contempt. How can such a mediocre talent be worthy of using my power? It was born sacred and proud. How can it easily give its own essence to the mortal generation? When the second ancestor saw this, the light in his eyes flickered slightly. Then he slowly said, "He is Xiao Fan's own brother. Little Fan has agreed to divide a portion of the share he occupies with this person." White Tiger Immortal Pill Herd. Flashed complex colors in the eyes. Seems to be weighing. And finally in the hearing of the word Chin Fan. Only then lightly hummed. Skimmed his mouth. Although the look of dissatisfaction. But in the end slowly nodded his head. Considered reluctant to agree. Seeing this, the boulder hanging in Chen Yuma's heart finally fell. And the fluctuations in his eyes gradually subsided. Things are stable. The heavy pupil was about to heal. And the talent might even be able to go further. Although the proceeds of this time is only some of the roots and whiskers of the immortality pill. But even if these minuscule things, it's high quality. But also extraordinary? Far better than his own heavy pupil power. Chen Yuma and Luo Qianyu once again bowed down deeply. Their tones respectful and grateful. Many thanks to Senior White Tiger for his great kindness. And for the things promised before. We will definitely do our best to never live up to our expectations. The White Tiger Immortal Pill was unconcerned about this. And skimmed its mouth. With a hint of disdain in its expression. Then, only to see it gently shake its body. A white as jade tiger hair from its body floating down. Slowly fell to the front of Chen Yuma. In an instant, a rich divine fragrance filled the heavens and earth. Like a spiritual mist. Dispersing out in all directions. And the entire hall was suddenly filled with a holy and mysterious aura. Chen Yuma's eyes instantly straightened. Although the eyes cannot see. But clearly felt the majestic medicinal power. Vast as the sea. Sacred and unquestionable. This is the best divine power between heaven and earth. Enough to change fate against the heavens. Transcendental. The fervor and greed in his heart could hardly be suppressed. And the longing in his body boiled like a tidal wave. If not for a trace of sanity in his heart. Reminding him that this divine object was obtained by means of Chin Fan's name. He was afraid that he could not help but swallow it into his stomach. Chen Yuma strongly pressed down the throbbing in his heart. Took a deep breath. Cold sweat rolled down from his forehead. And finally calmed the restless desire in his body. He understood that this moment was by no means the time to be greedy. Just at this moment, the White Tiger Immortality Pill seemed a little tired. Lazily shook his little head and yawned. And then his figure shifted. And he disappeared into the void. Disappearing without a trace. As if he had never appeared. Seeing this, Chen Yuma bowed once again. Respectfully. With infinite awe in his tone. Greetings to Senior White Tiger. The gesture was humble to the extreme. Without a hint of slackness in his attitude. Luo Qianyu also bowed to thank. The excitement in his heart but did not dare to show the slightest. UMO finally saved. So it is good. Although I do not know how to deal with the back. But in the immediate future or let UMO first heal the wound is important. The Luo family's second ancestor forcefully suppressed the trace of longing in his heart. His voice as warm as jade. Slowly saying, Chen Yuma, thou shalt take the divine pill at once. And after the matter is over, speedily allow little Fan to return to the Luo family. Chen Yuma heard. A trace of resentment in his heart that was hard to hide emerged. But his face was extremely submissive. Pretending to be hesitant. And said in a respectful tone, this kind of divine object belongs to the Emperor brother. I can see it. It's already a great blessing. And if I use it again, I really don't deserve to be honored. I would like to bring this object back. And then return it after my brother has gotten rid of the idea of going to the forbidden zone of life. Such a heavenly creation. How could Fei Mo dare to use it without authorization? As soon as these words came out, The hall was plunged into dead silence. Luo Qianyu's heart was in a great hurry. She had gone to great lengths to fight for UMO to get this kind of divine medicine. How could she not use it lightly? This was her last chance of survival for UMO. But she knew that she couldn't urge at this moment. Otherwise the lie would collapse instantly and the situation would be irreparable. Right at this moment, a cold laugh rang out from the hall, breaking the heavy silence. Icy cold like frost. Stern and incomparable. Ha! Shen Umo. The Luo family's third ancestor's voice pierced through the void like a sharp blade, carrying uncontrollable disgust and anger. Immediately consume this divine pill. Or else get out of the Luo family immediately. These words were like thunderbolts, sounding through the 9 heavens. Majestic imperial might swept through the entire hall in an instant. The pressure was like a mountain. The void trembled, suffocating. The anger of the 3 ancestors had reached its limit. And their words were never false. Chapter 71, Entering the Secret Realm. Before the sea rime mystic realm, 1,000 feet of waves suddenly rose up, resembling a dragon turning over the sea and rushing straight into the sky. Layers of water curtains swept upwards with a magnificent momentum, as if the pillars of the sky had fallen down with a bang, rushing towards the East Sea, stirring up endless ripples and waves. At this time, the atmosphere between heaven and earth changed steeply. The wind and clouds converge. The killing machine appeared at first. The battle intent rises like a tide, stirring the 4 directions, straight through the 9 heavens. Demon pride have turned out the real body, shaped like a mountain, huge, incomparable. Roar shook the clouds. Like ancient beasts reappeared in the floodplains. Sound shocked the heavens, shaking the Qiankuan. As for the pride of the human race, the divine light around his body was radiant. The light flowed. The magic treasures surrounded him. And the precious light shone in the world, as if the stars of the 9 heavens were hanging, reflecting the heavens and the earth. The battle intent was sky high and boundless. And his aura was like a rainbow, as if he wanted to compete with the sky. Chen Fan had his hands behind his back, his green silk fluttering lightly with the wind. With a deep gaze, he gazed at those spirited and wantonly arrogant celestials in front of him. And a touch of remembrance vaguely surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. Remembering the past, he was also in his prime, as if the world was under his feet, and the world was in his hands. But the years have gone by. Time flies like a shuttle. Many things have quietly changed. 10 in and 3 out. I wonder how many more teenagers will bleed here. He sighed softly, his tone ghostly. Oh, Rawashua stood quietly beside him, her posture as frosty, as cold as an immortal, her demeanor indifferent. His eyes were as calm as stopping water, as if he hadn't put this secret realm of killing opportunities and crises in his heart. In stark contrast to her was Su Qingqing, her face full of excitement, her eyes leaping with endless anticipation, as if she were an urchin, lightly dancing her arms. Her clear voice full of confidence and joy. Qingqing is not afraid. Qingqing is the strongest. Suddenly, a disturbance came from the distance, and the major forces that had originally stopped in front of the secret realm retreated, revealing the mysterious passageway that led straight into the void. Wild winds whistled out, swirling the aura of heaven and earth, bringing with them a palpitating power fluctuation that was the entrance to another world. The trip to the secret world finally kicked off. Suddenly, the heavens and earth shook violently, and a majestic roar resounded through the 4 fields, sounding dozens of miles away. Just see a body snow-white tiger appeared between heaven and earth. Body posture majestic. Golden light flow. The power is unrivaled. Tiger eyes like electricity. Sharp. Open mouth a drink. Sound like thunder through the ears, both have opened. Why not enter? This sound was like a thunderbolt, shaking the sky and the earth, immediately igniting the silent atmosphere. Killing intent and battle intent intertwined, instantly stirring the four directions, as if the war drums in the sky and the earth had already been beaten. Right at this moment, a clear laughter came from the sky, breaking the sky, spilling out, instantly breaking the oppressive atmosphere. One could only see a man with green and red double swords slowly rising into the air. His face was handsome and elegant, and his demeanor was outstanding. He smiled faintly and said aloud, "Since no one is willing to go first, then I, Quan Yongfu of the Quan family, will go first." Before the words fell, a flash of green and red light suddenly rose up, like thunder breaking through the sky and running through the long sky, instantly sweeping out, dazzling beyond compare, seeming to connect heaven and earth into a line. At the same time, a crystal clear token emerged from the top of Quan Yongfu's head, shining brightly in heaven and earth, transforming into a stream of light that violently shot into the depths of the secret realm, disappearing into the endless void in an instant. Ha 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 ha. Good guts. I'm coming. Stay with me for a moment. The white tiger laughed like thunder, its voice shaking the sky and stirring up heaven and earth. Immediately, its body violently shook, instantly turned into a bright golden light, like a meteor breaking through the sky, straight into the depths of the void. Golden light overflowing, like a blazing sun across the sky, light shining in all directions. Mighty pressure, palpitating. In an instant, a golden token emerged from the top of the white tiger's head, shining brightly, carrying endless divine might, straight into the secret realm, turning into a stream of light and disappearing into the endless void. As the white tiger stepped into the secret realm, the atmosphere of heaven and earth was as if it was ignited, and the will to fight rose in all directions like a blazing fire, stirring like a tide, as if the drums of war between heaven and earth had already sounded. Immediately after that, a recluse light broke through the sky, like a shooting star crossing the sky, light intertwining, various colors of divine light bursting out, reflecting the sky as if it was day. At the entrance of the secret realm, ripples stirred in the void fluctuated like water, spreading layer by layer. A majestic force whistled and surged in, as if a raging tide between heaven and earth was rolling over, swirling everything into it. At this moment, the pride of the human and demon races could no longer hold back, turning into streams of light and sword awnings. Their demonic auras were monstrous, stepping into the secret realm one after another, as if they were competing in a great wave. Ao Rushui overlooked the heavenly pride below scrambling to flood into the secret realm. A faint smile flashed in her eyes, as cold as a glacier, as clear as the snow of the mountains. Her voice gentle. "We should go." Chen Fan nodded slightly, his expression calm, and did not utter a word. Su Qingqing on the side could no longer hold back her inner excitement, her hands lightly shaking, her eyes flashing with the light of anticipation, leaping and saying, "Go! Enter the secret realm. Seek the treasures." Ao Rushua turned around and looked at Ao Qian and several dragon sons behind her. Her expression was calm and her tone was quiet. "After entering the secret realm, I'm afraid that we will not descend to the same place. If we encounter a dangerous situation, do not be greedy. Save your life." Several dragon sons nodded their heads and looked respectful, obviously extremely convinced of her. Only Ao Qian showed dissatisfaction, snorted coldly and sidestepped to avoid her gaze, his face revealing a few points of displeasure. Ao Rushua saw this. A trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes, but she didn't say much. Her gaze lingered on Ao Qian for a moment. Then she withdrew it blandly. Feet lightly stepped. A rainbow bridge into a stream of light. Supporting her. Chen Fan and Su Qingqing, 3 people. Slowly toward the entrance of the secret realm. This scene fell into the eyes of the dragon sons. And they were all surprised. Who would have expected that Ao Ru Shui would prefer to bring a human race? But not bring them in together? Although not necessarily in one place. But together into the opportunity is not a little more? Ao Qian watched Chen Fan's back go away. His heart was so full of resentment and cynicism that it was hard to suppress it. Since he was interested in getting close to Su Qingqing, he had gone through a lot of trouble. But he had gotten very little. And this human race in front of him even easily got Su Qingqing's attention and proximity. Like a thorn needle into his heart. Making him cynical. Anger surging darkly. New grudges and old grudges converged. Nearly devouring his sanity. Chapter 72. Who can decide whether it is right or wrong? A rainbow light cut through the sky. Ao Ruoshue brought Chen Fan and Su Qingqing with her and arrived at the entrance of the secret realm in an instant. The rich spiritual qi surged steeply. And the air was filled with a moist oceanic scent that refreshed the heart. Raising his eyes to look, he saw that the waves within the secret territory were magnificent. The ocean was boundless. The water and the sky were connected. And the depths of the sky vaguely revealed a few lone islands. Standing quietly on the vastness of the sea. Appearing to be silent and far away. Ao Ruoshue looked indifferent. Her voice like a clear spring passing through a gap. After entering the secret realm, if we fail to descend to the same place, we will converge to the east according to the original plan. After saying that, she took out 2 pink shells from her sleeves. Divine light flowed on the shells. Obviously they were spirit treasures that had been refined. She handed the shells to Chen Fan and Su Qingqing. And said softly, "This is a spiritual treasure of the Tao Palace. With the ability to transmit messages over 10,000 miles. If they are 10,000 miles apart, they can all communicate with each other. If they are 100 miles apart, they can guide their direction." Chen Fan took the shell. A faint trace of approval flashed in his eyes. He nodded slightly and smiled blandly. "Good." Su Qingqing, on the other hand, held the shell and was filled with joy. Smilingly surveying it as if she had gotten a rare treasure. Sister Rushue is indeed the pearl in the Dragon King's palm. Even carrying such a precious treasure with her. Oh, Rushue nodded slightly. Not saying much. Then took out a crystal clear token from her bosom. Her tone was calm. "The hour has come. We should go in." Chen Fan looked as normal and took out the same token from his sleeve. Su Qingqing glanced at the two with a smile and also took out a token from her bosom. The 3 of them looked at each other and smiled with a tacit understanding. In an instant, the 3 of them stepped in unison. Their light flashed. And their figures transformed into streams of light. Disappearing into the void channel. As if they were meteors cutting through the sky. As Chen Fan stepped into the void channel, the scene in front of him blurred. As if the entire space was rapidly moved. The mysterious power drew him closer to the secret realm. And in an instant, it was as if the infinite void had been stepped through. And the secret realm was close at hand. He raised his eyes to look. Only to see bright stars like scattered broken jade. Dotted with boundless sky. Dazzling light. And below his feet, there is a deep darkness. As if swallowing everything in the void. With an ineffable sense of loneliness. As if he is the only one in heaven and earth who is independent. Quiet and unsupported. At this moment, a subtle spatial shattering force quietly appeared. As sharp as an invisible blade. With a destructive might sweeping towards him. If he was not careful, even a strong person of the dragon realm would not be able to escape the doom of falling. In the nick of time, the token hanging above Chen Fan's head suddenly blossomed with a soft light. and the divine light encircled like a stream of water, protecting Chen Fan's entire body. When the terrifying power of the broken space touched the divine light, it was instantly like a clay cow entering the sea, dissipating into nothingness as if it had never existed. Chen Fan looked as normal, blandly looking at the protective divine light, reached out and gently touched it, feeling the slight fluctuation of the light, slightly nodded and faintly said, "It's quite subtle," skillfully combining the ways of space and formations, condensing it in this small token. It's really extraordinary. Looking around, the silence. The previous peer Ao Rushue and Su Qingqing have disappeared at some point, as if never existed in general. Only the darkness of the void and the lonesomeness of the sky and the earth, giving rise to a feeling of deep loneliness. The power of spatial interference in this place is indeed far superior to that of normal places. Chen Fan's gaze was deep as he slowly said, "No wonder the Eastern Domain was able to allow this secret realm to open once every 500 years without forcibly occupying it. I'm afraid that this kind of prohibition is the handiwork of the great emperor of the vast expanse. And just by casually laying it down, it can render countless powerhouses helpless." When he finished speaking, he sighed softly, and a trace of awe and yearning for the ancient great emperor flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the distance, shaking the four fields with a great momentum. Chen Fan raised his eyes and looked, only to see a human casual cultivator actually did not hold a token. Alone stepped into the void channel, trying to cross the infinite void with his own strength, straight into the secret realm. However, just for a moment, that loose cultivator was suddenly torn apart by the invisible space force. Blood and flesh scattered, instantly turned into a blood mist, dissipated in the void storm. Even a trace failed to leave. Witnessing this scene, a hint of complexity flashed in Chen Fan's eyes and he gently sighed. When one hears the Tao, one can die at night, knowing that you can't do it, but doing it is like a moth to a flame. Whether it is right or wrong, who can decide? How many cultivators, in order to a line of opportunity, willing to gamble their lives, even if the road ahead is dangerous? 9 deaths. But also have no hesitation, only for that illusory chance, embarked on this road to fight for their lives. No one can easily judge the rightness or wrongness of such a person, even if he or she is desperate. Between life and death, what does a seeker want? It is nothing more than a fight. If you succeed, you will win the way. If you fail, you will die in the Yellow Springs. It is the mercilessness of fate and the unyieldingness of the practitioner. The light in Chen Fan's eyes gradually converged. The feelings in his heart died with the wind, and his complexion returned to calmness, as if everything just now was nothing more than a flash of phantom in the vastness of the sky, passing by in an instant, without a trace. With a gentle movement of his feet, his figure swept through the air like a lightweight, instantly transforming into a stream of light, merging into the void, entering the secret realm, and disappearing. Who can say what is right or wrong? The road is long, and the only way to know the answer is to walk it yourself. Chapter 73: The Wonderful Use of Luck. A ripple of emptiness swept away from mid-air, and a silhouette arrived quietly, as if descending from beyond the heavens. His long robe danced with the wind like a swimming dragon out of the clouds, and his black ink-like hair danced lightly in the air, flowing out of the dust. He slowly descended from a high altitude, and under his feet was the boundless azure sea, sparkling, reflecting the endlessness of the sky and sea. At the moment when his body was about to touch the surface of the sea, a spirit boat suddenly appeared, as if born out of nothing, lingering with spiritual light, floating lightly on the surface of the sea. His stance was like a swimming dragon returning to the sea. He landed lightly on the boat, his clothes fluttering, floating like an immortal. Chen Fan stood with his hands in the air. The corner of his mouth slightly raised as he faintly said, "What a secret place! Full of spiritual qi. Truly extraordinary." With a slight pause in his voice, his smile intensified with a hint of sarcasm. And quite passionate. Before the words fell, the water surface suddenly exploded. Sound like thunder rolling. Only to see a giant crocodile demon beast from the sea leaped out. Scale armor. Cold light. Eyes bloodthirsty ferocious. Open bloody mouth like a canopy shrouded down. Straight to attack Chen Fan. The momentum is like a shocking wave. Ferocious power. However, Chen Fan's demeanor was bland as usual. His eyes lightly swept the pouncing demonic beasts. Not moving at all. Still smiling calmly. Since it is so enthusiastic, it is not good for me to brush off this hospitality. The words just fell. He lightly lifted his palm. The void slightly shocked. Majestic as the sea of mana convergence. In an instant the golden light overflowing transformed into a huge golden palm. Across the sky. Instantly the demonic beast tightly hold. Palm violently pinch. The void trembles. The huge body of the demonic beast instantly crumbled. Turned into a sky of blood mist. Only a more than 10 feet long scaly tail fell into the sea, stirring up the sky waves. Chen Fan looked as normal, slightly lowering his eyes. His gaze fell on the tail of the demonic beast floating on the surface of the sea. The corner of his mouth slightly raised as he smiled blandly and said, "A sea beast at the peak of the vital spring is not bad. It is just the right thing to fill up his mouth." After saying that, he lightly waved his sleeve. And an exquisite barbecue appeared in front of him out of thin air. With a few jars of aura-drenched seasonings beside the rack. Refreshing the mind and the heart. With a light turn of his mana, the scale armor on the demonic beast's tail quickly peeled off, revealing the delicate flesh. Some of the greasy impurities were casually removed. And he drew out a clear stream of spirit spring water from the Tai Huang sword to purify and wash the demonic beast's meat. The water flowed as bright and clean as a heavenly river, washing away the residual impurities as it flowed. Chen Fan scrutinized it carefully and moved his fingers slightly, once again removing some of the less satisfactory parts until the demon beast meat was in its best condition. He then cut off a few pieces of meat and placed them on the grill. At the same time, the spirit of the fire rose from below. The flame is gentle, dense aura, as if the heavenly creation, gently wrapped around the demonic beast meat. Baking issued bursts of sizzle sound. Tantalizing aroma spread out. Chen Fan lightly laughed, took out a bottle of spirit wine from his storage bag, casually shaking it, looking relaxed and cozy, as if all the strife in heaven and earth had dissipated in this cup of wine and oven-roasted meat. Only when he was able to fulfill his oral desires did Chen Fan stop his movements with satisfaction. He lightly wiped his hands, his gaze indifferent. With his current cultivation, he was not yet able to open up the grain. However, even if he could, he still chose to eat. In his opinion, cultivation should be about satisfying one's own desires and wishes, not just suppressing one's nature and purifying one's mind. If one really cultivated as purely and indifferently as those world-avoiding monks, the joy of cultivation would be much less, and would be very different from the truth he was pursuing. Chen Fan has always believed that in cultivation, one should not only fight with heaven, but also fight with one's own heart. And only by retaining one's own self can one gain a foothold in the great Tao of heaven and earth. He lightly sipped a mouthful of spirit wine, with a few moments of ease in his demeanor. Just as he put down the wine cup, the sea surface suddenly fluctuated, and a burst of spiritual light emerged from the water. That spiritual light is gorgeous. Light flow, like rainbow neon, gradually transformed into 6 colorful light. Exudes an unusual spiritual atmosphere. As if the essence of heaven and earth condensed into one. Magnificent and eye-catching. The 6 colored spiritual light such as spirituality. Gently floating in mid-air. Slowly approaching Chen Fan. As if born specifically for him. Spiritual light brilliant. Haloed the void. And finally stopped in front of him. Suspended motionless. Chen Fan looked at the light. His eyebrows raised slightly. A hint of playfulness flashed across his gaze. And the corner of his mouth lifted up into a faint smile. It's quite interesting that a spiritual object has come out of the world. And even came of its own accord. He sighed softly. His complexion was quite emotional. It seems that the wonderful use of qi might be far more magical than I had imagined. Chen Fan slowly got up and gently placed the spirit wine in his hand aside. His gaze slightly condensed. And a few feelings vaguely arose in his heart. The appearance of the 6-colored spiritual object in front of him was as if it had been ordained by heaven in the underworld. This couldn't help but make him recall the terrifying qi luck that had condensed into shape. Transforming into a golden dragon that wrapped around his body. So powerful that it actually rivaled the national fortune of a dynasty of empires. And was dominating. Such qi luck was rare in heaven and earth. And how many people could match it? Memories gradually surfaced in his mind. Chen Fan recalled that not long ago when the secret realm was opened. The token had fallen out of the fight between the 2 Sentai cultivators and landed in front of him. Now that this spirit has come out, it is also the same. Without requiring him to intentionally look for it. It has appeared in front of him on its own. There are many coincidences in the world. All confirming his extraordinary luck. Chen Fan couldn't help but recall that in the past. He had spent 100 years of his life to seek the opportunity of qi fortune. And had gone deep into the forbidden zone of life alone. Now, the power of fortune was pushing the wheel of fate forward. Every step he took seemed to be favored by heaven's destiny. And his luck was entangled in his body. And he had actually stepped into the great trend of heaven and earth's operation. Indeed. All things in this world cannot escape the reasoning of qi fortune after all. Chen Fan sighed lightly in his heart. His eyes as deep as the sea. Qi luck seems to be invisible. But it really pulls everything and determines the direction of fate. Even if a worldly cultivator has practiced for thousands of years. If he doesn't have the luck to add to his body, he can't escape being eliminated by the flood. Thoughts drifted far away. A faint smile crossed Chen Fan's eyes. And heaven's destiny. Chapter 74, This object has a destiny with me. If you know what you're doing, give it to me quickly. Chen Fan slightly raised his eyes. His arm lightly stretched out. And he was about to pocket that spiritual object. Suddenly, a bellowing cry rolled in from afar. Sounding like thunder and shaking heaven and earth. Thou human! Stop it now! Or else you will not be spared. Although the voice is separated by more than 10 miles. But it is like close to the ear. Shocked the world roar. Accompanied by the angry shout. The sea surface wind and clouds suddenly changed. Waves surging. Wild waves rushed to the sky. Directly attacking the spirit boat under Chen Fan's feet. Seemingly to swallow it into oblivion. A majestic demonic power swept across the sky. Covering the earth. With a demonic aura and a furious pressure. Chen Fan looked as normal. His gaze calm. Undisturbed by the changes in front of him. He raised his hand and gently probed. Removing the spirit. A closer look. Is actually a 6-colored lotus flower. Lotus light flow. 6-colored reflection. Lotus leaves such as gold. Like heaven and earth treasure. Unparalleled. He smiled slightly and spoke softly. The rumored 6-colored lotus? It is said that this item can enhance qualifications in cultivation. And even add to one's fortune. Although it's hard to tell if it's true or not, But in this secret realm, obtaining this one is already a generous gift from the heavens, and can be called a top-notch chance. After saying that, he put the six-colored lotus into the Tai Huang sword with a calm expression. Now is not the time to absorb it. Right now there is still an uninvited guest to deal with. An angry shout came from the sky once again. Human race! Quickly hand over the six-colored lotus and I can spare your life. Otherwise, I will kill you. Chen Fan raised his eyes and looked, only to see a person standing in the air. White hair like snow. His face rigid. His eyes transmitting endless killing intent and greed. He was hanging in the air, looking down at Chen Fan. His demonic aura was monstrous and his might was like a mountain. Who would have expected that when I first entered the secret realm, I would encounter such a heavenly opportunity? Truly heaven's favor. Red Rujin's face flashed with ecstasy. Greed blazed in his eyes. And he coldly laughed and said, "This thing is destined for me. If you know what's good for you, give it to me quickly." Chen Fan's eyes moved slightly, and he recognized this demon at a glance, which was the white tiger demon tribe that followed Quan Yangfu, and even descended to the same secret realm as himself. This demon can quickly detect the appearance of spiritual objects. Obviously not far away. Has not escaped its perception. The corner of Chen Fan's mouth rose slightly as he lightly laughed. Those who have a destiny are determined by heaven. Since this object has entered my hands, you should know that you have no destiny with this object. Once these words came out, Qi Rujin's eyes were chillingly cold. The aura of the peak of the divine bridge was like a gale sweeping through the air. The dark clouds were all over the place, and the atmosphere was suddenly condensed. His voice was like thunder, and his killing intent was monstrous. Human race. Olmi only believes in the fists in my hands. Heaven's order is nothing but a joke. If you don't hand over the six-colored lotus, I will immediately break you into pieces. A mere fate spring realm. How dare you talk nonsense in front of me? A faint light flickered in Chen Fan's eyes. His expression was light and calm. He smiled faintly and said softly, "I've heard that tiger penis is a sacred product that replenishes young. I don't know how yours is. Can you give it to me?" This word, red as gold, looked instantly cold as iron. Killing intent burst. Around the breath suddenly condensed. Oppression as a mountain. Just see his body red gold light burst flash. Transformed into 18 golden weapons. Surrounded by the left and right. All exudes horrifying killing aura. The white tiger is the main gold. The main killing. At this moment, his bloodline was fully stimulated. His killing intent was like a tidal wave. And his killing power was condensed to the fullest extent, which was incomparably harsh and horrifying to the extreme. It's been a long time since I've encountered a human race that seeks death like this. A cold light flashed in Red Rujin's eyes as he laughed. Since you're so desperate for death, then I'll fulfill you. Before the words fell, the sound of air breaking suddenly rang out. And the killing power was as fast as lightning as a meteor through the sky. Those 18 weapons instantly cut through the air, straight towards Chen Fan. The speed was so fast that it had surpassed the sound conveyed. Chapter 75, The Green Emperor Visits the Red Dust. Chen Fan eyed the approaching blades. His complexion was as calm as water, and there were no ripples in his eyes. With a gentle smile, he blandly said, "In that case, then you will die without complaint." When the words fell, a green lotus appeared from behind Chen Fan. The green light shook slightly, and the spiritual splendor sprinkled down, transforming into a field of inviolability of all laws. The green light, as if heavenly, red as gold, 18 weapons as if the snow under the hot sun, instantly melted, dissipated, invisible. This is impossible. Shi Rujin's complexion suddenly changed. The shock in his eyes was hard to hide. And he was appalled. He had never expected that 80% of his own force would be dissolved so lightly. If Chen Fan was a divine bridge cultivator, it would still be understandable. But the person in front of him was only at the Fate Spring realm, and was able to block his attack so easily. Chen Fan smiled blandly with a calm demeanor. The one who takes your demonic life is also Chen Fan. As the words fell, the green lotus gently shook, and the green light flowed like water, converging in his palm, transforming into a brilliant light that dazzled. Chen Fan said softly, "I've pondered over this divine ability for a long time. Or perhaps it could be named Green Emperor proceeding to the red dust. Which would be a good fit. Between the coalescence of the green light, a domineering and unrivaled aura filled the air. Like an emperor descending, proudly looking down on the red dust, and all things bowing down in worship." Shi Rujin's face was as gloomy as ink. Killing opportunities overflowed. He spat out of his mouth, and a golden ancient bell flew out of his mouth and floated above his head, with golden light flowing and bells echoing, pressurizing the four directions. This is the weapon of his life that has been warmed for many years and connected to his bloodline. And it is psychic and divine. Human. Although you are strong, you are arrogant to want to take my demon's life. If you were at the divine bridge realm, I might have retreated a bit, waiting for my divine ability to be fully realized. And then I would fight you again. But you are only at the life spring realm. How can you make me yield? I, Shi Rujin, am also a heavenly pride. How can I allow you to insult me lightly?" The words fell, red like gold around the body of the golden light more and more bright. The ancient bell above the flow of Taoist rhythms. The sound of the bell muffled. Behind him slowly emerged White Tiger treading clouds phenomenon. The killing intent filled, like a monstrous wave, surging too, sharp as a knife, pointing directly at Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded slightly, seeming to be quite appreciative of his vigor, and said blandly, "If you were elsewhere, I might have spared your life. But since you have stepped into this realm, there is no more chance of life to speak of. The rules of the secret realm: 10 in and 3 out. The survival of a demon race means the fall of a pride of the human race. Although Chen Fan does not care about fighting, but as a human, how can we let the demon race to benefit, so that people of the same race perish here?" When Red Rujin heard this, he was enraged, his eyes bursting with murderous intent as he fiercely shouted, "Delusional! You're only at the vital spring cultivation level, and you still dare to say that you're going against me? If you are really capable of this, I, Red Rujin, should die here today." As soon as the words fell, the golden bell above his head violently shook, and the sound of the bell was as loud as thunder, shaking the 4 fields. The sound waves swept across the sky and earth, as if even the void was trembling. At the same time, 18 golden light-killing soldiers once again rose up in the air, accompanied by the sound waves surging, with the destructive force of destroying the sky and earth, directly attacking Chen Fan. However, Chen Fan's demeanor did not change. His eyes were calm. He slightly shook his head and smiled blandly. The green light in his hand blossomed abruptly, as if it had penetrated through space and time, appearing before the killing blades and sound waves. The green light is like the water of the heavenly river. Between the sprinkling, the heaven and earth is a clean one. Golden light blades and sound waves in front of the green light, as if the first snow meets the hot sun, instantly collapsed, dissolved invisible, overbearing to the extreme, strong and inexplicable. Chen Fan slowly raised his eyes with a bland expression. "In that case, it is fitting That green light was like a thunderbolt, instantly appearing in front of Red Rujin, carrying an irresistible might that seemed to devour everything in heaven and earth. Chi Rujin's pupils suddenly shrunk. His heart was horrified, and the aura of death chilled him to the bone. He urged the golden bell above his head with all his might, trying to resist this heaven-destroying green light. However, although the golden bell is brilliant, it is like a lonely boat in the wind, fragile under the green light, cracks gradually, buzzing. This is impossible. Chi Rujin's eyes were filled with despair and panic, having never seen such a domineering divine ability before. Even his own weapon seemed so powerless. The green light was like a torrent, rolling in as if it was going to completely annihilate him in the next instant. Chapter 76, Peak of the Fate Spring. Suddenly, a bit of spiritual light flew out from the top of Chi Rujin's head, transforming into a white shadow with a monstrous demonic aura that pressured the four directions. That shadow was clearly a white tiger, emanating the majestic demonic power of the peak of the Pishang, up to the highest realm allowed by the secret realm. White tiger's silhouette roared. Sound shook the 9 heavens. Sonic boom like thunder rolled, tearing the void, violently bombarded the green light that was about to annihilate the red as gold. The sound wave swept. The violent force will be green light blocked. The white tiger's shadow also in a moment to dissipate in the sky and earth. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, only Red Rujin was bruised all over his body. His breath was dying, and the golden bell on top of his head was shaking, as if it was going to collapse at any time. Chen Fan's expression was calm and the corner of his mouth was lightly raised as he laughed. A life preservation technique? That's unusual. At least you are a heavenly pride of a party. How could you not have any cards? His eyes lowered and landed on the dying Red Rujin. At this moment, he had long been powerless to resist. His eyes dull and covered in blood. Coughing out a mouthful of blood, he gasped. I, Red Rujin, have been roaming the eastern region for 20 years. Nearly invincible. And was once magnificent. Today, I admit that I have died at your hands. He laughed bitterly in his heart, thinking back to the past, thinking that he was expected to witness the Tao and call himself emperor. However, today, once he met Chen Fan, he realized that there is a sky beyond the sky, and there is a land beyond the land. Understand that the grandiose words and ambitions of the past was naive and delusional. Mouse-eyed, Chen Fan nodded slightly, his eyes as calm as water. The green light in his hand coalesced once again, brilliant as before, like an emperor's majesty descending, an irresistible sense of oppression enveloping him. It is not that thou art not strong. It is just that thou hast met me. Chi Rujin smiled bitterly, looking up to the sky and laughing at himself. With thee in this world, who can be thy enemy? Before the words fell, the green light had already fallen. Transformed into invisible ripples will be inch by inch annihilation. Form and spirit are scattered. The sky and earth returned to calm once again. Only Chen Fan stood still. The green light faded, and the killing chance faded away. Chen Fan looked into the distant sky and whispered softly to himself. One hill is still higher than the next. Who knows? Although his foundation is unparalleled. Looking at the ancient and modern few comparable people. But the future? Who can predict? Perhaps in the near future, there will be a stronger person to rise, breaking the shackles of heaven and earth. His eyes turned slightly, landing on the storage treasure that was purposely not washed by the green light. And with a light wave of his palm, he took it into his palm. Divine sense slightly swept through, quickly wiped out the divine sense left behind by Red Rujin, and then immediately viewed what was hidden in it. Only a corner of the space was visible, where spirit stones were piled up like a small mountain. About 100,000 pounds. The corners of Chen Fan's mouth rose slightly as a faint smile emerged. The 100,000 word source stones that he had previously obtained from Ao Qian had almost been absorbed after the auction. Now, finally, there was another lucrative entry. Sweeping another glance at the storage space. Several pieces of spiritual light overflowing divine bridge spiritual treasures. Vaguely emitting majestic spiritual charm. On one side, there was also a weapon of the other side that emitted a faint pressure, which was clearly visible. Chen Fan was slightly stunned and slightly surprised. He had never thought that Red Rujin had not utilized this weapon of the other side from the beginning to the end. Immediately afterward, recalling Red Rujin's gloomy eyes at the end, he thought that he had been beaten to the point that his mentality had collapsed, and he no longer had the will to fight. And he was bent on seeking death. Throughout the world, too many pride who walk the invincible road. Once defeated in battle, the heart breaks down. Just like the red like gold. Would rather seek death. Do not want to live on. In this regard, Chen Fan is not surprised. See more. Also get used to it. The path of invincibility. Chen Fan had also traveled in the past. Thinking back to when he swept through the central region. Countless heavenly prides folded in his hands. Momentarily unrivaled. Shining throughout the era. But in the end, he chose to give up. Although this road is strong, it is not suitable for him, nor is it suitable for this heaven and earth. That mouthful of invincible gas in the heart is simple to say. But in reality, it is 100 times helpless. The world wants to walk the road of invincibility. How easy it is. The heaven and earth are under pressure. The shackles are heavy. And it is difficult to last long. This path, though dazzling, was not the one he truly sought. Immediately, Chen Fan's gaze swept towards the storage treasures once again, and found that there were some elixir pills hidden in them, which would be worth at least tens of thousands of source stones if taken to auction. After organizing all the items, it was roughly estimated that the treasures were about 200,000 source stones. With Red Rujin's identity and cultivation, this kind of wealth was reasonable. Chen Fan no longer hesitates. Will have the valuable things transferred to the Tai Huang sword as much as possible. The palm of the hand shakes. The storage treasure will be thrown into the sea. Let it dissipate. Such treatment. To prevent witch hides tracking things. After all, red is gold extraordinary experience. It is difficult to guarantee that did not do other preparations. As for the Tai Huang sword, Chen Fan had no worries. If someone could really track down this divine weapon, Chen Fan would recognize it and count it as heaven's fate. Chen Fan looked up at the sinking sky, took out the magic treasure given by Ao Ru Shui, and carefully fiddled with it for a few moments. But there was no response. Frowning slightly, he muttered to himself. Is it 10,000 miles apart? Looking into the distance. The boundless ocean and the sky is connected. Vast and boundless. The heart is slightly helpless. Although a few people enter the secret world together, the place of descent is so far apart. Really out of expectation. Just as well. Let's break through the peak of the Fate Spring first, and then go to the east to join them. After saying that, Chen Fan took out the lotus flower that flickered with six-colored light. The lotus leaves lightly trembled, and the light overflowed. Just like the spiritual charm of heaven and earth condensed. Chen Fan's gaze slightly condensed. The corner of his mouth raised a faint smile. And without hesitation, he swallowed the six-colored lotus in one gulp. Instantly, the pure and incomparable spiritual energy surged into the limbs and bones like a torrent. agitating the meridians in flesh. It's really extraordinary. He let out a light sigh. Then sat down on his knees. His eyes slightly closed. His mind sinking into his body. Concentrating on absorbing the majestic medicinal power. The essence spiritual energy was like a long river rushing and surging into the sea of bitterness. Chen Fan's sea of bitterness was already nearly 60,000 feet. Vast and boundless. Like a realm of emptiness. As the spiritual energy was injected, the power of the sea of bitterness became more and more abundant. As if it was a vast sea of stars, shining in the endless abyss. Spiritual energy continuously converged into the sea of bitterness, which was then transformed into pure mana that surged along the meridians like a fine stream into the life spring. Endless mana washed over the life spring, chiseling and expanding it, and the power within the life spring grew deeper and deeper, gradually approaching its limit. With the expansion of the life spring, Chen Fan's body aura climbed steeply, like a submerged dragon wanting to come out. And the pressure between the world also condensed, as if the surrounding aura was attracted by him and converged towards his body. A moment later, Chen Fan's breath snapped, and the sea of bitterness suddenly expanded by thousands of feet, with mana surging like a tidal wave, unceasingly flowing. Peak of the life spring. Here it is. Chen Fan's heart stirred as he felt the flow of mana that was like an endless ocean. And his expression was as light as water. The aura became thicker and thicker, vaguely appearing as if there was an opportunity for a breakthrough. And the power within the life spring was poised to impact the barriers of the divine bridge realm. As if the next moment it would be able to step out of that step and enter a higher level. Chapter 77, Recent Developments in the Population. Chen Fan frowned slightly, already sensing that an opportunity to break through the divine bridge was brewing. However, with a thought, he immediately suppressed the feeling of breaking through the shackles. At this point, it was not yet the best time to break through the divine bridge. He had already made a decision before entering the secret realm. And the purpose of this trip was not only to find forging materials, but also to find the legendary Emperor scripture of the Great Vast Sea Emperor. It was rumored that the Vast Ocean Emperor's imperial scripture was the strongest technique in the life spring realm, containing supreme secret techniques, which Chen Fan had long yearned for. So would he lose out on a small opportunity at this time? Slowly exhaling, Chen Fan redirected the power from impacting the divine bridge back into his body, turning it into refined mana and sinking it into the sea of bitterness. The majestic spiritual energy continued to pour in, and the sea of bitterness gradually expanded, nearly reaching 80,000 feet. The mana in the life spring became more and more solid, calm and powerful, waiting for the next takeoff. A moment later, Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes, which were deep and introspective and calm. Feeling the soaring strength in his body, he let out a light smile. If he met an opponent like Red Rujin again, Chen Fan was confident that with his strength today, he would only need one divine ability to completely annihilate him, and would not even stay for an instant. Even if the other party sacrificed a life-preserving treasure of the peak of the other side, it was just a dying struggle. And in the end, it was hard to escape serious injuries, and even turned into nothingness together with the treasure. This kind of strong power. Even Chen Fan himself could not help but occasionally lament that there was such a perverted existence in the world. If the ordinary people can cross the small realm challenge has been enough to be proud of themselves. The absolute heavenly pride can be undefeated in the big realm can be said to be unique. And Chen Fan can be killed in one blow. How horrible the gap. Although the world is wide. But such as him, the horizontal pressure of all those, ultimately a phoenix. Looking at the setting sun in the distant sky, Chen Fan softly said, "It's time to set off. And finding news of the Emperor's scriptures at an early date will be the biggest gain of this trip." The other opportunities in the secret realm did not have much attraction for him. And only when he encountered something useful to him in forging a weapon would he stop briefly and make a move to seize it. As for the others, unless they are rare and hard to find, or are available in passing, they will not spend time and energy fighting for them. As far as he was concerned, the only thing worth caring about in this secret realm was the legendary vast ocean emperor scripture. Immediately, with a slight movement of his body, a lone sail rose lightly from the surface of the sea, carrying Chen Fan as he sped towards the eastern sea. The setting sun slowly sinks into the sea in the distance, and the afterglow pours over the place where the sea and the sky meet. And the sky becomes darker and darker, only to see that the lone sail away, and the last ray of light in the sky merge, hidden in the endless pale twilight. Somewhere in an unknown place in the eastern sea, the sea wind was howling and the waves were like thunder. However, the sea was thick with the smell of blood. Lin Fan's white clothes had long been dyed scarlet with blood, and the blood slid down along his handsome face and dripped down his jaw, lining those bloodthirsty eyes with more and more coldness. Below his feet, several huge demonic beast corpses and the corpse of a human celestial pride sprawled across the surface of the sea, the remnants of their bodies looking miserable under the waves. Ha ha ha. It's really better to have a good time here. It's a pleasure to kill. Painful. Too painful. A bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corners of Lin Fan's mouth. His face hideous and crazy. Palm lightly raised. Pure white mana instantly condensed into a huge palm, violently fishing up the body below. With a cold eye, the palm suddenly closed, and the corpse instantly transformed into a mass of blood-red essence, suspended in the center of the palm. Lin Fan swallowed a mouthful without thinking, and immediately, his body's breath steeply soared, having broken through the Pishang de Chang, and was only a step away from the peak of the Pishang. At the same time, a scarlet blood light surfaced above his body, and a strong filthy aura surrounded him, as his body was undergoing some sort of metamorphosis, evolving towards a higher level. A moment later, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze cast into the distance, his blood-stained smile becoming even more hideous. Waste? He whispered to himself, his voice dripping with hoarseness and disdain. When my kung fu is accomplished, who will dare to say that I am a waste? Even. The words suddenly stopped, and before he finished, he had turned into a blood shadow and violently shot out, tearing through the air and heading straight for another sea area. The sea wind kicked up waves, rolling up heavy waves. South China sea waters. Su Qingqing looked smilingly at the man with a fierce aura in front of her, and smiled gently, her tone soft but with a bit of mischief. Brother Ao Qian. What a coincidence. That man is Ao Qian. Although the two did not enter the secret realm together. Coincidentally. Actually in this piece of sea separated by only dozens of miles. Meet. Ao Qian see this. Since the initiative to seek over. Ao Qian's eyes wandered over Su Qingqing's exquisite and delicate body. Obscene intentions flashed in his eyes, but a gentle smile hung on his face. So it's Sister Qingqing? What a fate! I wonder if Sister Rushua descended with you. Su Qingqing is still smiling like a flower, as if she didn't notice Ao Qian's difference. Her eyes are flowing, with a few light-hearted responses. Sister Rushua is not in the same place as me. I wonder where she is now. The words just fell. Ao Qian heart-dry heat is more and more difficult to suppress. The more burning eyes, somewhere vaguely have the intention of raising their heads. His smile slightly converged, with a few points of intimacy. In that case, how about Sister Qingqing traveling with me? Su Qingqing's brows knitted slightly, and then her tone was soft with a few twists. Ao Qian brothers, good intentions I appreciate. It would be great to travel with you. However, my master has long instructed me that this trip has its purpose. So I'm afraid I won't be able to do what I want. When she mentioned the word master, her tone was light. But the 4 words peacock god king were like a thunderbolt exploding in Ao Qian's heart, suppressing the agitation in his heart. Ao Qian, although lust, heard the peacock god king name. The heart finally rose a few scruples. Face smile slightly stagnant. However, the color of greed in his eyes did not completely dissipate. Still unwilling to give up the opportunity in front of him. Ha ha. Why should Sister Qingqing be so outgoing? Your 2 families have been friends for generations. And I should naturally help out with the Divine King's command. Since that's the case, why don't we work together to complete this mission? So we can also take care of each other. Su Qingqing frowned slightly. A trace of displeasure swept under her eyes. Her tone was still soft, but it was a bit detached. Brother Ao Qian, this trip is a heavy task. It's really inconvenient to travel with you. Please forgive me. Before the words fell, the jade hand flicked up, and the spirit boat abruptly rose, speeding away towards the distance. Ao Qian saw the situation. The face of the smile suddenly stagnant. Eyes hidden haze emerged. The bottom of the eyes of the color of lechery flashed and passed, sending the delicate figure gradually moving away. Eyes more and more burning. Murmured in a low voice. You can't escape. You're mine after all. The words just fell. Ao Qian waved his hand between the spirit boat in the air, transformed into a speedy shadow. Followed closely. Su Qingqing looked back to see a frown. Face suddenly as frost-covered snow. Although the year is not long, but not ignorant and ignorant generation. Ao Qian at this time, as far as the eyes, sighed lightly, raised his hand, gently touched the wrist bracelet. Is the peacock god king personally refined the protection of the treasure? Was not willing to easily use. But at the moment the situation is no longer allow her to hesitate. Let's hope this person is not as stupid as he is. Su Qingqing murmured, urging the spirit boat. Its speed suddenly increased, like streams of light cutting through the sky, instantly going far away. However, Ao Qian's cultivation is profound. Has reached the peak of the divine bridge. Is not easy to get rid of the person. Spirit boat speeding, like a gangrene, in an instant has drawn close to the distance between the two. Chapter 78, Fellow Daoist. I send you a great chance. Somewhere in the waters of the East China Sea, a line of water and sky, shimmering waves, miles above the vastness, a lone boat with the waves. On the boat, Chen Fan sat on his knees. Without seeing the source stone, his mind focused on the subtleties of the divine power. At this moment, the cultivation level has reached the peak of the life spring, and there is no way to advance but to meditate on the divine power that he has mastered. Suddenly, there was a roar in the distance, so loud that it seemed like thunder exploding, and the water rolled over and the waves attacked the lone boat. Chen Fan slightly opened his eyes. The light in his eyes flickered, revealing a faint interest. Since entering the secret realm has been 7 days. In addition to the first encounter with red as gold. And then did not see others. Only the occasional attack of demons. Although there are many cultivators in the secret area, but the world is vast. A drop in the ocean. And there are few opportunities to meet each other. This time, he heard the wind and encountered the sound. Fearing that there is a fate to. Chen Fan's heart implicitly felt that this encounter or there is not a small chance. Since entering the secret realm, the luck seems to be smooth and unparalleled. First obtaining the 6-colored lotus. and then harvesting dozens of rare spirits along the way. All of which are hard to find treasures in the world. Opportunity after opportunity. So Chen Fan had to believe in the marvel of luck. The corners of his lips were slightly raised. And there was a hidden expectation in his eyes. As his fingertips lightly clasped the side of the boat. And the spirit boat turned and slowly sailed towards the place of the roar. This trip looks like it's going to pay off. 5 rainbow lights broke through the air from afar. With one of them in the lead and the rest following closely behind. Their momentum surging. The rear pursuers activated their divine abilities one after another. Their mana fluctuating like a flash flood. Blasting at the leading rainbow light. Hand over the treasure quickly. Or else you'll be destroyed. A demon cultivator with a face like cold frost. Clad in 7-colored battle armor. Sneered. In his hand. A golden goad swept across. Sharp and aggressive. And he was certainly at the peak of divine bridge cultivation. Junior of the Quan family. If you dare to get your hands on this treasure, quickly offer it up and I'll spare your life. Threatening voices also came from the rest of the rainbow light. As the demon race and the human race joined forces to hunt down the treasure-wielding cultivator. Mana fluctuations are more and more agitated. The leader is already the end of the crossbow. The figure is more and more lousy. The breath is getting weaker and weaker. Quan Yongfu's face was gloomy. His eyes filled with indignation and unwillingness. He was the first to enter the secret realm when it opened. And fate favored him by descending into a certain spiritual land in the eastern domain. Before long, he made a shocking discovery: a piece of ocean blue. Crystal clear ore. Suspended in the void. Without mana fluctuations. If he did not coincide with the time. Just when the birth of this thing is complete. I fear that this world of treasures has long been lost to the world. Quan Yongfu gazed at the detailed observation. The more you look at, the more shocked. And finally confirmed that this object is the rare treasure contained in the ancient books, the gold of the sea rhyme. This thing is named because of the secret world. Rare and incomparable. It was rumored that 8,000 years ago, someone had brought out a piece of sea rhythm's gold from the secret realm, forging it into a stunning great sage's weapon that shook the 4 directions and resounded through an era. And this piece of sea rhythm's gold in front of me is actually much bigger than the one recorded in the ancient books. How could such a chance not make Quan Yongfu's heart and mind stir? Almost crazy. He only felt that the fate of the heavens had been decided. Obtaining this supreme treasure and refining it into a soldier, he would surely be able to dominate the world and stand at the peak. However, the ecstasy had turned into endless anger. He originally thought that he could enjoy the amazing opportunity alone. But unexpectedly, the fate of heaven is unpredictable. The blessing is full of overflow. A moment of carelessness actually leaked the news. Now, he has attracted strong enemies. And the human and demon tribes have joined hands to hunt him down. So the situation is precarious. Though the treasure is in his hand, his life is at an end. Clenching his teeth and holding on, the pursuing aptitude behind him became more and more violent. And the fluctuation of mana was like a mountain pouring down. He staggered in his steps. Blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. In a sorry state. At this time, Quan Yongfu's suddenly eyes light up. Far ahead of the sea. A lone boat floating. Spiritual light hidden. Quiet as usual. Saved. His heart raced with ecstasy. And the plan was born. If you don't fight now, when will you wait? Quan Yongfu violently raised his last ounce of strength. His body swept and sped towards the lone boat. Fellow Daoist, I'm sending you a great opportunity. He tried his best to shout loudly, his voice echoing between heaven and earth. At the same time, an aquamarine spirit light was suddenly offered in his hand. Like a tidal wave turning over. Shooting towards the lone boat. The spiritual light was radiant. Like the mysterious light of the nine heavens, curling the sea breeze and stirring up monstrous waves. Chapter 79, Griffin Looking for Death. Chen Fan's eyes were slightly cold, and he violently pinched the aquamarine spirit light between his raised hands. And the spirit light in his palm surged with power. In the distance, Quan Yangfu's face was hideous when he saw this and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. I can't get it. You guys don't want to take it away easily either. Before the words fell, his body shape retreated violently. And with a flash of recluse light, he fled straight to the far side. When the pursuers saw this, their complexion turned cold and they looked at each other, obviously hesitating whether to chase Quan Yangfu or snatch the object in Chen Fan's hand. In an instant, 3 people chased after Quan Yangfu. Only one person did not move. This person had a white robe, a pale face, a deep breath, a small purple tripod suspended above his head, and the pressure of the peak of the divine bridge was like a mountain. He looked down at Chen Fan and said in a cold voice, "Fellow Daoist, hand over this item." Chen Fan's expression was cold. A coldness flashed in his eyes. His palms suddenly pinched, and the aquamarine spiritual light instantly collapsed. The spiritual energy overflowing in all directions. Vast and incomparable. He. Someone actually dared to use me as a scapegoat. The tone of his voice was bland. And before his words fell, a dragon's shadow suddenly appeared behind him, rising up in the air like a true dragon roaming the 9 heavens, with a shocking might and an abyssal aura. The air instantly froze, and as the dragon's shadow swam, Chen Fan's aura was steeply elevated. The white-robed cultivator saw the situation. His expression was grave, and the coldness in his heart surged up, and his feet could not help but retreat. And the giant tripod vision emerged behind him, emitting majestic pressure. However, compared to the dragon's shadow behind Chen Fan, the pressure of the giant tripod was as weak as the firefly to the white moon. How is this possible? The white-robed cultivator was horrified. His eyes filled with shock and fear. Originally, he thought that Chen Fan was nothing more than a scapegoat. But he had not expected that this youth at the peak of the Fate Spring would have such a terrifying power. Obviously, his cultivation is not high, but it makes him feel that he cannot resist the oppression. As if the slightest movement will be wiped out. Chen Fan made a cold sweep and disappeared in an instant, as if he had never appeared. The white-robed cultivator became more and more alarmed, backing up and turning around to frantically flee, muttering under his breath in a trembling voice, "What kind of old monster is this that is not rebuilt? It's as terrifying as this." Not daring to stay for fear of being annihilated the next moment, Quan Yangfu looked back at the 3 people in hot pursuit behind him, his face turning blue. Originally thought that the throne treasures could lure away the pursuit. But unexpectedly only one person was lured. The remaining 3 people recognized him and bit him to death. Anger churned in his heart. And before he had time to think of a countermeasure, his vision darkened violently. He suddenly saw that his body was still flying and swept, while his vision stayed in place. Consciousness gradually lax. His heart chilled. I am dead? Before the thought could surface, consciousness disappeared like a tidal wave. One could only see Chen Fan holding Quan Yangfu's head in his hand, blood dripping down his fingers, and the dragon shadow behind him roaring with an imposing aura. The other hand was holding his storage spirit treasure, his expression indifferent. A mere mole cricket. How dare you scheme against him? Chen Fan's expression was cold and unperturbed. He had always disdained the clamor of the weaker generation. But if an ant offended, there was only one way to go: to pinch it to death, without mercy. In the distance, the 3 reclining lights that were chasing Quan Yangfu suddenly stopped, all of them showing disbelief. originally thinking that Chen Fan was a worthless scapegoat. He hadn't expected that he would easily pinch Quan Yangfu to death. And the other party was powerless to fight back. Even if Quan Yangfu wasn't as strong as them. But to be able to kill him so gently. They asked themselves that they couldn't do it. After a moment of silence, the Demon Clan man clad in 7-colored battle armor stepped forward and arched his hand. Demon Clan Spirit Rhythm Mountain Lin Xian. I have met you. Dare I ask your name? The other two also came forward and introduced themselves in a respectful manner. Chen Fan's eyes were indifferent as he blandly said, Scattered Cultivator. Chen Fan. When these words came out, several people's faces were suddenly wonderful. Exchanging glances with each other, Lin Xian pondered for a moment and spoke. Fellow Daoist Chen. I'm afraid it's difficult to hold on to such a rare treasure as the gold of Hereby for long. Even if you get it for a while. When you leave the secret realm, all the forces in the world will hunt it down. I am willing to purchase it for 1,000,000 source stones and will never let you return empty-handed. At those words, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. 1,000,000 source stones was already a heavenly price. But compared to the value of the Sea Rhythm's gold, it was still far from enough. The crowd was shocked as they all had their own thoughts in their minds. The rest of the duo chimed in. Fellow Daoist Chen. I'm afraid this treasure is not something you can keep for long. So instead of bothering to protect the treasure, why don't you offer it now? We are all willing to pay a high price. How about it? Chen Fan's divine sense swept lightly, erasing Quan Yangfu's residual divine sense. In the next moment, a piece of sea blue ore appeared in his palm. Crystalline. Flickering with light spiritual light. Emitting a unique flavor. Extremely extraordinary. Want? Chen Fan spoke blandly. As soon as these words came out, the crowd's gazes blazed, staring at the ore with deadly intensity, barely able to move their eyes away. Lin Xian took the lead and said in an urgent voice, Fellow Daoist, if 1,000,000 isn't enough, I'm willing to add another 1,000,000. The rest of them also scrambled. I am also willing to raise the price. Just please give me the gold of Hereby. Chen Fan looked at the human cultivator. The corner of his mouth flicked up. And he coldly said, You'll be given 3 breaths of time to escape. Or all of you will die. Words. The hands of the ore abruptly put away. Smile instant convergence. The whole person cold. Killing intent like a tide. Diffused the 4 directions. Lin Xian's face sank. The golden golem in his hand snapped up. His black hair danced wildly. His 7-colored battle armor blossomed with divine light. And he shouted angrily. Kill. A mere human race. What am I afraid of? In the next instant, the whole person was like a golden rock, carrying a monstrous might, pouncing on Chen Fan, killing the sky, wanting to crush him. Chapter 80 Repeated Pupil Reappearance. Seeing this, the rest of the crowd looked cold and grim, each holding a spiritual weapon and striking in unison. The vast mana fluctuations wanting to annihilate Chen Fan. Even the human cultivators also put aside the hesitation. Resolutely out. Into the secret realm. Only abide by one word, kill. Chen Fan slightly raised his eyes. Staring blandly, his figure suddenly appeared and disappeared. Like smoke and clouds dissipating. And in an instant, he had already arrived behind Lin Xian. The crowd's attacks all fell short. Lin Xian's pupils suddenly shrunk. His heart was shocked, this speed. Even if the peak of the divine bridge, it would be difficult to match. I'm afraid that even cultivators on the other side of the world would find it difficult to match their speed. Without much thought, his whole body shook violently. And his astral body protections overflowed. wanting to force Chen Fan to retreat. In the next moment, heaven and earth suddenly turned black and white. The color of everything was gradually lost, leaving endless silence. Lin Xian's heart sank before he could react. His consciousness faded away, and he whispered in confusion, "I died? How could this be so?" Chen Fan's 5 fingers closed slightly, and Lin Xian's head was instantly crushed in his palm. Blood falling, scarlet as ink. The rest of the crowd, seeing this situation, suddenly changed in color and were horrified. "Impossible! Quickly flee! This person is extraordinary!" The demon race roared sharply. Their figures turned into streams of light and instantly disappeared at the end of the sea and sky. The human cultivators also did not dare to stay, and fled in a hurry. Chen Fan's gaze was cold and indifferent as he watched the back of the two fleeing, his figure turning into nothingness once again. In an instant, 2 miserable screams came from the distance, and then fell silent. Chen Fan unlocked his divine ability and landed back in the spirit boat, looking as normal. Although the human and the demon fled in separate paths, but with his ability, the end was already predetermined. The dragon swims in the 9 heavens. The world's extremely fast vision, especially in the sea. Chen Fan is more like a fish in water. If these two can escape, it will make him look at it differently. Looking down at the demon corpses on the ground, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. The bloodline of these 2 demons is extraordinary. The taste should be good. After saying this, a flash of Dharma light appeared with a copper tripod and a barbecue grill. Mana rolled over the demon corpse to remove the hair and bones. The essence of the meat all picked out. The meat of the spirit magpie is put on the grill, and the meat of the cow demon is cut into thin slices and placed in the boiling copper cauldron. And the aroma is overflowing. Chen Fan took out the spirit wine, poured a cup full and took a light sip. Smiling. A cup of spirit wine. A slice of beef. Flavors intertwined. A different kind of enjoyment. Wine and rice. Put down the wine cup. The thought of a slight movement. A piece of the body of the sea blue, crystal clear or floated in front of the body. The ore ripples and appears to be mortal, but it attracts the human and demon tribes to hunt it down. So it can't be a mortal product. It's enough to forge a great saint's weapon. The word holy is involved, and it's already the best thing in the world. Wouldn't it be great if this was used to forge the weapon of life? Chen Fan's fingertips flicked the ore, and his thoughts ran wild. In the past, when he did not enter the forbidden zone of life, the material used for the life weapon was still remembered clearly. It was a piece of red flame crystal, which was needed for the great sacred soldier, and its nature was fire. But now this piece is water attribute. In the midst of his thoughts, he suddenly recalled that Chen Yuma's weapon forging was a piece of space attribute quasi-emperor's treasure. Shen Qianquan and Luo Qianyu had personally taken it out of the treasury of the imperial dynasty and handed it over to Chen Yuma, and had carefully prepared many auxiliary treasures, among which was the red flame crystal. Chen Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his killing intent was not hidden. How could he suddenly remember that group of sinful animals? I thought that I could not wait to send them to hell. Immediately, he collected his expression and decided in his heart that he would use this object to forge his natal artifact. This ore is the best material that has been found in the secret realm for many years, and there is no match for it. So Chen Fan is not willing to stay any longer. If he can increase his strength, he will be able to find the emperor's scriptures with a little more security. Suddenly, his expression changed and he took out the magic treasure gifted by Ao Ru Shui. The magic treasure trembled slightly, and there was obviously a message coming from it. 7 days have passed, and I finally found the traces of those 2 demons. Chen Fan's magic power moved slightly, pulling the magic treasure. And then came the soft and sticky voice. Very anxious, come quickly. Come quickly. Come quickly. He called out 3 times in a row. And it was definitely Su Qingqing's voice. The magic treasure then turned, pointing in a direction. Chen Fan slightly frowned, gazing towards the other place. His heart suspicious, this demon identity must not lack the protection treasure. Why so eager to lead me to go? After thinking about it again and again, I could not find a solution inside. That's all. Let's take a trip. The Emperor's scripture still needs her to lead the way, so we can't lose this time. After reading this, he urged the lone boat, transforming into a thunderous thunderstorm that swept through the air and sped away. Luo family small heaven and earth. Chen Yuma's face suddenly changed, knowing that play off. Previously, the 3 ancestors have warned. But many years of habit. Just a moment of excitement. But cannot help but use a small smart. Hastily kneeling down to apologize, he repeatedly said, "Don't dare. Don't dare." The 3rd ancestor laughed coldly and said no more, closing his eyes, unwilling to look at such useless disciples any longer. Luo Qianyu on the side was secretly anxious, itching to personally go forward and feed the immortality pill to Chen Yuma. Chen Yuma slowly got up, teardrops slipping down as he choked. "Imperial brother. I'm sorry. I will definitely make up for it in the future." Before his words fell, he had already swallowed the white tiger immortality pill in one gulp. In an instant, the terrifying medicinal power suddenly appeared, and the dark wounds in the body were like ice and snow melting, instantly erased. The heavy pupil was violently bright, and the light revived, adding one more point of mystery. Although it is only a bit of immortality medicine, but its essence is profound. If only to cure the heavy pupil, how can it afford the name of the great Emperor Rebirth? At this moment, Chen Yuing's heavy pupil undoubtedly experienced metamorphosis. More than ever. More and more mysterious. He was overjoyed as his terrifying pupil power continued to spread. His heart stirred and he secretly cursed Chen Fan. "Old me is back. What about you? I don't know where I died. Lonely soul." Luo Qianyu couldn't help but burst into tears and felt that everything was worth it. Even though he deceived his ancestor, Umo was finally reborn. And all his efforts were not in vain. Suddenly, the 3rd ancestor's eyes suddenly opened. And with a movement of his divine mind, he moved the 2 of them out of the heavenly K hall, leaving only one sentence. "Quickly summon Xiaofan. Or else I'll personally go up to the feathered emperor dynasty." This word, the 2 people as if cold water poured on their heads. The color of excitement instantly disappeared, replaced by endless pallor. Chen Yuma's eyes flickered. His face was fearful. And he said in a trembling voice, "What should I do about this matter? Mother. I shouldn't be like this. I shouldn't be like this." Wanting to say more, Luo Qianyu looked flustered and without hesitation pulled up Chen Yuma and hurriedly left, not giving him the chance to continue. The 3 ancestors' divine consciousness fawn left. Chen Yuma even babbled nonsense. Luo Qianyu heart for the first time rose a trace of resentment. Why the son is so stupid. Chapter 81 Lin Fan appears. Chen Yuma saw Luo Qianyu step forward in a hurry, the color of panic overflowing on his brow. Luo Qianyu's pent-up resentment in her heart subsided, softly soothingly saying, "Umo, don't panic. Everything is by me." Chen Yuma shook his head slightly, his eyes misty with tears, and choked. "If I hadn't been so distraught, I wouldn't have dared to deceive my ancestor and cause my mother to suffer." Luo Qianyu warmly advised, "No harm. No harm. As long as you return to your normal self. However, Chen Yuma looked gloomy. Wanting to break free and return to the heavenly palace to apologize. Pleading, "Let me go and admit my faults. I can't implicate mother again. Everything is because of me." Luo Qianyu hurriedly gripped the lapel of his coat. Determination flashed in his eyes. "Not allowed. Everything is up to me. I will calm my ancestors' anger. UMO must not go back at this moment." Chen Yuma struggled for a moment. Finally bending his knees and kneeling on the ground. Tears streaming down his face as he choked. "Mother. Let's go back. Immediately back to the imperial dynasty." Luo Qianyu helped him up. Seeing his mood slightly slowed down. His heart was slightly at ease. However, Chen Yuma coldly said, "I will enter the forbidden zone of life and find the immortality pill to pay off the Luo family." Luo Qianyu's heart shook when she heard this and her tone was resolute. "Is the forbidden zone of life not child's play? How could I let you go in?" Chen Yuma is silent. His gaze is like a torch. His mind is made up. Luo Qianyu's tears were filled with tears. Her heart was burning with anxiety. Seeing her son's determination, she could only find another way to deal with the situation. Suddenly, Luo Qianyu was struck by an idea and spoke urgently. "Let's go and find Xiaofan. As long as he can return, our ancestor will surely forgive us." Chen Yuma raised her eyes slightly, tears filling her eyes, and asked in a low voice, "Can we really find Imperial Brother?" Luo Qianyu hurriedly nodded his head. Full of confidence, "I will definitely be able to find it." Many days have passed, and the imperial dynasty will have news of little Fan. When Chen Yuma heard this, he looked agitated and said urgently, "Let's return quickly. Quickly." Seeing that he finally no longer insisted on pleading guilty, Luo Qianyu took a long breath of relief and hurriedly set up the spirit boat and left in a hurry. Although his heart was worried, but he also saw a ray of light. See Rhyme's secret realm. Somewhere in the East Sea. In the sky. More than 10 feet of crimson as blood two-clawed dragon coiled in the void, turning clouds over the sea. Awe-inspiring majesty. Its claws hold a thunder spear. Thunder light appeared. Like electricity rushing. Hot and fierce. Frequently shooting. Below the surface of the sea, a spirit boat fled in a hurry. Its body shaking, seemingly swallowed by a huge wave at any time. The people on the boat were terrified. Paddling hard. Trying desperately to avoid danger. Raising his head to look, he only saw a silhouette. Blood chi entangled. Suspended in midair. With a hideous face. Laughing maniacally. Its 5 fingers lightly pinched. The thunder spear immediately shattered. The fragments flew apart. The momentum arrogant. As if nothing can block. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Really interesting. I haven't tasted dragon's blood for a long time. And even though it's miscellaneous blood, it's enough to satisfy my craving. This person laughed maniacally. His ferocious light flashed. And his aura was chilling. The two-clawed dragon lost all its prestige. The color of horror appeared. Fear. No longer have the look of the previous austere. The blood-red silhouette, with its blood aura, met the thunder and lightning and charged straight into the sky. Thunder poured down, raging without equal. The blood-red shadow stood up. The thunder and lightning attacked the body, but did not flinch, but will be the power of the thunder as much as possible to absorb. The momentum is even more powerful. When the two-clawed dragon saw this, it was fearful. And although its force was strong, it appeared to be overwhelmed in front of the shadow. Thunder pressed down on the top of the roof. The shadow was unharmed. And his maniacal laughter shook the heavens. So powerful that it was intimidating. The shadow violently breaks through the thunder. A white jade-like palm suddenly stretched. Tight pinch to clawed dragon Aoqian neck. The force increased violently. Seems to want to break its waist. No. No way. Who are you? Aoqian's face was filled with disbelief as he struggled desperately. The silhouette stuck out its blood-red tongue and demonically licked its lips as it coldly laughed. Feathered Emperor Dynasty. Lin Fan. Aoqian's eyes instantly condensed. Shocked beyond words. This kind of demon is actually someone from the Manhwa Emperor Dynasty. The desire for survival suddenly aroused. Aoqian begged. Spare my life. I'm willing to serve you. Lin Fan laughed softly. Cold as ice, handing over this flesh and blood of yours to me is your greatest contribution to me. No. Before the words fell, Aoqian's dragon body was torn apart and pinched into a bloody mess. And his screams echoed in the thunder. In the last afterglow, Aoqian looked at the rapidly disappearing spirit boat. The heart misses the person but failed to taste. Today in turn into a blood meal. The heart is not willing. Even if there are many unwillingness. But also cannot compete with the disaster of extinction. Aoqian's body in the thunder and blood gas into nothing. Heaven and earth is only dead silence. The sound of swallowing suddenly rang out, breaking the dead silence. And it was creepy. Lin Fan slowly withdrew his hand and stood in the midst of the thunder. His body tall, his face fierce, and his eyes glowing with madness. His black hair was like a messy silk. And his blood aura was entangled in a murderous aura. The color of insanity was evident between his eyebrows. A bloody smile hung at the corner of his mouth. And he was still holding the remnants of blood and flesh in his hands, revealing his bloodlust. Lin Fan's aura suddenly erupted to the realm of the other side. His eyes were like blades, locking onto the fleeing spirit boat. His eyes flashed with madness. And the corners of his mouth smiled fiercely. Little mouse. I see you. Then his body shifted. Like a ghost pouncing on the spirit boat. Noticing the bloodthirsty aura behind her, Su Qingqing showed horror. The bracelet on her lotus root arm was lost. Her breath fluctuated. And she was obviously seriously injured. She gazed at the blood-red shadow behind her, lightly biting her red lips, whispering, "Who exactly is this person? This kind of breath has fallen into the devil's way? Since the descent of the secret world, Su Qingqing according to the plan to go to the East China Sea collection. Although there are accompanied by, has never been a different situation. But the turnaround half a day before the sudden drop. That day, she was speeding up the boat to get rid of Aoqian. Unexpectedly passing through a sea, blood-filled, sea beast corpses all over. Miserable. Is to inspect the time. The distant blood-red silhouette wildly ran to. Crazy abnormal. Did not say a word. Violently open to kill. Su Qingqing wanted to leave quickly. But the other party was as fast as a ghost. Not comparable to cultivators in the same realm. Seeing that he could not break free, he had to fight to protect himself. The battle started suddenly, but finally lost. His cultivation is not as good as his opponent. The enemy cultivation method is strange. Contains the power of devouring. A careless move will be swallowed. If not for the necklace to protect life, I am afraid to have been killed. Aoqian trailing did not have this luck. Directly entangled by the blood-red shadow. In a moment, the soul is lost. Turned into nothingness. Although Aoqian is not a supreme genius, he is also one of the heavenly prides. And as a dragon genius, his combat strength is amazing. However, In the hands of Lin Fan, there is not even a trace of resistance. Really appalling. Su Qingqing recognized that she had seen many heavenly prides, but she had never seen such a powerful person. And this person has entered the devil's path. His mind is twisted, and he cannot communicate at all. If not for her strength, she would have fallen into his hands long ago, reduced to the same blood food as Ao Qian. Chapter 82, A Day and a Night. Suddenly, a hideous and maniacal laughter swept in, like a ghost sticking to the ear. Creepy. Su Qingqing's eyes instantly froze. Shock surfaced on her delicate little face, and her heart and mind suddenly tightened. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, a pink folding fan abruptly appeared in her hand and swung violently. The majestic mana surged out like a tidal wave, stirring up the wild winds and rolling up 1,000 layers of huge waves in the sea in front of her. In the midst of the huge waves and howling winds, a blood-red shadow was suddenly seen standing in the center of the gale. Its arms such as the rock wings, full of black hair and the gusts of wind flying. Slender posture proudly stood up. Exudes a palpitating, glittering red light. The shadowy figure slowly stepped out from the storm, laughing maniacally with a bloody aura. Ha 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 ha. Good wind. Good wind. Truly a funeral wind. Lin Fan's eyes were as cold as frost, scanning the surrounding area and finally locking onto Su Qingqing. His eyes were filled with killing intent, like 10,000 years of cold ice piercing the bones. And his aura was awe-inspiring, as if he were a deity perched high in the sky, looking down on ants. Su Qingqing was horrified in her heart. Although she was standing on top of the spirit boat, she felt like falling into an ice cave. It was difficult to move. That oppressive aura is like a huge wave, making her breath stagnant, her body slightly trembling, as if the whole body strength was drained in this instant. Lin Fan slowly raised his palms. Blood chi surged in the void. The sky and earth were suddenly dyed a crimson red, as if there were 1,000 armies pressing down on the border. Killing intent like a knife, bone-chillingly harsh, causing the soul to fly away. A nine-tailed fox demon? Still pure-blooded. Ha 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 ha. Heaven help me. Su Qingqing forced herself to calm down. Her eyes slightly condensed, and she said in a deep voice, I am the only disciple of the peacock god king, and the disciple grandson of the peacock great sage. There is a soul lamp tracking. When Lin Fan heard this, he gave a slight sideways glance and let out a light laugh. Peacock god king? Peacock great sage? I am the disciple of the third princess of the feathered emperor dynasty, Chen Yangwei. Lin Fan. What fear do I have? The words did not fall. A blood-red giant hand violently shot down, covering the sky. Ferocious and unparalleled. Want to Su Qingqing pinch into pieces. Giant hand. The world for the color. The momentum is the collapse of the mountains. The sense of oppression is even more. People's hearts and souls are cracked. Cold sweat appeared on Su Qingqing's delicate little face, and she violently waved her native spirit fan in her hand in an attempt to resist. The wind rose again, stirring up waves, but that blood-red giant hand was indestructible, not moving her resistance in the slightest. Fight! Su Qingqing coldly shouted, a hint of frenzy coming through her soft and glutinous voice. In an instant, she appeared in her true form, transforming into a snow-white demon fox with two tails behind her. With a proud stance and a compelling aura, opened her mouth and spat out. A green spirit sword emerged from the void. Aura overflowing. Mighty pressure in all directions. It is clearly the weapon of the other side. The might is straight to the palace of the Tao, almost reaching the limit of what the secret realm can accommodate. The spirit sword hung in mid-air. A cold light appeared in Su Qingqing's eyes, and her sword aura was awe-inspiring. With a clear whistle, the spirit sword broke through the air, sharp as a tack, stabbing straight at the blood-red giant hand. Green light and blood red intertwined. The killing aura suddenly erupted. Heaven and earth for the solemn. The sea storm stirred, as if 10,000 armies fighting. The murderous intent filled the four fields. In an instant, the spirit sword penetrated through the giant hand. The blood chi surged, and the crimson giant hand was torn apart under the sword blade, turning into a rain of blood that spilled down from the sky. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. The smile at the corner of his mouth did not diminish. His hands gently clapped, and the sound of applause was particularly piercing in the sea. Worthy of being the Peacock God King's beloved disciple. There are so many treasures. Counting this one, 3 have already been shattered by me. Right? Lin Fan's palm pinched. The blood chi coalesced again. The horrible breath instantly filled the surrounding. The pressure of the realm of the other side of the world became stronger and stronger, seemingly wanting to crush this piece of heaven and earth as much as possible. Su Qingqing's eyes were cold, anxiety hidden in her eyes, and the summoning magic weapon in her hand kept sending out distress signals. She sensed that the phallic connection had resumed, meaning that Ao Rushue or Qin Fan were within 10,000 miles. If one of them could come to help, it would be difficult to defeat Lin Fan, but at least they could get away. At this moment, she was alone in the battlefield, and there was no way back. The sense of oppression was like a mountain and sea approaching. Su Qingqing only had one thought in her mind: to stall for time. Her eyes flinched as she clenched her teeth, and her spirit sword reappeared, its aura overflowing, pointing directly at Lin Fan. Sword chi spread across the sky, killing intent austere. Heaven and earth were solemn. Lin Fan lightly laughed. His figure suddenly hid in place, and in a moment, instantly appeared in front of Su Qingqing's eyes, only to see his white jade-like palm suddenly stretched out, seemingly wanting to crush Su Qingqing. Bang! A fierce collision suddenly rang out, and a string of sparks blossomed in the air. The green-colored spirit sword suddenly stabbed into Lin Fan's palm, the sword chi crisscrossing with biting coldness. However, that powerful sword chi had failed to inflict even a single wound on his palm. Seeing that the situation was not good, Su Qingqing quickly retreated, and in her hand, she violently pulled out a spirit elixir and swallowed it. The spirit sword flew around her, and in her hand, she clutched her native spirit fan, steady as a rock. In an instant, Lin Fan's figure had already appeared behind Su Qingqing's back, laughing coldly. Ha ha ha! Little fox! How about this? The night sky is dotted with stars. A lone boat sped past. The moon on the seashore and the lone boat. On the boat, Chen Fan sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed, taking out a source stone from time to time and placing it on top of the spirit boat's power spell formation. From time to time, the spirit boat emitted a low chirping sound, as if it would break at any time, causing fear. It had been more than a day and a night since I had received the summons, and the journey of 10,000 miles was close at hand. Suddenly, Chen Fan opened his eyes slightly, slowly got up, took out a magic artifact, gazed at the nearly flat artifact, and let out a long sigh. Too late? Chen Fan put his hands behind his back and gazed at the cold moon. The moonlight fell on his body, reflecting a touch of indifference. His trip, almost since receiving the message. He has been traveling night and day, without a moment's rest. But 10,000 miles away. How far away? Even though he kept accelerating to the point where the spirit boat was about to be scrapped. It took him a day and a night to reach this place. However, it was too late. Chen Fan looked ahead and slowly spoke. That's just it. So I will travel another 100 miles. Ultimately, she led me into the secret realm. And I will eventually find her body. After saying this, the spirit boat sailed straight ahead, speeding in the direction that the magic weapon was pointing to. 100 miles later, Chen Fan suddenly frowned slightly as a bloody air came from between his nose, stinging his nose. He raised his eyes to look far away. His eyes suddenly cold, and the spirit boat under his feet violently shook, quickly sailing to the sea about 5 miles ahead. A maniacal voice suddenly rose from the front. Good fox demon. You should be proud of yourself for being able to block me for a day and a night at a mere life spring cultivation level. On the day I ascend to the great emperor, your name will be left in history. Ha 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 ha. One could only see Lin Fan's hands inserted on top of a formation filled with golden light, with blood chi entwined between his palms and golden light steaming. However, Lin Fan's expression was cold and grim as he strongly supported the blazing blood chi, as if he wanted to tear it apart. In the middle of the formation, a fox with a snow-white body had both of its tails ripped off alive, and half of its body was nearly torn apart. Next to it, a broken green-colored sword was deeply inserted into it. The pink treasure fan was shattered in all directions, and several treasures emitting a faint aura were also shattered. And the entire fox body was in a sorry state, miserably fainting in the formation. Obviously, this formation is its last hope, and there is no other way to escape. Chapter 83. It's you! It's you! It's you! Suddenly, Lin Fan shouted sternly, and his hands were filled with blood chi. The formation creaked and suddenly shattered, turning into a sky full of golden light. He laughed maniacally, his morose gaze falling on the fallen Su Qingqing, the tip of his demonic tongue slowly swiping across the corner of his lips. Hee hee. Nine-tailed demon fox. Such pure blood. This seat has not yet tried. I heard that there is a fox emperor present in the desolate ancient times, and it is precisely this kind of bloodline that really makes people salivate. After saying that, Lin Fan moved his feet lightly, and the blood chi in his hands twined around, wanting to devour Su Qingqing. Suddenly, a light laugh drifted from all around, as if echoing in all corners. Hee hee. Heaven-swallowing devil technique? I said why Su Qingqing needs to be saved. It's because this kind of devil Dao Emperor scripture has appeared in the world. Lin Fan's eyes condensed. His blood chi around his body surged high. His palm squeezed fiercely. And without hesitation, he grabbed towards Su Qingqing. Bang! There was a loud bang that set off several feet of waves. A slender jade-like palm flicked, blocking the bloody hand. In an instant, two vast strands of mana stirred. Layers of blood-red and golden aura intertwined, sweeping in all directions. Suddenly, that palm retracted, no longer wrestling. When the blood chi dispersed, only Lin Fan was left alone, and Su Qingqing on the ground had already disappeared. Lin Fan's gaze didn't fall to the ground. Instead, he raised his eyes to look around and laughed softly. Good tactics. To be able to save someone from under my nose is indeed extraordinary. However, do you only know how to hide? The last few words were like thunder, sweeping through the 4 fields. Is it possible that all of the heaven-swallowing Emperor Scripture's heirs are so arrogant? I've heard that this demonic scripture is a technique of raising parasites, devouring each other. Hence the madness? Lin Fan laughed maniacally. If you don't go crazy, how can you become an emperor? A burst of applause came, and Chen Fan slowly stepped out from the front. Not surprising. But I have realized the true meaning of 3 parts of the Emperor's scripture. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly locked onto Chen Fan, his body trembling slightly as he stared at him dead on. Chen Fan? You are Chen Fan. The tone was doubtful but full of certainty. I won't be mistaken. Even if you turn to ashes, I'll recognize you. Chen Fan slightly frowned. And then stretched. Although the remodeling of the physical body more show a mortal posture, but under a closer look, can still distinguish the appearance of its predecessor? That the charm has not changed. If he was an acquaintance, he would have been able to recognize him. However, it was strange that this person could recognize it. Seeing that Chen Fan did not deny it, Lin Fan's body trembled even more. His handsome face filled with a scowl. It's you! It's you! It's all because of you. Chen Fan smiled blandly and asked, who are you that you recognize me? This place was already the eastern domain. A domain away from the central domain. So if there were no accidents, no one should recognize it. The scarlet in Lin Fan's eyes intensified. His voice low and hoarse, Chen Fan, do you know why I hate you so much? Chen Fan said indifferently. I've never met you before. So what's the enmity? Lin Fan sneered. Never met? But my good master has used me as you day in and day out, abusing me recklessly. Chen Fan furrowed his brows slightly. And after a little thought, he said, Master? So that's how it is. Looking closely, this person was actually 3 times similar to his predecessor. So it was no wonder that he was used as a substitute. You got it. You know. Lin Fan laughed wildly. His laughter full of spite. Do you know what humiliation I've endured all these years? All because of you. If it wasn't for the fact that your name of Heaven's pride resounded through the central region back then, I wouldn't be in such a state. Before the words fell, Lin Fan's entire body's blood chi suddenly skyrocketed, and the surrounding space seemed to be dyed a blood red. He made a seal with both of his hands and fiercely pointed at Chen Fan, heaven-swallowing blood blade. In an instant, countless blood-colored blades coalesced from the void, coming at Chen Fan like a torrential downpour of sharpness. Chen Fan's expression remained unchanged, and with a wave of his sleeve robe, a green-colored light screen swirled around him. The blood blades impacted on it, and they all turned into blood mist and dissipated. Why don't you ask who my master is? Why don't you ask? Seeing this, Lin Fan shouted angrily. His body transformed into a blood shadow and went straight for Chen Fan. Obsessed. Chen Fan flicked his finger, and a brilliant green aura cut through the sky, pushing straight into Lin Fan's brow. Chapter 84, Who is your master? The bloodlight steeply flourished, and Lin Fan swung out with a palm, dispersing the green aura easily, as if he had lifted his hand and thrown it effortlessly. You are still so arrogant, Chen Fan. But you are no longer the Chen Fan of the past. Now you are just a lonely ghost. Chen Fan's expression did not change as he raised his palm and swung it. A huge palm descended from the sky and violently pressed towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't dodge and met it straight on, actually tearing that huge palm apart. A palm as white as jade violently pressed up, already appearing in front of Chen Fan. Bang! With a loud bang, Chen Fan casually slapped his hand and clashed with it. His figure slightly retreated a few steps and pulled away. Lin Fan didn't pursue the attack. Instead, he stroked his face with one hand and laughed maniacally. Vital spring. Life's spring realm. Ha 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 ha. A great power in the past. But today it takes so much effort to control it with a single move. You can't do it anymore. I have already surpassed you. Master. Did you see that? Chen Fan is nothing more than that. How can he compare to me? I am not a waste. I'm not your double. Chen Fan's expression was as normal. His sleeves fluttered lightly, and he said blandly, You have already entered the devil. even though you cultivate the devil's scriptures. But the path is biased. What's wrong with me? Lin Fan roared in a stern voice. His expression livid. His blood qi surging. The breath of the Pishang de Chang raging madly. You lone soul. You're also worthy of saying that I'm wrong. Chen Fan laughed softly. The obsession is so deep. Even if you cultivate the devil's scriptures, what good will it do to cut down the Tao? In the end, it's just an empty game. Shut up. I'll tell you to shut up. Lin Fan roared angrily. His figure fiercely approaching. The blood qi in his hands transforming into 100 weapons. Madly sweeping to kill. Chen Fan's figure was like a golden crow sweeping shadows. And he was able to maneuver under his attack without being attacked by him in the slightest. However, Lin Fan became more and more frantic. Why? Why aren't you dead yet? Lin Fan's hands transformed into 2 blood blades and his eyes were crimson. Like 2 flames. As he crazily attacked Chen Fan, the sea under his feet swirling with monstrous waves. Looking at this scene, Chen Fan's hand suddenly pinched his knots. Green light shrouded. The divine ability took shape, pointing directly at Lin Fan's brow. He was already sick of it. Although this person was treated as a double by one of his enemies, he was by no means allowed to be so reckless in front of him. Bang! Lin Fan flew out violently backwards. His protective blood qi was torn apart alive. And blood gushed out furiously. Lin Fan barely managed to stabilize his stance. The resentment in his eyes increased. And he said sternly, Chen Fan. Today, either you die or I die. Chen Fan said blandly. Being obsessive will eventually lead to one's own destruction. Lin Fan disregarded everything and frantically urged the demonic power in his body. The blood qi around his body coalesced into a hideous blood-colored beast that roared and lunged at Chen Fan. Chen Fan's gaze condensed. His hands formed a seal. The green light flourished. The green lotus shadow emerged. And dots of green light fell. The green emperor is in the red dust. Before the words fell, a bright green light streaked out from heaven and earth, cutting straight through the blood-colored beast. Wherever the green light reached, it shook without bounds. The blood-colored beast let out a mournful scream under the green light and was instantly split in half, turning into a sky full of blood mist. Lin Fan spat out blood, and his entire breath weakened all of a sudden. Chen Fan! Chen Fan! Chen Fan! Why? Why? Since you chose to cut your flesh to return to your mother and pick your bones to return to your father, why are you still alive? Why? Chen Fan's eyes were like water, unperturbed. And he was not surprised that one strike had seriously injured Lin Fan. Compared to earlier, his cultivation level was once again elevated. His mana was incomparably deep. And with the addition of this period of time's enlightenment, the pilgrimage was no longer difficult to match. Although Lin Fan is strong, but ultimately is only the ranks of the heavenly pride, has not reached the height of the absolute heavenly pride. Even if there is a devil's way emperor scripture, it is only a form but not its true meaning. And it will eventually become the nutrients for the rest of the heirs. Who is thy master? If I have the opportunity, I will exterminate him. And I will be able to live up to the insults you have suffered in the past. Looking at the face that was 3 times similar to his previous life, Chen Fan finally opened his mouth and asked. Although he had not been personally humiliated, someone who dared to use someone similar to himself as a stand-in for abuse made him ultimately unhappy. Chapter 85, Let me see how much power you still have. The former heavenly pride of the central region. Lin Fan clenched his teeth, his eyes burning with rage, his voice mixed with a manic trill. Master is. Before the words left his mouth, his figure suddenly became filled with blood aura. as if he wanted to tear the heaven and earth apart like a berserker. Third princess of the feathered emperor dynasty, Chen Yawei. Your beloved imperial sister. Chen Fan. The moment these words came out, heaven and earth seemed to freeze. Chen Fan's complexion suddenly changed. His eyes as cold as frost. Chilling. Thou art actually from the feathered emperor dynasty, Chen Fan said in a cold voice. Lin Fan's tongue lightly licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. And his smile was filled with madness and resentment. Exactly. I am from the Yu Hua imperial dynasty. And I am the only disciple of your favorite third sister, Chen Yawei. Oh yes. Nowadays you are but a lonely soul, long without relatives to rely on. Ha 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 ha. Chen Fan's eyes became colder and colder. And his killing intent was like a tidal wave that filled the 4 fields. As if he was in the 9 ghosts of purgatory. Lin Fan, however, was oblivious to the fact that he was stroking his face and laughed maniacally. Sometimes I really hate this face. Yet I am grateful, if not. Would my favorite master not cast a single glance at me? No, thou not. Chen Fan. Chen Fan's face was expressionless. His voice chilled to the bone. Is this your last words? Then go to hell. Before the words fell, the green light suddenly rose as Chen Fan's figure approached like lightning. Lin Fan's eyes blazed as he continued to taunt. If I kill you today, I'll be the only one in the eyes of the master. As for you, a lonely ghost, return to the dust. No one wants you to survive. Suddenly, a blood-red shadow rose from behind him, transforming into a blood-colored skeleton, holding a white bone scythe in his hand, like a hellish evil spirit. As he whispered grimly, "Vision, white bone skeleton." Lin Fan took out a blood-colored elixir, tilted his head and swallowed it. His body's aura surged, and the power of the Pishang Deshang raged wildly. Both hands turned into sharp blades. One strike chopped Chen Fan's green light. Another strike stabbed Chen Fan's face. The momentum was like running thunder. Frightening. Chen Fan frowned slightly, his gaze deepening as the green light in his hand flashed, meeting Lin Fan's sharp blade head-on. The 2 powerful forces collided fiercely in the air, erupting into a deafening roar as the sky and earth changed color. Lin Fan was not willing to show weakness. His demonic chi surged again, transforming into countless blood-colored phantoms that wrapped around his body like a giant net. Wanting to trap Chen Fan, he roared madly. Chen Fan! Stop struggling. You are just a mere life-spring cultivator. Even if you were a great power in your previous life, what can you do to me? Besides, have you ever seen someone you care about looking for you? Chen Fan's expression was cold, and the aura of the green lotus intertwined with the blood flames to form a brilliant light. He took a deep breath and moved his body slightly. The green light in his palm transformed into countless green lotus petals that floated in the air, slowly wrapping Lin Fan. Why do I need those sins to find me? I only wish for them all to disappear, including your favorite master, Chen Yaoyue. Chen Fan's tone was as cold as frost. Lin Fan's face was twisted, his eyes burning with blazing rage as he laughed maniacally. He. Chen Fan. I never expected that you would say such words. If Master Teacher knew about this, her expression would be wonderful. He waved his hands violently, and the blood flames erupted once again. The entire sea was instantly dyed blood red, just like purgatory. The surrounding aura was crazily devoured by him, forming a huge vortex that wanted to completely engulf Chen Fan. Chen Fan was unmoved as the green light enveloped him and the green lotus shadow coalesced, transforming into an impenetrable shield that firmly blocked Lin Fan's blood flames. Lin Fan laughed maniacally, his voice sharp and piercing. Interesting. Really interesting. I can't wait to crush you. I really want to see what Chen Yaoyue's expression will be. Chen Fan's eyes were cold as ice for miles as he said faintly. Rather coincidentally, I also want to end you with my own hands. After he said that, the green light in his hand condensed and transformed into a green lotus sword. The sword's aura dazzling, pointing directly at Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lin Fan's smile grew more and more maniacal as he said arrogantly, "Come on. Let me see how much power you still have. The former heavenly pride of the central region. I'll devour you little by little, without leaving a trace." Chapter 86, Your Cognition is Ultimately Shallow. Chen Fan held the green lotus sword in his hand, and the blade pointed out a cold light. Lin Fan's eyes were filled with the color of madness, and his maniacal laughter intensified. Good aptitude. I am not as good as you. But this is not enough. Your cultivation is a hard injury. Even if you have 1,000 wonderful methods, you can't cross the gap between the heavenly abyss. Between Lin Fan's laughter, the blood-colored skeleton behind him suddenly opened its huge mouth, devouring towards Chen Fan as if it was going to swallow the sky and devour the earth. Chen Fan's green lotus sword mantle suddenly came out, like a wild wind rolling over the sea, stirring up monstrous waves, and the surrounding aura was in disarray. However, Lin Fan had planned ahead. In the face of this overwhelming attack, he suddenly laughed wildly up to the sky. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Lin Fan's body suddenly changed, and he even gave up that blood-colored skeleton, allowing it to be destroyed by Chen Fan's sword. In an instant, the blood qi in the four directions of the sea surged and quickly condensed into a treacherous formation. In the formation, dozens of blood-red vines broke the waves from the surface of the sea, wrapping around Chen Fan in an instant, binding him firmly. And the power of the green lotus sword was curbed. How do you think I dare to fight you? A great power in my previous life. Alone? Lin Fan covered his face with both hands and laughed maniacally. This formation is called the soul-swallowing locking elemental formation, and it was specially designed for you. I have been planning for more than 10 years, and I thought that I would have no chance to perform it. But I never thought that you would throw yourself into the net. God's will. Truly God's will. From now on, your magic power and even your soul will be gradually devoured until you are no longer able to fight back. At that time, I will devour you one bite at a time. Chen Fan was entangled in the blood vines, feeling the mana being slowly sucked up by the formation. But his expression remained unperturbed, his eyes as deep as the abyss. With this mere formation, you want to trap me? That's quite a bit of naivety. Seeing this, Lin Fan's maniacal color worsened as he sneered. At the end of your life, you are still showing off your tongue. Chen Fan, once a towering pride, now he's like a turtle in a jar, ready to be slaughtered. It's really laughable. Before the words fell, the power of the formation intensified violently, and the blood vines became more and more tightly bound, as if they wanted to crush Chen Fan's bones. On the surface of the sea, gusts of wind rose up and dark clouds covered the sky and earth, filling them with an oppressive aura. Chen Fan closed his eyes and felt. Although the mana in his body was weakened, his mind became clearer and clearer. He slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was like electricity, and he faintly said, "Nice little trick. For you. It is indeed something to be proud of." When Lin Fan heard this, he became enraged and gritted his teeth. "Less pretense. When I devour your mana, I will refine your divine soul, so that you will never be able to transcend your life." The corner of Chen Fan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. "Is that so?" In an instant, Chen Fan's body was surrounded by green light, and his body's mana was like a shocking wave, blossoming with brilliant light. The body that was entangled by the blood vines erupted with a powerful recoil force. And the blood vines broke and turned into pieces. Lin Fan was shocked. His face filled with horror. This is impossible. How could the soul-swallowing locking yuan formation be broken by you so easily? What kind of secret method did you perform? Chen Fan put his hands behind his back. Surrounded by green light. Like a god descending to the world. And said blandly, "This formation is nothing more than devouring mana and suppressing the divine soul. To ordinary cultivators, it may have miraculous effects. But to me, it is like child's play." Before the words fell, the mana around Chen Fan once again erupted like a tsunami sweeping through his body. Lin Fan's eyes were filled with madness as he stared at Chen Fan. Hissing, "Impossible! Impossible! I know that you had deep magical power in your previous life. But this formation is enough to suppress 10 times the cultivation of a normal person. And it was specially built for you. So how could it be ineffective?" Chen Fan's gaze was as frosty as he faintly said, "Your cognition is ultimately shallow. My magical power is not something you can speculate on?" Chapter 87, I have a law that thou shalt destroy. Lin Fan fiercely bit his tongue and sprayed out a mouthful of blood, spilling it into the formation. In a flash, the formation glowed. And the blood-colored vines once again grew wildly. Like 10,000 snakes dancing wildly. Wanting to completely strangle Chen Fan. Ha 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 ha. Joke. You're just a lonely ghost. How dare you presume to be an immortal? Pretending. Lin Fan laughed maniacally. His voice piercing to the ears. As if it was a demonic sound from the abyss. Making one's mind uneasy. Chen Fan smiled blandly as the green lotus sword in his hand blossomed with eye-catching sword awnings. The blade of the sword was lightly waved. And the green lotus shadow danced in the sky. Just like a fairyland descending. As far as the sword aura went, the blood vines broke off one after another. Unable to get close. Die by my hand. You can be proud of yourself. Chen Fan said indifferently. His tone filled with endless majesty. In the past, how many heavenly prides fell under his sword? And how few of them could make him memorize them? Today, this Lin Fan had made him remember this face. When Lin Fan saw that the attack was ineffective, his mind trembled. And the color of madness in his eyes became more and more intense. He violently raised his head to the sky and let out a long whistle. His voice sounded like a stern ghost. And the wind and clouds in the sky and earth changed. Suddenly, his entire body's blood chi surged. And his figure suddenly skyrocketed, transforming into a huge blood-colored devil shadow. Chen Fan! Will thou bleed? Lin Fan roared. His voice shaking like thunder. He raised his huge palm, carrying a monstrous demonic aura, and slapped Chen Fan straight on. And wherever he passed, the waves rolled back, and the wind howled furiously. Chen Fan's expression was cold. The sword in his hand gently swung, and the light of the green lotus transformed into a brilliant sword on, meeting that bloody giant palm. In an instant, the sword was like a torrent, rushing through, carrying the momentum of washing everything. The giant palm was instantly shattered by the sword awnings, turning into a rain of blood that spilled out of the sky. Lin Fan's eyes were red, his body's mana surging madly, unwilling to lose to Chen Fan. What's more, the other party was only at the Fate Spring realm. He no longer cared about his injuries and madly gathered his strength as the bloody skeleton silhouette rose once again, spreading its teeth and claws as it ferociously pounced on Chen Fan. Chen Fan's gaze was deep as he softly recited, "I have a method that you should destroy." In an instant, the light blossomed, and a huge green lotus silhouette slowly bloomed behind him, its petals stretching out layer by layer, emitting a holy and vast aura. The Green Lotus shadow rotated and turned into a huge energy vortex, attracting Lin Fan's scarlet skeleton. And then it was directly annihilated in a flash of green light. At the same time, Lin Fan felt an irresistible suction force, and his body was involuntarily pulled over. This is impossible. Lin Fan struggled frantically, his eyes filled with despair and madness. Suddenly, Lin Fan was attracted to Chen Fan's body. Chen Fan's eyes were cold and cold, like the gods of the 9 heavens, towering over him. He slowly raised a finger, and a ray of green light surrounded the tip of his finger, containing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. It's over. Chen Fan's tone was icy cold as he tapped his finger, pointing it straight at Lin Fan's center of the eyebrow. Just as the green light was about to touch, a golden light flashed. A simple and ancient token flew out from Lin Fan's forehead, blocking the fatal blow. With a loud boom, the green light collided with the token, erupting into a dazzling light. Lin Fan took the opportunity to break free from his bonds and backed up in a sorry state, trembling and dripping with cold sweat. Stunned, he muttered, "Almost. Just a little bit. And I'll be soul dead." Chen Fan frowned slightly as his eyes fell on the token suspended in the air, only to see that on top of the token, there were 4 ancient words Yuhua Imperial Dynasty vaguely engraved on it, emitting a mysterious aura. A life-preserving talisman of the Feathered Emperor Dynasty? Chen Fan said in a cold voice. "Chen Yaoyue really thinks highly of you, to the point of even granting you this item." Chapter 88, Chen Yaoyue appears. When Lin Fan heard this, a hint of complacency and resentment flashed in his eyes as he gasped. "Chen Fan, even if you beat me by 1 move, what can you do? I am the only disciple of your favorite Chen Yaoyue, so I naturally have many means to save my life. This is all thanks to you." Ha 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 ha. Chen Fan's expression was cold as he faintly said, "A token that can keep you safe? It's too naive." Before the words fell, the green lotus sword in his hand trembled slightly. The green light converged again, and the sword blade pointed directly at Lin Fan. A majestic sword intent rose up to the sky. The waves surged, and the sky and earth changed color. Lin Fan felt that overpowering killing intent and hastily activated the power of the token. The golden light instantly enveloped his entire body, transforming into an impenetrable shield. Chen Fan. This secret realm does not allow the power of the Tao Palace to manifest. It is impossible for you to kill me. Don't waste your efforts," he hissed, his tone full of resentment. Chen Fan no longer spoke. His gaze was as cold as frost, and the sword in his hand was raised high. The surrounding heaven and earth aura surged crazily, converging on the sword. In an instant, the sword's awnings flourished. The light shone brightly in the 9 heavens, like a heavenly god descending, pressurizing the 4 directions, causing one to be chilled. He fiercely chopped down with his sword, and the sword blade slashed straight down like a rainbow through the sun. Bang! Thousands of sword chi crisscrossed across the sky, containing the meaning of the dissolution of all things. Magnificent and unstoppable. The golden shield instantly cracked under this unparalleled sword force, as if the ice was broken, and then crumbled into dust, turning into nothingness. Lin Fan's pupils suddenly shrunk, and his voice was filled with panic. "Impossible. This token is strong enough to withstand a day and night's attack by a cultivator from the other side. You can't be this powerful." The sword light penetrated everything, and the golden shield shattered. The sword chi was like a dragon, attacking Lin Fan's heart directly, seeming to annihilate him completely. Lin Fan's face was pale, and the color of madness intensified. Unwillingly, he yelled, "Chen Fan! Even if you kill me, you won't be able to change anything. You are a complete and utter failure. Chen Fan's eyes were cold and his tone was indifferent. There will always be a day of closure for what happened in the past. Today, please die as a sacrifice for me. Just as the sword chi was about to penetrate Lin Fan, the token that had been sent flying out shattered with a bang, and a snow-white mana suddenly arrived, deflecting the sword chi and dissolving it into nothing. Whoever thou art, retreat at this moment, or else I will surely exterminate all 10 of thy clans, slaughter 10,000 miles, and sever all bloodlines. A voice as cold as a cold spring echoed between heaven and earth. Snow-white light flashed. Shen Yaoyue stood in the air, her white clothes flowing like snow. Her aura was magnificent, and her expression was indifferent, like a fairy descending from the sky and pressurizing the 4 directions. When Lin Fan saw her, it was as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and he said urgently, "Master, save me." Chen Fan's gaze was suddenly cold, like the cold ice of the 9 heavens. His killing intent was hard to hide, and his murderous aura went straight to the clouds. He snapped his eyes back, 2 cold auras flashing as he coldly said, "Chen Yaowei." Chen Yaoyue's eyes fell. Her complexion suddenly condensed, slightly moved, and she whispered, "Chen Fan?" The long sword in Chen Fan's hand swung violently, and the green light sword chi roared out, like a giant dragon tumbling and chopping up everything. The sword chi pointed straight at Chen Yaoyue, showing no mercy. Chen Yaoyue slightly returned to her senses. Her hands pinched seals, and an ice spear suddenly stabbed out. The coldness was biting, and she met it head-on, struggling to block the sword chi. "Chen Fan, thou art not dead. Why did thou not return to the imperial dynasty and stray to the eastern region? Why exactly?" Chen Fan's surrounding mana fluctuated violently, his mana penetrating through his body with even more power than before. The green lotus shadow behind him shook wildly, and the sky was filled with green light like stars falling. Away from the body, divine thoughts. Truly wonderful. Knowing that I want to kill you and the rest of these sinful beasts, I even took the initiative to send them to my door. Chen Fan sneered. Separation from the body is the great magical ability of Xiantai cultivators. Separating a trace of their own Yuan Shen and attaching it to a magic treasure for the protection of the Dao for low-ranked cultivators. However, it is difficult to use this method frequently, and separating too much of one's Yuan Shen is not conducive to cultivation. Chapter 89, Good. Chen Fan, you really have this ability. Even the third sister dares to make such a move. Chen Yaoyue's eyes were slightly cold as she blandly looked at Chen Fan and said, "I am already aware of what you have done. This time out of anger. Should also return." Chen Fan couldn't help but smile and laughed back in anger. "Let me return? When I overthrow you and the others, I will return and never let you live one more day." Chen Yaoyue coldly said. "Enough. Chen Fan. Even if you have the Emperor's sword to protect your body, it is still difficult to have a peaceful day. And you will eventually die. Although the Emperor's sword is strong, it is not invincible. If there is another race, you will truly be dead." Chen Fan snorted coldly. The long sword in his hand moved suddenly. The sword chi was biting, rolling up monstrous waves. Asterisk 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 asterisk, still pretending to be a good person? Give me death. Sword light suddenly erupted, and then a divine ability appeared. Green Emperor proceeds to the red dust. Chen Yaoyue's eyebrows were deeply locked, her delicate features hiding her anger. Her palms flipped. Dozens of ice spears rose up in the air and violently stabbed out. The sea surface was instantly filled with frost. "Chen Fan, that's enough. You have already exhausted your breath. Why are you still doing this?" The ice spear and sword light collided. The green light spread, and the ice spear dissolved as much as it could, forcing it towards Chen Yaoyue's body. Her eyes flashed with surprise, but her hands moved swiftly, slapping out. Vast mana swept to wash away the green light. As the green light dispersed, Chen Yaoyue's figure dimmed, and her divine mind was greatly depleted. What is this? She was shocked in her voice. With her Xiantai cultivation, it was enough to be invincible in this realm. But it was even difficult for Chen Fan to resist a single divine move? The avatar that kills you, Chen Fan said in a cold voice. His figure suddenly appeared and his long sword swung violently, wanting to behead Chen Yaoyue. Chen Yaoyue's eyes were cold, and her figure retreated sharply. But the green lotus behind Chen Fan shook slightly, and a powerful attraction appeared suddenly, forcibly pulling Chen Yaoyue. Not good. Chen Yaoyue was alerted in her heart, and snow-white mana came out through her body, accompanied by the power of terrifying divine thoughts. Boom! A green-colored long sword plummeted down, fiercely chopping towards Chen Yaoyue, who was protected by snow-white mana. With a cold snort, her palm slammed out, striking at Chen Fan's sword. With a bang, the sword light was deflected and reappeared in an instant. In an instant, the two exchanged hundreds of strokes, and Chen Yaoyue felt more and more alarmed the more they fought. Although Chen Fan is a life spring cultivator, he has profound magical power and outstanding combat strength. Even Chen Yaoyue is also slightly stretched, which is really horrible. Moreover, the Emperor's sword had not yet appeared, so it was not a good time to fight again. Immediately, Chen Yaoyue violently broke free from Chen Fan's divine control and rose up in the air, wanting to carry Lin Fan away. Chen Fan's eyes were scarlet as the green lotus withered behind him, instantly transforming into a dragon's shadow that roamed the void. Desire to escape? Give me death. In an instant, Chen Fan's figure chased after him, and his long sword plummeted down, vowing to kill the two of them as much as possible. Chen Yaoyue's gaze was cold, blocking this sword, and said in a cold voice, Chen Fan, are you really like this? Chen Fan smiled disdainfully without responding. His long sword danced wildly, but did not point directly at Chen Yaoyue. Instead, he wanted to chop Lin Fan first, and then use his divine ability to destroy and kill her. Lin Fan was terrified and disoriented. His mind was disoriented, and he laughed maniacally. Chen Fan! You can't kill me! You can't kill me! A sword light suddenly fell around Lin Fan, and the 10 feet of sea was split by the sword chi, revealing the deep seabed. This was not a water release by Chen Fan, but a blockage set up by Chen Yaoyue. Do not belittle Chen Fan's power just because he can temporarily suppress Chen Yaoyue. This secret realm was created by an ancient great emperor, and it is strictly forbidden to exceed the power of the Dao Palace. Even if a saint arrives, he must follow its rules. Therefore, even though Chen Yaoyue possesses 1,000 magical powers, it is still difficult for her to suppress Chen Fan. Good. Chen Fan, you really have this ability. Even third sister dares to make such a move. Chen Yaoyue's voice was filled with anger, and her eyes were completely cold. However, Chen Fan did not move. A vast sword light suddenly converged, killing intent austere, pointing directly at the two, obviously intended to cut off the extermination. Chapter 90, Are you really such a waste? 100 years and no progress? Chen Yaoyue's gaze was grave as she quickly operated her magical power and formed a seal to control her god. Her divine ability and Chen Fan's killing intense sword light clashed in the air, sparks flying in all directions. Beneath the seabed, dark currents surged, as if countless sharp edges lurked within. Chen Fan, if you dare to make another move, You will suffer the consequences. Chen Yaoyue flung her sleeve. Lin Fan flew out in her hand and warned in a cold voice. Her voice containing an unquestionable majesty. Chen Fan laughed coldly and swung his long sword. The sword chi was like a rainbow. With the momentum of breaking the sky, he directly attacked Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lin Fan was horrified and hastily retreated. But he was forced by Chen Fan's sword chi to step back and was unable to escape. His face turned pale as he violently erupted into a burst of crazy laughter. Chen Fan! Your third sister is watching. If you dare to kill me, are you really not afraid that you won't be able to return to the imperial dynasty in the future? Are you really not afraid that she will never care about you again and hold a grudge against you? When Chen Yaoyue saw Lin Fan's panic and loss of composure, her expression became even colder. And with a flash of divine power in her hand, she had closed in on Chen Fan at arm's length. Good. Since you're looking for death, I'll beat you half to death and bring you back, she coldly said. Chen Fan's gaze was like a torch. His sword was even more fierce. The sword chi crisscrossed the sky and earth, as if it was going to tear the sky and earth apart. Chen Yaoyue was not willing to show weakness. Mana and sword chi mirrored each other. The two of them were evenly matched. It was difficult to distinguish between them. Lin Fan witnessed the battle between the two from the sidelines, the flesh and blood under his tattered clothes vaguely writhing, a sense of greed and devouring surging in his heart. Chen Fan! Lin Fan murmured softly. How on earth did you come to life? Why does this current body of yours give me such desire? He took out a pishy spirit pill, and as he swallowed it, a burst of medicinal power rose, repairing his injured body. Feeling the slow recovery, Lin Fan's eyes furrowed slightly, revealing a color of dissatisfaction. Ever since he became Chen Yaoyue's disciple, he has not tasted such spirit pills for a long time. All because the secret realm restrictions are too harsh. If he wasn't forbidden, why was he beaten so badly by Chen Fan? Unable to even utilize some powerful magic treasures. Suddenly, Lin Fan's complexion worsened. That bastard's emperor's sword hadn't even been used. And can this secret realm restrict emperor soldiers? Chen Fan! You are bold. Chen Yaoyue's delicate features were slashed as the vast green light continued to wash over her divine thoughts. Chen Fan laughed coldly, without the slightest bit of nonsense. In his hands once again performed the green emperor in the red dust. The sword light pointed directly at Lin Fan. And then the green lotus behind him shook slightly, forcibly pulling Chen Yaoyue. You! Chen Yaoyue said angrily. The youngest brother who had followed her in the past and called out to her imperial sister had dared to plot against her and her disciples' lives today. White moon technique. A white moon suddenly rose from the surface of the sea, occupying the entire sea. And the cool moonlight spilled down in all directions, carrying a solemn killing intent. Between heaven and earth, everything fell into her hands. Even that green light divine ability was slowly annihilated under the reflection of the white moon. Chen Fan let out a light whistle, one hand behind his back, holding the long sword made of green light, slowly dropping down, gazing at Chen Yaoyue. If I am not mistaken, this divine ability is something that I have helped you to achieve. And today, you are even using this divine ability to kill with me. The words suddenly turned, the tone of voice high, full of contempt. Are you really such a waste? 100 years of time have not made any progress? You only have this kind of magical ability? Chen Yaoyue couldn't help but clench her palms, her eyes flashing like electricity. Shut up! There is no need for you to say anything more about what I am doing. Chen Fan's laughter surged, and he finally couldn't help himself, laughing so hard that he couldn't stand up straight. Ridiculous. Ridiculous? Truly ridiculous. I'm afraid that you don't have a divine ability available? It's also true that your inferior qualifications can only be so. Lies aren't fastidious. The truth is. Chen Yaoyue's entire body suddenly trembled. Her pretty face shifting between red and iron blue. Chen Fan. You. Chen Fan waved his sleeve. His smile suddenly tightened and he said in a cold voice. You what you? Give me death. The long sword in his hand descended violently. And the sword chi was like 10 million sharp blades, covering the sky and earth. Chapter 91, Chen Yaoyue falls. Chen Yaoyue snorted coldly. Good. Today, even if this divine thought falls, I will still give you a lesson. Before the words fell, the waters suddenly changed color. And the clear and cold white light instantly turned into killing intent. Countless moonlight like sharp blades suddenly split out. As if heaven and earth are controlled by her at the moment. The murderous aura filled the air, biting cold and piercing the bones. Chen Fan snorted coldly. The dragon's shadow behind him suddenly dissipated. The green lotus violently transformed. Dots of green light sprinkled down like rain. And the domain of impervious to all laws was instantly activated. Countless moonlight and green light intertwined and collided, making it difficult to get close to each other. Seeing that the divine ability failed to attack Chen Fan, Chen Yaoyue's heart flinched. Her eyes furrowed slightly. And she said in a cold voice, This is the bitter sea-born golden lotus? No. It is the sea of bitterness giving birth to the green lotus. Chen Fan. You are so lucky to be able to give birth to this vision. Chen Fan's eyes flashed. Two cold ons pierced his bones. And the long sword in his hand swung down violently, wanting to lynch Chen Yaoyue with one sword. Bang! Vegetarian hand raised. A white jade-like palm violently struck the long sword. Sparks splashed everywhere. The light between heaven and earth suddenly flashed. And the aura was compelling. Chen Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold as he held his sword in both hands and slashed out violently, his mana fluctuating continuously. Chen Yaoyue no longer spoke. Her hands pinched the seal. The violent mana suddenly erupted. A 10-feet ice dragon appeared out of thin air, fiercely biting at Chen Fan. Raging and relentless. The sea moon hanging high. The cold moonlight sprinkled. Killing intent dense. Like a frosty cold. Chilling. Chen Fan cupped a seal with one hand. His divine ability reappeared. And a palm violently slapped the ice dragon to pieces, followed by a long sword that suddenly killed. Bang! Dozens of ice spears with sharp ons shot out. Sharp and clear, blocking Chen Fan's harsh killing moves. The two men retreated a few steps each. The killing intent was even greater. The atmosphere was suddenly solemn. The battle started again. The sword chi was spreading. And the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. A day later. The morning sun is slightly exposed. The sea surface glows. But at this moment there is a murderous atmosphere. Chen Fan's clothes were disheveled. His eyes were crimson. His killing intent was awe-inspiring. And his battle intent became more and more terrifying. Without a moment's pause, Chen Fan seized the good opportunity. The long sword in his hand was like a true dragon crossing the sky, striving for a sword, pointing directly at Chen Yaoyue, who was nearly dissipated in front of his eyes, and lording it over him. The sword aura was so powerful that it was like tearing apart the heavens and the earth, causing one to be chilled. Chen Yaoyue sighed softly and gazed at Chen Fan with a complicated gaze. The two of them were speechless for a while, as if the only sound left in the heaven and earth was the sound of their breathing intertwined with the sword chi. The killing intent in Chen Fan's eyes slightly decreased, and his smile resurfaced with a pleasant expression. Although he did not really put Chen Yaoyue to death, but chopped off a trace of her divine idea and yuanshan, which already made him satisfied. The green long sword gradually dissipated. Chen Yaoyue's figure also gradually blurred. At this time she was no longer able to set off a wave. The only thing left was the last remnants. Chen Fan was also unwilling to make any more effort. And the demise of this trace of Chen Yaoyue's Yuanshen had become a certainty. And this battle is all due to the limitations of cultivation. If not, just one strike can be annihilated. Why waste a day by slowly wiping out its existence? Chen Fan. The anger is out of you too. Let my disciple go. Chen Yaoyue finally spoke. A hint of helplessness in her voice. It wasn't that she didn't want to capture Chen Fan. It was really that Chen Fan was too outrageous. The mana was incomparably strong and the aptitude was amazing. Combat awareness is even top-notch. With no holes in his entire body. Even the ancient great emperor did not take advantage of the situation. This, coupled with the limitations of the secret realm, caused her to have many great divine abilities and powerful methods that she was unable to use. Therefore, she was defeated. Chen Fan turned around blandly. His gaze swept towards Lin Fan, who was not far away, and laughed lightly. Good. Chen Yaoyue looked delighted, thinking that Chen Fan had finally changed his mind, and whispered, "Brother Fan." Suddenly, however, he was interrupted by Chen Fan, who looked back with a puzzled face and sneered. "You still really believe it?" Realizing that she was being teased, Chen Yaoyue's complexion suddenly turned cold. Her gaze sharpened, and she said in a cold voice, "If you dare to kill my disciple, I will wait outside the secret boundaries. Do you dare?" Chen Fan withdrew his gaze and walked slowly towards Lin Fan, responding blandly, "Come if you have the guts. I'll be waiting." Chen Yaoyue wanted to speak. Yet her divine thoughts were eventually completely annihilated and she was unable to utter another word. Her figure dissipated like smoke into the morning sun, leaving only the shimmering surface of the sea. Chapter 92: Exterminating Lin Fan. Lin Fan gazed at Chen Fan's fading figure, and his face was suddenly gloomy to the extreme. Unexpectedly, even Chen Yaoyue was killed by Chen Fan. Is this person really immortal? Even if I look through the ancient books, I have never heard of such a horrific battle record. To life spring against the other side of the shore. The ancient great emperor also rare. Today is really standing in front of me. Earlier when he was fighting with Chen Yaoyue, Lin Fan wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to escape. But Chen Fan's gaze was like a torch, and he didn't spare a single chance to escape. If Lin Fan left a little bit, he would abandon Chen Yaoyue. And then he caught up with her and gave her a painful attack, forcing Lin Fan to stop. He witnessed the life and death battle between Chen Yaoyue and Chen Fan, and finally saw Chen Yaoyue lose. Chen Fan. Chen Fan's slight eyes lowered, and he blandly said, "What skills you have? Feel free to show them. I have no time to waste with you." Before the words fell, a green light suddenly appeared, instantly appearing in front of Lin Fan, with a stern sword intent, wanting to cut him down. Lin Fan covered his face with one hand, his eyes red, his breath raging. In his hand, he swallowed a dozen pills that entwined blood chi in one bite, and with a violent pull, his entire face was ripped off, revealing all of his flesh and white bones, and hissed, "Even if I die, I do not wish to die in this way." In an instant, Lin Fan violently yanked his neck, and a spinal cord sword suddenly appeared, carrying a terrifying blood and demonic aura. The sword's light was like electricity, and the green light divine power pounced on his face, his aura raging. Chen Fan's smile did not change as he gazed at the spinal cord sword and said, "Interesting. Using the body as the life weapon is quite unique." "What? Finally giving it up?" Lin Fan's eyes burned with monstrous hatred. staring at Chen Fan. His palms could not help but tremble. Even though he had fought with Chen Fan earlier, he had never taken it out. If you take it out today, there is no way back. And if you keep it here, it's a soldier on the other side of the world. Which is ridiculous. As an heir to the Emperor's scriptures, he should have been proud of the 4 directions and dominated the world. But this is the only thing that this destiny weapon is for. War. 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 Chen Fan. I will kill you. Today, there's you and not me. The sword light was waved, and the majestic blood chi mixed with the terrifying demonic chi swept over. With a momentum like a rainbow. Chen Fan snorted coldly. His eyes were bitterly cold and murderous as he coldly said, "Fish death? Are you worthy to compete with me? Is it based on your wasteful master? Or that compassion cultivation emperor scripture? What can you do?" Before the words fell, Chen Fan's whole body was filled with green light. And his mana was like a tide. All natural. Only to see him meet the majestic blood chi with a palm that was as powerful as a rainbow. Violently crashing through the spinal cord sword in Lin Fan's hand. The force was so fierce that Lin Fan was lifted up and screamed miserably as Chen Fan crushed his jaw raw. Blood splattered and flung into the blue sea. Immediately afterward, Chen Fan kicked the spinal cord sword to Lin Fan's side with a stern kick and said coldly, "Pick it up." Taking a big step forward, the majestic mana came out through his body and pressurized heaven and earth. Looking down at Lin Fan on the sea, Chen Fan once again said, "Pick up the sword. Pick up the sword." Lin Fan's whole body trembled, his palms tightly covering the spinal cord sword. But the next instant, Chen Fan violently kicked down, crushing his head, dripping with blood. The green light suddenly fell, instantly annihilating Lin Fan's entire body. And the sea rippled without leaving a trace. Chen Fan took a long breath of turbid air, and the golden crow slowly rose in the distance. 10,000 feet of golden light sprinkled down on his body. Like a layer of holy radiance was plated for him. Today, indeed, is one of the few days I have had a good time. After killing Chen Yaoyue's Yuan Shen and Lin Fan, he only felt that every cell in his body was dancing with joy. As if heaven and earth were celebrating, because he had removed the evil obstacle of Chen Yaoyue. Chen Fan stood for a long time, his eyes gleaming, before he slowly collected his breath and began to clean up the battlefield. Chapter 93, After all, it's just a double. Eastern Domain. Eastern CCI. Chen Yaoyue suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were like electricity, penetrating thousands of miles. Her white clothes were like snow, just like a dusty fairy. "Chen Fan? Beheading my Yuan Shen. Beheading my disciple. You've really grown." She got up violently and looked to the east, her white dress fluttering and her head full of black silk fluttering with the wind, just like flowing clouds in the sky. The disciple is a small matter, but Chen Fan is a big matter. This disciple is only because he is 3 times similar to Chen Fan and his qualifications are mediocre. So he was taken in by her, with very little teacher-disciple relationship. And he is more regarded as Chen Fan's body double. Otherwise, the emperor scripture used by Lin Fan would not be the heaven-swallowing devil technique, nor the feathering emperor scripture. Now that Chen Fan had returned, Lin Fan's double was no longer useful. The fact that a sliver of her spirit had perished to save him was enough to honor this master-disciple bond. Suddenly, Chen Yaoyue frowned slightly, and with a wave of her hand, a jade plate appeared, with the words Luo Qianyu engraved on the back of the jade plate. "Yao Yu. Your brother Chen Fan has been in exile in the outside world for a long time. If there is any news of him, quickly send it back." Mother's news? How could it be so coincidental? As well. Then the message of Chen Fan will be sent back so that the Emperor's sword can be retrieved. Chen Yaoyue tapped her fingertips and a transmission message came out in response. Immediately, withdrawing the token, his eyes gazed at the east, gradually showing cold and complex. His figure suddenly dissipated, leaving like smoke, leaving the eye of the sea that had been waiting here for many years. Feihua Imperial Capital. Magnificent and magnificent. The prosperity of the past still exists. Under the dome of the sky, birds and beasts soar in all directions. With different postures and colors, sometimes there are powerful cultivators driving clouds and descending. With a magnificent momentum, shaking the four fields. Compared to many days ago, the imperial capital has been greatly reorganized. With ruins gone and debris removed, the magnificent buildings have regained their luster. And the splendor of the city has been restored to its former glory. As night falls, the lights are streaming in. Luo Qianyu was wearing a purple dress. Light veil flowing. Her sleeves dancing with the wind. Just like an orchid in the twilight. She sat on top of the phoenix seat. A touch of sadness appeared between her eyebrows. Her eyes were lost in thought. As if she was remembering the past. Her mind was restless. Under the phoenix seat, Chen Yuma was imposing. A white robe as pure as snow. His sleeves fluttering, like clouds in the sky. He stood in the center, looking solemn, imposing, and extraordinary. Around Chen Yuma, surrounded by two beautiful people, were none other than Chen Ruyu and Chen Xiling. Chen Ruyu had a stunning posture. The corners of her lips slightly opened as she softly talked to Chen Yuma about something. On the other side, Chen Xiling was as fresh and lovely as a neighboring sister. Her eyes were smiling. Her expression was gentle. And from time to time, she let out a silver bell-like laughter. Suddenly, Luo Qianyu returned to his senses and asked in a low voice, "Is the news about Little Fan still alive?" Chen Ruyu sniffed, slightly stopping her conversation with Chen Yuma, and respectfully replied, "Mother, there has been no news so far. Despite utilizing all the channels of the imperial dynasty, there is still no trace of Xiao Fan." Luo Qianyu's brows furrowed slightly. Her complexion gloomy, revealing a deep sense of loss and worry. Chen Ruyu hesitated a little and slowly said, "If Little Fan is still in the central region, even if he is hidden in the mountains, even if he deliberately avoids us, it would not be so bad that there would be no trace of him. I suspect that Little Fan is no longer in the central region." Luo Qianyu sniffed, tears in her eyes, her voice carrying a hint of a sob. "Little Fan is not in the central region. So where can I look for him?" Watching Luo Qianyu above being so sad for Chen Fan, Chen Yuma's eyes were suddenly gloomy. His gaze was sharp as a knife, although it was converged in an instant. However, he could not hide a trace of dissatisfaction and resentment between his eyebrows. Chapter 94, The Day the Golden Age Opens. Chen Yuma frowned slightly, a wisp of guilt in his voice. Respectfully said, "Mother, please rest assured. My brother will immediately set off and personally go in search of his brother. Even if it's hard to find in the center of the world. He will also travel south and north, east and west. Even if he travels all over the world. What's the harm?" Luo Qianyu raised her eyes to gaze at Chen Yuma. Her eyes still contained tears, but her expression became more and more determined. And she said firmly, "Yuma can't. Cultivation is important. Your pupil is restored. It is the time to improve your cultivation. You can break through the Xianti realm in one go. As for Xiaofan, I will find it." The corner of Chen Yuma's mouth rose slightly, vaguely revealing a hint of displeasure. And he hastily rebuffed, "Mother, This matter is not something I can easily put down. Luo Qianyu still wanted to persuade again. But suddenly her eyes flashed. And a touch of joy appeared on her face. Chen Ruyu slightly side-eyed. Shen Xiling also coincidentally cast a gaze. The two slightly opposite. Eyes flashing with surprise and joy. They had thought that there was no hope for the Emperor's sword. But they hadn't expected that Chen Yaoyue's side would have news to return. Which was indeed heaven's help. Luo Qianyu's loss subsided and turned into a flash of determination. Chen Yuma's eyes were suddenly cold. The power of his heavy pupils faintly manifesting. Luo Qianyu's gaze landed on him and softly said, "Umo?" Chen Yuma converged on the power of his heavy pupils. A warm smile surfaced. And said in a low voice, "Momentarily hearing the news of my royal brother, I lost my temper." After saying that, Luo Qianyu nodded slightly. And did not have the heart to ask again. And hurriedly took out a jade tablet. The holy power flowed in his hand. And suddenly Chen Yaoyue's figure appeared in mid-air. Transmitting the news that Chen Fan was in the eastern region's Sea Rime mysterious realm. Luo Qianyu burst into tears and said softly, "Little Fan, I will take you home. The violet spirit is coming with me. Little Fan loves you the most. He will wish to see you." Chen Ruyu and Chen Xiling had different looks. A trace of regret flashed between Chen Ruyu's brows. But she still nodded with a smile and said, "Hurry up and bring little Fan back." Chen Yuma's palm under the sleeve is slightly clenched. But his face does not show half a break. Although the heart to kill. But things cannot be done. Do not want to see Chen Fan's face. Lest the heart of the devil to breed. More because the power of the pupil is more abundant than before. The cultivation is more important. Luo Qianyu got up and respectfully said, "Ruyu and Umo. Then stay in the imperial dynasty and take care of father. Don't let the imperial dynasty be left unoccupied." A trace of regret flashed in Chen Ruyu's eyes. But she still smiled and promised, "I will try my best." Chen Yuma, slightly silent, finally agreed. Although he wants to kill Chen Fan on the spot. But the current situation cannot. And cultivation is important. How can you be distracted? Luo Qianyu explained a few sentences and then couldn't wait to leave with Chen Xiling. The spirit boat floated in the air, carrying a troop of escorts, killing the sky, quickly sailing into the transmission array, heading towards the eastern region, disappearing between the clouds. Chen Ruyu and Chen Yuma stared side by side as they watched Luo Qianyu leave with the Imperial Dynasty soldiers in formation. Suddenly, Chen Ruyu opened her mouth and asked, "Earlier? I wanted to ask you, Mo. Why did he personally go to Xiaofan's place before?" Chen Yuma smiled blandly and replied, "Imperial brother is lonely. As an imperial brother, he should send warmth and comfort." Chen Ruyu let out a light laugh and turned to ask, "How many days are needed to break through the Immortal 2 realm?" The old ancestors have already calculated that the Golden Great World will open in a year's time. And I'm afraid that it will be difficult to seize the first opportunity if I fail to cut my way through the realm of kings by then. A hint of sharpness flashed in Chen Yuma's eyes as he replied, 30 days. Chen Ruyu smiled and nodded. Her voice as cold as ice jade. I'm waiting for the day when Lord Umo ascends to the throne. Chen Yuma slightly nodded. Arched his hand and retreated. I will first go to the retreat. If Imperial Brother returns, I am afraid that I cannot come out of the retreat. Please pass the word to the Imperial Brother. My brother is also here to welcome. A hint of contempt flashed in Chen Ruyu's eyes as she smiled and promised. Go. Chapter 95, The System Reappears. The Sea Rai Mystery Realm was vast and boundless. With miles and miles of sea, blue waves, and exquisite scenery. Just like a fairyland on earth. Breeze, water and sky. Serene and peaceful. Like a beautiful painting between heaven and earth. A spirit boat slowly traveled. On the boat, Chen Fan was dressed in green. Sitting on his knees, his posture peaceful. The sea breeze gently flicked. His sleeves fluttered. And beside him leaned a spine sword, which was precisely Lin Fan's original weapon. Farther inside the boat stands a snow-white fox. White fur speckled with blood. Tail has gradually recovered. Torn body also healed, but still unconscious. Chen Fan held a cup of spiritual tea in his hands and gently sipped on it, the fragrance lingering between his lips and teeth. A mana quietly flowed in his hand, channeling the spiritual qi to Su Qingqing, helping her to recover her vitality. Chen Fan's eyes rotated as he gazed at Lin Fan's native soldier. And with a flash of light in his hand, Lin Fan's stored spirit treasure suddenly appeared in his palm. The divine sense moved violently, forcibly destroying Lin Fan's residual divine sense, causing the spiritual treasure to return to its ownerless state. Immediately afterward, the divine sense swept, quickly sweeping through the spiritual treasure within. And within moments, all the treasures were revealed. Source stone 200,000 pounds. More than 10 pieces of Dao Palace magic treasure. 5 pieces of 4 extreme magic treasure. 2 pieces of dragon magic treasure. Especially a Xiantai heavy forbidden weapon. The forbidden weapon. Non-renewable magic treasure. Are disposable artifacts. Unrivaled power. In an instant, the magic treasure limit output. Xiantai heavy forbidden weapon as if Xiantai cultivator self-detonation. Mighty abnormal. There were even dozens of times as many canonical books as the mortal scriptures. And even a mutilated sage's code. But Chen Fan's brows furrowed slightly. And then he stretched and whispered. Also, wouldn't the Emperor's scriptures be stored in the storage magic treasure? The Emperor's scripture is the most precious treasure in heaven and earth. And even though it has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, there is only one Emperor's Dao inheritance. But Lin Fan didn't know where he got this Emperor's scripture from. Even though this Emperor's scripture is a compulsion-raising technique, it is also a supreme treasure. Why did Lin Fan put it in the storage treasure? Probably just injected it directly into his mind. Or destroyed it after obtaining it. And only stored it in his heart, so that no one else could take advantage of it. Chen Fan shook his head slightly, gazing at the distant sea level, and said blandly, "What I gain is my destiny. And what I lose is my fortune. And so be it. And so be it." Suddenly, a voice as crisp as a mechanical voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Detecting that the host's mindset is like that of a salted fish, the system transcendence is becoming more and more difficult. Therefore, he is gifted with the heaven-swallowing devil technique, divine bridge volume. Chen Fan lost his look and said, "No. Who's a salted fish? You didn't send the Emperor's scripture when I asked you to do so earlier. And now that I've given up, you're jumping out again?" The surface of the sea is silent. There is no sound response to Chen Fan. Chen Fan's mouth twitched. This system is really high and cold. Difficult to get close to. Chen Fan glanced at Lin Fan's storage treasure, then put it away. This time, although the income is abundant, but no rare things, so his state of mind is not too much to worry about. Chen Fan sat cross-legged, solemnly waiting to receive the inheritance of the Devil Dao Imperial Scripture, heaven-swallowing devil technique. Although this Emperor's scripture is a method of raising parasites, it is also one of the treasures of the Emperor's way. Although Chen Fan may not be cultivated, but can borrow the mystery. So never because of its toxicity and abandoned. And even do not have aversion to the idea. Suddenly, a murmur echoed. And Chen Fan slightly opened his eyes and looked at Su Qingqing, only to see that he had awakened. Chen Fan pondered a little. then got up, giving up the idea of accepting the heaven-swallowing devil technique at this time, and asked, "How does it feel?" Su Qingqing slightly opened her eyes, with a hint of disorientation in her eyes, and softly muttered, "Quickly run. That person has practiced the devil's way technique and has fallen into the devil's way." Chen Fan let out a light laugh, his gaze leisurely, and slowly said, "Don't worry. If there is no accident with this person, you are afraid that you will not be able to encounter him again in your life." Su Qingqing froze slightly, instantly reacted and said in a trembling voice, "He's dead?" Chapter 96 Ao Rushue's News. Chen Fan nodded slightly and smiled without saying anything. Su Qingqing's eyes flickered. Her expression gradually revealed a smile. Her hands lightly patted Xiao first exposed breasts, and she let out a long breath. "Humph. That bastard deserved to die." She still chattered. "Obviously don't want it anymore. But you want to chase after me to eat it. What a bad guy." Although a touch of pain was vaguely visible on her small face, her words were still boisterous, and she clutched Chen Fan's coat corner, pouring out her heart's dissatisfaction. Chen Fan quietly listened with a smile on his face and did not interrupt. If one were to talk about the division of the demon race, Su Qingqing had not yet matured, and her powerful talent covered up her tenderness. Although he pretended to be mature on the outside, he had experienced the fear of being treated as a blood meal, which inevitably left a shadow in his heart. In this regard, Chen Fan did not need to say much, but simply providing an outlet for venting was enough. The golden crow hung high. 10,000 rays of sunlight poured out, and the sea surface swirled with dots of beautiful light. On top of the spirit boat, the aroma was overflowing, and on a barbecue grill, spirit fish with lingering aura and fragrance were being cooked, with just the right amount of spices beside them. Su Qingqing pulled up her sleeves, revealing her lotus root-like white arms, picked up the spices and sprinkled them on the spirit fish, a smile blooming on her delicate little face. Chen Fan, on the other hand, sat leisurely on the side, his feet casually placed, one hand propped up on the boat, the other hand holding a cup of spirit wine, gently sipping it, his eyes deep, gazing at the sea horizon in the east. Su Qingqing delicately and gently called, "There." After saying that, she excitedly lifted up a spirit fish, full of inviting colors, walked to Chen Fan, and delicately said, "Taste it. It's delicious. This is the first fish I've ever baked. Brother Chen Fan, don't reject Qingqing. Okay." Her petulant demeanor made Chen Fan unable to help himself. Then he reached out to hold the spirit fish and gently took a bite. The fresh flavor went straight to his heart. Delightful. Su Qingqing was filled with anticipation and gazed at him with unblinking eyes, a radiant light flowing from her eyes. Chen Fan silently suppressed the spit in his heart and said indifferently, "Not bad." As soon as the words fell, Su Qingqing blossomed into a joyful smile and cheerfully ran back to the grill, fetching several spirit fish and placing them in front of Chen Fan. The corners of Chen Fan's mouth twitched slightly as he secretly regretted in his heart. Chen Fan took the spirit fish but did not continue to savor it and asked blandly, "Fellow Taoist Ao Ru Shui, is it possible to get in touch?" Su Qingqing smiled faintly and said softly, "I have just contacted. Sister Ao Shui is on her way, and will be able to find the Emperor's scriptures in a matter of days." Chen Fan nodded slightly, seeing Su Qingqing's apparent composure. His heart was slightly relieved and he suppressed that trace of worry. Earlier, he had worried that she would not dare to search for the imperial scriptures again due to this difficulty. But now it seemed that she had been able to self-regulate and appeared open in her heart. In this regard, Chen Fan naturally recognized it in his heart. At the time of life and death. Extraordinary bravery. Is it not available to everyone? So very good. He raised the spirit wine and took a light sip. His gaze cast to the east, his eyes glowing with a burning light. Soon. Very soon. The Emperor scripture of the vast ocean emperor was known as the strongest realm of the life spring. If he could obtain this scripture, Chen Fan's sea of bitterness and life spring would have a double strongest method. These two realms. He confidently claimed that, in the ancient times, he feared that there would be no rivals. Even the great emperors of the ancient times would find it difficult to look up to them. Su Qingqing gazed at Chen Fan, a sweet smile blossoming on her face. Brother Chen Fan, why bother drinking? Come and savor the grilled fish. The corners of Chen Fan's mouth twitched slightly, and he secretly laughed bitterly in his heart, deciding not to mention the spirit fish in his hand, and responded softly, there is no hurry. The fish is still in the air. When Su Qingqing heard this, she let out a soft giggle. Her crisp sound was as pleasant as a silver bell, as if it could dispel all the gloom. She pouted her little mouth, pretending to be helpless. Could it be that Brother Chen Fan thinks that the fish I baked is hard to swallow? Chen Fan shook his head, his face becoming more serious. This is not true. Fish is a good product, but need to wait for the wine to moisten the throat, so you can savor it. After saying that, he lifted the cup in his hand, gently shaking. Seems to be in the fine appreciation of the color of the wine in the cup. Between the eyebrows showed a few points of elegance. Chapter 97, Seeking the Emperor's Scriptures. 2 days later. The stars filled the sky. The moon was in the sky. All the music was silent. Only a lonely boat, floating in the infinite sea. Su Qingqing sat cross-legged on top of the spirit boat. Her delicate face was full of blood. Her breath was long. Obviously her injuries had been stabilized and nearly healed. Such a rapid recovery. All because of the help of the elixir. If not for the secret realm here to prohibit the power of the Dao Palace, can only take the other side of the spirit pills? She has long been healed. Why need to spend so much time? Chen Fan sits at the head of the boat, eyes slightly closed, his body in front of a fishing rod. Fishing line hanging in the sea, but no hook bait. That's all. Suddenly, in the distance, where the sea and sky meet, a spirit boat sped up, like a rushing angry dragon, riding the wind and waves. Chen Fan's eyes opened slightly. The essence in his eyes flashed, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. It's here. Su Qingqing also realized, leaped up, waved her hands and cheered. Sister Aoshue. This way. This way. The spirit boat's speed was even faster, coming straight towards the two of them. In a moment, the spirit boat has arrived. The boat stood a woman. A white dress, waist-hanging body, snow-white sword, green silk high bundle, only to the red ribbon tie. Simple to the extreme. But its temperament is extraordinary. Like a fairy in the dust. Her figure, surrounded by a light haze. Eyebrows like a painting. Eyes like autumn water. Between the look, show all the charm. Moonlight sprinkles down, adding a few points of misty feeling. Just like the 9 heavenly maiden descending to the mortal world. Su Qingqing was overjoyed. Smiling like a flower. Leapt up. Stepped on Ao Ruishue's spirit boat. Took her jade hand. And narrated the experience of this period of time. Ao Ruishue contained the color of pity and softly comforted. The two of them joined hands and arrived on top of Chen Fan's spirit boat. Chen Fan looked at Ao Ruishue and nodded slightly. Ao Ruishue compared to earlier. The breath is more profound. vaguely through the sharpness more and more powerful, has been hidden in the sheath. Sharpness convergence. Obviously. These days, she also gained a lot. However, Chen Fan did not envy this. Each person has his own destiny. Belong to their own. Ultimately their own, not their own things. Cannot be forced. If you covet everything, you will end up with a basket of water. Congratulations to fellow Daoist for advancing further in your cultivation. Chen Fan spoke indifferently. Ao Rushua smiled faintly. Her voice was like an ice spring. Thank you for saving Qingqing's favor. My Dragon Palace will not forget today's love. The Dragon Palace and the Peacock God King have a very close relationship. And their lips and teeth are interdependent. If Su Qingqing falls in the secret realm, it is bound to trigger adverse effects. Especially since it was Ao Qian's pursuit of Su Qingqing that caused her to be in danger. Su Qingqing also solemnly said, the kindness of saving her life. Qingqing will definitely repay it generously. Chen Fan nodded slightly, accepting the promise that the two would repay each other in the coming days. At this point, if you say that you don't want to return the favor, it would be hypocritical. There must be a cause and effect. Saving Su Qingqing is the cause. The two repayment is the effect. Although it can be denied. But the cause and effect of the end. The future has its own settlement. Chen Fan said in a loud voice. Since your fellow Daoist friend has arrived, there's no time to lose. So let's depart immediately. Ao Rushui and Su Qingqing heard this. Their expressions were solemn. And they both slowly nodded their heads. Su Qingqing took out a simple and ancient map from her sleeve and unfolded it in front of everyone's eyes. On it, the mountains, rivers, seas, and key places of the secret realm were all clearly labeled. And it was the detailed map of the Sea Rime secret realm. She gazed around the sea and sky, compared the map for a moment, and then her delicate jade finger pointed at a spot on it. The Emperor's scripture is hidden here. Immediately, his fingertips moved lightly, pointing to another direction. And here we are now. Chen Fan's gaze narrowed slightly as he scrutinized the map, slightly planning in his mind. Ao Rushue also gazed at the map, a trace of gravity flaring between her brows. This place is not a good place. Rumor has it that it is dangerous and rampant with demonic beasts. Chapter 98, Xuanhe Divine Turtle. Su Qingqing nodded gently and said, precisely. So we need Sister Ao Shui and Brother Chen Fan to help. Chen Fan smiled indifferently. The road is long and difficult. But if your heart is set on it, why should you be afraid of the hardships and dangers? Since we have decided, we will go on this journey together. Ao Rushua's eyes flashed with determination as she said, in that case, we will join hands and attack the danger. The three of them reached a consensus, and immediately harnessed the spirit boat, riding the wind and waves, and sped towards the place shown on the map. The sea and sky were one color. The night breeze was cool, and the stars were bright. Spirit boat breaks the waves, stirring up layers of waves. 3 people stood at the head of the boat, their clothes fluttering, just like an exiled immortal descending to the world. On the way, the spirit bird swept the shadows, and the pale mountains loomed in the distance, adding a sense of mystery. Ao Ruoshua suddenly opened her mouth and said, if we can successfully obtain the Emperor's scripture on this trip, we can also have more certainty in this golden age. Su Qingqing smiled faintly, a trace of fear surfacing in her eyes. The difference between having an Emperor's scripture and not having one is really a world of difference. Cultivating a quasi-imperial scripture is already a rarity in this world. Yet I was defeated by Lin Fan's hand. My Dao heart nearly collapsed, and I had no power to fight back. If it wasn't for the fact that I was carrying many treasures and Lin Fan didn't want to destroy my physical body, I would have fallen long ago. Chen Fan gazed ahead and said blandly, "Where there is chance, there is something for everyone. Everyone. There will be a heavenly harvest on this trip." The tone was light, but it revealed an unquestionable intent. Ao Rushue and Su Qingqing nodded slightly, their expressions solemn, obviously deeply convinced. The three of them were all world-famous prides, and they had their own confidence in obtaining exceptional chances. Suddenly, the distant sea surface ripples suddenly, where the water and the sky meet. The waves are surging, as if there is a huge thing sneaking in it. Ao Rushua's complexion was austere. Her jade hand gently caressed the spirit sword at her waist, and she said in a deep voice, "Be careful. There is a giant beast in the sea ahead." Chen Fan's gaze was like a torch as he gazed ahead and said blandly, "There is no harm in it. I didn't expect that there would be such a spiritual object in this secret realm." Sure enough, in a few moments, only to see a huge Xuanji divine turtle slowly floating out of the water. It's shaped like a mountain, towering, turtle-back jagged, such as the ancient continent floating in the sea. Above the turtle armor, the mysterious lines are interlaced, as if engraved with the secret pattern of the beginning of heaven and earth. Each line exudes a mysterious gas, containing the vicissitudes of time and age. The eyes of the Xianmei divine turtle were like the white moon, shining with the light of wisdom and insight into everything. The gaze is deep, like the stars and the sea, as if it can peep into the origin of all things. Circumference exudes ancient pale gas, as if the existence of the ancient times. People feel awe. The back of the turtle exposed to the surface of the sea has been 1,000 feet huge, like a continuous mountain range across the sea. The waves beat the turtle back, stirred up the huge waves, but cannot shake it in the slightest. Below the surface, I do not know what is hidden in the body of the huge, or has been integrated with the sea. Unfathomable. The sky and earth changed color, and the wind and clouds stirred. The Xianmei divine turtle slowly raised its head and let out a low and distant roar that shook the 4 fields. And within 1,000 miles, seabirds flew in fright. Su Qingqing marveled. It's actually the legendary Xuanhei divine turtle. Rumor has it that its lifespan can exceed 10,000 years. It is a divine beast of heaven and earth, and it will have the life of a great emperor. This kind of god thing. Look at the outside world. Already do not know how many years have not appeared in the world. This day appeared in front of the eyes. Is really shocking. Ruoshue gazed at the Xianmei divine turtle and said softly, "I have read in the ancient books that the vast sea emperor is often accompanied by a divine turtle. Could it be this beast?" Chen Fan nodded slightly, his gaze deep as he said, "By the side of a great emperor. Would there be anything unusual? This turtle may be the descendant of that divine turtle, or its true self. It seems that the emperor's scripture is truly hidden in this secret realm." Xianmei god turtle seems to feel. Slowly turn his head. Giant eyes gazing at the three. There is no hostility in the gaze, but rather the vicissitudes of compassion. As if looking at the younger generation, full of years of baptism and insight into all things. A few moments later, the Xuanji god turtle slowly lowered its head, and its huge body sank into the sea. As it disappeared, the sea gradually returned to calm, as if everything had never happened. However, the air is still filled with that ancient pale atmosphere. Long time does not dissipate. The three of them stood on the boat, their hearts rippling, speechless for a long time. Ao Ruoshua let out a light sigh and said, "Fortunately, this spirit has a gentle nature and did not make things difficult for us." Chen Fan smiled faintly. The wonders of heaven and earth have their own spirituality. Su Qingqing's eyes flickered as she sighed. It's a blessing to be able to witness such a divine object. Ao Ruoshua looked back at Su Qingqing. A hint of softness in her eyes. Qingqing. Although this trip is dangerous, it also broadens the horizons. Su Qingqing nodded her head and said, thanks to Ao Shue's sister's concern, Qingqing's heart is at peace. Chen Fan looked into the distance with a firm tone. The road ahead is still long. We must proceed with caution. The three of them shared the same mind and once again rowed the spirit boat towards the target place. A few days later, in the distance between the sea and the sky, a vast group of islands can be seen vaguely, with clouds and mist, and the immortal atmosphere is dense. Su Qingqing pointed ahead and said joyfully, that is the place shown on the map. The Emperor's scripture is hidden here. Chapter 99, Anomalies in the Island. Ao Ruoshua slightly raised her eyes, gazing at the vast group of islands in front of her. A touch of blazing color in her eyes, and a faint excitement surfaced on her clear and cold face. The imperial scriptures are hidden here. A treasure that not even the Dragon Palace of the East Sea possesses. Although the Dragon Palace of the East Sea is the hegemony of the East Sea in the eastern region, it is only a quasi-imperial power. Although its ancestors have produced a number of quasi-emperors, and even with the great emperors to compete with the people of the road. But in the end, there is no great emperors in the world. Chen Fan nodded slightly, a smile on his lips as he blandly said, in that case, we will depart immediately. Su Qingqing smiled like a flower and readily agreed, her eyes flashing with the light of anticipation, appearing somewhat impatient. Ao Ruoshua also said softly, let's go. Immediately, Ao Ruoshua operated her magic power, and a rainbow bridge rose up in the air, carrying the two of them to step on the rainbow and fly towards the island in front of them. Within a short time, the three of them landed on the island. The scene in front of us. Breathtaking, this is a lonely island in the sea. But see the ancient trees standing in the sky. Verdant. Dense aura. Filled with a faint fragrance of grass and trees. Above the firmament, the divine wand soars on wings, its feathers overflowing with color. Under the feet, exotic beasts stroll leisurely, or playfully chasing, or quietly lying in meditation. Just like a picture of heaven on earth. Obviously in the sea island, but as if stepping into the ancient flood secret. Heaven and earth spirit. All things alive. The contrast is amazing. Chen Fan leaned down and picked up a small white fluffy beast that rolled down to his feet, his palm gently caressing its soft fluffy hair. The light in his eyes flickered as he looked around and said in a low voice, there is something different about this place. Do not move any of the things in this place. With those words, he gently put down the pampered and cute little beast in his hands and let it go. This beast in the outside world is famous, called mixed beast, where the cultivator below the dragon realm. Food can break through a small realm. Rare and incomparable. Su Qingqing gazed at the little beast in her arms, eyes full of reluctance, gently stroking its soft fluffy hair, from head to tail, gently sniffing its fragrance. Murmured in a low voice, little white, may you be safe. I will see you again. After saying that, reluctantly put the little beast down, watching it jump far away. Eyes still contain a few points of attachment. Ao Ruoshua looked around with a grave expression as she slowly said, divine treasures, exotic beasts, ancient spirit medicines. They are all over the place. There are just too many of them. Chen Fan nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, divine sense is blocked. This place has the power of isolation. And it seems that there is a deliberate guidance to lead us to a certain place. I am afraid that there is a hidden mystery. Su Qingqing took out that map and scrutinized it for a few moments. A look of gravity appeared on her delicate face. And she whispered. Back then, that loose cultivator had mentioned the marvelousness of this place. And that he had harvested a lot here, obtaining quite a lot of treasures. Aorushua frowned slightly and asked softly. In that case, should we follow the trend? Chen Fan's gaze was deep as he shook his head and said. Fortunes come with disasters. The scene in front of us is feared to be a bait. If we act rashly, we are afraid of untoward danger. Su Qingqing nodded her head in agreement and said. What Brother Chen Fan said is very true. We should act cautiously. And the words of that loose cultivator may not be true. Even his memories may have been tampered with. Therefore, his memories can only be used as a reference and cannot be trusted. Aorushua's eyes flashed with a trace of approval. And she said softly. Sister Qingqing is well thought out. And should indeed be cautious. Our goal is the Emperor's scripture. The rest of the things are not to be taken. The three of them glanced at each other. All of them were alert in their hearts. So they stopped touching the things around them and carefully followed the direction pointed out by Su Qingqing's map. The forest is deep. The 4 fields are silent. Only the breeze whisking leaves. Rustling. Walking in the middle of it. But see the exotic flowers and grasses bloom. Colorful. Fragrant. People in a trance. There are even ancient vines coiled not. Winding in the clouds. Like a ladder to heaven, spiritual spring bubbling. Overflowing 7-colored haze. Reflecting the whole forest, see like a dream-like fantasy. In the forest, there are occasional traces of ancient beasts. Cranes dance with their wings, the unicorn strolls at ease, the white zephyr chants softly. Hidden in the mist. All kinds of visions, all of which are hard to find in the outside world, are mesmerizing and fascinating. Su Qingqing looked at the dazzling array of treasures in front of her. And a hint of struggle surfaced in her eyes. She lightly bit her lower lip and couldn't help but whisper. These treasures are really irresistible. Aoruashua took a deep breath. Forcefully pressed down the fluctuations within her heart. And said in a deep voice. Don't be greedy. Or there may be traps. Chen Fan's gaze was firm as he slowly said. If the mind is not moving, everything is still. Our goal is the imperial scripture. Don't be confused by the scene in front of us. When Su Qingqing heard this, she took a deep breath and suppressed the desire in her heart. Nodding her head. Brother Chen Fan is right. I won't be distracted anymore. Aorushua's eyes revealed a look of approval as she softly said. This is very good. Let's continue on our way. Suddenly, a suspended stone platform surfaced in front of him, on which was suspended an ancient sword. The body of the sword was surrounded by light green light. The sword aura was compelling, and it seemed that there was spirituality leaping in it. On the other side, the jade bottle crystal clear. Inside the potion emits dense gas. Lingering around. There are also immortal Ganoderma lucidum. Fruits hanging branches. All of which are rare treasures in the legend. The three of them stopped in their footsteps. Their eyes all flickering inexplicably. Their hearts rippling. Chapter 100, Something's Wrong. Su Qingqing murmured in a low voice. Her slender jade hand lightly covering her vermilion lips. Her bright eyes gazing at the ancient sword hanging in the air. Lightly spitting out figures. Sage's soldier. Aorushua hand by the sword. The cool face has lost composure. Between the eyebrows through the marvel and fervor. Whispered, exactly. And that the jade bottle of the pill is also extraordinary. Its breath like orchids-like fragrance. Contains fresh water vapor. But also aura surrounded. Breeding immortal chi rue grass. Fruit hanging branches. All ancient books contained rare and precious. If nothing else, this Dan is a sage Dan. Rumor has it that one can take it and ascend to the holy position in one step. Enjoying a lifespan of 2. 000 years. Chen Fan saw that the two of them were in a trance and their steps were slightly moving. So he knew that it was not good. So he no longer hesitated. Stepped forward. His sleeves fluttered. His arms unfolded, obscuring the two people's vision. Coldly snorted. His voice was like thunder, "Wake up!" These words were like a thunderclap, hitting the heart and soul. Su Qingqing and Ao Ruoxue heard the sound. Their delicate bodies shook, instantly waking up from the dream. Su Qingqing's beautiful eyes flowed. Her face was pale, and she retreated a few steps, looking terrified, gasping for breath. It's so dangerous. Fortunately, there is Brother Chen Fan. Ao Ruoxue was also pale. The aftermath of palpitations had not yet subsided. Took a deep breath, arched his hand and respectfully said, "Thank you for your assistance." Chen Fan nodded slightly, his gaze cold as he withdrew his arms and gazed ahead once again. What was originally thought to be the sage's soldier and sage's den had all turned into nothingness. Only on top of the stone platform, white bones were strewn across the ground, and a green mist filled the air, transmitting a gloomy chill. Su Qingqing gazed far away, her heart palpitating, whispered, "The party illusion. But it is so real. If Brother Chen Fan did not remind, I am afraid that I have fallen into the trap." Ao Ruoxue looked grave. Murmured, "This place is not a place where people can get involved. Within the secret realm, every step of the crisis, the slightest carelessness, it is the end of all things." Chen Fan looked around the field, his gaze like a torch, and said in a deep voice, "Although the illusion confuses people's minds, it is not without a solution. The mystery of this place is just one word: greed. Only if you keep your heart, you can cross over." Su Qingqing nodded her head slightly, her slender fingers clenched, her gaze firm. What Brother Chen Fan said is very true. If I am mesmerized again, please come to my rescue. Even if I break my legs, I have no complaints. Chen Fan smiled bashfully and nodded slightly. The three of them re-entered the secret realm. And along the way, there were a variety of visions and exotic treasures coming one after another. First, there was the shadow of the quasi-imperial weapon. Then the illusion of the Xuanwu immortality pill floated in the air. The temptation was hard to resist. Every time, Su Qingqing and Ao Ruoxue, although they know that they are all illusions, they still cannot help but be shaken and nearly perish. Several crises all rely on Chen Fan's timely intervention, so that the danger is solved. At this time, Chen Fan once again pulled Su Qingqing to save her from the danger of jumping into the illusion, and then leaned down to wake up Ao Ruoxue. His brows frowned tightly, and said in a deep voice, "Not right. If the illusion here is so powerful, how could that loose cultivator enter and bring out the news?" His heart and soul had been shaken several times, and his heart was born with greed, and it still required great willpower to restrain it. And that loose cultivator is just an ordinary generation. How can the whole body to retreat? Not to mention also got a lot of benefits? This is clearly treating the crowd as idiots. Chen Fan's expression was cold and his gaze was deep. If that loose cultivator really had such a heart, wouldn't he have flaunted it in the outside world to the point of being captured? There must be something fishy about this matter. Su Qingqing's face was filled with fear. Her delicate little face was white, obviously also realizing the treachery involved. She took out the map in a panic and kept flipping through it, her fingertips trembling slightly as cold sweat fell drop by drop. No way. I absolutely did not go wrong. I all followed the route that person had traveled. Her voice carried a few tremors, becoming more and more uneasy in her mind. Her eyes filled with confusion and a hint of fear. Chapter 101 Outside the Secret World. Luo Qianyu arrives. Seeing this, Ao Ruoshua moved her slender steps forward and said in a soft voice, Qingqing is not worried. As he has been able to retreat peacefully, what do we have to fear? Su Qingqing's jade hand gripped the map. Her voice was soft and gentle. And she said with shame, it's all because of my fault that I have dragged you all into this. Although I know that it is difficult to find the Emperor's scripture. See his scattered cultivator left peacefully. The heart still have extravagant hope. Today but tired you all trapped in danger. Chen Fan looked as usual. Staring ahead. And said blandly, since I have already chosen to go on this trip, I have already had the intention to die. Now that we are here, what regret is there? Ao Ruoshua also nodded slightly. Voice like a clear spring. Clear and firm. As if the sword over the sky, Qingqing's sister, do not need to blame yourself. All of this is for us to choose willingly. You just lead the way is. Su Qingqing's eyes contained tears. Her heart was stronger. She inhaled deeply and nodded her head. Okay. Keep moving forward. Immediately, Su Qingqing gripped the map tightly and took the lead. Ao Ruoshua followed. Her posture cold and her clothes flowing. Chen Fan was at the back. His gaze like a torch. Guarding the surroundings. Heaven and earth were silent. But only the sound of feet echoed. Beyond the sea rhyme mystery realm. The sky and earth are vast. And the strongest people of the human and demon races stand at the two ends of the world. And their momentum rushes up to the sky. And the clouds scatter. Only the high sun hangs in the sky. And the light shines universally. Cultivators of the two tribes sit on both sides. Divided into two. Qi intertwined. The surface is calm. Secretly fighting. Fighting spirit. Between heaven and earth. There seems to be an invisible storm stirring. Each other. The breath and the dark current surging. Suddenly, a demonic powerhouse, riding on a Qilin beast, snapped his eyes open. His gaze as electric. Chilling. And said in a cold voice, Fei Hua Imperial Dynasty? There are people here again. The battlefield is not trivial. As these words came out, all of the cultivators looked to the north with a startled expression. But see the northern sky. Several huge ships floating in the air. The formation is vast. The spiritual light shining. Like the heavenly river pouring down. Sails hunting. Runes intertwined. Giant flag fluttering. Fei Hua Emperor Dynasty's flag. Under the dome of the sky is particularly eye-catching. Behind the ship, there are countless flying boats in formation. Lined up. All carved dragons and painted phoenixes. The formation is brilliant and majestic. Golden light like tide. Surrounded the ship. Like a dragon escort. The war drums shook the sky. Sounding like thunder. The aftermath of the sound stirred the 8 directions. And the aura of killing filled heaven and earth. Under the giant flag, the armored soldiers were like clouds. All of them were the personal guards of the imperial dynasty. Their armor was brilliant. And the cold aura flashed. Just like a torrent of steel, the array was neat. And the battle intention was solemn. Which seemed to be able to shake the heaven and the earth. The Empress was hanging high in the Dharma phase. With golden strands and jade clothes. And the Huagai Tian Luo. Her majesty was boundless. The maids of honor surrounded her. Holding feather fans. Walking like a lotus. With 1,000 graceful steps. The might of the imperial dynasty was revealed. The feathered emperor dynasty's formation covered the sky. And the pressure descended as if the dome of the sky was tipping over. The cultivators of the human and demon races were all shaken. Secretly on guard. And the atmosphere was grave. Though it came in haste, its power was not reduced in the slightest. In the sky above the sea rhyme mystic realm, The building ships of the feathered emperor dynasty that had arrived earlier had long been stationed in solemn formation. Suddenly there is a person from the building ship slowly step out. Surrounded by mana like sea waves rolling. Breath magnificent. A step out. Has reached the follow-up fleet before. His man arched his hand in solemn salute. His voice like thunder. Shaking through the 8 directions. Mo Tian Chang. Welcome Empress Dowager. This person was none other than Mo Lao. Mo Tian Chang. Whom Chen Yaoyue had hired to escort Lin Fan. Before the words fell, a voice as warm as jade came out from the building ship and leisurely said, "Be free." Mo Tian Chang heard the words. Slowly got up. Turned around and stepped into the building ship. Apparently went to have an audience with Empress Luo Qianyu. His expression was calm. And he walked with his own authority. Without any sense of haste. In the center of the building ship, Luo Qianyu sat in the phoenix position. A gold and red dress. Such as the wings of the phoenix. The golden light flow. Gorgeous and peerless. Like a heavenly phoenix descending to the world. Her eyebrows are like a painting. Majesty in the cold. Hands and feet. Own difficult to force the power. People do not dare to look directly. Mo Tianchang stood with his head hanging down. Respect in his eyes. The rules are incomparable. Not daring to overstep. In the past. The venomous gas. All converged. Turned into amiable. No ruthlessness between the eyebrows. As if the loyal old servant. Waiting for the command. In an instant, the feathered emperor dynasty fleet resumed its forward movement. Vast and majestic. Moving straight forward. Domineering and peerless. Without retreating. It was inserted into the front of the human camp. Even if the opposite side was the Ji family and other imperial races. There was no intention to retreat. Many forces to see the Fei Hua imperial dynasty such behavior. The heart cannot help but be dissatisfied. But to see its raging, the lineup is strict. The might is like a mountain. They all know that it is not easy to deal with the generation. They can only suppress the anger. Cold snort. No one to go forward to provoke. Suddenly, Mo Tianchang's expression changed slightly. And worry appeared between his eyebrows. He slowly took out a ghostly soul lamp from his sleeve. And the lamplight swayed. As if carrying the soul of the deceased. He stepped forward and offered his hands respectfully. Saying in a low voice, "Empress Dowager, I am guilty of failing to fulfill my duties. The matter entrusted by the third princess. I have failed. The third princess' only disciple, Lin Fan, has fallen in the secret realm. On the temple, Luo Qianyu sat on the phoenix seat. Her eyes were like water. And her worldly face did not see the slightest fluctuation. She gently raised her jade hand. Her voice indifferent, "Mo love secretary need not blame yourself. The secret realm is dangerous. Life and death have life. Lin Fan's death. Not the secretary's fault. When the person or demon who killed Lin Fan shows up, let him pay for his life." When Mo Tianchang heard this, his heart was relaxed. His face showed gratitude. He made a deep bow and solemnly said, "I swear that I will do my best to kill this person. No matter who it is. I will make him pay for his blood." Luo Qianyu nodded slightly. Her gaze distant. Seemingly nostalgic. The hall was quiet for a moment. Only the candlelight gently shook. Reflecting her stunningly beautiful figure that was not stained with dust. Chapter 102, Chen Yaoyue arrives. The moon was falling and the stars were sinking. And the night color was deep. A snow-white recluse light from the East China Sea abyss slowly came. Such as the sky-flowing rainbow. Straight down the deck of the main ship of the Fei Hua Emperor dynasty. Mana gradually dispersed. only to see a plain dress light train. Face cold. Temperament of the ice of the woman standing in the middle of it. Like the ice fairy. Seeing this, the soldiers of the surrounding escort fleet stopped in their tracks. Lined up neatly. Saluted solemnly. And shouted. Greetings to the third princess. Chen Yaoyue nodded slightly. Walking calmly and slowly into the fleet. When she reached the bow of the fleet, she met Mo Tiancheng face to face. Mo Tiancheng's face suddenly changed as he half bowed and saluted. Greetings. Third princess. Chen Yaoyue's pace slightly paused. Her eyes gazing indifferently at Mo Tiancheng without uttering a word. Mo Tiancheng's gloomy face twitched slightly and said in a deep voice. The old minister has failed to live up to the princess' trust and is willing to take the blame. But I implore the princess to grant me another chance. I will definitely make that person or demon pay in blood and live up to my trust. Chen Yaoyue finally opened her mouth and faintly said. The matter of Lin Fan. It ends here. Qing doesn't need to pursue it any further. When Mo Tiancheng heard this, a puzzled look surfaced and he asked. Princess. Even if his clan kills Mr. Lin, my imperial dynasty will not be afraid of it. So why should you? Chen Yaoyue waved her sleeve. A touch of anger surfaced on her cool face. And she said sternly. The person who killed him is none other than Chen Fan. The secretary wants to make him pay for his blood. Nay. Mo Tiancheng's complexion suddenly changed. His eyes filled with disbelief. And he asked in a hurried voice. But the great prince? Chen Yaoyue nodded her head slightly and then turned around to leave. Her silhouette drifting away without further words. Mo Tiancheng was not able to return to his senses for a long time. As if that figure in white, standing proudly in the world, appeared in his eyes. Murmuring. Cutting the flesh to return to the mother. Picking the bones to return to the father. And returning the soul to heaven and earth. All of which failed to make you fall. Great prince. You still create miracles. He slowly walked up to the deck and looked towards the entrance of the sea rime mystic realm. His voice was complicated. But why did you kill the disciple of the third princess? Have you still not let go of it? Heaven and earth were silent. No one responded. And only the sea breeze brushed against his face, bringing a gust of coldness. Luo Qianyu sitting in the phoenix position. Jade steps hanging high. Around the maid has long retired. The temple is empty. The room is silent. Only a low sigh echoed in the air, as if to tell the endless loneliness and sadness. Under the phoenix crown, hair slightly curled, embellished with bright jewels and jade, flashing a faint light, reflecting her beautiful face. Eyebrows as far away as the diadem. Eyes like autumn water. Elegant temperament. Just like a heavenly fairy. Inside the palace room, the lights were dim, reflecting her solitary figure. A slight sound of footsteps came, and Chen Yaoyue's figure slowly stepped into the secluded room. Luo Qianyu slightly raised her eyes. Her eyes vaguely contained tears, and met with Chen Yaoyue's gaze. For a moment heaven and earth seemed to stand still. A touch of heartache surfaced on Chen Yaoyue's cool face as she quickly stepped forward and softly said, Mother, you are so haggard. Luo Qianyu gently held Chen Yaoyue's jade hand. The loneliness on her clear face finally dissipated a few points. And softly said, Yao Wei, your younger brother is still in the secret realm. So you quickly retrieve him. Chen Yaoyue's complexion was slightly condensed. And after a few moments, she recovered as usual and softly replied, I understand. And I will definitely bring my younger brother back to make amends for mother. It is all because of my brother's matter that you are so worried. Luo Qianyu shook her head and sighed. Teardrops quietly slipping down. Her voice mournful. It is I who have wronged Xiaofan. How can I let him make amends? If there is guilt, it should also be borne by me. Chen Yaoyue's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, gazing at Luo Qianyu, puzzled by the sudden change in her attitude. But in her heart, she added more compassion, softly consoling, "Mother, don't be like this. How can we children allow you to apologize?" After a long time, Chen Yaoyue finally asked, "Why haven't Ruyu and Umo traveled with us? Where are they?" Luo Qianyu's gaze was bleak, as if reminiscing about the past, and she said softly, "Ruyu and Fei Ma each had important responsibilities and were unable to accompany them. Only Ziling traveled with them." Chen Yaoyue nodded slightly. Although she had doubts in her heart, she did not say anything more. She helped Luo Qianyu to sit down and softly persuaded, "Mother, don't worry. Yaoyu will do her best to reunite the family as soon as possible." Luo Qianyu gently gripped her hand tightly. A hint of relief flashed in her eyes. "With you here, Mother will feel relieved." Outside the temple, the night was deep. The bright moon hung high, and the clear light sprinkled down, reflecting the figures of the mother and daughter. Chapter 103, The Final Land. At the center of the island, after many trials and tribulations, Chen Fan and Ao Ru Shui, Su Qingqing, three people stand on the lake, gazing into the distance. Only see the blue water of the lake, the sea and the sky. At first glance seems to be full of a vast, but the more you look at the feeling of vastness and boundless, as if endless. This scene is very strange. Obviously the lake is located on the island. Although the lake is wide, why does it seem so deep? The lake is like a mirror with rippling waves, reflecting the clouds and shadows of the sky, just like a fairyland on earth. The bank is covered with ancient trees, bamboo, luxuriant grass, and fragrant. The breeze brings a light fragrance of flowers, which is refreshing and invigorating. Chen Fan bent down and probed his palm into the lake. A cool feeling spread throughout his body, as if washing his mind. He got up, eyed Su Qingqing, and asked blandly, "Fellow Daoist Su, is this place the place where the Emperor's scripture inheritance was discovered by that scattered cultivator?" Su Qingqing lowered her head to gaze at the map in her hand. A touch of excitement surfaced on her delicate face, and she firmly said, "Exactly. If that loose cultivator's memory is correct, this is precisely the inheritance place of great Emperor Hanhai. Although he was not able to enter, he has already gained a lot here." Ao Ruoxue heard, slightly raised his hand. "Will be delicate jade finger into the lake." Suddenly felt a strong pressure came. The deeper, the more amazing pressure. Even with her cultivation, but also difficult to line a few steps without bursting the body. Her eyebrows knitted slightly, and she said in a deep voice, "I think that the chance that the loose cultivator got is between these few steps. However, why do you conclude that there is an imperial scripture inheritance here?" Su Qingqing smiled faintly and said, "Sister Ruoxue, please look here. Just run your mana and you will know." Ao Ru Shui followed her words, her mana flowing in her hands, her eyes gazing at the place she was pointing to. Suddenly, the surface of the lake rippled, and a huge monument slowly rose from the center of the lake. The monument was simple and pale, with a faint imperial force wrapped around it. Mysterious and unfathomable, inspiring awe. Above the stele, ancient seal inscriptions faintly emerged, emitting the meaning of ancient vicissitudes, as if telling ancient secrets. Chen Fan gazed at the huge monument. His eyes fell on the ancient words engraved on it, frowned slightly, and whispered to himself, "This is the text of the desolate ancient times, not used in this world. The meaning is roughly, this place was set up by the vast sea great emperor in his twilight years. And he specially left an emperor's scripture to those who have the destiny to pass on his Tao. Chen Fan could still recognize the ancient text. In his previous life, he had traveled to many secret places and searched for strange and exotic treasures. But if he did not know this ancient script, would it not be an empty trek? However, this was limited to him alone. Few of the younger generation he knew could read and understand such words. Most of them were devoted to practicing and advancing the Tao, even if they had the time. They indulged in pleasures. So why would they ever bother to study these nearly lost words of the ancient world? Chen Fan pondered for a moment and turned to Ao Rushue and Su Qingqing and said, "This place really hides the legacy of the great emperor of the vast expanse. And it is not a falsehood rumored by that loose cultivator." He was certain in his heart that the emperor power entwined above the huge monument was vast and majestic. No different from the Tai Huang sword. Only this imperial power does not have the intention to hurt people. Seems to be guarding something. Ao Rushua nodded her head, a trace of appreciation flashing in her eyes. It's really admirable that fellow Daoist Chen is able to recognize the desolate ancient text. Even though she had read 10,000 volumes of ancient books, it was difficult for her to recognize the words on the tablet. And she could not help but admire Chen Fan at this moment. Su Qingqing also revealed a look of delight as she lightly patted her jade hand and said, "Heaven's will is such that inviting brother Chen Fan on this trip was truly a wise move." Previously, she had some hesitation in inviting Chen Fan. But now it had dissipated. First, she killed Lin Fan. Then she resisted the illusion. And now she is able to recognize the ancient writings, all of which are extraordinary. Chen Fan smiled blandly and said, "Since it has been confirmed, it would be better to explore." Oo Ruashua nodded slightly, her gaze firm. "Just what I want." Su Qingqing also readily agreed. Chapter 104 Examination. Chen Fan looked around and blandly said, "Then I will labor for fellow Taoist Ao to escort us on our way back. Although Ao Rushue cannot get involved in the lake, but she can guard the back road, not to be besieged." This is also the reason why Su Qingqing specially invited Ao Ruashua. Ao Ruashua looked solemn. Her hand lightly pressed the sword on her waist. Her voice like a clear spring, "Before I fall, no one else can enter this realm." Chen Fan nodded with a smile. "In that case, very good." With that, Chen Fan stepped into the lake with Su Qingqing. His feet intertwined with magical power as he rocked upwards. Ao Rushue watched their backs drift farther and farther away, and her vision became more and more blurred. The light in his eyes flickered and his magic power surged. But he saw the figures of Chen Fan and Su Qingqing finally become nothingness. Spatial transfer? Or formation illusion? Ao Ruashua frowned slightly. Her eyes showed doubts, then released, knowing that the great emperor's ability was not something she could glimpse at this time. She drew her sword out of its sheath with a cold light, sat on her knees, and placed her sword across her knees, her plain hand gripping the hilt lightly, alerting the four directions. The wind rises from the lake, and she is the only one sitting still. Chen Fan and Su Qingqing stepped into the lake, and in an instant, heaven and earth suddenly changed. The original 100 feet of the lake transformed into a vast ocean with rough waves and vastness. The lake is as blue as a wash. The sky and water are one color. The breeze, the water ripples, such as millions of silver scales shining in the sun. The distant cloud reflection, like a fairyland. Fantastic. The lake in the middle of the water surface tossing, like a giant beast stalking. Water vapor, steam, mist and fog. The scene is treacherous and magnificent. Su Qingqing murmured. The shock in her eyes could not be hidden. Her voice trembled lightly. "I heard that the vast sea emperor's life spring is as vast as the sea. Is it not a fortunate thing to see it today?" Chen Fan's gaze was deep and his heart blazed. The world's strongest lifespring emperor scripture is truly extraordinary. And today I have the destiny to obtain it. It's really like heaven's help. Su Qingqing looked around, more and more convinced that this place is exactly where the lifespring of the great emperor of the vast sea is located. Slightly frowning, but this lake turns into a sea. How to find the emperor's scriptures? Chen Fan smiled indifferently and looked ahead. Just go forward. If a great emperor sets up an inheritance, there must be a path. Su Qingqing nodded slightly and softly said, I believe that Brother Chen Fan's judgment will be able to find it. Chen Fan smiled and said, in that case, follow me and give it a try. The two of them walked side by side. Chen Fan was dressed in a green shirt, his sleeves fluttering and his black hair flying. Su Qingqing followed closely behind, her bright eyes and teeth, her expression determined. The deeper he traveled, the pressure around him increased suddenly, like a mountain pressing down on him. With every step, there was a huge force attacking his body, almost wanting to crush him. Chen Fan frowned slightly. His body's mana surged, resisting the invisible pressure. Su Qingqing also gazed at her concentration, running her gongfu, walking steadily. Suddenly, waves surged ahead. A huge wave rose out of the air and swept over, as if a dragon had come out of the sea, with a majestic momentum. Beware! Chen Fan gave a low shout and waved his hand. A mana barrier stretched across in front of him, blocking the wild waves. Huge waves crashed into the barrier, stirring up thousands of splashes of water, the strength of which shook the mind. Su Qingqing lightly raised her hand and performed her spirit skill to dissolve the raging force around her. However, the waves kept coming and coming, and there were wild waves coming from all directions. There were even winds and thunder, lightning and thunder, and it was as if heaven and earth were plunged into chaos. Chen Fan's eyes were heavy as he said in a deep voice, it seems that this is the test set by the great emperor. Su Qingqing nodded her head and said, break through this calamity in order to obtain the inheritance. Brother Chen Fan, this trip depends on you. I will help you with all my might. Chen Fan nodded slightly and did not say anything more. Although Su Qingqing was much stronger than the average genius, she was not a supreme pride, so she had already done her best not to drag her feet. In this regard, Chen Fan did not force anything. Immediately, the two of them shared the same mind and stood side by side, withstanding the omnipresent pressure and resisting the monstrous waves and all kinds of calamities. Chapter 105, Come with me. Sword. The mana in Chen Fan's body surged, like a great river running. He made seals with both hands, and a brilliant light bloomed around him, turning into a solid shield to protect the two of them as they traveled forward. Su Qingqing was also not willing to show weakness, and took out her spiritual treasure, with clear light overflowing, surrounding her body to defend herself against the incoming force. The wind howled, the thunder shook, and it was as if the only thing left in heaven and earth were the figures of the two of them striving to move forward. Time passes. I do not know how long. The storm subsides. The waves calm down. Two people's clothes are all wet, but the eyes are firm. Do not retreat. Suddenly, the lake water once again churned. Huge waves suddenly rose, like 1,000 armies rushing. Unstoppable. Chen Fan frowned slightly as he operated his mana. Steady as MT. Tai. And the shield rose once again to defend against the raging waves. It's not a good idea to stay here for a long time. Move forward quickly. If we don't break through, we will eventually be trapped here, Chen Fan said in a deep voice. Su Qingqing clutched the spirit treasure, and the spirit light flickered as it merged into Chen Fan's body, giving him a boost. She nodded firmly. Okay. Brother Chen Fan. Let's rush over. Chen Fan shook violently, blocking the pounding waves, and then pulled up Su Qingqing's jade hand and sprinted forward. A green lotus suddenly rose up, emitting a faint green light to protect the two of them. As the two of them went deeper, the surrounding scenery became more and more bizarre. The lake turned from turquoise blue to deep purple. The waves were mixed with lightning and flames. Scorching heat and ice cold intertwined. The climate of heaven and earth is extreme and unpredictable. The sky turned from day to night. The moon was like water. The stars were hidden. And only the light of the life spring in the center of the ocean illuminated the road ahead. Suddenly, the surface of the lake cracked open into a huge gap, and countless water beasts surged out, their scales and armor shining and their mouths spitting out fiery flames, pouncing at the two of them. These water beasts all exuded the aura of the peak of the fountain of life, and their might was ferocious, covering the sky and the earth. Chen Fan's figure turned, and the green light was like a waterfall, just like a heavenly god descending, instantly turning a large area of water beasts into nothingness. However, more water beasts came one after another in an endless stream. Su Qingqing continuously activated the spiritual treasure, and the spiritual light merged into Chen Fan's body, restoring his vitality. Her brows were tightly locked as she said in an urgent voice, "Brother Chen Fan, this place is filled with killing intent. It's just not right." First there was a sudden increase in the pressure of the heavens and earth. Then there were wild waves. And now there are endless water beasts. Who can withstand such an inheritance? Chen Fan looked as normal, staring ahead with blazing eyes, and laughed aloud. If the Emperor's scripture was so easy to obtain, it would be suspicious. Now that I have seen this heavy test, I believe it to be true. He raised his right hand high and droned, "Sword, come. Fight with me." Before the words fell, the green lotus behind him suddenly bloomed, and the lotus leaves turned into green light, like a rainbow through the sun, instantly condensing into a divine sword. Chen Fan held the divine sword in his hand. Sword light streaked across the sky. Green aura stirred, and sword chi swept across the earth and sky like a dragon. The water beasts roared ahead, hideous and horrible, their voices shaking the four fields. Chen Fan snorted coldly. His sword pointed to the sky. The air trembled as the sword chi passed by, and the water beasts were all annihilated, turning into water splashes in the sky. His figure is like electricity, killing out at a rapid speed. Black hair flying, green shirt flowing, like an exiled immortal on the earth, and like a demon god descending. Majestic, killing intent, chills the heart. The sword light crisscrossed and cut through the sky, and the surrounding water waves were split in half, stirring up 10,000 waves. Although the water beasts were unending, Chen Fan was fearless, waving his divine sword like the wind. His sword aura was like a rainbow, and he was invincible. A mere illusion. "How dare you block my path?" Chen Fan shouted, his body's mana surging. The 80,000 feet of the sea of bitterness pouring in like a river. The green light around his body flourished, transforming into a sword domain that enveloped the four directions. Within the sword domain, sword chi was rampant and killing intent filled the air, just like a Shura battlefield. Su Qingqing looked at Chen Fan's back from the back. Her eyes flashed with shock and admiration. She could clearly feel the monstrous killing intent, as if even the air was frozen for it. Chapter 106, This formation has been broken. Chen Fan gripped a water beast's neck with one hand. His eyes were scarlet, his tendons and veins bursting out. His mighty face was magnificent. The sky was full of water mist, like a fairy mist shrouded. The beast in his palm shattered under its force. Blood splattered. Water droplets scattered, splashing down in all directions. Majestic. Immediately, several water beasts suddenly pounced like a tidal wave, containing gusts of mana fluctuations between their claws. With a raging, unstoppable momentum, Chen Fan's gaze was cold. His long sword was in his hand. The sword light flowed, and he swung out violently. The sword chi streaked across the area in front of him, instantly cutting down the area in front of him. However, in the next moment, endless water beasts followed closely behind, covering the sky in airtight, like a torrent of fierce beasts. Chen Fan's gaze was cold and indifferent as he blandly said, "Kill them all? I thought it might not be." Su Qingqing's hands were flickering with magic treasures, and her delicate face was covered in cold sweat. At this time, they have been fighting for more than half a day, and the enemy is so numerous that it seems boundless. "Brother Chen Fan, do you have a brilliant plan?" Su Qingqing anxiously asked. Chen Fan nodded slightly. The sword light swung, chopped at the regathered water beasts, instantly opened up a vacuum. Said, "How in the world can there be anything that is never exhausted? Even great emperors have times of exhaustion. These seem infinite, but in reality there is an end." After saying that, Chen Fan's entire body's mana suddenly shook, and vast golden fluctuations came out like a tidal wave. And he said in a loud voice, "Fellow Daoist Su, follow me. I have already gained insight into the gate of this breakthrough." Su Qingqing looked excited, hastily raised her magic treasure and shouted, "Willing to follow." Immediately, Chen Fan's figure was like a thunderbolt sweeping past, instantly dividing into several residual shadows, just like a straight-line shuttle. Su Qingqing clenched her teeth and followed closely behind, not daring to hesitate at all, knowing that the slightest lag at this moment would surely lead to death. The thoughts of Chen Fan and the others seemed to have been penetrated by the surrounding water beasts. The water beasts' eyes opened angrily, whistled furiously and attacked, with a raging momentum, just like the rushing waves. Chen Fan smiled blandly. The green lotus behind his back shook lightly. Dots of green light flickered, and the realm of inviolability of all laws was once again accomplished. Against the endless attacks, his body was like electricity, incomparably swift, and he violently sprinted forward. Su Qingqing did her best, her magic treasure moving spiritually, assisting Chen Fan on the left and right, responding in unison. Suddenly, the two fought to break through the heavy blockade of water beasts, and their figures flashed, appearing in an empty and silent water. Infinite water beasts have already dissipated, like nothingness, as if they never existed. Tranquility was once again restored to the heavens and the earth, and the waters rippled. Su Qingqing looked grave, looked around and inquired in a low voice, "Where is this place? Where are the water beasts?" Chen Fan's eyes scanned the four fields, slowly stretched out a finger, gently pointing ahead, only to see a crystal-clear crystal suddenly rise. At first glance unusual, under a closer look, but it seems to be misty, unpredictable, disorienting and marvelous. This is the eye of the formation. Su Qingqing's pink lips slightly opened. Surprised. Formation eye? We were in the formation just now. When did we step into this realm? Chen Fan gazed at the crystals and blandly said, "Perhaps since the time when he entered the lake, or since he went deeper into its realm. But this is all irrelevant. This formation has been broken." Su Qingqing's delicate face blossomed into a smile, as bright as a flower. Her slender jade hand gently patted Xiaoyi's pointed breasts and asked, "Then the water beasts that we chopped earlier are all phantoms?" Chen Fan nodded slightly and answered silently. Chen Fan took a step forward, reached out and lightly picked the crystal. At that moment, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. In the water area, the mist was steaming, and in an instant, the surrounding area was already surrounded by countless water beasts, with scaly armor flashing, fierce gazes, and surging auras. As far as the field of vision is concerned, it is all impermeable, and the water beasts are waiting in strict formation, as if they were thousands of horses and thousands of armies. And the encircling force is unbreakable. Seeing this, Su Qingqing's expression was startled, and the magic treasure suddenly reappeared in her hand. The spiritual light flickered, and the power to protect her body instantly surged. The magic treasure's light flowed and seemed to have an invisible barrier, protecting her and Chen Fan in the center from external enemies. Chapter 107, Beyond the People. Beyond the Sky. Su Qingqing looked confused and asked timidly, "Brother Chen Fan, what is the reason for this?" Chen Fan smiled lightly, and his 5 fingers violently pinched the crystal in his hand. In a split second, the surrounding water beasts suddenly turned into wisps of water vapor, and they all converged into the crystal stone without any residue. Su Qingqing's large, watery eyes were filled with surprise and a hint of worship as she softly said, "Brother Chen Fan, have you ever studied formations?" Chen Fan gazed slightly at Su Qingqing and responded blandly, "Why can I recognize it?" Su Qingqing smiled sweetly and said, "Earlier, when you killed the water beast, you said that this is an illusion, and you can bring Qingqing straight to the eye of the formation. If you do not know the formation, who in the world can?" Chen Fan smiled without saying anything. His gaze turned to the light of the fate spring that was getting brighter in front of him and slowly said, "Let's go. The Emperor's scripture is close at hand." Su Qingqing tilted her head and stared, sensing the hidden mystery. But Chen Fan did not say clearly. She also no longer pursued the question, only to secretly memorize it. She lightly opened her vermilion lips and answered, "Okay. Brother Chen Fan, we will go." The two of them then swallowed a few elixirs. Their magic power gradually recovered, their figures side by side, stepping forward. Their momentum was like a rainbow, swift and incomparable, heading straight to the center of the place. The closer Chen Fan and Su Qingqing traveled, the pressure around them also increased abruptly, suffocating. Suddenly, Su Qingqing violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Her pink skin cracked and blood gushed out, as if she was going to explode in the next moment. Chen Fan slightly paused in her steps and gazed back, only to see a green light suddenly descend, blocking the omnipresent oppression for her. Su Qingqing clenched her teeth and swallowed several elixirs, with a deep despondency in her eyes. Her voice hoarse, "Brother Chen Fan, I'm afraid I can't go any further. This place is my limit. You don't need to worry. Take the Emperor's scripture quickly." Chen Fan was silent for a moment and then spoke. "This Emperor's scripture also has a share for you." He knew inwardly that if Su Qingqing hadn't led him here, even if he had heavenly powers, it would have been difficult to seize the Emperor's scriptures. And therefore, there should have been a share for her. Su Qingqing revealed a smile, her eyes flickering with gratitude and a hint of inexplicable sentiment. The Emperor's scripture? The rarest thing in the world. Even though it could be shared, there were only a few people who gave it up. Chen Fan's actions were still surprising. "Okay. I'll wait for you, Brother Chen Fan," Su Qingqing answered softly, her words full of reluctance. Chen Fan nodded slightly and then resumed his journey, shouldering endless pressure and continuing forward. Su Qingqing looked at Chen Fan's back. A trace of despondency and envy appeared in her eyes. Whispering to herself, Even if I cultivate the Emperor's scriptures, is it really expected that I can compete with him for the Tao? There are people outside of people. And there are mountains outside of mountains. Today, Su Qingqing finally realized one point of its true meaning. In the past, she also had the delusion to seize the throne and become a one-time empress. But these thoughts were eventually killed by Lin Fan. And then by Chen Fan's successive strikes. The delusion in her heart. And today it has become empty. Even though she was called a genius by countless demons and was taken as a disciple by a king. So what? She was, after all, just a white bone on the road to contention. The pressure between heaven and earth suddenly increased. Like 1,000 pounds. Enveloping the four fields. Suffocating. The surrounding scenery was twisted and distorted. The sky was bleak. And everything was withered. Showing the state of depression. Chen Fan's steps were steady and resounding. Without the slightest pause. Straightforward. His silhouette was like the momentum of a broken bamboo. Weaving in and out of the oppression. As if he was not bound by heaven and earth. Light and free. This kind of pressure. Even the divine bridge cultivator. It is difficult to withstand. The slightest carelessness will explode and die. Not to mention a life spring cultivator? However, Chen Fan's eyes were always the same. Without seeing the slightest change. As if there was no pressure on his body. As if he was strolling in a quiet and tranquil place. At ease. Time flowed. The pressure between heaven and earth once again rose by a stage. And the aura was even more terrifying. At this moment, even a Pishang minor cultivator would find it difficult to withstand. And would surely be crushed. Chen Fan's footsteps slightly stopped. A moment of meditation. And then rose again. His steps were firm. Straight towards a direction. His figure was firm. Without any intention of retreating. Chapter 108, Is the Imperial Scriptures such an inconvenient thing? Chen Fan moved forward again. His steps were firm. And after hundreds of steps, the pressure between heaven and earth suddenly changed. At this time, even if it was the realm of the great accomplishment of the other side of the world, it was inevitable that the body would explode and die. Chen Fan's whole body was covered with green light. Suddenly shook. The green light wavered. But finally managed to steadily resist. Chen Fan lifted his eyes slightly and smiled. A great accomplishment on the other side of the world? Interesting. Under this kind of pressure, wouldn't someone who can reach this realm be a supreme heavenly pride? The realm of the life of the spring. The battle force is comparable to the other side of the big adult. Can also be in the pride of heaven to dominate the party? But not yet enough to call the absolute generation of the pride of heaven. Only at this moment can they defend against infinite pressure. So they can be called a supreme heavenly pride without any shortcomings. Suddenly, as Chen Fan's voice converged, a desolate and flooding voice suddenly sounded. Right too. It can be called an absolute heavenly pride. In an instant, only a huge Xuanji divine turtle slowly broke the waves and came out. Its shape was like a lofty mountain, towering above the clouds, with a jagged turtle back, like an ancient continent reviving in the vastness of the sea. On top of the turtle armor, arcane lines were intertwined, as if engraved with the secret pattern of the beginning of heaven and earth. Each line exuded a profound arcane aura, containing the vicissitudes of the ages. Chen Fan stood underneath the Xian Di divine turtle, surrounded by green light, his figure appearing more and more upright. At this moment, the pressure between heaven and earth seemed to coalesce at this moment. Chen Fan's eyes suddenly changed. His expression was slightly grave as he spoke. Xian Underworld Divine Turtle? Senior is sneakily following us behind our backs? This move is really not Senior's style. The Xian divine turtle slightly hung its head. Its eyes like two blazing suns. The ghostly light flickering as it laughed. Ha ha. Little friend, do not worry. This time, little friend can come. It is also because of a loose cultivator that I released 500 years ago. Chen Fan's expression remained unchanged. And the doubts in his heart were slightly resolved. Epiphany of why that scattered cultivator man could bring out the news of the Emperor's scripture from here. He asked in a deep voice. Senior. Is this move to find a successor for Emperor Hanhai? The Xian divine turtle slowly raised its eyes. A faint nostalgia and a hint of aging showed in its eyes. Its body suddenly shrunk to the size of a few zhang. And steadily landed in front of Chen Fan's eyes. And slowly said. Yes. 2. I have lived too long and my lifespan will end. As soon as the words fell, the voice of the Xian underworld divine turtle suddenly became resounding. It doesn't matter if I die. But the great emperor's legacy must not be severed. Immediately, the Xian underworld god turtle's gaze was firm, turning to reveal a look of relief as it slowly said. 10,000 fortunes. You have come. Chen Fan smiled faintly. His expression calm and steady, not showing a hint of joy at this statement. And asked blandly. If no one can pass this test, how should we respond? The Xian divine turtle was silent for a moment. Its eyes as deep as the abyss. And slowly responded. If no one can pass the examination, it is the destiny of heaven. Chen Fan looked solemn and said blandly. Since I have come, it is the destiny of heaven. The great emperor's legacy should be inherited by me. The Xian divine turtle nodded slightly and responded aloud. In that case, follow me. The Xian divine turtle slowly stepped forward. The water waves under its feet. Chen Fan gazed at its back and then followed steadily. Walking to a quiet realm. Surrounded by silence. Only the breeze. Xian god turtle suddenly stopped. Gazed back at Chen Fan. Slowly said. The Emperor's scripture is here. Why not take it yourself? Chen Fan gazed at the empty place in front of him. Smiled faintly. And asked blandly. How can there be an imperial scripture when there is nothing? The Xian divine turtle roared with laughter. His voice so loud that it shook 100 miles. Is the Emperor's scripture not such an inconvenient thing? Chapter 109, Gathering Chi-Luck. At that moment, the atmosphere of heaven and earth suddenly changed. The vast ocean violently poured in. The spiritual energy surged and surged. And in an instant, Chen Fan was tightly wrapped in it. The Xian divine turtle slowly opened its lips. Its tone steady. Feel with your heart and comprehend the great emperor's way. The emperor's scripture is contained within it. Chen Fan's eyes brightened slightly as he sighed. The means of the great emperor are truly profound and unfathomable. Not something we can penetrate. Immediately, Chen Fan sat down on his knees. His divine thoughts merging into the heavens and earth. Sensing the might of the great emperor. Wanting to draw the inheritance from it. The Xian god turtle stood quietly beside it. With a kind gaze. Seeing Chen Fan getting better. Slowly said. The emperor's scripture is the legacy of the great emperor. Only the pride of the great generation can master its axioms. If you really have outstanding talent, you can inherit the great emperor's legacy. If it is only a momentary trick, the great emperor's legacy will also be useless in front of you. The Xian god turtle has a long lifespan and has existed since the time of Emperor Hanhai. It has witnessed the great Hansi emperor's witnessing and touring of the heavens. And its power has shaken the world. It has also seen him in his twilight years. And has commissioned the search for a successor to his legacy. It can't bear to see the great emperor's legacy tainted by the mediocre. So countless celestial prides have come to this island. But none of them have been taught. 500 years ago, the divine tortoise sensed that its lifespan would end. And the sealed divine source would also dry up. So it released a loose cultivator to spread the message of the great emperor's inheritance to the outside world, hoping to find a true heir. The effort was not in vain, and Chen Fan was finally obtained as the successor. The long wait here was not in vain. If there was really no greatest generation pride, it also had a backhand preparation to ensure that the emperor's scripture would fall into the hands of the greatest generation pride. It does not take a moment. The atmosphere of heaven and earth suddenly changed. The vastness of the ocean violently poured. Spiritual power surging too. In an instant, Chen Fan was tightly wrapped by it. Suddenly, heaven and earth changed. The spiritual energy surged wildly. Thousands of spiritual energy was like a river pouring in, crazily pulling and surging into Chen Fan's body. Above his head, the vortex rotated like a star falling. The spiritual energy stirred and rippled. The vast ocean vision suddenly surfaced. Spectacular! A mysterious light shrouded between heaven and earth. And all the people in the secret realm gazed sideways, only to see a silhouette sitting on the top of the vast ocean vision. Posture upright, breath calm and steady. Light emperor power around its side. Like clouds like mist. Ethereal and misty. In the four cloths of the secret realm, the group of heroes saw the situation. Their eyes suddenly changed. And they marveled. 10,000 people, either human or demon, suddenly changed their looks, shifted their goals, and changed their direction. Suddenly, only to see a silhouette sitting on the top of the vast sea. Plain clothes floating. The face of the world. Eyebrows as far away as the mountains. Eyes like flowing clouds. Temperament chingy. Transcendent. She waved a palm. Dozens of feet of the peak of the sea beasts. Instantly gray smoke. The power is unparalleled. Immediately, his gaze blazed. Looking up to the heavens, he whispered, "Imperial power? Interesting. Allow me to see. Who even got this strange fate?" The words did not fall. The figure of light. Light as a swallow. Swift as electricity. Suddenly sped away. Like the sky clouds. People cannot see. At the same time, another character appeared. Its long hair like flame. Eyes fierce. Ferocious look. Sitting on his knees at the top of the blazing active volcano. Surrounded by blazing power. Like the only indestructible flame in heaven and earth. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open and he let out a cold laugh. Ha 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 ha. This treasure only I deserve. After saying that, he pulled out the blood-red double blades. The blades' cold light was compelling. And then violently leaped up. Broke the sea and came out. Carrying the blazing power. Furiously approaching the place where Chen Fan was. Above the 9 heavens, the Xianhuang divine turtle looked down on the entire secret realm with a deep gaze. And slowly said, "As heaven's destiny has come to pass, I will grant him one last blessing to help him gather his fortune." Chapter 110, Boarding the Island. At that moment, within the secret realm, there were thousands of meteorological conditions. And cultivators from the 4 directions and the demon race were surging. All rushing to the island where Chen Fan was. At that time, the center of the secret realm was filled with smoke. The human cultivators wielded their magical treasures. Their aura was like a rainbow. And they clashed fiercely with the demon cultivators. Blood rains in the shadow of swords. Ao Rushue slowly opened her eyes. Gazing at the sky vision. Suddenly saw the sky suddenly burning. Like a blazing sun pouring down. Her hand lightly brushed the sword on her knee. Smiling shallowly. Slowly said, "Chen Taoist friends. Although I know you extraordinary generation. But this time, but also made me a big surprise. The ancient imperial scriptures are rare treasures in heaven and earth. And it is unbelievable that they have fallen into Chen Fan's hands at this moment. She knew in her heart that this place might contain the emperor's scriptures. But the chances were slim. And the difficulty was comparable to that of a saint becoming an emperor in one day. But today, Chen Fan even reached this matter, which could not help but shake her heart. And her eyes flashed with a complicated light. Oh, Ru Shui lightly stood up. Single-handed sword. Sword out of the sheath. The sword gas suddenly overflowed. Like thunderbolt, thunderbolt. Magnificent. Slender jade finger flicked over the sword blade. Whispered, in that case, I am also not willing to show weakness. Before the words fell, she took out a set of pilgrimage formations from her treasured magic treasures. And her pace was like flowing clouds in water as she began to set them up. A magic treasure wandered in her hands, instantly arranging itself into shape, forming a tight defense. And she was ready to defend the exit of this place. Time passes in 3 days. Within these few days, the celestial phenomenon did not converge, but instead became more and more intense. Suddenly, a scripture emitting faint imperial power was suspended next to the silhouette, with the following seal engraved on it, Vast Sea Imperial Scripture. Upon the appearance of this phenomenon, the entire secret realm was suddenly plunged into madness. The heavenly pride with hesitation, seeing the emperor's scripture appear. Their minds were confused. Their sanity was lost. As if they were crazy. And they madly surged towards the island where Chen Fan was. As it traveled, people blocked killers. Ghosts blocked the destruction of ghosts. And wherever it went, countless indigenous sea beasts were massacred. And blood stained the sea. Boats came in like a tidal wave, laden with greedy people, breaking through the air, raging and competing for the emperor's scriptures. The sky was covered with dark clouds, thunder and lightning, as if heaven and earth were also moved by this chaos. Cultivators either wielded magic treasures or performed demonic techniques. Sword light and blade shadows intertwined. The momentum was like a rainbow. In the midst of the bloody storm, heroes and heroines fall like meteors, and their glory dissipates. Within the secret realm, war spreads, and people are in danger of dying. So only the truly strong can keep advancing until they reach the island. The island where Chen Fan is located. Today finally welcomed the fourth living soul. Actually a demon. This demon hair like flames. Fire red long. Hot burning. Light shining. Its 2 palms are wide, each holding a sharp double blade. Blade cold light force people. The momentum of Hirsch. The pressure of the 4 directions. The face of the face. Smiling boldly. Between the expression of the hard to tame the perseverance and tenacity. As if it could shake heaven and earth. Ling Rudi gazed around blandly. His gaze like a torch. The corners of his mouth smiling, revealing 2 rows of jade-like white teeth. Laughing wildly. I am actually the first demon to land on this island. So really, the heavens have helped me. This emperor's scripture should belong to me. Ling Rudi. After saying that, Ling Rudi walked steadily, his feet surging with mana, seemingly stepping on flames and lotus flowers as he slowly stepped into the depths of the island. Obviously, they all went through countless fights before they were able to reach this place. Chapter 111, The Royal Family. All the demons are divided into 2 sides. Cold eyes like frost. Killing aura. In an instant, the world is silent. Only the remaining mana fluctuations shuttle. Suddenly there is a man walking slowly forward, holding his knees. Hair like purple gas. Blandly glanced at the human race. Coldly said, now retreat. Or else. Kill without amnesty. At the time of the sound fall, strong mana suddenly erupted, instantly tearing the human aura. His aura is clearly the peak of the other side, ready to break through the Tao Palace realm. If not for the secret realm limitations, has long been on top. However, the advantage of this realm lies in the forced compression of the foundation, making it more robust, is one of the reasons why all the heavenly prides compete to enter. The people of the demon race are so rampant. The face of the human race is hot. The momentum is broken by one person alone. The heart is more and more suffocated. After 3 breaths, shoot on sight. The demon race spoke again, their eyes flashing scarlet. And the 50,000 sea of bitterness fluctuated with it, swirling and rushing towards the human race. Its overbearing aura was war chestnut inducing, as if it would turn the human race into a blood meal, devouring all of them. Seeing the demon race so arrogant, the crowd of cultivators in the heart of anger, all for a party of pride, today was so despised by the demon race. Indignation cannot be suppressed, and cannot wait to be killed on the spot. Eat their meat. Demon man took a step forward, his arms lightly down. 2 blood-red gas filled and up. Faintly said, 3 breaths have passed. You deserve to die. At this time, the man dressed in a basalt-colored robe, exuding a scorching fire around his body, took a step forward, and the sword on his waist suddenly came out of its sheath. The sword light was like a rainbow, and 100 feet of sword ons appeared at first glance, chopping at the demon, and angrily roared, "Demon race? How dare you be so rampant? Really think that my human race no one?" The aura was revealed, and it was clearly the peak of the Pishi. The sword's momentum was astonishing, as if it had cracked open heaven and earth. That demon's eyes were as bright as usual, and he even stretched out 2 fingers and clamped the sword like thunder. Seeing this scene, the human race side was shocked and looked at each other, their hearts even more appalled. Demon race people laughed like thunder. Wanton arrogance. Laughed, thousands of life, born from the royal family, is not comparable to you and other human race? Under the words, all the noble and contempt, as if they had already foreseen the victory. The king's clan shall be the first under the emperor's clan. Only those who have produced the one and only emperor who has ascended to the heavens are considered to be the emperor clan, while the rest are all kings. Insurmountable. Nor shall it be allowed to be exceeded. Thousand lightly glanced at the sword that was caught between his fingers. His voice was like a thunderbolt, exploding heaven and earth. Since you see the royal family, why don't you kneel? With this, the majestic mana suddenly appeared. Layers of horrible pressure like mountains pouring down. Dead pressure on that human cultivator. The human being's expression changed greatly. Mana surged wildly. His heart was alerted, and he wanted to forcefully draw his sword away. However, Thousand Life would not allow him to have his way. Both fingers violently force. 50,000 feet of the sea of bitterness fluctuation. In an instant, waves violently clamped that sword alive. The sword body should be shattered, as if the glass rupture. How possible? That human cultivator's face was shocked. His palms trembled, and the broken sword in his hand appeared particularly conspicuous, seemingly carrying endless unwillingness and despair. At this moment, the surrounding area was silent, and everyone was moved by it. Watch out! Retreat quickly! A sharp reminder sounded violently. But it was too late. Xianzhizi had already appeared behind that human cultivator at an unknown time. And between his palms, he was clearly grasping a bloody, still beating heart, the blood dripping down and staining the earth red. The human cultivator's heart indignation and unwillingness intertwined. Before the eyes of the flashlight-like memories, since a fishing village origin of the mortals. With a meager luck into the cultivation world. Arduous trekking. Wasted decades. Finally got a proud name. Full of fame in the eastern region. Highly favored by the elders of the clan. Was able to enter the realm of the secret. However, today, even under the same level, suffered a move to kill. How can not make its heart despair? In that instant, the past as if they are flashing in front of the eyes. How many days and nights to pay and struggle, but now turned into endless sadness. Instant annihilation in this cruel reality. The name of heaven's pride. Ultimately difficult to beat the ruthlessness of this moment. Chapter 112, A Sword to the Head. The human side is like a great enemy. The atmosphere is tense. All the cultivators look at each other. Their faces are all heavy. The side of the demon race is a cocky momentum. Demonic gas-filled. Each gaze blazing. Cannot hide the triumph. Human race. How dare you compete with my demon race for the imperial scriptures? A demon race cultivator took the lead in shouting. His voice like thunder. As if he wanted to crush the human race's aura to smithereens. Scram! If you don't roll, all of you will be killed. Roll! Demon clan people chimed in unison. Imposing like a rainbow. Pressing the human race immediately weakened. Although the human race cultivators gritted their teeth. But no one stood up to resist the pressure of 1,000. The heart of the indignation and powerlessness actually look extraordinarily lousy. The momentum of the demon race is therefore more and more high. One of the slender human cultivators couldn't stand it anymore and gritted his teeth. All of you demons should be killed. If my imperial race's Taoist lineage was here, would you dare to be so unbridled? 1,000 sniffed and smiled faintly. 5 fingers fiercely pinched. The heart in the palm of his hand instantly shattered. Blood dripping down. Like a star falling. 2 fingers gently flicked over the bright red lips. The tip of his tongue lightly licked. His demeanor was bland. And he laughed. Even if the imperial race Tao is here, I will kill it. The crowd of the demon race then laughed wildly. Their voices like a tidal wave, naturally. How can a mere human imperial race be compared to my demon race's royal race? You and the others are just ants. Nothing to worry about. When these words came out, the human race cultivators looked ugly to the extreme. Their anger burning like flames. Being insulted by someone so much as a human race great emperor. As a human race scholar. Who wouldn't be furious? The heart was even more enraged. Itching to strike back on the spot. But there was nothing that could be done about it. The corners of Qian Zhizhen's mouth hooked up a cold smile. His eyes swept the crowd of the human race. Seemingly ready for a killing spree. 1,000 if someone's emperor race Tao lineage is here, I will also suppress it. Before the words fell, the cold wind rose. The sea around the island slowly condensed a layer of frost. In an instant, the surrounding atmosphere became more and more condensed. Right at this moment, a clear and cold voice rang out. Suppressing the human emperor Tao lineage? Immediately afterward, a heavenly emerald green, crystal clear spirit sword swept in from the distance like lightning. Straight for 1,000 Life's head. Instantly beheading him. The crowd of demons instantly like a great enemy. Shocked. Looking at each other. This. How is it possible? Xianzhang is the person of the Blood Tiger royal clan. The absolute pride. Was actually a sword lord's. It is really unimaginable. The morale of the human side was greatly shaken. And they all shouted. District demon race. The pride of my human race is here. How dare you and the others be arrogant? A bunch of dirty demonic creatures. Right at this moment, A woman in white slowly came from the distance, with an emerald green jade flute hanging from her waist, just like a heavenly maiden descending. Radiant. The temperament is outstanding and magnificent, and it seems that the surrounding light is reflected in a dim light. A person in the human race was suddenly shocked. Ji family. Ji Haoyue. The Ji family, the ancient emperor clan, is the pride of this generation. It is rumored that he has a supreme physique and can prove himself as an emperor. The moment these words came out, the rest of the people were shocked and lost their colors, their gazes revealing incomparable awe. The demon race also felt grave, and their scorn multiplied in their hearts. The Imperial Ji family. What a heavy name. Previously, all the demons dared to make a bold statement, but on the back of the royal family. But today, Shenjiangzhenji has already been beheaded by a sword. Who can not be shocked by it? If not for the fact that they couldn't let go of the emperor's scriptures, they would have retreated long ago. Ji Haoyue slightly dropped her eyes, then retracted them without uttering a word, walking straight into the depths of the island, leaving behind an aura of silence and depth. This time, if it wasn't for 1,000 lovers daring to insult the emperor of the human race, with her character, she wouldn't have paid any attention to such trivial matters. Chapter 113, The Island Crisis. The crowd of demons looked at Ji Haoyue's fading back, their eyes different, their hearts pondering. After a moment of staring at each other, they all eventually withdrew their gazes and slowly dispersed. This is not the time for a decisive battle, and neither side has the confidence to overwhelm the rest. That's how it is when there is no one to carry the load. Previously, when Qian Chang was here, the demon tribe had the courage to clear out the human tribe before entering the island. But now that Qian Chang has fallen, they have lost their courage. And although the human race has Ji Haoyue town seen, but apparently she does not want to get involved in it. The human race does not dare to force, so can only temporarily retreat, until the final discovery of the emperor's scriptures. Before the day of the decisive battle, the island people have to go. Surrounded by a wide range of exotic fruits, all or the outside world is difficult to find things. The wonders in front of the crowd froze speechless. The heart cannot help but surge a burst of greed. At this moment, the intention of the Taotai is ready to go. Want to devour this endless treasure. Finally, someone couldn't hold back any longer and surged forward, plucking a red-colored vermilion fruit and swallowing it in one gulp without hesitation. All of a sudden, a heavenly aura filled the air, and the onlookers were all stunned. This person actually began to break through on the spot, the other side of the small into the other side of the big in an instant, and then towards the peak, straight to the jaw-dropping. When the crowd of demons hidden in the shadows saw this, the burning heat in their eyes deepened, and they were all driven by greed, secretly thinking. Immediately afterward, the demon race or the human race successively struck out, trying those extraordinary fruits one after another. And those people were safe and sound without exception. The crowd had retained a trace of vigilance, but at this moment they could no longer restrain themselves and frantically began to snatch it. The scene was suddenly like a feast of gluttony, and their greed was revealed. In this eerie atmosphere, the sounds of scrambling and yelling were intertwined, like a wretched and unbearable orgy. The strange fruit was being devoured recklessly, and the mana kept surging, as if it was devouring the aura of heaven and earth, showing all the demonic light. Suddenly, a cultivator exclaimed, "Mixed beasts!" Before the words fell, the crowd turned their eyes and were shocked to find a group of snow-white beasts frolicking in the forest. Their eyes immediately flashed red, and their greed was obvious. In an instant, more than 10 recluse lights swept out, all wanting to capture a hybrid beast. The group of hybrid beasts were innocent and cute. which made people feel compassionate. However, at this moment, suddenly one of the hybrid beasts paused for a moment, and instantly became dozens of feet in size, opening its huge mouth, wanting to devour those cultivators. This situation made all the cultivators panicked and horrified. No! This is not a hybrid beast. This is the devouring beast. It is rumored to be able to swallow saints. Run! The crowd of demons fled backwards, but instantly fell like dumplings, their mana dissipating in an instant, their whole body weak and powerless. Those cultivators and demons, all of whom had swallowed the island spirits, or those who had put away the spirits, had thought that they would devour them again after leaving the island. But they had never thought that they would be affected as usual, and had lost all their cultivation. At this time, they have reacted. Repentance in their hearts. But it was too late. All were devoured. No residue. Only one human cultivator was suspended in the air with a face full of horror, witnessing those cultivators and demons who were not on par with him being devoured one by one. However, he did not collect a thing earlier, because he came a little late. Mind alert. Did not rush to strike, but thought of intercepting other people's things, so escaped with his life. The dozens of feet of devouring beast once again transformed into a small beast and gradually disappeared into the depths of the dense forest with the rest of the small beasts. The surviving human cultivators let out a bitter smile, and then quickly left, running straight towards the outside of the island, not daring to think about the imperial scriptures in their hearts. And this scene, all over the island, are staged. People are scared, want to take the treasure but suffered such a calamity, so that everyone had to wake up. Chapter 114. Then we'll fight again. Ao Rushua sat cross-legged. A white dress like snow fluttering. Green silk like satin. Her eyes slightly closed, and the sheathed sword was placed across her knees. Silence all around. Only a bit of ghostly light swept by, just like the stars flashing, adding a few points of spirituality. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Her eyes were like swords coming out of their sheaths, and her sword intent rushed to the sky. Her plain hand gripped the sword and swung it violently. Tens of feet of sword chi like a dragon soaring into the air, covered in layers of frost, like a cold winter current, pushing straight ahead. Right at this moment, two huge blood-red blades violently chopped at him. Blood chi rushing to the sky. Coldness to the bone, cutting that sword chi alive. In the blink of an eye, swords and shadows were intertwined. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the wind and clouds stirred. Ao Rushua's eyes were heavy. Her clear face was calm, and her body's mana surged like a cloud as she drank. What kind of curmudgeon? Only to see a fiery red figure from the dense forest out, both hands holding a huge blood-red blade drooping on the shoulder. Face resolute, through a trace of untamed. His eyes were cold and indifferent, as if he regarded everything in the world as ants, and looked down on the heroes proudly. He looked at Ao Ruashua and said in a deep voice, "Dragon race? Pure blood? Demon of the East Sea Dragon Palace?" Ao Ruashua nodded slightly and asked, "Who is the Taoist friend?" "My name is Ling Rudi." He responded indifferently, his gaze skimming over the lake behind her, and said softly, "This is where the Emperor's scripture is located. It really made me look for it." Ao Rushua's expression became more and more grave, obviously having heard of Ling Rudi's name. This demon was a member of the Ling family of the Demon Imperial clan, a leading figure of the younger generation. Rumor has it that he once washed 100,000 miles of wilderness with his own strength, and was officially recognized by the Ling clan as the most gifted demon of the current generation. Ao Rushua ignored his words and only said, "Fellow Daoist Ling, Please still leave. Ling Rudi slightly tilted his head sideways and looked at her askance. His eyes full of disdain. You also dared to obstruct me? Ao Rushua's long sword crossed the sky, pointing it at Ling Rudi. Her voice was like a clear spring as she firmly said, "Battle!" Before the words fell, she took the lead. Her sword light was like a rainbow. The power of frost condensed in the blade of the sword. The sword chi was vertical and horizontal, directly attacking Ling Rudi. At the same time, the surrounding formations suddenly activated, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth converged into countless sword shadows, covering the sky and blocking its path of retreat. Ling Rudi laughed out loud. Fearless. Both of his hands waved the blood-red giant blades, and wherever the blades went, the blood aura was monstrous. He shouted angrily. The giant blades interlaced, and the light of the blades was like a pike, breaking through the air and shattering the arrayed sword shadows one by one. The two men's moves were swift and fierce, and the transition between offense and defense was like flowing water. Ao Rushue with the help of the power of the formation. The sword intent continuous. The frost of the air more and more dense. Want to use the power of cold to freeze Ling Rudi. However, Ling Rudi's demonic power was deep. His giant blade broke all laws. And no matter how harsh the sword aura was, he used his strength to harden himself and did not lose. The sky and earth were agitated by mana. The winds rose suddenly, and the surrounding trees and rocks were reduced to pieces in the two men's exchanges. Ao Rushue knew that her opponent was strong and did not dare to be careless. Her figure flashed, transforming into a white stream of light. Her long sword danced like a butterfly, and like a dragon swimming in the 9 heavens, each sword carrying the force of 10,000 pounds. A trace of appreciation flashed in Ling Rudi's eyes, and with a cold snort, his double blades rotated like two blood-colored dragons, roaring as they rushed towards Ao Rushue. Demonic chi surged around him, and the shadow of an ancient ferocious beast loomed behind him, the pressure of which spread out in all directions, causing the mind and soul to tremble. Seeing this, Ao Rushue quickly made a seal, and the power of the formation was once again raised. The sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds, and the power of thunder condensed at the tip of the sword. A brilliant thunderbolt accompanied by a piercing coldness slashed straight at Ling Rudi. Ling Rudi laughed out loud as he crossed his double blades, raised them high, and slashed down. Where the blades passed, space seemed to be torn apart, forming a deep crack that collided head-on with that lightning power. In a loud boom, light shot out in all directions, and heaven and earth lost color. Ao Rushue spilled a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth, but her gaze remained firm. Ling Rudi was as steady as a mountain, seemingly uninjured, and coldly said, "Not bad. Qualified to let me have all the fun." The words turned. The double blades crossed the air, and the majestic mana surged out at once. But it's not enough. Ao Rushue took a deep breath, wiped away the blood, and her clear and cold voice resounded through heaven and earth. Then let's fight again. Chapter 115, Bastsi Emperor Scripture. In the center of the lake, the aura was majestic, like a sea of clouds surging, converging into a vision of dragons and phoenixes dancing, with 1,000 colors and 10,000 shades of haze. The heaven and earth are full of visions, or the unicorn treads on clouds, or the white tiger whistles in the sky, or the immortal crane rises in the air, showing the mystery and magic, as if it were a fairyland. In the center of the lake, a figure sat cross-legged, precisely Chen Fan, only to see him surrounded by vast spiritual power, constantly gulping the essence of heaven and earth. Above his head even formed a side of more than 10 miles of huge vortex, straight to the sky. His temperament was as ethereal as an immortal. His posture was slender. And his face was handsome. Unforgettable at first sight. I don't know how long it took. Chen Fan's eyes slightly opened. Brilliant light burst out from his eyes. Majestic breath filled the four directions. And he had already reached the peak of the Divine Bridge realm. The Divine Bridge has been perfected. And the other shore can be stepped on at any time. He muttered to himself indifferently. And then got up. His hands behind his back. His eyes indifferent. Like an ancient well. This time, the gain was truly extraordinary. Not only did he obtain the vast Sea Emperor scripture from the Sea of Bitterness to the immortal 8 quasi-emperors in one fell swoop, but he also expanded the 80,000 fathoms of the Sea of Bitterness to 200,000 fathoms. What's more, he broke through the Divine Bridge realm and went straight to the pinnacle. This harvest is astonishing. As for the failure to realize the method of the Immortal Nine, is because the Han Hai Emperor has not left his realm. Also do not want his descendants to follow his old rut. As the saying goes, he who learns from me lives, but he who resembles me dies. But the way of learning Han Hai is not set in stone. The realm of a great emperor could not be accomplished by a single emperor scripture, but had to be achieved by taking that ultimate leap. Chen Fan looked up to the 9 heavens and arched his hand. Senior Xianmei Divine Turtle. The great emperor's inheritance has been obtained. So I would like to thank you here. Before the words fell, the figure of the Xiandi Divine Turtle once again appeared in front of him. His eyes showing a color of relief and liberation. Good. 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 The Xianmei Divine Turtle exclaimed. The great emperor's legacy will eventually be succeeded. And my mission has been accomplished. At this moment, his description became more and more old. Seemingly will sit down and return to dust. Chen Fan nodded slightly and thanked him again. If not for the Xianmei Divine Turtle's eagerness to find someone to pass on the legacy, this emperor's scripture would not be easy to come by. And this sentiment and righteousness will be remembered in my heart. The Xianmei Divine Turtle eyed Chen Fan, his satisfaction overflowing as he asked, have you ever realized several % of the Emperor's scriptures? Although he was the guardian of the Emperor's scriptures, the great Emperor's inheritance was after all left by the great Emperor of the vast expanse. And he was unable to know all of the depths of its wonders. Chen Fan smiled and said, 10%. The Xiandi Divine Turtle's complexion was shaken, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. 10%? Is that true? Chen Fan nodded slightly, his expression calm. Although the Emperor's scripture was very subtle, but he was amazingly perceptive, and finally penetrated it. Although it would take some time for him to realize the meaning of it, he had already memorized it in his heart, and he would be able to refer to it in detail in the future. The Xianmei God Turtle wanted to speak again and again, and finally suppressed the idea of the examination. Looking at its confident attitude, it is clear that even if it has not fully realized, it has already understood most of it. With this kind of natural talent, it would be hard to find a match in the entire Emperor's burial star. Thus, he nodded in relief. Subsequently, the Xianmei Divine Turtle talked freely with Chen Fan for a long time, and his attitude was even more cordial than before. Previously, although he knew that Chen Fan was a supreme pride, he thought that his ceiling was just like this. Now that he has the potential to become an emperor, his attitude is different. Chen Fan looked into the sky and smiled. Senior, I should take my leave. The vision you have invoked this time is not a small movement. The Xianmei Divine Turtle nodded slightly and said, Emperors, gathering the chi of the world's celestial pride, this is the path that must be traveled through. After a pause, he added, in addition, the great emperor also left a small gift for you. After saying this, the Xianmei Divine Turtle's figure gradually faded away. Chen Fan bowed slightly and respectfully said, "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." Previously, he had already made some guesses about the chi fortune. And now that he got the words of the Xin-Ne god turtle, which undoubtedly confirmed his thoughts, he could not help but feel a lot of emotions in his heart. At this moment, only a simple and ancient jade tablet was suspended in front of him, emitting a faint light that was extremely arcane. Chapter 116, A Remarkable Harvest. Chen Fan gazed at the jade tablet in front of him and gently held it in his hand. In an instant, a subtle message surged into his mind, and all the mysteries about this jade tablet became clear. A blazing color immediately flashed in his eyes, and with a slight smile, he said, "Worthy of being left by a great emperor." Such exclamations are natural. The effect of the jade brand is truly extraordinary. This jade tablet comes with an imperial level spirit gathering array, which can absorb the free spiritual chi between heaven and earth, providing great assistance to the holder's cultivation. Its effects are, under a saint, the speed of cultivation can be increased by 3 times, above a saint. Enlightenment can be enhanced, providing 5 times the assistance for the Great Tao. And this is only the tip of the iceberg. The main function of the jade token is to protect the path for the holder, since Emperor Hanhai did not leave the emperor's weapon to the inheritor. He used this jade token as compensation. The divine effect of the jade tablet's protection of the Tao was also astounding. It can withstand an attack under a saint once a day, a saint's strike once a year, a saint king's attack once every 10 years, a great saint's attack once every 100 years, and a quasi-imperial strike once every 1,000 years. And at this time, the jade medallion had already been recharged. So even if a quasi-emperor came to attack, it could still be defended against it with ease. Chen Fan did not care too much about these Tao protecting powers. What he valued more was the increase in cultivation speed. Protecting the road. There is 2 Emperor's Sword is enough. But accelerate the cultivation. But not 2 Emperor's Sword can help. And this jade tablet can make up for this lack. Cultivation speed improvement means that he can send that group of evil animals to hell one day earlier. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Chen Fan's mouth, and then his body moved and abruptly disappeared from the spot outside the lake. At this moment, Rushui and Su Qingqing were teaming up with the Imperial formation to bitterly battle Ling Rudi. The wind and clouds are changing. The sky and the earth are losing color. Rushui is dressed in white, with a fluttering sleeve. The long sword in his hand is like a swimming dragon. The sword chi is vertical and horizontal. The power of frost is condensed in the blade of the sword, and the coldness of the icy spirit is forced directly to Ling Rudi. Su Qingqing, on the other hand, held a fan in her hand, and her voice curled up, transforming into an invisible blade that went straight for the enemy's head. Ling Rudi held a huge blood-red blade in both hands. His body was surrounded by demonic aura. His face was cold, and his eyes were unruly and untamed. He waved his blade to break through the air. The light of the blade was like a rainbow, and the blood aura filled the air, dissolving the attacks of the 2 of them one by one, without any fear. Rushui and Su Qingqing used the power of the formation to attack like a tidal wave, unceasingly. However, Ling Rudi's demonic power is deep and his giant blade breaks all laws. No matter how harsh the sword chi is and how treacherous the sound waves are, none of them can do anything to him. The sky and the earth were agitated by mana. The wind was furious. The mountains and rocks were cracked, and the grass and trees were turned into ashes. 3 people fighting. Has reached white hot? Difficult to distinguish between high and low. Su Qingqing looked grave, her delicate face covered in cold sweat. Earlier, after saying goodbye to Chen Fan, she stayed in the middle of the lake to search for opportunities, trying to obtain other creations. However, in the end, she found nothing. And after seeing the visions that permeated the secret realm, she gave up and chose to leave. When she left, she saw that Ao Rushui was fighting with Ling Rudi and had lost the battle. At this point, she was surprised, but also understand that at this moment must not let this demon into the chaos. So resolutely to help. Ao Rushui eyes heavy. The hands of the sword slightly trembling. Mana trembling. No, that's so on. I am afraid that it is difficult to restrain this demon. Eyes flashed a trace of determination. Ao Rushui's eyes are heavy. The sword in his hand is slightly trembling. Mana surging. Knowing that if this goes on, I am afraid it will be difficult to restrain this demon. A hint of determination flashes in his eyes. Qingqing. She and Su Qingqing glanced at each other. And a tacit understanding arose as they simultaneously made seals. The power of the formation suddenly rising. The sky was covered with dark clouds. The power of thunder brewed between the clouds. And bright lightning accompanied by a piercing coldness covered the sky. Ling Rudi laughed loudly, his voice shaking the four fields. Futile. Demonic chi coalesced around him. The shadow of an ancient ferocious beast appeared behind him. And his giant blade crossed the sky. The light of the blade was like a pike, breaking through the thunder. That thunder violently ruptured, instantly cracking the air. And the two figures flew out backwards like falling leaves, blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. Miserable and powerless, Ling Rudi stood high in the sky. His twin blades were like living creatures in his palms. And the bright red color flowed through, reflecting his cold and stern face. Just like a god. After all, it's just a quasi-imperial Dao lineage. Ling Rudi looked down at Ao Rushui and Su Qingqing, his tone dripping with disdain as if he was looking down on a mole cricket. You're already insufficient since you're young. Not to mention that today's enemy, it's me. After he said that, his mana surged, and his two blades suddenly merged, transforming into a blood-red dragon with teeth and claws, lifting its wings and sending out a deafening roar. Just as well, letting you and the others see my true strength. And you and the others can be considered to be well deserving of their deaths. The blood dragon swooped down, its mighty pressure like a tide, as if heaven and earth had changed. Suffocating. Ling Rudi's gaze blazed with pride. Ao Rushui's eyes flashed with a hint of madness. Majestic mana surged. The array glowed brightly as she attempted to fight against it. Su Qingqing clenched her teeth. Blood spilled from the corners of her lips. The weapon of her life in her hand was hanging high. Pink light shone down like the morning sun. And she gave Ao Rushui a full boost. At this point, they were already on the line between life and death. And neither of them could afford to retreat in the slightest. The blood dragon rumbled like a cracker. Instantly crushed. The two people put their best efforts in the formation. The sound of vibration like a thunderclap. The violent energy swept through like a tidal wave. Ao Rushui and Su Qingqing both spit out blood. The form was shaken back. They looked up high in the sky, their eyes filled with indignation and despair. Is the gap between having or not having the Emperor's scriptures really so great? At this moment, the heart's unwillingness towards the Emperor's scripture grew stronger. It was clearly right in front of his eyes. But he had no chance to get it. The blood dragon whistled down and pounced on the two women, its huge body circling in the air, its scales reflecting a blinding red light, like red flames rising. The sound was horrifying and chilling. Su Qingqing desperately pulled out her life preserver. And Ao Rushui tried her best to stand up, unwilling to end it. Bang! A shattering sound suddenly rang out. The blood dragon suddenly dissipated, like broken glass. And the red light scattered in all directions. Suddenly, Chen Fan stepped on the seven-colored rainbow bridge, his green clothes fluttering like a breeze. His palms were slightly raised, and the mana fluctuations spread like ripples, instantly engulfing the raging force around him. Ao Rushua and Su Qingqing were both stunned, and a trace of relief flashed in their eyes. Ao Rushua no longer struggled, and Su Qingqing's gaze was locked onto Chen Fan, full of complex emotions, as if she was in a dream. Ling Rudi's eyes suddenly cooled as he gazed at Chen Fan and said in a cold voice, "Who are you? Dare to meddle in my affairs?" Chen Fan's expression was calm, his gaze as watery as water, looking straight at Ling Rudi as he softly said, "Central Region Scattered Cultivator. Chen Fan." When Ling Rudi heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes and he laughed coldly. "Fine. Fine. A mere loose cultivator dares to appear before me." With a wave of his sleeve robe, dots of red light gathered and the blood blade resurfaced in his hand. Pointing straight at Chen Fan, "Roll within one breath. Otherwise, kill." Chen Fan did not move, but only smiled gently. His gaze turned to Ao Rushua and Su Qingqing, saying, "Since you have injured my friend, let's leave you to make a banquet to make amends. The dragon's liver tastes quite good, and it can be considered a good ingredient." Ling Rudi laughed instead of being angry and said coldly, "To be able to block one of my moves, you are also considered a pride of the human race, and I shall have you as a slave under my seat." Chen Fan smiled faintly and flipped his palm, instantly like the sky turning over. Ling Rudi's figure was violently pressed towards the ground and landed on top of the sea island with a bang. His entire demonic form was forced to reveal itself. It was a 20-feet blood dragon, hissing angrily. "Human! Who are you?" Ling Rudi's expression was finally no longer calm, gazing at Chen Fan with a face full of shock. His body's mana surged like a tidal wave, trying to break free from this invisible bondage. But it was like hitting a stone with an egg, not moving at all. Previously strong offense at the moment actually could not set off a wave, as if suppressed by an invisible force. Chen Fan glanced at him lightly and did not respond immediately. Instead, turning to Su Qingqing and Ao Rushua, the corner of his mouth lifted lightly as he laughed. "Two fellow Taoists? Are you still not ready for the spice?" This sentence caused Su Qingqing and Ao Rushua to be stunned, not having thought that Chen Fan would really want to eat Ling Rudi, a powerful person, in one bite. Their hearts were incredulous. Their gazes flickered with surprise and confusion, as if this scene was sending wild waves through their minds. "Human race? You dare? I am a demon of the Ling family. The Imperial Ling family. How dare you eat me?" Ling Rudi struggled frantically, roaring like thunder with a loud and powerful voice, attempting to tear apart this humiliation. Ao Rushua wanted to say something, although in her heart, she wanted to persuade Chen Fan to calm down. But in the end, she gave up. She was clear that Chen Fan had already made up his mind at this moment, and it was useless to persuade him. Su Qingqing gently wiped her cheeks, revealing a surly smile as she looked at Chen Fan. Her laughter like a bell. "Yeah. This dragon is really annoying. It almost took Qingqing's life just now. Thanks to brother Chen Fan for avenging me." Ling Rudi's madness grew more and more intense as a pishy life-preserving treasure surged out of his mouth in an attempt to break free of his bonds. Yet under this absolute suppression, his struggles were as ineffective as straining. Chen Fan glanced slightly and said in a cold voice, "Noisy." At those words, a green light violently surfaced, transforming into a sharp blade that chopped straight at Ling Rudi's dragon head. Put! Fresh blood gushed out furiously. Ling Rudi's eyes were filled with shock and unwillingness as he screamed in this instant of misery, as if he was unable to accept this sudden ending, and his body suddenly went limp. Ao Rushua and Su Qingqing were both shocked, their gazes gazing at this with disbelief. They had not expected that Ling Rudi would be so unbeatable in front of Chen Fan. That he would actually die. Without even having any room to resist. At this moment, the heavens and earth seemed to stand still. The aftermath of the battle gradually subsided. And Chen Fan was the only one who stood high in the sky with a magnificent style. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to stand still. The aftermath of the battle subsided. And Chen Fan was the only one who stood high in the sky with a magnificent style. He slowly landed and took out the Pisan spirit pill that he had gotten from Lin Fan and gave it to the two women. Smiling. This matter has nothing to do with you and the others. I'll be responsible for it. Ao Rushue heard this and shook her head in rejection. If there were no fellow Daoist, we would have fallen long ago. How could we let fellow Daoist bear the burden alone? Su Qingqing did the same thing. Cutting her throat and refusing to accept it. Chen Fan smiled without saying anything and then said, "Two fellow Daoists. First deal with the ingredients. After which I will give the Emperor's scripture to you." The two women's expressions changed. And their hearts longed like a tidal wave. Chapter 117, he values his commitment more than anything else. Beneath the ancient trees in the sky. A bonfire curled up. The flames licking at the firewood. At this time, the aroma of meat was mouth-watering all around. Next to the fire, a bronze tripod stood steadily. The tripod stewed tender dragon meat. Soup color clear. Floating a bit of oil. Steam in the hot air. Mixed with a faint medicinal aroma. Like the taste of the nine heavens fairyland. The aroma beside the tripod leisurely overflowed in all directions. Seemingly coloring the space around it with a light veil of deliciousness. The dragon meat was controlled by the fire just right. The meat was tender. Oily and glossy. And when the knife sliced down, one could hear the soft sound of meat and bone. On the other side of the fire, several barbecue grills were in order. The charcoal fire was slightly jumping. The meat skewers were nuisance on it. The grease dripped down, splashing stars and sparks. The dragon meat was slightly curled in the fire. The outside was burnt and the inside was tender. The aroma was overflowing. And it was really a mouthful. While the surrounding area was decorated with a wide array of spirit fruits and fine wines. The various colors of spirit fruits were crystal clear. Like drops of morning dew. The colors were bright and colorful. And they faintly emitted a sweet aroma. Beautiful wine in a jade bottle. Agar jelly. It seems that each drop contains 1,000 years of spiritual charm. Intoxicating. The breeze brought a burst of coolness. And the three of them sat around the campfire, laughing and enjoying the food and wine. Su Qingqing attentively sat beside Chen Fan. Her slender hand holding a bowl of steaming dragon soup. Gently blowing. The delicate aroma then filled the air. With a faint smile, she handed the bowl of soup to Chen Fan. When Chen Fan took it, Su Qingqing picked up another small knife and meticulously cut the golden and oily dragon meat on the grill. The blade cut through. The meat was tender and the grease dripped down. The dragon's liver on the grill was already cooked through, emitting a rich aroma. Su Qingqing immediately picked it up and lightly set it in front of Chen Fan with a beaming smile. Seeing this, Chen Fan was not polite and accepted the order. Ao Rushue on the side saw this. The corner of the mouth with a faint smile. Suddenly took out the sword from the waist. Gently placed on both knees. Fingertip tap. Clear melody suddenly resounded. Like that nightingale singing. Chen Fan picked up a piece of fresh dragon liver and gently swallowed it in one gulp. A satisfied smile appearing on his face. This is dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder. The best in the world. Today is just like reliving the taste of the past. Between the words, it was as if he had returned to that glorious time. Su Qingqing smiled. Poured a glass of wine for Chen Fan. And said gently, "Brother Chen Fan, Your words can make Qingqing envious. If not for today, would Qingqing be able to taste the beauty of this pure-blooded dragon? And it is still from the imperial clan. Ao Ruoxue, on the other hand, was sitting on the side, only pinching the spirit fruit and wine in her hands, although she had not tasted the dragon meat. But when she heard Chen Fan's words, curiosity could not help but show in her eyes. Chen Fan sniffed. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile, and a flash of past memories flashed in his eyes. In the past, he had beheaded several pure-blooded dragons and phoenixes in the midst of great battles, enjoying the taste of dragon livers and phoenix guts several times. All right. Without further ado, I will now pass on the Emperor scriptures that I have acquired to you. As Chen Fan's words fell, Su Qingqing and Ao Rushua both froze, longing and a hint of disbelief surfacing in their eyes. The Emperor's scripture, the most precious treasure in the world, was actually going to be taught to them by Chen Fan. And this was still a voluntary move by Chen Fan. Even though Chen Fan possessed the Emperor's scriptures, if he did not teach them, there was nothing they could do about it. But he was willing to bestow this favor. Chen Fan did not care about this, even though Emperor scriptures were hard to find in the world. To him, he cherished his promise even more. Immediately, he spoke. On this trip, I have obtained a total of 8 Emperor scriptures from the Sea of Bitterness to the Immortal Terrace, all of which can be taught to you. The 2 women were instantly shocked, their hearts in disbelief. They originally thought that it would be a great blessing if they could obtain the Emperor scriptures of one of the secret realms. But they had never expected that Chen Fan would return with the complete Emperor scriptures. Throughout the entire Emperor's burial star and ancient history, how rare is the person with such a harvest? Chapter 118. The 2 of them looked at Chen Fan with a fixed gaze. And in their hearts, they understood that there were no words of refusal to say at this time. The purpose of their coming here was for the imperial scriptures, and the current situation made any words seem impractical. Only the heart secretly remembered Chen Fan's kindness. And immediately, they made a Taoist hard oath, vowing that this Emperor scripture would never be taught to others, but only self-cultivation. Chen Fan nodded slightly and spat out in a deep voice. The Lifespring Human Body Divine Collection 2. A few words fell, and in an instant, the heaven and earth were full of visions. Aura was dazzling, and light was flowing. The 2 women's complexion suddenly changed, and they were fully concentrated, trying their best to memorize these secret words in their hearts. Suddenly, Chen Fan snapped his eyes up, his gaze cold, locked in the distant void, and said in a cold voice, "Good guts." Immediately afterward, the green light in his hand exploded, and the divine ability suddenly fell, rushing through and striking the void. At this moment, a silhouette suddenly appeared in the void, clad in white, with a look as indifferent as water. 3,000 green silks fluttering in the wind, with a magnificent style, just like a fairy descending. Chen Fan looked at the woman indifferently and asked in a cold voice, "Ji clan? The void scripture? So that's how it is." If it wasn't for Ji Haoyue transmitting a hint of her breath, he was afraid that he hadn't realized that someone was lurking here, secretly observing. Su Qingqing and Ao Rushua's anger instantly rose, their faces clearly dissatisfied as they angrily rebuked the person who was secretly eavesdropping. Ji Haoyue looked at the trio and made a bow, her face showing embarrassment. "It was not what I wished for. It was indeed a coincidence that I arrived. This matter was related to the Emperor scriptures, and it was truly dishonorable." When Su Qingqing heard this, she let out a cold snort, and anger surfaced on her delicate little face. "I don't think it's necessarily true. I'm only afraid that it was premeditated." Ji Haoyue looked embarrassed and said sharply, No. I would like to make a Dao heart vow. As the words fell, Chen Fan's trio's expressions eased slightly. But they still looked rather grim. In the end, Chen Fan waved his sleeve and said in a cold voice, "In that case, what should a fellow Taoist do? Although it is unintentional, it is inescapable." Ji Haoyue was slightly embarrassed, insisting that it was unintentional and did not hear the key content. Ao Rushue retorted in a cold voice, "The preciousness of the Emperor's scriptures. As a member of the Ji family, how could you not know? And how can you end it so easily?" Ji Haoyue coldly hummed. "Humph. This Emperor's scripture is not the treasure of your ancestors, but something you and others obtained in this secret realm. I have not forcibly seized it. I am already forgiving. And you dare to be so pushy?" Chen Fan waved his sleeve and laughed coldly. "Make a move to take it? Ridiculous. Aren't you here for the Emperor's scripture? Now that the Emperor's scripture is above me, if you want it, come and take it." Turning his words around, Chen Fan looked Ji Haoyue up and down and laughed. "If you lose, can I borrow the void scripture to have a look?" At this moment, Chen Fan's intentions were finally exposed. The void scripture has the power to escape into the void and master the power of space. It is rumored that this is how the Void Emperor became an emperor. Ji Haoyue's brows furrowed slightly as a few angry colors appeared on her face. She had not expected that Chen Fan would dare to think of the Ji family's emperor's scriptures. "It's really a dog's guts." Su Qingqing's expression changed, but she immediately said with a smile, "That's right. If you don't dare to make a move, leave enough compensation now and retreat. Or else don't blame us for being impolite to you." Although Ao Rushue did not explicitly say so, her attitude was also supportive. Ji Haoyue slowly opened her mouth, her voice like a clear spring. "The Emperor's scripture? Only those who have the destiny can obtain it. If you dare to use this as a bet, I can also use the Emperor's scripture as a bet." Chen Fan smiled faintly, looked at Ji Haoyue, and laughed. Good too. He didn't care about the loopholes in Ji Haoyue's words, even though it wasn't the void scripture. The other Emperor's scriptures were also good. Chapter 119. It's time for you to fulfill your promise. Ji Haoyue nodded slightly, and suddenly an aroma wafted from her nose. A tantalizing flavor that went straight to her heart. She couldn't help but sidestep her eyes, her gaze landing on the copper tripod and barbecue grill to the side. And she wondered in her heart, why is this object so familiar? Just as she was puzzled in her mind, Chen Fan had already taken the lead to voice out. "Since this is the case, please teach me, fellow Taoist." After he spoke, his aura suddenly revitalized, and the green light scattered in all directions, just like a river of stars pouring down. Good. Dividing victory and defeat by battle? When it is the oldest way of my human race. Ji Haoyue's heart crossed and she stood upright, her sword light flashing, her breath like a rainbow, and her determination incomparable. Right too. Only the weak are strong. Chen Fan's face was bland. His mana was like a tidal wave, and the aura around him surged, instantly transforming into a spiritual light that greeted Ji Haoyue. Ji Haoyue was horrified in her heart. The emerald green sword at her waist was violently sheathed, and her whole body's strength was poured into it. Not daring to have a hint of slackness, she secretly said in her heart, "What kind of power is this? Why is there such a strong enemy in this secret realm?" Even though she practiced the void scripture and her foundation stood proudly above countless others, when faced with Chen Fan's strike today, a hint of deadly danger and powerlessness rose in her heart. The sword light was like electricity. Ji Haoyue tried her best to resist it as if she was penetrating the void. However, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Chen Fan's figure had already appeared in front of her like a shadow. Shocked, Ji Haoyue hurriedly tried to retreat, her figure vaguely disappearing into the void. Wanting to be as fast as the wind. Want to escape? Chen Fan let out a light laugh as a slender white palm seemed to penetrate the void and grabbed straight away. Ji Haoyue's heart shook as she looked on in horror as that palm gradually approached, backing up repeatedly but unable to avoid it. And in the end, she could only watch as that palm approached. Stop! She roared in her heart. But before her words came out, the palm of her hand had already grabbed her swan-like neck. Chen Fan's gaze was deep as he held Ji Haoyue's neck, smiled faintly, and said indifferently, "Fellow Daoist, you are the one who lost this confrontation." Ji Haoyue's expression changed several times and slowly spoke. "Fellow Daoist, what is your name?" "Name?" Chen Fan seemed to smile, weighing in his heart, but his palm did not relax. Instead, he gently caressed his 3,000 green silk, even picking up a strand to rub between his fingers. Ji Haoyue's face instantly surged with a hint of redness, but inwardly she was a bit annoyed, saying, "Fellow Daoist, your move is really a breach of etiquette." Etiquette? Chen Fan was slightly stunned, his gaze revealing a bit of playfulness. In this secret realm, what is etiquette? Only the strong are honored, and the weak have no place to stand. Ji Haoyue's heart was shaken, and she was speechless. A trace of unwillingness flashed in her eyes. Then she softly said, "Although what you say is reasonable, the way of the world is not based on strong pressure. And there should also be some scruples." Scruples? Chen Fan laughed softly, as if pondering his words, and spoke. "If you were an emperor, what scruples would you have? What are the scruples of the existence in the forbidden zone of life?" Between words, he let go of his hand, and only then was Ji Haoyue able to breathe, her face regaining some of its luster. Emperors have no scruples but all emperors have the world in mind. Ji Haoyue forced herself to stabilize her emotions, her voice gradually regaining its calm. Chen Fan smiled blandly as he heard this, his voice as gentle as the wind. "I don't care about whether what you say is right or wrong. You should honor your promise." Ji Haoyue's heart was in awe. Her gaze flickered slightly, and although there were no waves on her face, it was hard to hide the fluctuations within her heart. The Emperor's scriptures, the world's greatest treasure. And now, she lost out. Chapter 120, Obtaining the Imperial Scriptures Again. I don't intend to go back on what fellow Daoist has asked for. Ji Haoyue stabilized her mind and said slowly. However, the Void Scripture is a legacy of my Ji family and cannot be taught. As soon as these words came out, Su Qingqing became dissatisfied in her heart and angrily interjected. "In that case, then what did you say about a betting match? Is it just for false words?" She clutched her chest with her small hands, and with an indignant look on her face, she said in annoyance, "You deceitful bastard." A few hints of petulance and disdain came out in her tone. "And, Qingqing, don't get excited," Ao Rushue advised from the side, and her expression revealed dissatisfaction. They believed that Chen Fan dared to use the Emperor's scriptures as a bet, so they must be prepared to lose. And losing gives the Imperial scriptures. Now, Ji Haoyue had lost but said that he couldn't teach the Void Scripture, which wasn't a violation of the contract since it's a gambling fight, the winner should have something to gain. Ji Haoyue was secretly unhappy in her heart, but still slowly said, "But I have the remnants of the Emperor's scriptures to pass on." Ao Rushue frowned slightly. Her tone gradually increased. "You and I are both cultivators. We should emphasize faith. How can we go back on our words?" Didn't we agree on the void scripture? In that case, could it be that you intend to respond to the bet with a remnant scroll? Su Qingqing laughed disdainfully and coldly, her voice sounding like a cold wind. To use a remnant scroll to wager against the entire emperor scripture is truly an empty glove. Once these words came out, Ji Haoyue's face changed slightly. Her heart was indignant, but it was difficult to argue. And obviously knew that he did with this move. I thought that this move was foolproof. But I never expected that it would fail so completely. Qingqing. It's fine. Chen Fan shook his head slightly. Looking as usual. Let's leave this matter at that. It's good enough that the Ji family is willing to give away the remnants of the scroll. Brother Chen Fan. Su Qingqing had a disgruntled face. Her hands wrapped around her chest and she looked stubborn. Still trying to get more. Trying to latch on to the void scriptures. These are once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. The void scripture is my Ji family's legacy. And it cannot be outsourced? Seeing this, Ji Haoyue's heart remained calm despite her unhappiness. This remnant scroll is already the limit of what I can give. Su Qingqing's face showed her unwillingness. And she stubbornly said, if that's the case, isn't it a case of not keeping one's word? Since they are all imperial scriptures, why do they have to be so catty? Qingqing. Ao Rushues softly persuaded. Her tone carrying calmness. This matter is already so. Don't provoke the Ji family. The Vanguard Ji clan would definitely not allow the void scriptures to be circulated. And this time, being able to obtain a remnant scroll was already a heavenly reward. Chen Fan suddenly opened his mouth. His voice sounding like a bell. All right. I have already decided on this matter. There is no need to say more. Su Qingqing let out a helpless sigh. Finally giving up on this fantasy. Void scripture, ah. This kind of emperor scripture could be considered even more precious than normal emperor scriptures. Now it's just a matter of missing it. Much to the demon's chagrin. Ji Haoyue nodded her head slightly as she glanced at Chen Fan. Her face bemused. If fellow Taoist decides to do so, then this will be the finalization. Naturally. Chen Fan smiled faintly. Good. Ji Haoyue's mood improved slightly. Her expression gradually becoming eased. Despite losing a scroll of Emperor Scripture remnants this time around. However, it was not the void scripture after all. And although it was heartbreaking, it was not unacceptable. Since this is the case, please pass on the remnant scrolls. Fellow Taoist. Chen Fan's gaze was like a torch and his tone was resolute. Ji Haoyue sighed softly and slowly took out a simple and ancient sheepskin scroll. The ink mottled and the words revealing the vicissitudes of the ages. She gently unfolded it. And with a slight finger, the scroll flickered with a faint emperor's aura. This is a remnant scroll of the ancient imperial scriptures. Although it is incomplete and does not contain a method of cultivation, it still contains a divine ability. Chapter 121, Could this be Emperor Ling Rudi? Su Qingqing and Ao Rushues gazed tightly at the scroll in Ji Haoyue's hands, both with unconcealed shock and awe in their eyes. That is the Swire Emperor scripture. The heirloom treasure of the Swire Emperor. Rumored to be heaven-defying in its battle power. Able to break through 10,000 elephants and traverse the three realms. With a battle power that can be reversed against the immortals. It is an exaggeration. But its reputation for prowess has long been passed down through the ages. Now, even from Ji Haoyue's hands to see the remnants of one of its volumes, it was enough to make many cultivators in the world fall in love with it. Although this volume of imperial scriptures is not complete, and only contains a divine ability, but the power it carries is still not trivial. Looking around, even if it is 1,000,000 pounds of source stones, it would be difficult to exchange for a trace of the power of the magic. Chen Fan looked calm, and there seemed to be a smile in the depths of his eyes. He was not lacking in divine abilities. and had previously obtained 2 exceptional divine abilities from the Green Lotus of the Great Tao. And his potential had long since been unrivaled by the remnants of this scroll. However, the heart is still happy. This divine ability from the ancient Great Emperor, although not complete, but is still a rare gift of heaven. When his gaze landed on the scroll once again, the corner of his mouth involuntarily raised a hint of a smile. Immediately, without the slightest hesitation, Chen Fan collected the scroll in Ji Haoyue's hand and hid it in his sleeve. When Su Qingqing and Ao Rushue saw the scene, although they carried envy in their hearts, they were not the slightest bit jealous. They understood that this divine ability was obtained from Chen Fan's betting with Ji Haoyue, and it didn't have much to do with them. Moreover, Chen Fan had previously decided to impart a complete set of the vast Sea Emperor's scripture to them. If he were to develop greed for this divine ability at this time, would he not appear to be narrow-minded and insatiable? When Ji Haoyue saw Chen Fan put away the scroll, her eyes moved slightly, and there was a slight loss in her heart. But then she relieved herself and gently shook her head. She eyed Chen Fan and spoke softly. "Fellow Daoist, since the reparation gift has been received, why don't you invite me to have a seat?" Chen Fan smiled blandly, then reached out his hand and elegantly invited. "Please sit down, fellow Daoist." Ji Haoyue nonchalantly took a seat opposite Chen Fan, as light as a swallow, with a posture like an orchid. Chen Fan resumed his seat, while Su Qingqing and Ao Rushue sat on both sides, their gazes involuntarily casting towards Ji Haoyue. They did not show any more hostility, but with a look of scrutiny and contemplation, as if they were looking at a god of wealth. Ji Haoyue's gaze, which was vaguely helpless but also carried a touch of complex sentiment, seemed to have a few points of dissatisfaction, as if she had inadvertently become an ingrate. Chen Fan sensed the emotions in their eyes and smiled slightly, then waved his hand to signal, and the dragon meat soup and dragon meat barbecue were served. Along with them, there were also some spiritual fruits and fine wine. After all, to be able to give away the remnants of the Taigyu Emperor scriptures was not an easy task, and he naturally understood that this god of fortune deserved to be properly entertained, and that he might be able to obtain more chances from Ji Haoyue's hands in the future. For example, the Void Sutra. Ji Haoyue politely thanked her, and then her gaze rested on the dragon meat soup and dragon meat barbecue in front of her. At that moment, a trace of surprise flashed through her eyes, undisguised, and her heart was slightly moved. She softly inquired, "Fellow Daoist, this dragon meat, is it a pure-blooded dragon?" Chen Fan nodded slightly and replied indifferently, "Precisely. The Ling family pure-blood dragon." When Ji Haoyue heard this, her surprise became more and more obvious. Although she came from the 10,000 ancient Ji family, she had seen a lot of things. But even so, she still hadn't seen pure-blood dragon meat. Now, being able to see this kind of bloodline dragon being stewed by it was truly amazing. "Ling family," Ji Haoyue whispered, pondering. A moment later she spoke again. "Could this be Ling Rudi?" Chapter 121, Invitation to Treasure Hunting. Chen Fan nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Exactly." Ji Haoyue nodded her head gently, although she had already made some guesses in her heart. Hearing Chen Fan confirm it in person, she still couldn't help but be shocked. Ling Rudi's name could be said to have shaken a region. And now, that honorable bloodline, but finally become a pot of delicacies, become a feast, really let a person sigh. This sudden turn of events caused Ji Haoyue's heart to rise with a hint of fluke. Glad that she had not backtracked after betting with Chen Fan and bluntly handed over the Emperor's scripture scrolls. If not, with Chen Fan's cold and merciless character, I am afraid that it would be difficult for her to escape today. Although she did not say so, She had already paid more attention and curiosity to Chen Fan in her heart. After a moment of silence, Ji Haoyue opened her mouth and asked, "Fellow Daoist, I have wanted to know something before, but I have not yet spoken. I wonder if you can tell me your name." In this inquiry, the attitude was already different from earlier, and the tone no longer carried the slightest bit of hostility. At this point, she had already handed over her bets, hadn't repented, and no longer had the desire to retaliate. However, when Su Qingqing heard this question, her eyes steeply tightened, and her body involuntarily gently moved closer to Chen Fan, smilingly saying, "Could it be that this fellow Taoist Ji wants to seek revenge later on?" The moment these words came out, the atmosphere immediately became a few points heavier. Even Ao Ruoshua couldn't help but look back, her gaze coldly sweeping over Ji Haoyue, seemingly wary. Ji Haoyue was just about to open her mouth to argue, but Chen Fan had already waved his sleeve slightly and laughed softly. "Fellow Taoist Su doesn't need to worry too much. I believe that fellow Taoist Ji is by no means of this intent." He turned to Ji Haoyue, his voice like flowing water. "Fellow Taoist Ji, if you address me as Chen Fan, you can." Ji Haoyue quietly gazed at Su Qingqing. A hint of playfulness swept through her gaze. Then she let out a light smile. "Greetings to you, Taoist friend. Ji Haoyue of the Ji clan." When Su Qingqing heard this, she couldn't help but skim her mouth, muttering in her heart, "It was clearly me who came first." During the subsequent banquet, the atmosphere gradually melted, as the crowd enjoyed the wine and food, and the aroma of dragon meat soup and dragon meat barbecue filled the air. The wine went down, and the laughter filled the air. However, when the wine had passed 3 rounds, Ji Haoyue raised her wine cup and held it up in vain to Chen Fan, and asked, "Fellow Taoist Chen, this secret realm will end in 7 days. I wonder if you have any other plans?" Chen Fan shook his head slightly, his tone bland. "There is no other intention." The words were not flippant and the tone was calm. "On this trip to the secret realm, all the necessary things have been obtained, and there is no need to go looking for them again. As stated at the beginning, it doesn't take time and effort to specifically look for something if it's not in passing or a must-have." When Ji Haoyue heard this, she was slightly stunned and then spoke. "In that case, why don't you, fellow Taoist Chen, come with me to a place and search for treasures?" This sudden invitation caused Su Qingqing and Ao Ruoshua's gazes to suddenly coalesce, secretly guessing Ji Haoyue's intentions. Seeing this, Su Qingqing's eyes tightened, and with a bit of playfulness at the corner of her mouth, she suddenly spoke. "Brother Chen Fan, didn't you say earlier that you would accompany me to play well for a few days?" Ao Ruoshua heard this, her brows knitted slightly, a trace of abnormality rising in her heart. When did Chen Fan promise this? Could it be when he saved Qingqing earlier? Chen Fan smiled at Su Qingqing and gently shook his head, but did not expose her little lie. Then, he turned to Ji Haoyue and said slowly, "Fellow Taoist Ji, truth be told, I have already achieved success this time, and I have no intention of searching for treasures again." When Su Qingqing heard this, a hint of complacency flashed in her eyes as she looked at Ji Haoyue, a warm smile at the corners of her mouth. Chapter 122: Ji Haoyue's Departure. Although Ji Haoyue had some regrets, she did not force herself. After all, she and Chen Fan had met for the first time, so if she was too eager, she would be too abrupt. Furthermore, Chen Fan had already obtained a scroll of emperor scriptures from her hands earlier, and the trust had not been fully established, so it was only natural to be cautious and wary of each other. Since this is the case, and fellow Daoist Chen does not have this intention, Mr. G will not force himself. Ji Haoyue smiled gently. Chen Fan smiled faintly, then raised his wine cup, and the crowd once again drank happily. Although Ji Haoyue was reluctant, but seeing this situation, she no longer forced herself to do so, and could only gently sip her wine. Her heart filled with emotion. The atmosphere resumed its usual cheerfulness. The crowd exchanged words with each other, talked and laughed until the night grew deeper. The banquet was gradually dispersed. Overnight, it seemed that everything had returned to peace, and under the silent starry sky, the only thing to be seen was the breeze. The afterglow of the fire slowly dissipated in the air, leaving only a few faint wisps of smoke slowly rising. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight poured down on the earth, breaking the island's stillness. Ji Haoyue had long since gotten up and looked at Chen Fan, who was sitting on the sidelines cultivating, and a trace of appreciation couldn't help but sweep through her eyes. At this moment, Chen Fan, who was illuminated by the morning sun, had a dignified figure and a cold temperament, just like an ancient immortal who swallowed 10,000 miles of air. Ji Haoyue let out a light laugh, her heart a little complicated as she walked slowly to Chen Fan's side and said in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist, farewell." Chen Fan slightly opened his eyes and looked at her back. A bland smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He did not say anything. He just quietly watched Ji Haoyue's silhouette fade away. The wind was light and the morning light was faint. Ji Haoyue stepped on the rainbow bridge with a light gate, like a streaming cloud, and disappeared into the distant sky in a few moments. Suddenly, a lithe figure scurried out from the distance, breaking the tranquility. Su Qingqing's delicate figure appeared beside Chen Fan with a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth as she muttered in a low voice, "Humph. This indebted bastard has finally left." There were a few points of dissatisfaction in the words. Obviously, it was unknown whether it was to Ji Haoyue's failure to fulfill the bet or something else that made her heart a little unhappy. Chen Fan turned his head slightly and looked at Su Qingqing, the corner of his mouth gently raised. "It's good to be gone. Since this is the case, today, I will hand over the vast ocean emperor scripture, which was not revealed yesterday, to you." When Su Qingqing heard this, surprise and excitement immediately flashed in her eyes. Her eyes were as bright as stars, and it was almost hard to hide the excitement in her heart. Seeing this, Ao Rushue on the side, a burning light also flashed in her eyes. Although she was calm on the surface, it was obvious that her desire for this emperor scripture was equally strong. Su Qingqing suddenly made a flying leap and hugged Chen Fan's arm without any warning. The warm and soft arms surrounded Chen Fan's arm, soft and incomparable. Chen Fan looked at her indifferently and said, "If it pleases you, fellow Daoist, then feel free. I am not unable to do so." Though he had gone through thousands of trials and tribulations, he would not resist beauty. His way lies in following his heart, not in purifying it. Su Qingqing's face immediately became scarlet, and her ears couldn't help but blush slightly. She gently loosened her arms and lowered her head and said softly, I was just too excited. Brother Chen Fan, you don't think too much." Chen Fan gently smiled and did not say much as he began to whisper the contents of the vast Sea Emperor scripture. The voice was low and melodious, echoing in the air like a flood bell, deep and distant, as if it could penetrate the boundaries of time and space. Chapter 123, Heaven Swallowing Demonic Technique. A few days later, Chen Fan slowly stopped the tone of his mouth, and as the words fell, the surroundings fell silent. The ethereal aura seemed to still be reverberating in the air, leaving an endless aftertaste. Ao Rushue and Su Qingqing were currently as mesmerized as if their eyes were deep. As if they were being pulled by the mysteries of that reasoning, having immersed themselves in the subtleties of the vast expanse Emperor scripture. Their minds wandering between endless space and time. A moment later, Chen Fan smiled gently, his gaze skimming over their figures, his eyes containing a hint of indifference. Immediately, his figure slowly dissipated into the air. That final note seemed to still be echoing in the air. The promise has been made. So farewell. The green mountains will not change. And the green water will flow forever. See you again sometime. Two fellow Taoists. As his figure drifted away, Su Qingqing and Ao Ruoshua woke up as if from a dream and suddenly returned to their senses. Their gazes looking in unison in the direction Chen Fan had left. In their eyes, a complex mix of emotions, both reluctance and gratitude. Ao Ruoshua first broke the silence and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Chen is truly a strange person as well." Su Qingqing, on the other hand, looked complicated, as if she had 1,000 words to say. But it was difficult to speak. Her eyes followed Chen Fan's back for a long time, never retracting. The emotions surging in her heart were beyond words. Finally, she sighed softly, her voice as low as a mosquito. "Brother Chen Fan is really a strange person. Will we see you again?" Ao Ruoshua looked at her, but did not say much. Their gazes met in the air for a moment, and each saw different emotions in the other's eyes. But neither of them explained too much more. Where sea and sky meet, a lone boat floats quietly in this endless ocean, surrounded by the blue sea water and the vastness of the sky. The waves sparkling, the sky cloudless. The only place where the sea and the sky meet in the distance is a blurred line. The boat traveled 10,000 miles, seemingly without direction or purpose. Let the wind and waves gently push, drifting to wherever, all by heaven's destiny. On the boat, Chen Fan sat cross-legged, his figure as steady as a rock, his expression calm, as if he had already merged into this vast heaven and earth. Although the surrounding wind and waves were large, they could not shake him in the slightest. However, Chen Fan's eyes suddenly opened, and in that instant, two flame-like red lights surged out from his eyes, as if they were sharp blades that devoured everything, sharp and full of demonic intent. He whispered to himself, "Heaven-swallowing devil technique. The devilishness is really deep." He slightly closed his eyes and thought back to the heaven-swallowing demon technique rewarded by the system. This demonic skill was indeed strong, yet it carried an irresistible demonic nature due to its powerful devouring nature. Ever since Chen Fan began to study the essence of it, his cultivation had increased significantly and his power had become even more terrifying. But he had also unconsciously let his mind and spirit be gradually affected by the demonic nature. If not for his firmness of mind, he was afraid that he would have already fallen into the demonic path and would not be able to extricate himself. Chen Fan took a deep breath, and the devilishness in his body surged like a flame in an instant, and his body's blood and chi tumbled as if it was about to break out of his body. Although the demonic nature is deep, it is not without redeeming qualities. Chen Fan whispered, his voice calm, such as this. Before the words left his mouth, he raised his hand violently, and a sharp, cold light flashed in his eyes. As he did so, hundreds of meters of huge aura netting suddenly unfolded from the sea. Underneath the netting, a gigantic peak pilgrimage sea beast was trapped. This sea beast was as if it was cast in metal, with a massive body and scales that shone with golden light, and was incomparably powerful. Chen Fan's 5 fingers pinched violently, emitting a deafening cracking sound. Instantly, the aura netting was pinched like the palm of a deity, violently tearing apart the sea beast's body. The blood mist instantly burst apart, drenching the surroundings with blood, and a strong bloody aura filled the air. Then Shen Fan violently sucked in. And as if the blood mist around him was being pulled by some invisible force, it was swiftly devoured by him. The blood chi surged into his body like a torrent, pouring into every inch of his meridians and every drop of blood in a continuous stream. Chapter 124, Ling Family's Old Dog. Outside the sea rhyme mystic realm. On the occasion of the vast sea and sky, a heaven-shattering roar suddenly erupted, as if it was a thunderous boom, shaking the entire sea area. The roar rolled up thousands of waves, and the shocking waves were like giant dragons tossing and turning, covering the sky and surging in all directions. Linger. It's who? Who is it? That roar was filled with anger and pain, as if it was going to tear this heaven and earth apart. As this roar resounded through the 9 heavens, a powerful aura steeply descended from the sky. Above the dome of the sky, a figure slowly emerged. The figure wore a blood-red robe, his hair burning like a flame. His face was old but resolute, but his eyes were filled with an incomparably sharp gaze with a murderous intent, as if he was going to bloodily wash the miles in the next moment. This person was holding an extinguished soul lamp in his hand, and the light of the soul lamp had completely disappeared and was dim. Soul lamp is for tracking and determining the treasure of life and death. Usually only heavenly pride or great powers are worthy of possessing. And at this moment, the lamp has been extinguished, obviously sending a trace of the life soul of the person or demon has already fallen. The appearance of that old man immediately drew the attention of all the surrounding demonic powers. Countless pairs of eyes were cast towards the sky with shock and a hint of doubt. They all knew that this demon was the great powerhouse from the Ling clan who escorted the Ling clan's heavenly pride into the secret realm this time. And at this moment, the old man's brows were tightly locked, and the aura of anger that permeated his body was clearly non-trivial. Ling Rudi even fell in the middle of the secret realm. Who is it? Is it the work of the demon race? Or is it the human race? A demon race powerhouse muttered, a trace of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Ling Rudi was a renowned heavenly figure in the demon race, with outstanding natural talent and incomparably deep roots. And he even practiced the Emperor's scriptures. A battle power is even more heaven-defying, having bloodied 10,000 miles of wilderness. Even when looking at the entire demon clan, he was a ranked genius. And now he had unexpectedly fallen. The surrounding demonic powers exchanged words and looked at the human race from time to time. Apparently, he also thought that Ling Rudi's fall had nothing to do with the rest of the demon race. After all, there was still the great enemy of the human race on this trip. And even though there were demons who could defeat Ling Rudi, it was unlikely that any of them would lay their hands on him. This is a bit of a demonic love incident, or a default. As for the old man holding the soul lamp, when he heard the surrounding discussion, his anger surged once again. His body's aura erupted steeply. His mana surged like a torrential river, and the air between heaven and earth became heavy and oppressive. Linger has fallen. Can anyone tell me who it is? The old man's low voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth, swallowing mountains and shaking the 4 directions. Linger is the hope of my demon clan. The hope that is expected to witness the Tao and become an emperor in the future. Who dares to behead the future of my demon race? The soul lamp in his hand swayed gently, as if it was carrying endless rage. And the oppressive force caused all the surrounding demon race powerhouses to feel a palpitation. The surrounding demon race powerhouses had grave expressions on their faces, their divine senses constantly in contact. Compared to the sorrowful clouds on the side of the demon race, the human race's side was extraordinarily relaxed. And even bursts of laughter came from time to time. The wind whisked by. A few human strongmen sitting on top of the clouds, talking to each other, look happy, just like a leisurely walk, without a trace of tension. The old man from the Ling clan emerged in the air. His pale face twisted as he gazed at the human side. Murderous aura in his eyes as he spoke coldly. Human clan. Good. 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 The pride of my Ling family dares to touch it. Ji Qianyue's gaze was cold. One step forward. Golden light instantly shone in all directions. As if endless light was injected into the heavens and earth. The golden light converged into a vast golden ocean, pressing the surrounding air to be stifled. Ling family old dog. Truly an old dog. Before entering the secret realm, it was clearly your demon race that proposed the 10 in. 3 out. Now why? After the fall of a Ling family child, are you so furious? Is it possible that you don't want to lose your old face? The voice was powerful. Like a jackhammer. Chapter 125, Strange. When the surrounding demon powerhouses heard this, their faces couldn't help but change slightly for a while. Some demons had their brows locked tightly. And some demons were even turning cold and indifferent. However, more demonic great powers were silent. Obviously, they did not have much emotion in their hearts towards the fall of the Ling family's heavenly pride. After all, even though the talent was even more outstanding, it had already fallen. And it did not serve any purpose. They were instead filled with scorn for Ji Qianyue's strong performance. The 10,000 ancient emperors Ji family. This kind of fame could not be inferior to the Ling family in the slightest. And it could even be said that what the Ji family's great emperor had done could be too much more famous and kill more people than the Ling family's great emperor. An obscure emperor. The Ling clan's old man's face became more and more gloomy. And his majestic mana came out through his body. And the entire heaven and earth seemed to change into a burst of blood-red color. His eyes glared round as he said in a chilling voice, "The human race has truly produced a heavenly pride of the world." Ji Qianyue's demeanor remained calm. That's natural. The pride of my human race is like rain. But not the demon race. Even a fallen waste can be presumed to call the pride of heaven. It's just a false name. The Ling clan's old man looked at Ji Qianyue in death. Then looked at the exit of the secret realm. And retreated back amongst the demon clan with a gloomy expression. Ji Qianyue sneered and spun back similarly. Looking at the departing backs of Ji Qianyue and the others. The demon race and the human race had very different looks. On the side of the demon race, their faces fell and their hearts were displeased. On the other hand, on the side of the human race, it was a completely different scene. The atmosphere was high and the morale was like a rainbow. Many people stood up, waving their arms in excitement, shouting the human pride who killed Ling Rudi. Although at this time they did not know the real name of that pride. It was obvious that this pride's deeds had already spread to the 4 directions without them realizing it. And had become a legend in the mouths of the human race. Meanwhile, on top of the main ship of the Feathered Empire dynasty, the wind and waves were calm on the deck. And as far as the eye could see, the sparkling sea was like a bright mirror, reflecting the dome of the sky. The 2 women on the deck, with their stature, each stood and gazed silently at the clamor below. One of them was dressed in a purple robe, with a sweet face and an aura as friendly as a neighboring sister. Yet without losing a bit of nobility. Her eyes were as clear as water, with a faint smile, like a ray of sunlight in the morning sun. Warm and bright. It was none other than Chen Xiling. The woman next to her, dressed in a gold and red long dress. Her temperament was as cold as ice. Her face was exquisite, as if it was carved out of ice and snow. And there was a touch of inviolable majesty in her coolness. It was Chen Yaowei. The 2 stood quietly on the deck, their gazes sweeping across the sea in the distance, listening to the cheers of the human race below, without much fluctuation on their faces. Only Chen Yaowei. A flash of anger suddenly surfaced on her face, which then dissipated. Chen Xiling looked back slightly. a touch of complexity flaring up in her eyes as she looked at Chen Yaoyue. The corners of her mouth curving up into a bland smile. Brother Chen Fan. He is still as outstanding as ever. Even that Ling family's demon who practiced the emperor's scripture was beheaded by him. Chen Yaoyue nodded slightly without much fluctuation in her eyes and didn't say anything. This was probably not Chen Fan's doing. She understood Chen Fan too well. And she knew that only Chen Fan had the ability to behead the demon race's heavenly pride who practiced the emperor's scripture. Ling Ru Di. In this vast secret realm. Any of the rest, be it the demon race or the human race, could not possibly have such strength and vigor. Chen Yaoyue's thoughts couldn't help but return to that day. To the moment of the divine sense decimation. She remembered the Chen Fan at that time. With his cold gaze and deep aura. As if he was an unearthly being. And yet, it was this indifference that almost struck her as alien. When was it that Chen Fan, who used to have her in his eyes, became like this? Chapter 126. At this moment, transforming the devil's tire to build the sacred heart. Chen Xiling looked down at the sea in front of her. The subtle wavelight reflecting on her clear face. She noticed Chen Yaoyue's loss of concentration and spoke softly. Third sister. What's wrong? Chen Yaoyue returned to her senses and shook her head slightly. It's fine. However, her eyes were still somewhat blank. Chen Ziling looked at her and frowned slightly. Although she was a little surprised, she did not continue to pursue the matter. Thus, she changed the topic. Her gaze involuntarily casting towards the distant patch of pale sea and sky junction. Her voice lightly resounding. If Brother Chen Fan does not want to return to the imperial dynasty with us after he comes out of the secret realm, what should we do? This sudden question caused Chen Yaoyue to freeze slightly as she subconsciously spoke. Impossible. However, before the words fell, a complex glint flashed across her eyes. Her face gradually sank, and her originally cold demeanor grew colder and colder. Her thoughts seemed to have drifted to a faraway place, traveling through countless memories before slowly returning to reality. After a long period of silence, Chen Yaoyue slowly opened her mouth. The Emperor's soldier has a spirit and will not easily recognize him as its master. Even if he has an Emperor's soldier in his hands, it is merely borrowing its power. The Imperial soldier was a symbol of the Emperor's Tao. Possessing an incredible spirituality and sense of autonomy, and would not recognize anyone as its master. As for Chen Fan, even though he had outstanding talent, after all, he had not yet ascended to the Emperor Tao. And the Emperor's soldier in his hand would not recognize him as its master. When Chen Xiling heard this, a hint of recognition flashed in her eyes as well. And she nodded, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Indeed, an Emperor's soldier, as the way of an Emperor bearer, is not something that can be easily recognized as a master. If one is not a true emperor, even if one possesses an Emperor soldier, what can they do? That would just be borrowing a portion of the power. And every borrowing is accompanied by a huge cost. Chen Yaoyue nodded slightly. Her gaze grew cold as she said softly. If Chen Fan is unwilling to return to the imperial dynasty, he must be brought back even if he is forcibly tied. Chen Xiling nodded her head silently without the slightest objection. Suddenly, Chen Xiling spoke softly. What should happen if Brother Chen Fan forcibly utilizes the imperial soldier? When Chen Yaoyue heard this, the corner of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile that was like the cold light on a snowy mountain, permeated with a coldness. If that's really the case, then let him O Tiancheng make his move. Her words were soft, yet they carried a hint of unshakable determination. Mo Tiancheng? Chen Xiling was slightly stunned, then nodded, a flash of clarity in her eyes. Good idea. If we can exchange him for an imperial soldier, It would truly be a heavenly blessing. The two of them glanced at each other. A glimmer of tacit understanding flashing in their eyes. And then Chen Yaoyue gently smiled, the corners of her mouth curving up into a bland arc. She said in a low voice, "There are still 7 days to go before the secret realm forcibly expels all of them. Chen Fan can't run away." As the sea breeze blew and brushed across the deck, the two figures were stretched out in the sunlight, as if waiting for that moment to come. 7 days, like a white horse passing through a gap. Fleeting. With the gradual convergence of that mysterious vision in the depths of the mysterious realm, the sky outside the mysterious realm once again regained its tranquility. However, the turmoil on the island intensified. The people or demons who were in various parts of the secret realm seemed to realize that the final moment was near. Madness and eagerness stirred in their hearts as they rushed towards the island. Along the way, the clashes and fights began to get more and more intense. Those cultivators whose cultivation had yet to reach the ultimate level, or the young demon pride, could hardly suppress their inner urges and ambitions, and collided with the opponents around them. Blood splattered and corpses were piled up. Swordlight and demonic aura intertwined and exchanged blows. The ridiculous thing was that even though the secret realm was chaotic, the people who managed to end up on the island were still in the minority. Deep within the lake, the illusionary realm gradually appeared. Wave after wave of illusions devouring the spirit and will of those who entered. Certain people or demons fell into the illusionary realm and became intoxicated, almost dying of lust, unable to extricate themselves. Mountains, rivers and lakes, relatives and grudges, past memories. Everything is reenacted in the illusion, as if caught in an inescapable cage. Although there were a few gifted people who had barely reached the lake, even then, they were unable to go any further in the face of the unspeakably great pressure in the depths of the lake. Bang! There was another loud bang, accompanied by a golden light that disappeared into the distance. And a cultivator exploded inside his body under the immense pressure, turning into a mist of blood. Gradually, the island became dead silent. The number of people or demons that entered the secret realm was already less than 30% of the original number. And compared to the number of deaths set earlier, those who had fallen had long since far exceeded expectations, appearing even more cruel and bloody. At this time, Chen Fan was sitting on top of a lone boat, surrounded by blood mist, which was like a wave, tumbling endlessly, with a hidden red light flashing, like a sea of blood churning and devouring everything. The aura of that blood mist seemed to carry an endless killing intent, vast and raging, spreading in all directions. Chen Fan's eyes were as deep as an abyss, vaguely flickering with crimson light, and the deep color of blood in his eyes was chilling, as if he could see endless mountains of corpses and seas of blood at a glance. The magic that emanated was deep and pure. Chen Fan grinned, 2 rows of white jade-like teeth flashing in the blood mist as he laughed softly. 7 days of polishing, and finally a hint of enlightenment. Before the words fell, Chen Fan had risen, his hands casually behind his back, his gaze deep, looking straight into the endless sea and sky in the distance. The sea wind whistled, bringing a gust of fishy wind to the surface. It was the scent of blood, the death scent of countless sea beasts, floating in the air, dyeing the entire sea into the color of blood. The seawater under his feet had been dyed crimson, like a sea of blood, with waves rolling and tumbling. Countless corpses of sea beasts floated in the middle of this sea. Broken limbs and bloody limbs could be seen everywhere, emitting the odor of decay. The smell of that blood filled the surroundings, heavy and suffocating. The corners of Chen Fan's mouth rose slightly, and a glint of light came out from his eyes. He had already entered a completely different realm. His heart and mind were like iron. His killing intent was like a tide, surging with unstoppable power. The blood chi of his entire body rushed through his body, rhythmically moving with his heartbeat, as if every vein of blood contained a terrifying power. These 7 days have been for this moment, he whispered, his voice like thunder. The demonic nature has long been rooted, and the killing intent has long taken shape. A red light ignited in his eyes, his expression cold and murderous, as if a volcano was about to erupt. And a strong demonic aura churned within him, spreading unchecked and devouring everything. The blood water around him rippled under the pressure of his aura, like a boiling swamp. And the aura in the air was drained away, solidifying into a dead silence. At this moment, transformed the demonic fetus to build the sacred heart. Chapter 127, Leaving the Secret World. Transform the demon fetus and build the sacred heart. Chen Fan's voice sounded once again. As these words fell, Chen Fan's body was violently enveloped by an intense demonic intent and killing intent, like a volcano that was about to erupt. And the air currents around him were torn into pieces by this terrifying aura. His body was quickly wrapped in blood mist, gradually transforming into a huge cocoon as the demonic aura intertwined and entwined with the blood aura, creating an unspeakable oppressive feeling. The surrounding heaven and earth instantly became silent. Even the churning of the seawater and the whistling of the sea breeze disappeared at this moment. Right at this moment, an unspeakable sense of repulsion spread quietly, as if thousands of giant hands were ruthlessly pushing everything away. And a strong foreign force swept in, instantly repelling the blood cocoon wrapped around Chen Fan out of this small world alive. The countless human and demon races that were fighting to the death suddenly felt a powerful repulsive force descend upon them. Hiss! A demon race heavenly pride jerked to a halt in his hands. His face changed greatly as he tried to resist this suffocating sense of repulsion between his waving hands. However, the repulsive force was incomparably powerful, and it shook him out alive, his entire body disappearing into the distance as if he had been swept into nothingness by a storm. No! My imperial scripture! I'm not willing! The one-man race roared in pain, their eyes bloodshot, their hearts filled with anger and unwillingness. Fighting so far, through countless killings, countless life and death wandering, but could not even see the side of the Emperor's scripture. But to on top of this final step. Who can accept this? Who wants to accept it? A submarine abyss in the secret realm. Ji Haoyue was dressed in a snow-like white dress, as if frost had condensed. Her face was handsome and cold, with a few faint coldness between her eyebrows, and her end was incomparably magnificent. Her gaze was fixed on the stone block in front of her that was flickering with the light of 8 colors. One step short of, she whispered to herself, as if she was feeling a little sorry for not being able to pocket this treasure. At this moment, she was only 1 step away from this 8-colored stone, as if she could touch it by just reaching out. However, this step was never taken. A powerful repulsive force came without warning, as if the entire secret realm was rejecting her. Ji Haoyue's body shook violently, and was then pushed away from this space alive by this irresistible force. Ji Haoyue's gaze was deep as she looked at the mysterious realm that was gradually disappearing. And a familiar face actually suddenly surfaced in front of her eyes. It was Chen Fan's face. Her heart was empty for a moment, and a thought arose almost instantly. If Chen Fan was here at this moment, perhaps this 8-colored stone would have already fallen into his palm. Ji Haoyue's eyes slightly condensed and she gently smiled, her brows showing her spontaneity and openness. It's not meant to be. With a few moments of relief and lightness in his tone. Her figure shifted slightly, and her clothes were like snow as she spiraled away, beyond the secret boundaries of the sea rime. The sky is gray and the sea breeze is sluggish. As a burst of air-breaking sounds rang out, More and more people or demons were forcibly rejected from the secret realm. Every figure that emerged from the secret realm had indignation and unwillingness that was hard to hide on their faces. With bursts of air-breaking sounds, more and more figures emerged from the secret realm. Their faces all carrying resignation and indignation. The look of every person or demon was written with frustration and resentment. A cold-faced female general of the demon race, looking furious, clenched her hands so tightly that her nails were almost embedded in her flesh. Whispered, "Why are you in such a hurry? There's still one step left to get that Emperor's scripture." Then, a few more of the younger generation of the demon race showed up. Their faces somber, their eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. Chapter 128, The Four Directions. Imperial Scriptures? How is this possible? An old man of the demon race trembled slightly, his voice carrying a hint of shock and skepticism. He had an upright figure and a head full of silver hair. But at this moment, his expression was stunned, as if he was unable to accept this sudden information. Although the secret realm is a special place, how could it harbor such a heaven and earth treasure? Imperial scripture? That can be a legendary treasure, unrivaled in all ages. How could it appear in such a place? A demon race powerhouse tightly frowned, obviously incredulous as well. The Emperor's scripture is a supreme treasure between heaven and earth, something that transcends everything. If the Emperor's scriptures really existed, this secret realm would only be hit by the Emperor clan with their Emperor's soldiers within a day. Even if the secret realm were to be annihilated, it would not be a problem. Ji Qianyue's complexion was cold, and his gaze was like electricity as he quickly scanned the surroundings. His eyes locked onto a human pride with a complicated expression. There is indeed an imperial scripture inside? Ji Qianyue's voice was calm, but it carried a pressure that could not be ignored. It was as if a beast was poised to strike, waiting for any slightest reaction. That human celestial's face changed drastically. His heart tightened at the sight, knowing that this Ji family member was by no means a good person. He quickly expanded his divine sense and hastily poured out everything he knew. Apparently, they also knew that the Emperor's scriptures were significant and did not dare to make a single act of resistance. Otherwise, even if Ji Qianyue crushed him now, the forces behind him would not seek revenge for him. Indeed, that human race heavenly pride's face was pale, cold sweat seeping out from his forehead. His tone was firm, but it was hard to hide the vibration in his heart. I have indeed sensed the aura of the Emperor's scripture. And I have personally seen the vision of that Emperor's scripture appearing in the world. He paused for a moment, and a touch of pain and remorse surged in his eyes. But before we could explore the location of the Emperor's scripture, this secret realm had already forcibly expelled us. Missing a good opportunity. Ji Qianyue's eyes flickered, and he instantly and keenly captured that hint of key. What exactly is so special about that imperial scripture? Why can it make you so sure of its existence? That human celestial clenched his teeth and took a deep breath. Then his voice was low and firm. Because it is covered with Emperor power. The kind of Emperor power that transcends everything and overrides all paths. He paused, as if his heart was filled with endless awe. Even my family's sage ancestor has not possessed 1/10,000th of it. When Ji Qianyue heard this, a flash of light flashed in his eyes. His face instantly stared, his heart instantly clear. Emperor! That was an existence that transcended everything. A symbol of the godless Tao. And if it was truly as this human said, it must contain the Emperor's scriptures. Without the slightest hesitation, Ji Qianyue immediately pulled out a jade plate as polished as jade from her bosom. Moving swiftly and decisively, the runes on the jade token flickered with a ray of light. And she whispered softly under her breath, sending the news of the Emperor's scriptures release back to the Ji clan swiftly. The jade plate flickered with light and then disappeared into the air. At the same time, a demonic powerhouse, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, quickly pulled out a dark red token and said in a low voice, "Quickly, summon this clan. The Emperor's scripture has appeared. Send the strongest person to come immediately." A human powerhouse's face was grave as he quickly transmitted a message with those behind him. "Send orders back to the clan. The matter of the Emperor's scripture must not be missed." Around the rest of the major forces are also like a pot of explosions. All kinds of transmission things flying around. So lively. In the past, although the secret realm was filled with visions, it was not enough to draw their full attention. Only this Emperor's scripture was a truly irresistible temptation. Chapter 129. Qin Yaoyue was dressed in red, her sleeves fluttering like a flame reflecting the sky. Her face was covered by a light veil, revealing a pair of eyes that were as deep as autumn water. And her brows were full of splendor and nobility, as if a goddess had descended from the heavens. She stood on top of the green lotus dharma treasure of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea, the sea breeze gently brushing her. Her slender figure was particularly striking on the azure sea. The corners of Qin Yaoyue's mouth rose slightly with a faint smile and a few moments of excitement as she whispered, "That girl, Xingqing, has succeeded?" It was no wonder that she would speculate so much. Since the opening of the secret realm, although it had been explored many times, there had never been such an abnormal vision. Now, with the emergence of that vision, she already had an answer in her heart. This vision was the very signal she was waiting for, a hint that Su Qingqing might have obtained the Emperor's scripture. She slowly raised one hand and gently brushed the light veil over her face. And in that instant, the luster in her eyes was as bright as a star. If her suspicions came true, it would mean that the thing she had been longing for over the years had finally come to an end. Countless times of waiting, planning and paying would finally turn around in this instant. Could this be the will of heaven? She bowed her head slightly, her voice a little low, but with a deep sense of expectation. At the advent of this golden age, to obtain the Emperor's scriptures and make up for the deficiencies, in order to ascend to the throne of the Emperor? With her words, above the green lotus dharma treasure, her figure shifted slightly, and she transformed into a brilliant red light, flying away at extreme speed. The main ship of the Feihua Imperial Dynasty. On the vast sea, the lone sail was far away. The sails were gently raised. Above the deck, 3 delicate figures stood still. They were independent, but as if they were 3 streams of light in the same picture. All of them were magnificent when they raised their hands and threw their feet. The 3 were none other than Luo Qianyu, Chen Yaowei, and Chen Xiling. Behind the 3, Imo Tiancheng stood upright like a mountain, his gaze like a torch, the sinister poison dissipating above his aged face. He wore a black robe. Ancient lines flowed on the robe, which seemed to contain endless killing opportunities and a profound ancient atmosphere. Obviously a not bad magic robe. Around Mo Tiancheng, there were also several strong people with slender figures and extraordinary auras standing. Their breaths were like tumbling waves, vast, and they were clearly in the realm of immortal 2 great powers. Right behind them were columns of soldiers clad in armor and swallowing the air. The armor glinted coldly in the sunlight, like a torrent of steel. With a neat and tidy pace, Luo Qianyu stood high above, her gaze like a torch as she traveled through the heavy crowds and demonic shadows, scanning everything below. Her eyes flickered with anxiety and expectation. Every human or demon race that emerged from the secret realm had a few moments of hope in her eyes. Yet every time she looked back in disappointment, her mood grew heavier and heavier, and the cloud of sorrow between her brows gradually thickened. As time ticked by, Luo Qianyu's face grew paler and paler, and the anxiety in her eyes became more and more obvious. Her hands unconsciously clenched into fists, her knuckles turning white. "Where's Xiaofan? Where's Xiaofan?" Chen Xiling suddenly spoke. Her voice soft. Mother, don't be anxious. Brother Fan will come out. No one will be able to hurt him." Luo Qianyu's eyes flashed a trace of bewilderment. The fear and anxiety in her heart could no longer be suppressed. Her voice trembled slightly with a hint of crying. "But what if? What if Xiaofan really doesn't want to go back? If he is unwilling to return to the imperial dynasty, what should he do?" Chapter 130 Essence of Demonic Intent. Chen Xiling was just about to open her mouth to comfort Luo Qianyu. However, before her words came out, suddenly, a strong sense of oppression suddenly swept over the sea. The sea breeze violently stopped, and the waves fell silent with it. Immediately afterward, a demonic intent and killing intent instantly spread out, like a dark storm that suddenly descended, sweeping in all directions. The overwhelming devilishness and killing intent was so overwhelming that it was like falling into an endless abyss. Unable to breathe, and his heart and mind were shaken. Immediately afterwards, on the surface of the sea, a huge blood-colored cocoon violently appeared, wrapped in a terrifying demonic aura. It floated sedately on the surface of the sea, and the surrounding seawater was repelled away, unable to come close by the slightest bit. The existence of that cocoon instantly drew the attention of the surrounding human and demonic great powers. The powerful people from all sides stopped their hands and their gazes fell towards the cocoon that had suddenly appeared. Their eyes filled with doubt and a hint of shock. Although the intensity of that demonic nature and killing intent was not strong enough to threaten them at the moment, that demonic nature it brought with it was enough to shake the hearts of the people. It's so refined. It's so refined. It was as if the first demonic nature of heaven and earth was born. This demonic aura is a bit off. A demonic powerhouse frowned, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. How could the aura of the peak of the divine bridge have such a terrifying demonic nature? Could it be a sealed devil Tao heavenly pride? Another human powerhouse also spoke in a low voice, a hint of gravity emanating from his brows. Even though this demonic nature is still young, it's already enough to make one's heart fearful. If this person makes a breakthrough, I'm afraid that it will be a great scourge in the future. Not far away, Ji Qianyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, inexplicably sensing a trace of familiarity, but unable to recall who it was. But the heart slowly sped up. Luo Qianyu's gaze, in that instant, seemed to be firmly bound by some invisible force. Anxiously and eagerly, she stared intently at the blood-colored cocoon that surfaced on the surface of the sea, her heartbeat suddenly accelerating. Teardrops slipped quietly from the corners of her eyes, as clear as pearls, and she murmured, her voice as hoarse as a low wind whipping through an ancient well. "Little Fan, is that you? Why did you enter the devil?" The heaven and earth around her seemed to have become stagnant as well, and all she could see was the cocoon. The cocoon filled with magic and killing intent. Why? Why did you fall into the devil path? Luo Qianyu kept questioning, as if to that cocoon, but also to herself. Her hands clenched her sleeves so tightly that her fingertips were already white. Luo Qianyu's steps seemed to be uncontrollable, almost as if she couldn't help but walk towards that blood cocoon. Her eyes never moved away from the cocoon. It was as if the hint of familiarity in the cocoon was able to take her back to the past, to the Chen Fan who had once been there, that determined, warm-hearted teenager. However, the moment she took that step, the three figures behind her shook slightly. Chen Xiling, Chen Yangwei, and Ji Qianyu's brows furrowed almost simultaneously. Apparently they were not willing to be the first to touch the unknown. But a few people couldn't object, so they had to follow. Mo Tianchang and the several great powers accompanying him even followed without hesitation. Their gazes grave. Their faces carrying obvious wariness and killing intent. Obviously it was prepared for the possibility of a drastic change at any time. Behind them, the many onlookers of the human and demonic great powers had also noticed Luo Qianyu's actions. Many of them wore cold smiles in mockery. Luo Qianyu's move was undoubtedly a trip. After all, who would dare to act rashly in the face of such refined demonic qi and killing intent? And that was even with the Emperor's scriptures coming out in the middle of the secret realm. Chapter 131. This is a good place to bury bones. Luo Qianyu's steps were light. And with 1,000 thoughts in her mind, she had already walked to that blood cocoon. Her slender jade hand couldn't help but reach out, wanting to touch that magic cocoon. At this moment, Chen Ruyu suddenly opened her mouth. Her voice gentle and firm, "Mother." Chen Yaoyue also followed the opening. Tone full of dissuasive meaning, "Mother. Stop. This cocoon magic is very thick. Should not be by you to trip in this muddy water." Chen Xiling eyes whispered. "Mother. Brother Fan will not be here." Luo Qianyu's palm stalled in the air for a moment, her gaze hovering between that blood cocoon and Chen Xiling. After a moment, she slowly withdrew her hand. When the three women saw this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. And a hint of relief appeared on their faces. However, Luo Qianyu's eyes shone with a strange light. She softly said, "Little Fan is in it." There was firmness and determination in her voice. Before the words fell, Luo Qianyu's jade hand suddenly pressed down, and her fingertips lightly touched that magic cocoon. In an instant, a blazing light burst out, like a heavenly fire descending, illuminating the four directions. The demonic cocoon instantly collapsed, and a voice that ran through the 9 sepulchres and coldly penetrated the yellow springs came out from it. "Filthy thing! How dare you disturb my purity?" One could only see a man with a slender figure and immortal-like temperament slowly step out. There was an additional light golden lotus mark on his forehead, making him more and more transcendent. A white robe was snowy, and his sleeves fluttered. However, his eyes were as cold as ice, transmitting a piercing chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Luo Qianyu looked at the upright figure, teardrops sliding down like broken pearls. Her eyes filled with endless longing and pain. Her voice choked and trembled as she said, "Little Fan. Fanner. Mother has come to take you home." Seeing this, Chen Xiling and Chen Yaoyue also stepped forward. Chen Xiling softly called out, "Brother Fan. Come back with us. Everything is still not too late." Chen Yaoyue, on the other hand, gazed closely at Chen Fan. Her gaze complex and difficult to understand, as if she had 1,000 words. But it was difficult for her to speak. The surrounding human and demon race great powers all looked different when they saw this. A Chen Fan who challenged the feathered emperor dynasty with an emperor's soldier has actually appeared once again. A human powerhouse whispered softly to himself, filled with shock. "I didn't expect that the feathered empire dynasty would come for Chen Fan today and make such a big commotion. Could it be that they weren't doing it for Chen Fan, but for that imperial soldier in his hand?" When these words came out, the gazes of those present instantly blazed. The people transmitted messages one after another, quickly spreading the news of Chen Fan's reappearance in all directions. Throughout the emperor's burial star. Who did not know that Chen Fan had carried the emperor's soldiers some time ago and had gone straight up to the feathered emperor dynasty, eventually leaving in a way that he returned his mother's flesh to her, and his father's bones to his father's. He had been thought to have fallen. It was thought that he had already fallen. But it was never expected that he would show up again today in the eastern region's secret realm. The sea breeze rose slightly, and the atmosphere between heaven and earth stagnated for a moment. Chen Fan stood still, his white robe resembling snow, his sleeves fluttering with the wind. His gaze was as cold as frost, scanning the crowd. In the face of Luo Qianyu's call, his expression did not fluctuate in the slightest and remained as cold as ice. This place is a good place to bury bones. Chen Fan opened his mouth indifferently. His voice was like a chilly pool and a deep spring, permeated with a piercing coolness. When Luo Qianyu heard this, her heart ached and tears welled up again as she choked. No! Mother only wanted to take you home. We have no ill intentions. Little Fan. Stop being impulsive. At this moment, Chen Xiling stepped forward. Her tone soft with a hint of expectation. Brother Chen Fan. You love Xiling the most. Come home with us. Okay? Chen Fan's eyes were 3 times colder as his gaze landed on Chen Xiling, looking at the young girl who looked like a neighboring sister. A look of boredom flashed in his eyes. He laughed coldly. In the past, I was blind and mistakenly regarded false feelings as genuine. Now that I see your true colors, how dare you still dare to pretend to care in front of me? Chen Ziling's expression was slightly stagnant, and an obscure and hard-to-understand light flashed in her eyes. But she quickly recovered her smile and softly said, If Brother Chen Fan has anger in his heart, by all means take it out on Ziling. And I only ask that you can come home with us. Chen Fan's eyes grew colder and colder, and his brows were filled with disgust. He opened his mouth coldly, his voice as piercing as ice. That day, when you were outside the spiritual pill garden, witnessing me picking up those medicinal dregs that even the servants disdained, did you feel great pleasure in your heart? Chen Ziling's smile instantly stagnated. Her face changed slightly, and a trace of disbelief flashed in her eyes. She had never expected that Chen Fan would know about this. Luo Qianyu looked at Chen Xiling. Her eyes filled with shock and doubt. She had never thought that Chen Xiling, who had always been gentle and kind, would have such a side. The atmosphere around them suddenly froze, and everyone felt an invisible oppression. Chen Ziling forced herself to calm down and softly said, Brother Chen Fan, you've misunderstood. Ziling has never done this. How can you accuse me so wrongly? Chen Fan snorted coldly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Misunderstanding? Wrongfully accused? Your pretense has long been unbearable in my eyes. In the past, I was blind and mistakenly trusted you. But now that the truth is revealed, do you still want to continue pretending? Luo Qianyu's voice choked. Xiufan, perhaps there is some misunderstanding. Ziling has always treated you with the utmost sincerity. Why would she do this? Chen Fan's gaze turned to Chen Yaoyue and said coldly, Misunderstanding? She knew the truth about what happened that day. You all claim to treat me with utmost sincerity. But in reality, it is nothing more than utilization and deception. Luo Qianyu burst into tears, her voice choking. Little Fan, Mother knows she's wrong. Please give us another chance. Okay? Chen Fan said indifferently. Opportunity? Let me send you and others to the Yellow Springs today. When the surrounding human and demonic great powers saw this, they all looked different and whispered, Interesting. Really interesting. You human race. A demonic powerhouse riding a Kirin bloodline beast laughed out loud, his gaze teasingly looking at the human side. Not bad. Even we demons still know that bloodline is the closest thing to kinship. Whereas you people, a party of emperors, are forcing flesh and bones to kill each other. In the past, you human races accused us demon races with your mouths. But what about now? A crowd of demonic powerhouses shouted in unison, their words mixed with a sense of schadenfreude, clearly feeling a sense of euphoria at the human race's predicament. There was again the pleasure of having a mouthful of bad breath. On the side of the human race, All the people looked at each other with awkward expressions and were speechless for a moment. Right at this moment, Ji Qianyue's figure flashed and stood in front of Chen Fan. He was clad in battle armor, and with a strong killing intent and coldness in his gaze. He said in a cold voice, "Chen Fan, the day you took away my secret realm token. How should I repay you today?" Chen Fan's gaze was indifferent as he swept a glance at him. His tone calm. "It's just a matter of the weak eating the strong." Chapter 132, Tai Huang Sword. Cut down the demons and monsters for me. Ji Qianyue's eyes were filled with rage as he laughed coldly and said, "What a weak and strong. Today, I'll show you what the weak and the strong are." The corner of Chen Fan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a sneer. "With you? You are also worthy?" With these words, Ji Qianyue was furious. Her body was radiant with golden light, and her powerful aura instantly erupted. With a flash of her figure, she transformed into a golden stream of light and rose up in the air, swinging her palm straight at Chen Fan. Right at this moment, coldness suddenly appeared between Luo Qianyu's eyebrows. Her hair was windless, and holy power surged around her body like a tidal wave. Her jade hand lightly waved, and an invisible palm force broke through the air, instantly sending Ji Qianyue flying hundreds of miles. Ji Qianyue flew out backwards in the air, a mouthful of blood spraying out of his mouth, his face pale and obviously traumatized. Luo Qianyu looked around. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Her voice is cold as ice. "Anyone who dares to strike at my son will only have a dead end." She was dressed in red, dancing in the wind like a flame. And at this moment, she was like a heavenly descending god of war, which made people not dare to look directly at her. The surroundings were silent, and no one dared to speak. The surrounding human and demon powerhouses were all shocked by her might. Half-saint. Also a saint. In this era where the immortal 3 chopping Tao was as difficult as heaven, an immortal 4 half-saint was already an unimaginable existence. Facing the half-saint realm Luo Qianyu, their bottom line instantly dissipated, and they secretly weighed the situation in their hearts, not daring to act rashly. Even though he knew that Chen Fan had an imperial soldier in his hands, he didn't dare to express his covetousness at this moment. "Didn't you see what happened to Ji Qianyue?" This person was only afraid that he knew about the emperor's soldier in Chen Fan's hand, but watched as the 2 mothers and sons fell out and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to test the waters. It hadn't occurred to him that Luo Qianyu had no regard for his identity and had struck out to kill him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a life-preserving treasure, he would have been nothing at this point. Chen Fan witnessed this scene, but there were no ripples in his eyes. Instead, he revealed a hint of sarcasm. "Belated concern is cheaper than grass." When Luo Qianyu heard this, her heart ached and a trace of sorrow flashed in her gaze. She softly said, "Fanner, mother knows she's wrong. I only beg you to give us a chance to change. I can give you whatever you want, even if you want to ascend to the throne of the crown prince." Chen Fan's expression was cold and his tone was icy. "Wait a little. Wait for me. Wait for me. Immediately send you down." Chen Yaoyue took a step forward, her brows slightly furrowed, her tone steady. "Chen Fan, no matter how much you resent it, we are always your family. Return to the imperial dynasty. Everything is still not too late." Chen Fan's gaze was like electricity as he looked straight at her. "Family? Are you guys worthy? After all that happened back then? How dare you say the word family to me?" Chen Ziling looked complicated as she whispered, "Brother Chen Fan, Ziling knows that she is wrong, but we really hope that you will come back to us." Chen Fan's eyes suddenly flourished, and the lotus seal between his forehead blossomed with a dazzling golden light. His expression suddenly calmed down and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the three women in front of him and slowly said, "The metamorphosis has been completed. So please invite the sinful beasts to die." He flicked his fingers and said aloud, "Tai Huang sword. Cut down the demons and monsters for me." In a blink of an eye, the winds and clouds and the heavens and earth changed color, and a brilliant divine sword coalesced out of the void, its body surrounded by endless imperial might. And everything trembled when the blade pointed at it. The sound of the sword was like the roar of a dragon in tiger, shaking the nine heavens. Seeing this, Luo Qianyu's heart was overwhelmed with grief and tears fell like rain. She stretched out her trembling hands and begged, "Fanner, don't be like this. Mother begs you. Please." Chen Fan's gaze was as cold as ice and frost, not moved in the slightest. Shen Ziling's face suddenly changed. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes, and she couldn't help but step backward. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan had such means that he could even manipulate the Emperor's soldiers. That's an Imperial soldier. It's impossible to recognize an Imperial soldier. Why was this Imperial soldier under Chen Fan's control? Shen Yaoyue was also tense, her brows tightly locked with disbelief in her eyes. Although he had heard that Chen Fan had an Imperial soldier, he had never actually seen it. Seeing it today, it really lives up to its name as an Imperial soldier. In the distance, the great powers of the human and demon races witnessed this scene and were all incredulous. Someone exclaimed, "He's even able to harness an Emperor soldier. How is this possible?" Rumor has it that Chen Fan once challenged the Feathered Emperor dynasty with an Emperor's soldier. And when I see it today, it's true to its name. But how is this possible? Chen Fan stood in the air, his white clothes like snow, his black hair flying, like an exiled immortal in the dust, but with a murderous aura. He looked down at the crowd, indifferent as a god. Luo Qianyu sobbed uncontrollably, her voice choking. "Fanner, please stop. Don't make any more mistakes. Mother is willing to give everything. Just begging you to turn back." Chen Fan laughed coldly, his gaze like electricity. "Turn back? Have you ever given me a chance to turn back? The day I was left to freeze to death. You should have thought of such consequences." Before the words fell, Chen Fan swung his arm down violently and said in a cold voice, "Die. Give me death." One could only see the Tai Huang sword trembling slightly, and a brilliant sword light burst out violently, as if it was a meteor that cut through the sky, decimating everything in the world. Wherever the sword light passed through, the void shattered and heaven and earth lost color, as if even time had stopped. This sword poured out all its strength. Chen Fan's breath suddenly became weak. His face was as pale as paper. Even the power of air defense was difficult to maintain. His figure slowly landed on the ground. The light golden lotus mark between his forehead also gradually dimmed and eventually dissipated without a trace. The sword-ons pointed directly at Luo Qianyu, Shen Ziling and Chen Yaoyue. Chen Ziling's eyes were filled with horror. And without hesitation, she frantically pulled out all sorts of spiritual treasures from her storage ring, even going so far as to offer up a saint's treasure in an attempt to block this heaven-destroying strike. But these treasures were like thin paper in front of the sword, instantly annihilated, failing to leave even a trace. Chen Yaoyue's complexion also changed drastically, and for the first time, a trace of panic surfaced in her eyes. She hurriedly took out a great sage's soldier that emitted an ancient aura from her bosom and urged it with all her might in an attempt to resist it. However, facing the sharpness of the Tai Huang sword, this great saint's weapon could hardly withstand it, and its surface quickly cracked, with countless cracks spreading like a spider's web. It was all too sudden and far beyond their expectations. Shen Yaoyue's eyes were complicated beyond measure. not having expected Chen Fan to be so determined and strike without mercy. The plan she had originally plotted had completely fizzled out at this moment. As Luo Qianyu looked at the incoming sword awnings, her heart was like a knife, and tears blurred her vision. She cried out mournfully, "Fanner, could it be that you really want to cut off the last of your kinship?" Just as the sword on was about to engulf the three, a scroll of divine diagrams slowly emerged from the void. This diagram gulped in an infinite number of stars and rivers, and the mountains and rivers in the painting were lifelike, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura, which was none other than the feathering divine diagram. The feathered divine diagram bloomed brightly beside Luo Qianyu, turning into a golden barrier that blocked the sharpness of the Tai Huang sword. Obviously, Luo Qianyu had long since carried the feathered divine diagram with him, only to deal with the Tai Huang sword. She wasn't so pathetically stupid that she dared to face Chen Fan, who had an emperor's soldier straight on, and as the contemporary empress of the feathered empire dynasty, she was naturally qualified to carry the feathered divine diagram to leave the empire. The most crucial thing was that the imperial soldier came with its own navigation, so it wasn't afraid of losing it at all. Chapter 133, I'll kill you in 3 years. Chen Fan's gaze slightly condensed as he coldly gazed at the feathered divine diagram, a hint of sarcasm surfacing at the corner of his mouth. "You guys refuse to die after all?" Luo Qianyu's eyes contained tears and her voice choked. "Fanner, Mother just doesn't want to lose you. I beg you to turn back to the shore. Don't be bent on having your way." Chen Fan sneered. "Turn back? Did you guys ever give me a chance back then? What's the point of pretending now?" Chen Yaoyue looked grave as she said in a cold voice, "Chen Fan, since you are persistent, don't blame us for not showing any more mercy." Seeing this, Luo Qianyu hurriedly stepped forward, reached out and gently tugged on Chen Yaoyue's sleeve, saying anxiously, "Yao Wei, don't be like this." She turned around and looked at Chen Fan with tearful eyes, her voice choking, "Little Fan, go home. Mother really knows it's wrong." Chen Fan smiled coldly, his gaze stabbing at Chen Yaoyue like a blade as he faintly said, "Second level of the immortal terrace. I will kill you within 3 years." As soon as the words left her mouth, Chen Yaoyue's expression suddenly turned cold and a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes. With a wave of her sleeve, she sneered, "Come. I'll wait for you at the East CCI." Luo Qianyu's heart tightened as she hurriedly advised, "She's your second sister. Little Fan, don't be like this." Chen Fan gave a gentle nod. His gaze turned to Chen Xiling and said indifferently, "Immortal Terrace first level. Waste. I will kill you within 2.5 years." Chen Xiling's complexion was ice cold as she gazed straight at Chen Fan without uttering a word. Without further ado, Chen Fan raised his head to look at the feathered divine figure in midair and sighed softly. "Now that you've been taken from the thief, I will return you to the furnace to remake you in the coming day." As soon as these words came out, the feathered divine diagram suddenly blazed with color, and thousands of rays of light were as bright and dazzling as a river of stars reeling backward. Endless pressure was like the sky collapsing into the earth, violently descending, the void crumbling inch by inch, spatial cracks spreading out like a spider's web. The mountains and rivers, the sun, the moon and the stars are all lifelike. And that vast imperial might, like a monstrous wave, sweeps in all directions. The Tai Huang sword trembled slightly, emitting a clear sword sound. A brilliant sword light rose to the sky, directly meeting the supreme pressure that descended. In the distance, the human and demonic great powers that were originally watching had long since fled in haste under this horrifying power and were nowhere to be found. However, the means they had left behind to probe had clearly sensed all of this and heard Chen Fan's threat to the feathered divine diagram and the people of the feathered imperial dynasty. All of them were shocked and couldn't believe that Chen Fan dared to make such a statement. The feathered divine diagram alone is already a mighty imperial armament. And he dared to make a wild statement about remodeling it. Even if he was holding the imperial armament Tai Huang sword, he shouldn't be so bold and presumptuous. Chen Xiling, Chen Yaowei, and the others also had drastic changes in their expressions, their hearts setting off monstrous waves. The feathered divine diagram was the greatest treasure of the imperial dynasty, containing godless might. Even a quasi-emperor powerhouse wouldn't dare to offend it. Chen Fan dared to provoke like this. It was really arrogant. Chen Fan's expression was grave. And the sword aura of the Tai Huang sword became more and more blazing. He said coldly, "In the past, I honored you as an imperial soldier. But today, I'm aiding and abetting the enemy. So in the coming day, I will completely destroy you." The feathered divine diagram seemed to be enraged. And its light became even more intense. As endless star power converged, turning into a bright galaxy that rolled toward Chen Fan in anger. Luo Qianyu looked at this shocking scene. Her heart was like a knife. And tears came to her eyes. She choked. "Little Fan, please stop. Don't do this anymore." A hint of complexity flashed in Chen Yaoyue's eyes. But it was quickly replaced by indifference as she said in a cold voice. "Since he's obsessed, let him bring about his own demise." Chen Xiling remained cold, her gaze deep. But she did not speak again. Chen Fan let out a cold smile, his gaze emitting an endless chill. He whirled around and spoke. "Cherish the remaining time. Tai Huang sword. Let's go." Before the words fell, the Tai Huang sword bloomed with eye-catching light, transforming into a brilliant stream of light, wrapping Chen Fan in the air and disappearing into the sky in a flash. Since he was unable to kill this group of sinful animals, Chen Fan was not in the mood to continue looking at trash and decisively chose to go far away. He needed a little more time now. Until the next time he would surely kill. The feathered divine diagram gently trembled and the light it emitted gradually dimmed. But it did not continue to pursue. If Chen Fan's words had not been too arrogant, he would not have awakened slightly, much less taken the initiative to attack. Now that Chen Fan had left, it was too lazy to stop it. After all, between an emperor's soldier and an emperor's soldier, forcible suppression would be futile. Luo Qianyu looked at the direction Chen Fan had left, tears gushing out once again. Her heart filled with endless sadness and remorse. She cried out, Fanner! Fanner! I'm really wrong. Come back quickly." Her voice echoed in the empty heavens and earth with heartbreaking pain. However, the only thing that responded to her was the fading stream of light in the silent sky. Chen Yaoyue had a complicated look on her face as she walked forward and said softly, "Mother, since he is persistent, there is no need for us to waste more time. Return to the imperial dynasty and then make plans." Chen Xiling still looked cold, her heart rippling. But not the slightest emotion could be seen on her face. She gazed into the distance with a deep gaze, as if she was pondering something. Meanwhile, 10 million miles away, in the middle of a wilderness, the void suddenly shattered, and the Tai Huang sword cut through the sky and disappeared. Chen Fan's figure then appeared, his robes hunting, his face slightly pale. He gently waved his hand, and the Tai Huang sword turned into a stream of light, which was warmed up by him in the sea of bitterness. Chen Fan sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed, his face as pale as paper, his mana nearly depleted. He took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes as he whispered to himself, "It's a pity. Failed to send that group of people to hell." His voice paused and he said softly again, "This time, the imprint from the metamorphosis of the Sacred Heart." as well as the energy of the jade medallion left by the vast expanse Great Emperor, has also been consumed by most. So it is indeed a bit impulsive. Chen Fan gently shook his head and looked ahead into the boundless wilderness. His eyes as deep as a bottomless ancient well. Only after a long time did he slowly say, "Perhaps it is not a loss." Although the Sacred Heart metamorphosed and enlightenment was able to be enhanced, the heaven-swallowing demonic technique is ultimately a demonic scripture. So if I leave behind that lotus mark, I'm afraid that it will lead to unnecessary trouble. Using it as an opportunity to catalyze the Tai Huang sword this time is appropriate. After saying that, Chen Fan closed his eyes and his mind was inwardly focused. A small mountain-like pile of source stones appeared in front of him, emitting a rich spiritual energy. He began to operate his gong method, absorbing the pure energy in it and restoring the depleted mana in his body. The surrounding heaven and earth aura was induced by him, just like a river pouring in, converging towards his direction. His body was gradually enveloped by a layer of light halo. His breath gradually stabilized, and his originally pale face slowly regained its blood color. The breeze brushed by, bringing up the corners of his robe to flutter gently. Chen Fan sat quietly in the wilderness like a statue, blending in with heaven and earth. In the distance, the afterglow of the setting sun spilled onto the earth, coloring half of the sky red. In the wilderness, Chen Fan was the only one sitting quietly. A day later, Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes. It's also time to study the divine abilities of the Swift Emperor. Chapter 134, Unable to Teach. He took out an ancient scroll of sheepskin, which emitted a faint imperial power, as if heavenly might had descended, inspiring awe. On top of the scroll, some mottled patterns emerged vaguely, resembling symbols but not symbols, resembling words but not words, arcane and inexplicable, not like the text of any era. Chen Fan frowned slightly. His divine sense penetrated out like water, slowly enveloping the ancient scrolls, carefully exploring the mysteries contained within, trying to comprehend the true meaning of the ancient divine ability from that messy and profound message. Time passes. The sun and the moon alternate. The moon is falling. The golden crow rises, the golden crow sinks in the west. The Taiyin rises again. So the cycle repeats itself. And 3 days pass in a flash. At dawn on the third day, the fish-belly white first appeared in the east, and the morning sunlight poured down on the earth. Chen Fan sat in the middle of the wilderness, and a mysterious aura suddenly surged around him. In an instant, it was as if he was in the middle of a vast starry river, with the stars in the sky shining brightly and the aura of the cosmic flood coming over him. Countless arcane runes surfaced before his eyes, intertwining into complex patterns and outlining the divine aptitude mysteries of the ancient great emperors. It's done. Chen Fan's mind was crystal clear, becoming one with heaven and earth, sensing the greatness of that emperor. Suddenly, a shadow slowly emerged behind Chen Fan. That shadow was hundreds of millions of feet tall, more vast than that starry sky, sharing shoulders with that universe, as if a god had descended to the mortal world. Under its feet, the 10,000 paths are submissive. The laws of the heavens surround it, and the 10,000 great paths whisper and chant in silence, as if they are worshipping this supreme being, only to see that shadow violently open its huge mouth, swallowing the entire starry sky in one bite. The stars in the sky turned into endless starlight, just like the Milky Way pouring in, all surging into the shadow. The aura between the starry rivers was instantly siphoned off and fell into silence, with only the vast starlight surging within the silhouette. Afterward, endless vitality erupted from within the shadow, like a spring breeze brushing across the earth. Everything revived, and grass and trees sprouted. After a long time, Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes. A flash of realization flashed across his eyes, and the corners of his lips were slightly raised. He said softly, "I've often heard of the name of the 9 secrets of the world. But I never thought I'd finally get to see them today. The 9 mysteries of heaven are the 9 great aptitudes that have been passed down through the ages, from ancient times to the present day. It is rumored that these 9 secrets are created by great emperors, containing the ability to take over the creation of heaven and earth. Cultivating any one of the secrets can be proud of the crowd." At this time, Chen Fan was fortunate enough to comprehend one of them, which was precisely the nirvana, one of the 9 secrets healing aptitude. He slowly got up, his sleeves fluttering as he tilted his head and laughed softly. Nirvana. As the words fell, the endless aura around him was suddenly drawn in, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, madly surging into his body. Chen Fan's body immediately radiated a faint light. His skin was crystal clear, just like an immortal in the dust. "It's truly marvelous," Chen Fan exclaimed. He clearly felt the metamorphosis of his own state, that unrivaled restorative power sweeping in like a tidal wave. If you are seriously injured at this time, you can also be healed in a flash, even if it is a fatal injury. You can recover quickly without falling. Chen Fan gently smiled, looked up at the sky and said aloud, "The sky and the earth are so big. Let me roam." Before the words left his mouth, his figure shifted and turned into a green light, breaking through the air and disappearing between the skies. Chen Fan traveled all the way south, intending to head to the southern region. This time, the Taihuang sword hadn't been completely revived, and was unable to carry him across a large area as before. So he needed to go on his own. The purpose of this trip is to take advantage of the blazing flames in the endless fire domain to refine one's own weapon, and also to take the opportunity to move away from the eastern domain and avoid the pursuit of Luo Qinyu's group of evil animals. The time was not yet ripe, and he was not yet strong enough to boast about the feathered emperor dynasty. Over the past few days, Chen Fan had traveled with the wind, traversed the lofty mountains and crossed the vast rivers. But he had never found a large city, and was unable to reach the southern region with the help of the teleportation array. However, he wasn't anxious and instead took advantage of the situation to break through to the pilgrimage realm. His divine bridge realm had been refined by the vast ocean emperor scripture and the heaven-swallowing devil technique, and had already reached perfection. He was confident that even when compared to the Western heavenly scripture, which was recognized as the strongest divine bridge realm, he was not far behind. Therefore, he did not continue to polish it and chose to break through naturally. The realm of the other shore is often a lost illusion that sinks the practitioner. However, for Chen Fan, this kind of heart magic illusion, but a joke. Not to mention the fact that he has long been through this realm. Not to mention having a great mind, not to mention the fact that he has been through 2 lifetimes, weathered the storms, and transformed in all sorts of ways. So that a mere other side of the mind demon, how can it shake his mind? Su Qingqing stood quietly beside Qin Yaoyue. The breeze gently ruffled her white dress, dancing gently with the wind. "Master, disciple followed your instructions and traveled to the Sirine mysterious realm to seek out the traces of the Emperor's scripture." Su Qingqing's voice was like gurgling water, gentle and clear. After all the hardships and dangers, disciple finally obtained that legendary Emperor scripture in the depths of the secret realm. Hearing the words Emperor scripture, Qin Yaoyue's gaze suddenly lit up. She was dressed in a gold and red dress. Her face was covered with a light veil, but the delicate face under the veil could hardly hide her inner excitement. Her eyes were as bright as stars. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. Her voice was like a clear spring as she laughed. "Qingqing, you've really made a great achievement this time. And you've secured the foundation of the Master's sect for the ages." Her voice carried an uncontrollable elation. And her tone was filled with appreciation for Su Qingqing. However, Su Qingqing's expression was somewhat gloomy, and a hint of hesitation and uneasiness flashed in her eyes. She raised her head slightly and said in a low voice, "Master, this emperor scripture may not be able to be imparted to you." When Qin Yaoyue heard this, her smile gradually tightened. Her brows slightly furrowed, and a hint of displeasure came out in her tone. "What do you mean by this?" Seeing this, Su Qingqing hurriedly explained, "Master, when I acquired the emperor scripture, I made a Tao hard oath. The oath stipulates that this emperor scripture can only be practiced by the disciple alone, and can never be taught to others. If I violate the oath, I fear that I will be revolted by the heavenly Tao. My cultivation will be ruined, and I may even fear for my life." Qin Yaoyue's complexion sank slightly, a hint of complexity flashing through her gaze. She was silent for a moment, her voice a few points colder. Why would there be such an oath? Su Qingqing lowered her head, apologizing and helpless in her tone. "Master, disciple is also forced to do so. If I don't make this vow, I'm afraid I won't be able to obtain the emperor scripture. Disciple is really unwilling to fulfill master teacher's expectations. But it happened so suddenly that I didn't think deeply about it." Qin Yaoyue's gaze gradually turned cold, and although her face under the light veil could not be seen clearly, the overpowering aura was already revealed. She said indifferently, "In that case, this emperor scripture benefits you alone and has nothing to do with the division?" Su Qingqing's heart tightened and she hurriedly fell to her knees and respectfully said, "Disciple wouldn't dare. Disciple will definitely do my best to cultivate this emperor scripture and fight for the glory of the master sect in the future. It's just that the oath is in front of me, so I really can't pass on the contents of the emperor scripture to others."